What if the strongest woman in a fantasy novel suddenly realized her whole life was fake? Chu Wuji was a legendary cultivator feared by everyone in her world. But one day she discovered a terrifying truth. Her destiny, her emotions, and even the person she was supposed to love were all written by a random author in the real world. So instead of accepting it, she broke through the barrier between fiction and reality and appeared inside the writer's room with a sword against his neck. Now Chuji is no longer just writing a story. He is writing to stay alive, because one wrong sentence could anger the most dangerous woman he ever created. But Chu Wuji is not here to follow the plot. She is here to destroy it. The story begins with a question about finding out you are just a character in a book. In the pouring rain, a woman with a blue aura protects someone while a figure lies motionless on the ground. One of her men rushes up to her with an umbrella and anxiously asks if she is all right. The woman replies that she is fine and orders her subordinates to clean up the area. With a serious look, she warns them to show no mercy to anyone who speaks ill of her or the sect. The man shielding her from the rain promptly replies that he understands the order. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman gets irritated, wondering who would dare provoke her. The scene then shifts to two men in the rain, and one of them calls out to his brother, Trutian, for help. The focus returns to the veiled woman, who looks back with a mysterious expression. Under the moonlight, she thinks of a poem about running water and endless autumn. At that moment, the face of a young man named Trutian flashes through her mind. She realizes that the name of one of the sect's disciples seems to echo the verses of that poem. Looking at a glowing plant, she feels as though this connection is an act of divine will. Suddenly, in a visual glitch, Brother Trutian's strong face passes through her mind. In a digital-like setting, she wonders what that is, recalling his rare smile. Text floats around her, detailing her thoughts and her history with Trutian. The words begin to distort, and she wonders what is happening to the world. Shortly after, the scene shows a man in front of a computer who is the author of the story. Alone under a beam of light, she wonders if everything she felt was written by someone else. With a sad expression, she questions if her world and everything in it is just a book. Holding her sword, the young woman wonders why they wrote that she would fall in love with him. With a determined look, she tells herself that those are not her true feelings. Filled with anger, Chu Wuji swears that whoever is responsible for this will have to answer to her. The scene shifts to a real-world cafe, where a woman asks a young man if he is a writer. The young lady Gu Ruyan says that Aunt Wu mentioned him and asks for the titles of his books so she can read them. The writer Chuji figures his mother set up yet another blind date for him. Gu Ruyan watches him while sipping her coffee, reflecting on the writer's appearance. Seeing him distracted, she reminds him that she asked a question, and the young man finally reacts. Chuji then clears his throat with a cough, preparing to give an answer. With an exaggerated gesture, he begins a speech about writing a great historical epic. He goes on to say that he is searching for his goddess of inspiration, but the young lady cuts him off, asking him to speak like a normal person. At that, Chuji changes his tone and says he has recently been writing a fantasy book. The girl wonders if online writers are for real and worries about his income and stability. Ignoring the mood, the young man quotes a philosopher, saying that art should not be profit-driven. Losing her patience with his speech, the young woman gets annoyed and tells him to stop talking immediately. Disheartened, he admits that his work is not stable and his income varies greatly from month to month. Hearing that, Gu Ruyan thinks with a slight smile that his situation is basically like being unemployed. The writer catches the hint and feels a bit hurt, while she thinks about how to handle the relationship moving forward. Then the young lady gets up from the table, saying she has an appointment and needs to leave. Watching her go, the young man thinks that he only goes to these dates because of his mother's insistence. He watches her from afar and regrets it, as he thought the girl this time was very beautiful. Shortly after, his phone vibrates on the table, drawing his attention to a new notification. He picks up the device and sees messages from readers complaining that he hasn't updated the story yet. Sitting alone, he reflects that there is no point in explaining, as his readers do not care about his mood. The scene shows the young man in front of his computer, remembering that even when he is sick, he doesn't dare take a day off. Walking down the street at sunset, he thinks that this is the harsh reality for online creators. After that, the story shows us a residential building during the night. Exhausted, Chuji arrives home and leans against the wall before entering his apartment. As he opens the door, a voice asks if he has eaten anything yet. A young man named Zhang Kuren is at the computer, and Chuji says he ate but feels totally lost. His friend then asks if the blind date failed again for him to have come back so early. With a tired smile, the protagonist confirms that the date didn't work out, just like the previous ones. Zhang Kuren then wants to know the reason, asking if it was because of money or housing. With a cute expression, Chuji replies that the reason is because they are considered unemployed. His friend changes the subject and asks for help finishing the chapter of his new book. The writer consoles him, telling him not to get discouraged by the stats and that there is no use being anxious. Motivated by the words, Zhang Kuren is filled with confidence and promises that he will change the readers' minds. Chuji tells him to keep up the good work and lets him know he is going to his room to get some rest. Once in his room, he stretches and thinks about how he hasn't had a proper conversation with anyone in a long time. As he turns on the light, he tries to remember what he even talked about during the date. While fixing his shirt, he wonders if he is just no longer used to having normal conversations. Thoughtful, he wonders if it would be possible to add an intellectual female character to his book. He then throws his shirt onto the bed and thinks about creating a high-ranking immortal warrior woman in the story. But as he sits down at his desk, he realizes that a similar character already exists in his book. With that, the image of the beautiful Chu Wuji flashes in his mind like a memory. She is described as the leader of the protagonist's clan and one of the strongest cultivators in the world. In front of the computer, he thinks that as a harem writer, it would be hard to tell the two apart. The author then decides to develop the character well, making her the ultimate goal for the protagonist. He reflects that at the moment, the hero sees her as a master, and she sees him as a talented young man. With a clever look, he plans how their relationship will shift and how she will fall in love with the boy. The writer begins to type, describing how the protagonist's smile appeared in her mind. Seen from outside the window, the young man suddenly feels a chill and wonders why. Sitting with his back turned, he finds the cold air strange, since the window is right in front of him. At that exact moment, a sharp, gleaming blade is pointed directly at his neck. In his eyes, the reflection of the sword shows his complete shock and surprise at the situation. Right behind him, Chu Wuji herself floats in the air, holding the sword with a serious glare. With an angry expression, she threatens him, saying she will take his life if he writes that she loves the disciple. A small illustration shows just how terrified the writer became from that threat. Frightened, he stands up and backs away while stammering, trying to deny the situation. Breaking into a cold sweat, the young man stares at the woman and asks, with great fear, who she is. With a confident look, the warrior woman introduces herself by her name, Chu Wuji. The writer falls backward in shock, wondering if he is hallucinating the heroine of his book. Covering his face, he tries to convince himself that it is all a delusion from writing all night long. He then realizes that the door was locked and doesn't understand how she managed to get into the room. The young man theorizes that she could be a thief or a hacker who came to help him write better. But as he adjusts his glasses to get a better look at her, he's enchanted by the woman's beauty. He notes that she is more stunning than any woman in the real world and perfectly matches his description. Holding the tip of the blade, he asks her to lower the sword so they can talk. Chu Wuji replies that she doesn't need a sword to deal with him, leaving the young man tense. Observing her, Chuji begins to wonder if she simply doesn't want to hurt anyone. The writer watches the woman behind him, trying to make sense of the surreal situation he is living through. Suddenly, Chu Wuji gives him a push and orders the young man to get out of the chair. She pushes him away forcefully, demanding that he get out of her way immediately. With that, the warrior woman sits in the writer's chair, placing her hands on the desk. She then stares at the computer screen with a curious expression, as if it were a strange artifact. The young man asks if she wants to write it herself, finding the idea of the heroine creating her own story exciting. The young lady tries to channel her spiritual energy into the keyboard, which begins to spark with blue electricity. Surprised by the object's reaction, she quickly pulls her hands back, startled by the sparks. Seeing that, the writer panics and screams in desperation for his computer. He realizes that she tried to use energy on the device, which proves that she really is Chu Wuji. The warrior woman asks how the crystal screen works, and the young man despairs, not knowing how to explain it. Giving up on understanding it, he offers to write whatever she wants and sits down beside her. The young woman notes that he calmed down very quickly, but he thinks to himself that anyone would be terrified. The writer explains that panicking won't help, and that he wants to understand everything that is happening. So he asks again what the character from his book would like him to write. With a firm look, she orders him to write that she achieved enlightenment and ascended. The young man replies that this is invalid because it breaks the fundamental rules of the world he created. Annoyed, Chu Wuji points her sword at him again, questioning why she cannot ascend. Chuji explains that she is the main character, and if she ascends right now, the entire story would lose its meaning. The warrior woman doesn't care about his logic and angrily insists that he write exactly what she ordered. Left with little choice, the writer agrees and prepares to type her commands into the computer. He writes the scene where she feels the gates of heaven opening and a celestial tribulation forming. Chu Wuji closes her eyes with a smile, waiting for the ascension to manifest in the real world. But upon opening her eyes again, she realizes, confused, that absolutely nothing happened. The writer then tells her that he warned her it wouldn't work, as everything in the world must have logic. Disappointed, she realizes that her creator is just a powerless scholar and her world is merely a book. With a sad gaze, the young woman laments that her entire future and her emotions depend on a pen. The young man watches her and thinks it must be horrible for such a strong woman to find this out. The warrior woman catches his gaze and asks if he happens to be feeling sorry for her. Chuji replies that, even though he is the writer, things are not entirely in his hands. The author explains that every action a character takes must be consistent with their personality. He goes on to say that her presence right there is the greatest proof that the author does not have total control. Gripping her sword, she questions him, asking if he is suggesting that she chose to like that man. The writer realizes the mistake he just made and panics, thinking he just shot himself in the foot. He corrects himself, saying she is the most powerful person in the world and that it wouldn't make sense for her to fall for a disciple. But in his thoughts, he knows that the whole appeal of a harem book is precisely conquering the impossible. Chiwuji states that this choice cannot be hers and that he, as the author, holds influence over the story. The young man agrees that he can work around the situation, but regrets creating such a clever character. With a blue aura swirling around her, the warrior woman forbids him from continuing to write about the relationship. With her back to him, she threatens him, saying that if he continues, she will return to stop him. The author's face flushes with fear, realizing that her threat is very real. He reflects that given the personality he gave her, she is not the gentle type and has already eliminated several people. In a panic, he thinks that the most logical move for her would be to eliminate her own creator. But he calms down upon remembering that she is probably afraid her world will collapse if he passes away. Desperate, he wonders who he managed to anger for the heroine to step out of the book just to change the story. The writer decides he will not follow the protagonist's original script and begins to type angrily. With force, he slams the enter key, determined to change the course of events. The scene then returns to the world of the book, where Chiwuji is meditating inside a cave. Blue energy flows around her as she concentrates with her eyes closed. In her mind, she tries to understand if everything she lived through is real or just part of a book's plot. She then decides that now that the truth has been revealed, there must be a way out of this situation. The warrior woman questions whether she should trust a creator god who lacks any real strength. She understands that her most urgent task is to figure out how to cross the barrier between worlds. With a new goal, she plans to explore the outside world and the heavens, free from the shackles of the book. Showed in profile, she scoffs at the idea of falling in love with a disciple, finding such a future ridiculous. With a smirk, she thinks that if she ever wanted a man, it would have to be the creator of the world. Suddenly, the young woman blushes and covers her mouth, surprised by her own thoughts. With an annoyed expression, she wonders how she dared to have a thought like that. Meanwhile, in the real world, the writer stretches after finishing that exact same scene. In the book, the character smiles and says with determination, "Creator God, I am coming for you." The author imagines himself with open arms, welcoming his own creation as she flies toward him. With a confident smile, the character approaches him, her arms open wide as well. However, the scene quickly turns into a nightmare, with her brandishing her sword. With a furious look, she charges forward with the gleaming blade, ready to strike him down. Startled, the writer suddenly wakes up, realizing it was all just a bad dream. He tries to calm down, thinking that she cannot simply cross between worlds whenever she pleases. The young man then gets up and decides to check the book reviews since he changed the script. In the comments, readers praise the change, saying the character was almost ruined. Confused, he wonders why they thought it was fast, considering it is only the beginning of the story. Shortly after, he posts his reply on the forum, explaining that it is still early in the plot. But a reader challenges him, mentioning his previous book and asking if he wants to make a bet. The writer reads the bet proposal in the comment and gets curious about the reader's boldness. With a smile on his face, he begins to type, excited by the interaction with his fans. He then replies to the comment, accepting the wager. The simple, "Let's bet." Standing up, he thinks about how to use suspense to bypass the reader's speculation. He reflects that the worst that can happen is the book failing, but saving his own life is more important. The young man decides to ask for his friend Jung Kieran's opinion and congratulate him on his success. He goes to the living room and sees his friend still writing, just as expected. Knocking on the door, the writer sees his friend with a serious and focused expression. The protagonist is left speechless. Notice what is happening in his friend's room. With a shocked look, he asks his friend if he is moving out of the apartment. The scene shifts to the two of them in a food stall, sitting at an outdoor table. Jung Kieran downs a can of beer all at once, and his friend tells him to take it easy. The young man then slams the can hard onto the table, showing all his frustration. With a sad look, he reveals that his new book was reported and blocked. Surprised, the protagonist cannot believe what he just heard from his friend. The editor told him that the work was accused of satirizing current politics by using the past. The writer tries to cheer him up, telling him not to lose heart and that there is still a chance. But his friend explains that he doesn't know how to change the content and that no one will read it even when it is unblocked. He laments, saying that he loves writing and worked incredibly hard to create that world. He mentions that his previous 2 books had very few subscribers, but he never stopped writing, even while delivering food. The young man goes on to say that he used to write 10 hours a day, which caused him health problems at a very young age. With a sad look, he asks his friend if his attitude isn't good enough, or if he just isn't trying hard enough. The protagonist replies honestly that his friend actually works much harder than he does. In his thoughts, Chuji remembers that his friend stopped delivering food because of the book, and the result was disastrous. Jung Kieran reveals that if this book fails, he will go back home because it is time to face reality. Looking up at the sky, he laments that he will stop writing and lose his ability to move people. The protagonist listens to everything in silence, with a worried expression for his friend. He then says that, despite everything, he gained a good friend and offers his help for the future. Chuji comforts him and invites him to grab a drink whenever he has time, and his friend agrees. Before leaving, Jung Kieran turns around and wishes for his friend's book to be a massive success. Then the writer waves goodbye as his friend rides off on a bicycle with his suitcase. Walking alone, he reflects that his situation is similar, since he also changed careers to pursue a dream. He keeps thinking that he is a bit luckier, because his family doesn't control him or force him into anything. The young man looks at his phone and sees messages from his mother, realizing he hasn't seen his parents in a long time. Distracted by his phone, he keeps walking down the street without paying much attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he gets startled upon seeing a girl and wonders how she got there without making a sound. The hooded girl looks at him with flushed cheeks, appearing a bit tired or dizzy. Seeing his reaction, the young woman turns around and starts running, leaving the writer confused. He then remembers that she is his neighbor, a gaming streamer according to his friend. Watching her leave, he imagines things aren't going well for her, and remembers that his friend used to like her. After that, the protagonist finally arrives home and opens the door to his apartment. Upon entering, he finds the place completely silent and empty, with no one waiting for him. With a lonely expression, he thinks that from now on, there won't be anyone around to talk to. At that very moment, a sword with a glowing blue blade is pointed at his neck. It was Chu Wuji, who demands to know if the line he wrote was an open invitation to be defeated. The writer glances sideways at the blade and, instead of getting scared, he simply says thank you. The warrior woman is completely bewildered by the young man's unexpected reaction. With a slight smile, he turns to her and says it is good that she is here right now. Without understanding a thing, the heroine stands frozen, full of doubts about the writer's behavior. In her thoughts, she finds the writer's behavior bizarre, wondering if he has some kind of mental issue. The young man asks her to put away the sword, saying she doesn't usually act like this in his story. Annoyed, she asks if he thinks she is going to act exactly the way he wrote it. He replies that maybe it used to be that way, but now that she is here, they can actually talk. The warrior woman then presses him, wanting to know what he meant by the sentence he wrote about her. With an awkward smile, the writer realizes he had completely forgotten about that part. He tries to justify himself, explaining that given her personality, it would make sense for her to want the creator. She tells herself that she shouldn't have that kind of thought and wonders why she would even want a man. With a determined look, she steps closer and orders the author to change that part of the story. Seeing him in silence, the young lady calls him a fool and demands that he say something. The writer mutters quietly that he doesn't think he can just change what has already been written. She asks what he means by that, and he explains that the chapter is already published and has comments. Desperate, the young man drops to the floor, leaving the heroine confused by his over-the-top reaction. With her sword glowing, she says that if he cannot change it, then she will have to defeat him. Terrified, he shields himself and shouts that he can change the story, begging for his life. The warrior woman is surprised by his sudden change in attitude and asks what he means by that. He explains that he felt her attempt to cross out of the book, and that is why she is here. The author continues, saying that what she did is highly dangerous, as only her consciousness is present. He warns that the separation of body and soul could cause her soul to dissipate across time and space. The scene shows her body meditating, and he explains that any mistake could prove fatal. With a confident smile, Chu Wuji doesn't care about the risks and challenges him with a "so what?" With a clever look, the writer offers a way for her to cross over without facing so many risks. Surprised by the proposal, she asks, a bit suspiciously, if he is truly willing to help her. Sitting on the floor, he replies that he is, because her presence relieved his mental exhaustion. He empathizes, saying he also lacks control over his own destiny and will help her take control of hers. The heroine watches him in silence, processing the unexpected proposal from her creator. He reminds her that the ascension attempt didn't work, and she listens to him intently. The young man then suggests running a new test on an unpublished manuscript to see if it works. He begins to write, detailing how she discovered a way to travel between realms without getting lost. Upon reading the new text, she notices that the new ability actually works, much to her surprise. The heroine thinks about how this weak man holds the power to influence her and considers imprisoning him. But the writer argues that she wouldn't accept a power she didn't earn through her own hard work. Surprised, she remarks that he knows her very well, but warns him that he might get hurt by those words. With a smile, he asks why she would hurt him, considering he is only helping her out. With an enthusiastic speech, he says she will break free from her existence in the book and become his Tao. She thinks that, although she hates being controlled, she must admit he is a man of Hodia. The writer then extends his hand and formally introduces himself, saying his name is Chuji. The warrior woman looks at his gesture with a thoughtful expression, unsure of how to react. He keeps his hand extended, waiting for her to accept the handshake to seal the partnership. With flushed cheeks, she just stares him in silence, still not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the young woman slaps his hand away and yells, asking him what he was thinking. He panics internally and thinks about how he needs to change the script to include the etiquette handshaking. To break the ice, the young man invites her to have breakfast and get to know the new world. The scene shifts to the two of them walking down a busy street, and she observes everything with curiosity. She hears a man talking on a cell phone and wonders if that is some kind of long-distance sound transmission. Next, she sees a woman with a cell phone and wonders if she is taking pictures. Right after, a man lights a cigarette, and she wonders if that is a fire control technique. Confused, she reflects on how Earthlings do things that only immortals are supposed to do. While she walks distracted, two children bump into her, and she realizes that this place feels completely real. The writer notices her confusion and asks if she feels disoriented in a foreign land. With a smile, he invites her into a noodle shop, promising a heavenly culinary experience. Once seated, the young man offers a bit from his bowl of noodles to the heroine. With a curious look, she nods her head, accepting his offer to try the food. Excited, he turns around and asks the chef for another bowl of noodles with beef and eggs. The warrior woman picks up some noodles with her chopsticks, preparing to taste them for the first time. With an expression of pure bliss, she wonders how such delicious food can exist in the mortal world. She explains that she had to condense a physical body and that her current strength is highly limited. The author says it's fine, as this doesn't go against the settings he established for her. He thinks to himself that, compared to mortals who can travel to the moon, she seems almost like a stray cat. While she eats, a man at the next table stares at her, enchanted by her beauty and her clothes. She turns to him and questions him about her clothing, since he had said no one would care. The author explains that because it is summer, no one is immune to the heat, regardless of what they wear. The restaurant owner comments that her clothes are unusual, and the writer jokes that they are from different dimensions. With a smile and a thumbs up, the older man seems to have gotten the young man's joke. The heroine comments on the scarcity of resources in her world and questions why he wrote it that way. He replies that it isn't an invention, but rather a reflection of how the real world used to be in ancient times. She then asks why he persuades her instead of simply suppressing her spirit, which would be much easier. The writer answers that doing so wouldn't be his endless autumn, and invites her to head back home. With a smile and blushing cheeks, she wonders what he meant by his endless autumn. The scene shows the two of them walking back to the apartment on a bright, peaceful day. In her thoughts, she reflects that he is the only person she knows in this new world. She keeps thinking that in order to understand this world, it is most convenient for her to follow him. The warrior woman concludes that she should stay with him, especially since he doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Arriving at the apartment, she watches him enter first, waiting to see what he will do next. He turns around and asks what she is doing, and she replies that she plans to hear the next plot point. The scene shifts to a cute depiction, where he narrates that she will hear about the scales of a green dragon. He goes on to explain that deep inside the cave, she will encounter the Lord of Venomous Snakes. However, the enemy would use a magical weapon, and she would fall into a pit with poison in her system. Annoyed by the story, she slams the table and yells that the Snake Lord wouldn't be a match for her. The writer clears his throat with an awkward smile, trying to calm the situation down. He explains that at the same time, the protagonist would find the exact antidote she needs. Furious with the direction of the plot, she berates him, asking if he is going to write a cliché story. She grabs him by the collar of his shirt and demands that he get straight to the point, no filler. He tries to justify himself, saying it is only natural for the protagonist to have fateful encounters. Crossing her arms, she forbids him from writing that story about the venomous snake. Thoughtful, he realizes that now that she knows the plot, the snake shouldn't be able to poison her. She wonders if this counts as predicting the future, and if she can truly avoid what he writes. He reassures her, saying he will write that she finds the antidote at the bottom of the pit. The warrior woman finds his attitude strange, remembering that before, he didn't seem willing to change the story. The writer asserts that her life belongs to her alone, and that their test is to see the will of God. The writer begins typing the new version of the story into his computer. Meanwhile, the heroine watches him and thinks he isn't quite as annoying as he seemed at first. She looks around and notices that the next room, which was previously occupied, now seems empty. The scene shows the digital clock changing hours, indicating the passage of time. After hours of writing, the young man finally says he has finished the work for now. With a yawn, he stretches, exhausted after the long writing session. He then turns around and looks at the character, who has been waiting in silence the entire time. The warrior woman is standing near the window, gazing out at the night and the flowers outside. The writer calls out to her and asks why she is just standing there, suggesting she do something. She turns to him and explains that everything is new to her and that she needs someone to guide her. With a cute expression, she reminds him that he isn't wealthy either, much to the young man's despair. He then suggests that she read history books or watch dramas to understand the world. Confused, she says she understands about books but doesn't know what drama means. With a smile, he grabs the remote control and says he will show her what it is. He turns on the television, and a romance scene appears on the screen, showing two men kissing. The heroine is completely shocked and blushes at the scene, not understanding what she is seeing. Furious, she turns around and asks if that is the reality he wanted to show her. Desperate, he apologizes and says he pressed the wrong button on the remote control. He quickly changes the channel, and now the TV displays an intense war scene. Impressed, she shields herself and asks if that is a battle of immortals using magical weapons. He calms her down and tells her not to just wander out, as the outside world can be dangerous. Tired of the confusion, she says she won't watch anymore and prefers to read the history books. The scene shows her hand on a cell phone, browsing an online store to buy books. She asks curiously if the books will arrive via flying swords like in her world. With a smile, he answers that this world has its own unique and different capabilities. She then wants to know how long delivery usually takes to be completed. He replies that it will take a little while and, with a suggestive look, points toward the empty room. The warrior woman takes the hint and says she will wait, staying in the empty room until the books arrive. Before going, she turns around and asks, a bit insecurely, if she is bothering the writer. He thinks to himself that, although he wants her to stay, her proactive attitude about sharing a space with a man is surprising. She explains that they are merely living together and that she has no intention of cultivating the Tao with anyone. With a wink, she says there is no problem with living there, but he reminds her that there is no bedding in the room. The scene shows the moon shining brightly in the night sky, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Alone in the empty room, the warrior woman sits on the floor in a meditation pose. The image zooms out, showing the heroine meditating on one side and the writer in his bed on the other. Lying in his bed, the young man looks to the side with a thoughtful and slightly sad expression. In his thoughts, he feels like a terrible person just for being close to such a beautiful woman. The scene shows the thoughts of both, reflecting on the first time they are living together. The next morning, the writer stretches, happy to have finally finished the chapter. He picks up his phone and sees that he has already taken 2 days off, feeling more relaxed about writing. With a smile, he looks at himself in the mirror and wonders if his drive will impress her. But he spots the heroine standing at the bathroom door, with a serious expression and her arms crossed. The reflection in the mirror shows the awkward silence between the two of them that morning. He turns around and asks what she is doing there, surprised that he didn't hear her approach. With an annoyed look, she simply asks him to get out of the way so she can pass. Awkwardly, he explains that only his towels and toothbrush are in there, implying they are for his use. Confused by the term, she folds her arms and asks what a toothbrush is. He then picks up his brush and explains that it's used to clean the mouth, just like she uses willow twigs with salt. The young man steps closer to demonstrate better, saying she has probably never used one before. Irritated by the proximity, she grabs him by the collar and questions his lack of boundaries. With a swift move, she shoves him out of the bathroom and yells at him to leave immediately. The writer tumbles to the floor, completely dazed by the character's violent reaction. Still on the floor, he tries to understand why she got so angry, since he was planning to buy her a new one anyway. She watches him in silence, still annoyed by the situation and the young man's lack of awareness. Suddenly, she turns around and dashes back into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. The writer is left baffled by her attitude, staring at the closed door in total confusion. He then wonders if she actually needed to use the facilities, and why a master of ascension would have such a need. With a snap of his fingers, he remembers that her body is currently in a training phase and still needs to digest food. Sitting on the couch, he reflects on the situation and thinks that fairies shouldn't just be able to fly around. He then decides to go out and buy some supplies for her, thinking about real-life necessities. He leaves the apartment, thinking that he is now dealing with real life and no longer just a story. The door then clicks shut, leaving total silence inside the house. Shortly after, Kyuwooji steps out of the bathroom with a cautious expression. She walks slowly through the living room, searching for the writer in the area. With a slightly apprehensive look, the girl realizes she is entirely alone. Sitting on the couch, she wonders where he went and if he got upset with her. At that moment, Chuji returns to the apartment and finds her waiting. He observes the scene and thinks that she looks nothing like a great grandmaster of the world. Noticing that the young man has returned, the character glares at him with a serious look. Chuji approaches and hands her a bag, just as she was trying to say something. He explains that he brought breakfast and some fresh hygiene items for her. The writer reflects that the Kyuwooji he created has always been a reasonable person. Sitting on the couch, he says the two of them need to talk about a few things. Chuji states that he will help her understand the world, but that she must not abuse his goodwill. He hopes they can treat each other with mutual respect while she is staying there. The girl understands the logic but finds it difficult, since he has the power to manipulate her thoughts. Looking down, she apologizes and says she will pay closer attention. The young man then says she needs to get used to things and adapt to this new world. Confused, the character asks what he means by providing an example. He explains that her current clothes are not appropriate to be worn just anywhere. Looking at his phone, she is shocked to see the types of clothes women wear here. She thinks to herself that not even a dark witch would dress in such a bold manner. But she reminds herself that this is not her world and that perhaps this is normal here. Even so, the girl decides that she cannot become too dependent on him. Therefore, she asks him to take her clothes shopping and promises to pay everything back. With a doubtful expression, Chuji asks how she plans to pay him back. He warns her not to try using her storage ring to pull items out from her world. The young man reminds her that in her current state, the clothes and sword she uses are just illusions. He also warns her that robbing the rich to give to the poor is illegal in this world. Left with no options, she listens to him ask if she plans to perform her martial skills on the street for money. With a smile, he says that would be impossible, as the Kyuwooji he wrote is far too proud. Sitting on the couch, the character wonders if the creator of her world has the ability to read minds. He suggests that she write online books using his identity to earn an income. Confused, the girl asks if an identity card is like a life token from her clan. Chuji explains that it's similar because without it, one cannot use the teleportation portals. He goes on to say that, just like in her world without the card, you cannot interact with society. She then asks if she can trade her life token for cash, and the writer scolds her. She agrees to the idea of writing, stating that the purpose is to pay him back for food and lodging. With a determined look, the character asks if he will have enough money as long as she keeps writing. The girl's unexpected question leaves the protagonist completely at a loss for words. Looking out the window, he admits he doesn't even know when he might have to drop everything and work in a factory. He reflects that she might be a genius at cultivation, but she doesn't have the profile to create stories. The writer thinks the only way would be to alter her settings in the book, but finds the idea strange. Determined, she says she doesn't need him to impose his powers on her, and that she will find a way to survive. With a gentle smile, the young man agrees to take things slow and says he will help her with some advice. She questions him, asking if all his enthusiasm is just so she will cover her own expenses. He admits that is one of the reasons, because he doesn't have the funds to support an extra person. The young man then reveals that there are 2 more reasons, and the girl asks him to state what they are. He explains that the second reason is that she needs to learn to live through her own efforts. Confused by the phrasing, she ignores it and asks what the third reason is. He reveals that the third reason is that only an independent Chu Wuji will truly be able to break free from the book. The writer concludes by saying that, though it sounds like a compliment, it is the truth he believes in. With a confident smile, she asks him to take her to buy clothes as a loan. The young man is left speechless and blushes a bit at the character's determined stance. Awkwardly, he turns away and simply agrees to her request, saying it's fine. She reflects that her creator believes she needs to free herself from the book to integrate into this world. Looking up at the sky, she fills with confidence and asserts that she will definitely succeed. Shortly after, the scene changes to the front of a modern, bustling shopping mall. Inside a store, a woman compliments another's outfit, asking where she got it. Upon being called a beauty, Chu Wuji finds the compliment frivolous, but Chuji encourages her. Inside the shop, she wonders what kind of clothes to choose and why there is so little variety. With an amused smile, the character seems enchanted by the new items in the store. An enthusiastic sales associate brings out several styles of clothing for her to try on. The girl then chooses a set of clothes that she considers most dignified for her to wear. The sales associates comment that Chuji's girlfriend is cute and that they make a lovely couple. Without understanding the terms, she questions the meaning of girlfriend and lovely couple. Faced with the character's confusion, the writer and the shop assistants fall silent. The protagonist observes the situation with a slightly worried expression on his face. Shortly after, she steps out of the fitting room in her new clothes and asks how she looks. The sales associates are delighted, saying she looks gorgeous and brighter than the stars. One of them comments that even her undergarments look ancient and suggests buying a new set. Surprised, Chu Wuji asks about undergarments and admits that hers are rather inconvenient. She finds the idea scandalous but realizes it is standard practice, and an associate asks for her size. Confused, the girl doesn't understand the question and says she doesn't have any cups with her. Chuji then steps in and requests that they bring out a lace set of the highest quality. He explains to himself that he deduced her measurements based on a poem he used when creating her. Wearing the new outfit, she feels odd with her legs exposed and asks about stockings. The writer blinks a few times, processing the character's unexpected request. Soon after, the scene shifts outside, showing the tall buildings of the city. Walking down the street, she thinks people are strange and worries if someone might spot her. Back at the apartment, the young man thinks it was worth it, even if he needs to cut back on spending. The character then confronts him, saying he has never looked at her that way before. With a smile, he says there is nothing strange about it, and that many people looked at her that way on the street. He explains that others felt envious of her beauty, wanting to devour her with their eyes. She fires back, saying she thinks he is the one who wants to devour her with his gaze. Seated, she reflects that the clothes are highly comfortable and wonders if this is her first real experience. She then asks what girlfriend means, causing Chuji to panic internally. Trying to hide it, he steps closer and says it is essentially the same as a Dao companion. He explains that the term fits their relationship, as they are close and share similar thoughts. The girl then asks what lovely couple means, and he says it means they can live together. With a flushed face, she thinks his explanation is absurd and that a girlfriend is basically a lover. With a serious look, she wonders if she has finally taken the first step toward integrating into this world. The writer observes her in silence and nods, saying that it seems so. He reflects that, at least now, when she goes out, she won't be stared at like a sideshow attraction. The character then asks what the second step is, which would be obtaining an identity document. The young man says that is a real issue and that he might need help from friends to sort it out. While watching TV, she asks the name of the city, and he explains that the name used is Nanjiang. She keeps asking questions about subways and Pac-Man, and he promises to show her everything later. Upon seeing a scene on the TV, she asks what a husband and wife are, and the writer answers that they are a married couple. She finds it odd that the couple in the drama doesn't sleep together, and the young man makes up a scientific explanation. At that moment, the girl's eyes light up as she sees a strawberry cake on the screen, finding it mouth-watering. The writer explains what it is and promises to take her to eat some one day, since he has already spent a lot of money. Noticing her silence, he asks what's wrong, and she reflects that the cake looks expensive. Looking around, she realizes that the lifestyle in the drama is out of his reach and understands why he writes. The girl understands that because he couldn't get what he wanted, he began to fantasize in his stories. She understands the story about an ordinary young man who succeeds through hard work and finds rewards along the way. With a piercing gaze, she concludes that she might just be the greatest of all his rewards. The writer questions her, asking why she suddenly stopped asking questions. With a smile, she reminds him that he also has work to do, like updating a chapter. In a cute scene, she encourages him to get to work, and he wonders why she is suddenly being so understanding. With a confident smile, she seems more and more adapted to her new reality. The writer smiles slightly, feeling a warm sensation of being at home with her. But suddenly his eyes widen in shock and he screams her name in absolute panic. Her image begins to fade away, and she says she needs to return to refine her soul. She explains that she must return to her world to check if an enemy is still plotting against her. She vanishes completely, leaving the clothes behind, and he notes that this is vital for both of them. With an expression of shock that quickly turns to sorrow, the writer murmurs the word, home. Devastated, the young man drops to his knees and cries out desperately that his home is gone. Looking to the side, he sees her old garments and concludes she must have changed back into them. With a melancholy expression, the writer seems to accept the harsh reality of the situation. With a heavy heart, the writer picks up the clothes the character left behind on the floor. Next, he goes over to the washing machine and puts the items in to clean, trying to move forward. With a serious expression, the young man seems to make an important decision regarding his future. He then shakes his head, as if trying to brush away the sadness so he can focus. Dejected, Chuji walks toward his office, repeating to himself that he needs to work. Shortly after, he begins typing frantically on his keyboard, channeling all his energy into writing. After finishing the chapter, the young man clicks the button to upload the story's new update. Sitting in his chair, he rests his head on his hand and thinks of Chu Wuji's name with longing. He recalls her smile and reflects that she is a real person, not just a fictional character. The writer wonders what the impact will be of writing about her now that she possesses her own free will. He remains uncertain whether she will notice his influence and if she will still want to follow what he writes. With a disappointed look, the young man figures that was the least exciting chapter he has ever produced. Curious, he picks up his phone to check what the readers are saying about the update. The first messages are nothing but complaints, saying the chapter was brief and underwhelming. Seeing the criticism, he decides he will revise the outline over the next few days to improve the plot. But suddenly, one of the readers comments that the writing in the latest chapters has vastly improved. Surprised by the unexpected praise, the writer gets confused and doesn't understand the sudden shift in opinion. Other readers agree, stating that her description feels like that of a real person and that he has progressed. One of the readers even shares a funny meme to lighten up the group chat conversation. Blushing and with a timid smile, Shuji feels happy to see that they are praising his work. Meanwhile, back in the world of the book, the scene shifts to a majestic mountain shrouded in clouds. With her eyes closed, Chiwuji seems to slowly awaken inside her own body. Meditating on top of a boulder, she feels as though she just had a dream that lasted an eternity. The story then shows us the Grand Hall of the Sita, an imposing place radiating power. Inside the council chamber, a group of elders is gathered for an important meeting. One of them reports to the matriarch, stating that a green dragon is shedding its scales. At that, Chiwuji asserts that securing this treasure is essential and that she will take a few disciples along. An elder admires her rare and beautiful smile as she decides to select the disciples. In her thoughts, the girl disagrees with the original text, which stated that she gave a slight nod of agreement. She decides to bring along the disciple Chutian, who found the lead, and orders them to summon him. One of the elders is intrigued, wondering how the matriarch knew it was Chutian who discovered the lead. Meanwhile, Chutian is training with other disciples when a messenger arrives with a summons from the matriarch. Surprised and thrilled by the call, the young apprentice promptly complies and rushes to the main hall. Upon arriving in the matriarch's presence, Chutian drops to one knee and greets her with proper respect. Chiwuji stares at him with a serious, piercing gaze, making the atmosphere completely tense. The young man is terrified, sensing a malicious intent in her eyes, and doesn't understand why. He tries to calm down, thinking it's just his imagination, and that there would be no reason for her to want that. With a subtle smile, she notices the physical resemblance between the writer and the story's protagonist. She thinks about the age difference and wonders if he might be a younger version or perhaps even the author's son. Still frightened, the young man wonders if the matriarch is always this temperamental or if this is just a test. She praises him for the discovery and offers him access to the library and a special technique as a reward. The elders are shocked by the generosity of the reward, which is far above the young man's current level. In her thoughts, she reveals that she is repaying the writer's assistance in testing the direction of the story. The youth reflects on the irony of their lives, realizing that everything is just a story written by someone else. As a bonus, she offers an extra portion of food and announces the next mission in 7 days. Everyone is bewildered by the unusual reward, failing to understand the logic behind her decision. With a satisfied smile, the matriarch dismisses the meeting, leaving everyone confused behind her. 7 days later, the group sets out on their flying swords, led by the imposing matriarch. A disciple notices she is holding the clothes, while she thinks about defying the writer's description. She observes the young man, reflecting that he failed to learn anything on the floor of the library, but she soon remembers that all of his traits are merely settings defined by the work's author. The girl wonders if the events are fate or the writers will interfering with the plot. She foresees the upcoming battle and questions what will happen now that she has uncovered the truth about everything. With a commanding shout, the young apprentice orders everyone to advance at maximum speed. Chiu Wuji reflects that she will be better prepared the next time she goes to the other world with the writer. Meanwhile, back in the modern world, Chuji is thinking about how to secure an identity document for her. He searches online and finds out that a duplicate document costs 20, which is an issue. The writer browses a forum, seeing other passionate authors while his own life grows heavier. With determination, he hits the enter key hard, making an important decision at that very moment. On the screen, a message pops up with a username, indicating the start of a new online interaction. In an office, a college classmate of Chuji answers the phone and says he understands a bit about the matter. He explains that the census is taken every 10 years, and that getting a registration outside that window is highly rare. With a suspicious tone, the friend asks why he is suddenly so interested in this specific topic. The writer invents the excuse that he is gathering information for a research paper. Suddenly, the friend invites him to a 5-year anniversary party for their college group. Awkwardly, Chuji hangs up the call, avoiding giving his friend an answer about the party. With a serious expression, Chuji's friend Lin Huayang seems to ponder the strange phone call. The scene shifts and an elegant woman enters the office, greeting him as Chief Lin. The young man receives her politely, but thinks to himself that she is gorgeous and wishes he had met her sooner. She says she is looking for some materials she requested but has been unable to locate them. With a serious look, Chief Lin admits the situation is a bit difficult and that they need some time. The woman then informs him that she will be staying in town for a while and hopes to have good news soon. Back in his office, Chuji reflects that he has barely seen his friends, despite living close by. He opens the college group chat on his phone, which appears to be completely inactive. The writer thinks that his relationship with Lin Huayang is normal, and that he only reached out because of Chiu Wuji. He scratches his head in frustration, knowing that getting a document for her will be no easy feat. The young man knows that unless he knows someone influential, the task will be extremely challenging. He considers the idea of revealing that she is a dimensional traveler, but quickly dismisses it. The writer wonders if the immortality method from the book would actually work in the real world. With a curious look, he questions whether he himself attempt to practice the cultivation method. Shaking his head, he discards the idea, as it would strip away Chiu Wuji's freedom. He recalls her words, stating she didn't want him imposing his powers on her. With a blushed face, he thinks that she is his character, and that maybe one day she will become his wife. He calms himself down, remembering she is an immortal cultivator, not a helpless old lady. With a determined look, the writer fills with confidence, remembering the immense power she holds. He questions how such a powerful woman could be held back by a mere identity document. But soon his excitement drains away, and he lets out a disheartened sigh at the situation. Desperate, he forces himself back to writing, since he needs the money to get by. He compares his situation to that of a writer who is forced by his wife to write about a single woman. The final scene shows a comical illustration of him being watched while trying to work on the computer. He admits that although the situation is complicated, he enjoys exploring the connections between the two worlds. Seen from a distance, the young man reflects that he needs to uncover the real reason she stepped out of the book. Meanwhile, Chiu Wuji enters a cave and finds a strange scale floating above a pit. With a focused gaze, she recognizes that it is the scale left behind by the green dragon. Knowing the location is perilous, she uses her ribbon to try and capture the scale from a distance. But to her surprise, the attempt fails as the scale is held fast by a powerful suction force. A bloody hostility invades her ribbon, causing her blood and Chua to fly into a frenzy. Remaining calm, the character concentrates and begins to slowly dissipate the malevolent energy. The scale's resistance gives way, and she notices the object finally beginning to move. At that exact moment, a blood-colored hand emerges from the smoke right behind her. In the real world, the writer describes the scene and clicks to post the new chapter. With a satisfied smile, he gets amused by the notifications from readers complaining about the chapter. He knows that the next chapter will be crucial, and that the readers will be anxious to read it. Back in the story, a red light gleams in the darkness, signaling imminent danger. With wide eyes, the character notices the surprise attack heading straight for her. In a rapid movement, she draws her sword and prepares for the impending combat. A mysterious voice praises her perception, saying it is impossible to take her by surprise. With a serious expression, she glares into the darkness and challenges the enemy to show themselves. With a wicked laugh, the Lord of Venomous Snakes finally reveals his presence. In her thoughts, she senses that the villain is not as strong as he ought to be. She accuses him of having already infiltrated the location the previous day, only to be blocked by the formation. The character continues, saying he quietly followed her after she broke through the barrier. The villain is shocked, wondering how she knew and why she didn't attack him sooner. He claims that he arrived first and that, by right, the treasure should belong to him by merit. A giant centipede emerges from the shadows, preparing to strike at any second. With a confident smile, the girl agrees with him, saying that whoever arrives first holds the right. But she adds that now that she has seen him, she can assert that his life belongs to her. The villain is completely stunned by the unexpected twist in her words. He fails to comprehend her logic and wonders if someone has taken control of her body. The Snake Lord realizes that his own words have been turned against him in an instant. Left with no escape, the villain despairs as his divine spirit has been shattered by her sword. With a quick flick of her fingers, the character prepares to unleash her next strike. She conjures a powerful blast of fire that hits the Snake Lord dead on. Dazed and with a wounded face, the villain screams in agony from the devastating impact of the blow. Fallen on the ground, he wonders when she became so ruthless and powerful. Desperate, he decides to manipulate his spirit and escape, even if it costs him his very life. In the blink of an eye, the giant centipede rises from the waters, ready to obey its master. The monster thrashes violently, its imposing presence filling the cave with an aura of danger. Noticing the change in the creature, the girl invokes the power of fire to counterattack. In a burst of light and flames, the centipede is completely obliterated by her power. With a serious look, the character stands her ground, ready for any further challenge. On the other side, the villain seems to feel the impact of his creature's destruction. With a roar of fury, he releases all his energy in one last, desperate explosion. The character crosses her arms to shield herself from the shockwave tearing through the cave. The blast hits her with force, throwing her backward from the sheer intensity of the impact. She falls into the water of the pit, sinking slowly while the villain manages to escape. A malevolent shadow promises vengeance for the destruction of his body in the future. Sinking, the girl realizes she is being poisoned and wonders if the book's will is absolute. She reflects that if such a minor detail cannot be changed, altering a major event would be impossible. The character admits she knew about the centipede, but simply wanted to observe what would happen. She questions whether her lack of determination was due to a fear of causing trouble for the writer. A voice seems to echo in her mind, saying she found the antidote all on her own, without any help. She understands the logic that the antidote grows in venomous environments, but no one would think to look for it there. With this new realization, she reaches out her hand and finds a glowing plant at the bottom of the pit. Holding the antidote, the girl seems to find fresh hope in the middle of the darkness. In the real world, the writer smiles, holding an image of the plant that saved his character. The scene finishes with a cute illustration of the character, looking relieved and at peace. One of the disciples approaches the pit and calls out for the matriarch, worried about her condition. Chutian arrives right after and greets her, finding her meditating at the edge of the water. He asks if she is injured, and she replies that she was poisoned but is already recovering. The young man offers a fruit to cure the poison, but she declines, telling him to keep the item. With an expression of admiration, Chutian is thoroughly impressed by her divination skills. He then takes his leave and departs, leaving the matriarch alone in the cave. Watching him leave, she thinks to herself that the thread connecting him to her has been completely severed. She reflects that the mission was designed for him to earn her appreciation along with the dragon scale. But with the shift in events, she realizes that the opportunity now belongs exclusively to her. The character meditates, feeling the effects of the poison strengthening her body as she prepares to use the scale. With a serene smile, she wonders how long she will be able to stay in the real world next time. Back in his apartment, the writer reads the comments from readers, who are thoroughly confused by the story. He himself admits that the current plot makes no sense for a harem book, and that it irritates him. But he remembers that Shiwuji herself forbade him from touching her, which leaves him frustrated. With a resigned smile, he thinks that aside from her not allowing it, he himself doesn't want to write that. In a comical scene, he wonders who Chutian even is to have the right to touch her. He considers himself the strangest author in the world, but he does not regret his choices. With a determined look, he asserts that, for the sake of her smile, he regrets absolutely nothing. The writer reflects on a friend's words and even considers making her the main protagonist. He feels he has created a prison for himself and that the future is now a massive gamble. With a sigh, the young man stands up, ready to face whatever comes his way. His gaze fills with a renewed determination, showing that he is not about to give up. Suddenly, the character appears right in front of him, as if she had been summoned by his thoughts. She stares at him with a serious expression, her gaze locked onto his in deep silence. With a gentle and genuine smile, the character breaks the silence and thanks the writer. Next, she asks what happened to the Snake Lord, but begins to feel unwell. The girl realizes she was still poisoned and that major events correct themselves to follow the book. Worried, the young man asks if she is hurting because of the poisoning. She replies that it was nothing, but is surprised that no one in the sect showed concern for her. The writer is shocked, realizing that the book's characters lack free will of their own. With a melancholy look, she explains that everyone assumes she can endure absolutely anything. She wonders if he views her merely as his creation or as a normal woman. With a warmed heart, the character feels embarrassed, yet comforted by his concern. Preparing some tea, the writer wonders if the events he wrote are an inevitable destiny. He realizes that if he had written that the villain was defeated, it would have actually happened. With a curious look, the character questions him as to why he decided to write that the villain escaped. The young man explains that a villain like that serves as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth. Annoyed, she turns around and accuses him of feeling proud for controlling everyone's fate. He replies that maybe he controls destiny in the book, but in real life he has no control over anything. With a gentle smile, the writer tries to calm the situation between the two of them. He says their meeting was fate, but is a type of fate that he cannot control. Coughing to cover it up, he changes the subject and says he was pondering a question. With a neutral expression, the character faces him and asks what it is he wants to know. He asks if he can practice her cultivation methods or create one tailored for himself. With an air of superiority, the girl says she will teach him, provided their bodies are compatible. But she warns him that the spiritual energy in this world is far too weak to be effective. The writer wonders if this is a way for the universe to prevent him from becoming too powerful. With a smile, she teases him, asking if he has never considered that he himself might be a character. Excited, he sits down on the floor and invites her to begin the training right away. She touches his forehead, transferring knowledge to him, and he asks if she created that herself. With an amused gesture, she says no, that her world is merely an invention of his. Curious, the character expresses her desire to view the sacred scriptures of this world. He says he has already purchased plenty of information and that everything is stored on his computer. She begins to teach him the mental cultivation method, warning him about the dangers of any deviation. While listening, the writer seems to have a doubt and interrupts her with a question. Awkwardly, he asks where exactly the 12 sutras are located and how he should circulate his energy. With her bangs covering her eyes, she reminds him that he was the one who wrote all of that. With her face red with anger, she yells that anyone else would have struck him by now. She attacks him with a cushion, repeatedly asking where the sutras he invented are located. Fallen on the floor, he finds it odd that the attack didn't hurt much and that she smells really nice. With an irritated huff, the character turns away, still upset over the situation. She blinks one eye, appearing to have calmed down a bit after her burst of anger. Standing in the middle of the room, the girl stares at him with a serious expression, waiting for an answer. With her eyes spinning, she stands in shock and wonders how that could have possibly happened. She remembers that he took her undergarments and now realizes that he washed them for her. With a blushed face, she says he no longer needs to wash her clothes and that she will do it herself. Fallen on the floor, the writer is left confused, failing to understand the character's sudden reaction. He wonders if her anger has to do with the stockings, even though he didn't do anything wrong. In her thoughts, she questions whether he is a lonely old man and he fears getting beaten up again. The scene flashes back to the moment he arrived and found her in a change of clothes. She reflects that as long as she keeps a clear conscience, there is no issue with them living together. The character explains that in the future, she will be able to transform her own clothes without needing to shop. With a sigh, the writer thinks that all the money spent could have been saved. He accuses her of wanting to experience the real-world lifestyle on purpose. The young man reveals that he received his earnings and can now support them without any difficulty. With a suspicious expression, she accuses him of wanting her to wear real clothes for improper purposes. Shocked by the accusation, the writer is left speechless, caught entirely off guard. He vehemently denies it, shouting that he is not a creep and that she is mistaken. He reflects that real objects feel more touching than illusions and that her departure hurt much more. With a blushed face, she admits that what he said makes sense, but that his reaction was bizarre. She feels relieved that he came back quickly, as if it had been merely a business trip. He smiles at her and the character, confused, asks the reason behind his smile. The writer thinks to himself that, this time, she returned looking even more alive, like a three-dimensional fairy. With a teasing smile, she says someone like him would be the villain in his own book. He replies that he can also be the main character, because only other people are villains. She retorts, saying her Chutin performs much better than he does as a protagonist. He tries to defend himself, but she misinterprets him and threatens him in a playful manner. Changing the subject, she says she needs to buy a new pair of stockings, as the previous one tore. The writer finds the way she transformed cute, but reflects on people's obsessions. With a serious posture, she invites him to sit down so she can show him his spiritual veins. She gives him 5 days to memorize everything, threatening him should he fail the task. Sitting on the floor, the writer complains that he cannot manage the lotus position correctly. With a concentrated look, she steps closer and says the veins ought to be around there. He stares at her, lost in thought, while she leans in to examine him. With a swift tap, she hits him on the head, scolding him for his distraction. She asks what he was thinking about, and he seems to snap out of a deep trance. With a bandage on his head, he smiles and says now it's his turn to examine her veins. Awkwardly, he corrects himself and suggests they can take turns with the task. Suddenly, the writer's expression shifts to one of pure shock and disbelief. With his face breaking into a cold sweat, he is left speechless, unable to process what just occurred. She examines him and says he is fragile on the inside with restless organs and weak muscles. With an awkward smile, he replies that it is common for online writers to have poor health. She concludes that he cannot cultivate and needs to improve his physical condition before trying. With lightning flashing in the background, he feels an existential void from her diagnosis. Desperate, he begs her not to use the word void with him ever again. She stares at him with a serious expression, as if analyzing his reaction. He promises to start exercising beginning today, and she notes that he possesses a bit of self-awareness. Shortly after, they have dinner together, enjoying a savory, home-cooked meal. She advises him to watch his diet and rest, but he counters that cultivators don't need all that. The character reminds him that the point of cultivating is to perform deeds ordinary people cannot. With a sly smile, he asks if he ought to call her master from now on. She fires back with a smile, suggesting that he call her creator god. Seated, she questions why he eats out every single day if he isn't wealthy. With a burp, he answers that the difference is that there are many lazy people in this world. He asks if she knows how to cook, and she says he never wrote about that in his story. With a confident smile, he asserts that based on her settings, she must know how to cook. She ignores him and asks why she should cook for him, wearing an expression of disdain. In a comical scene, he reminds her that the place is rented and that she lives there too. With an aura of authority, she orders him to go buy rice, cooking oil, and salt. He explains that he already has all of that and that she can buy stockings, and the two head out together. At the shop, she asks if there's a lace version, and the sales associate confirms there is. The associate offers white lace stockings, and the character falls silent, lost in thought. With a serious expression, she seems to analyze the available options on the store shelf. The writer asks if she wants to take those or if she prefers to choose other items. She notices a unisex pajama set and wonders why men's and women's clothes look identical. He explains it's like a uniform and that it's natural for people living together to wear matching outfits. The young man feels as though he is trying to trick a 10,000-year-old sage with his words. With a smile, he calls over the sales associate and asks to take both pairs of pajamas. The associate praises the choice, but Chu Wuji gets annoyed upon seeing that he picked a different pajama set. With an expression of disdain, she glares at him, making it clear she did not appreciate the switch. Ignoring her irritation, he asserts that whoever holds the funds has the final say and settles the bill. Back at the apartment, the writer sits on the floor, completely wiped out after the shopping trip. She calls him weak, and he retorts that for her, carrying 20 kilograms is like doing embroidery. Surprised, the character asks if it's possible to earn money by being strong or knowing how to fight. While putting away the groceries, she questions him on whether a document is required for that as well. He explains that it is, and that without a document, the only option would be to cross the border. Resigned, she says it's fine, and that she is heading to the kitchen to prepare the food. She regrets her harsh words and wanted to say she would look after him, but now it is too late. The character begins to organize the ingredients, getting ready to start cooking. She reflects that cooking is a form of labor and that she can use it to cover her rent. Upon attempting to use the stove, she coughs from the dust and wonders how long it has been since it was last used. From the doorway, the writer answers with a smile, saying it has been at least half a year. Startled, she turns around and flees the kitchen, leaving the young man confused by her reaction. With a confident smile, the character seems to have come up with an idea to solve the problem. She calls him a silly creator god and uses her powers to clean the kitchen with magic. In an instant, the kitchen is left sparkling, spotless, and ready to be used once again. She steps out of the kitchen and finds him on the phone, requesting a delivery for a gas cylinder. With a smile on his face, the writer seems to be enjoying the unexpected situation. She questions him about who he is speaking with, and he explains he is ordering gas. Suspicious, she asks why he didn't finish his sentence, and if it was because of her. In a comical scene, he hangs up the phone and the two stare at each other in a tense silence. With an irritated huff, he turns away and heads to the living room, leaving her behind in the kitchen. Confused, he sits down and wonders why they are bickering over such a silly reason. From the door, she asks what is wrong, and he answers that it's something regarding the book. She doesn't understand why people argue over books, since their destinies won't alter like hers did. He explains that everyone has different ideas, and that is why it is hard to achieve a unified opinion. The writer reflects that the controversy he created drew many readers to his book. He doesn't understand how a simple venomous self-rescue could generate so much debate on the forum. She asks if this is good or bad for him and feels that she has caused him a lot of trouble. He stands up and says it's wonderful, as he feared losing readers, but now fresh ones are arriving. The young man remembers the history books she requested and notes that they have already arrived. He hands over a book regarding the history of China, stating she ought to begin with that one. She finds the 5,000-year-old civilization very young, saying it is newer than she herself is. With a smile, he teases her, saying he knows she is an elderly lady. He explains that the theme of his book is about social change rather than immortality. She listens to him in silence, processing the fresh information he just revealed. Sitting near the window, the character begins to read the history book with close attention. The writer observes her, his gaze thoughtful and melancholy as he sees her immersed in her reading. He reflects that the scene of them, with him writing and her reading, could make a beautiful painting. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and the voice of the gas deliveryman echoes through the apartment. The scene shifts outside, showing the deliveryman arriving at the location. Elsewhere, a man in a suit hangs up his cell phone and says he could only assist up to that point. Back at the apartment, the writer appears tense, tapping his fingers on the desk. He takes a sip from his mug, appearing anxious or nervous about something. Beside him, the character is focused, typing something on her cell phone rapidly. She feels guilty for doing nothing while he works and thinks about pouring him some tea. In a cute scene, she wonders if her role here is that of a maid or a friend. She berates herself for having that thought and wonders if he is influencing her once again. The clock reads 5:30 in the afternoon, and time passes slowly in the apartment. With a sigh, the writer reflects that it might be better now to write a story without a heroine. He notices that his writing style is becoming similar to that of another famous author. Upon finishing, he clicks the upload button to submit the story's fresh chapter. Right after, comments from readers begin to pop up, with opinions heavily divided. He analyzes the comments and feels relieved, as he expected more than half the readers to drop the book. Suddenly, a delicious aroma fills the room, sparking the writer's curiosity. In the kitchen, something is being prepared masterfully in a hot skillet on the stove. He approaches and finds the character cooking with an apron, totally concentrated. The young man reflects that his original plan for her was entirely different from what is happening now. With a serene look, the girl seems to have adapted incredibly well to her fresh life in the real world. She notices him and asks what is wrong, as if she had never seen anyone cook before. He stands fascinated, as he has never seen her use her powers in that manner just to cook. The character explains that it is more precise, and that the effort required is lesser that way. Upon tasting the food, the writer is amazed, declaring it mouth-watering and heavenly. He praises the food, saying that restaurant meals taste like slop in comparison. With a satisfied smile, she wonders if she could earn money if she became a chef. The character then sets down her chopsticks, ending the meal with a serious expression. The writer informs her that it will be highly difficult to secure an identity document for her at the moment. She agrees, comparing the situation to that of a disciple who appears out of nowhere in her sect. With a smile, she says she doesn't mind and that she will cover the rent with her work from now on. The young man lets out a sigh, appearing a bit frustrated, yet also relieved by her decision. He questions her about her reading, and if she found anything difficult to comprehend in the book. She comments on the similarities between the ancient eras of both worlds, finding it intriguing. The character mentions she always felt his world ought to possess spiritual energy. He explains that many books use that setting, with energy depleting over the course of time. She corrects him, stating the energy didn't vanish entirely, it is merely highly faint. The girl adds that she senses the energy is slightly stronger than the last time she was here. With a thoughtful look, he wonders if the world's spiritual energy is undergoing a resurgence. He questions whether this could be the true reason she managed to step out of the book. Gazing at the city, he reflects that something unusual might be unfolding in his world. He realizes that if the world is truly rejuvenating, he can no longer just sit idly by. Looking at his cell phone, he decides he needs to attend the gatherings he had been putting off. The writer understands that to uncover the truth, he will need to go out and socialize more. But he admits to himself that he dislikes socializing and fears the shifts in his life. He looks at her as she uses her powers to wash the dishes and appears deep in thought. She wonders what the point is of making shifts now that everything is already established. The scene cuts, and the first thing to shift is the writer's morning routine. He now dedicates himself to exercising, running through the park with determination to improve his physical fitness. But soon exhaustion catches up to him and he halts, wiped out, requesting a moment to rest. With a serious expression, the character urges him to keep going, stating there are still 50 laps left. At another moment, he struggles to perform pull-ups, and she teases him for his lack of strength. Later on, he does push-ups, and she questions him regarding the unusual posture of the exercise. She mocks his strength, and he gets flustered, embarrassed by his poor performance. In a comical scene, he yells at her to stop staring at him and go read her book. With an indifferent expression, she agrees and returns to her studies and reading. Following the workout, he suggests she take a shower, since she must still get dirty like anyone else. She answers that she can cleanse herself with her powers and suggests he do the same to save time. He declines, stating he wouldn't feel truly clean if he used magic to wash himself. The bathroom door closes and the character remains in the living room, reading quietly on the couch. She flips through the book with interest, deep in the history and the knowledge it holds. With the sound of the shower in the background, she reflects that living together is disruptive and strange. In a cute scene, she tries to convince herself that nothing is amiss since she didn't see him. But she recalls that even in her world, she sometimes preferred a bath over using her spells. She concludes that his comment was intentional, as he is familiar with her habits. Annoyed by the teasing, she decides she won't take a bath and heads to her room instead. She finds fresh pajamas on her bed and wonders how much he yearns to live with her. With a smile, she grabs a pillow and reflects that, in truth, she doesn't even need to sleep. Night falls and the scene displays the city asleep under a peaceful, starry sky. In the character's room, the air conditioning is running, keeping the environment cool. Lying at his bed, the writer wonders if she knows how to operate the device but soon calms down. He finds it odd that he isn't sleepy, even after all the exercise he did. The young man tosses in bed, restless, unable to fall asleep by any means. He continues to toss and turn, insomnia keeping him awake and thoughtful through the night. With his eyes open in the darkness, he stares at the ceiling, his mind full of worries. He gets out of bed and decides to head to the bathroom in the middle of the night. The young man opens his bedroom door and walks toward the apartment's bathroom. Upon opening the door, he runs right into the character, who has just stepped out of the bath. Wearing the exact same pajamas as he is, the girl stares at him with an expression of surprise. The camera focuses on her lips, highlighting her beauty and the tense mood of the moment. The scene then centers on her pajamas, which are slightly open, revealing part of her form. With a blushed face, the character turns completely embarrassed by the unexpected situation. The writer observes her in silence, likewise surprised to find her there in that manner. A cute detail on his pajamas, a heart with a little face, appears to greet her. The little heart winks at her, adding a touch of humor to the awkward scene. With a crimson face, she feels ashamed for being caught and for the clothes she is wearing. Not knowing what to say, the character stammers, trying to find words for the situation. With a gentle smile, he wishes her a good night and tells her to rest early, trying to ease the tension. She watches him walk away, still processing the unexpected encounter in the middle of the night. The following day, she finds a note explaining how to use the air conditioning. With a thoughtful expression, the girl seems to reflect on his kindness and care. She lets out a sigh, appearing a bit frustrated or perhaps confused by her own feelings. On the other side, the writer is collapsed on the floor, exhausted and sore from the previous day's workout. He begs for a break, saying he cannot handle any more exercise for today. With a serious expression, she questions him regarding his determination to make a difference. She explains that soreness is normal and that he ought to have gotten a massage instead of taking a shower. With an expression of pain, he asks if there is any way to soothe the ache he is feeling. She says there is, that she can use an immortal method to heal him, but hesitates a little. With an expression of suffering, she questions why her techniques fail to work for healing purposes here. She demands an explanation, appearing irritated and confused by the limitation of her powers. Not knowing how to respond, the writer looks away, trying to find the correct words. He recalls how male protagonists always heal women without clothes in dramas. In a comical scene, he admits that, as a harem writer, he made healing into something much more intimate. With a suspicious look, she realizes he is up to no good with that explanation. Annoyed, she points at him and demands that he change this setting immediately in his book. Sitting on the bed, he explains that he cannot alter the story from one moment to the next. She understands that to heal him, she will need to touch him, and he agrees with an excited smile. Irritated, she tells him to treat himself and that she hopes it hurts a lot, but he stops her. He explains that he cannot waste time recovering, as he needs to unravel her secret. In a comical scene, she kicks him away, stating she will not be fooled by him. Fallen on the floor, he thinks to himself that it is no easy task to trick that elderly lady. She approaches, and a heart on her pajamas seems to come alive, glowing intensely. The character stares at the detail on the pajamas, appearing a bit surprised by the sight. The little heart takes on a life of its own, blinking and moving in an amusing fashion. With a smile, she finds the sight pleasant and different from what she expected. She wonders if she ought to learn more about the medical knowledge of that world. With a thoughtful look, the girl reflects that otherwise, she would miss out on many landscapes. She blinks one eye, appearing to have made an important decision for the future. Standing tall, she asserts that as a cultivator, she can endure everything with calm and patience. The writer writhes in pain on the floor, and she observes him with a serious expression. She wonders what his life is like and if she has managed to see the entire house yet. While massaging him, she thinks it will be amusing to watch him grow old over the coming decades. With a melancholy look, the character seems to have a dark and unsettling thought. She reflects that it wouldn't be very amusing if he passed away from old age, which leaves her pensive. With a strike, she wakes him up and orders him to stand up and continue his training. She convinces herself that she needs to make him work harder, since he must not pass away. Desperate, he begs to stop, but she threatens him with more exercise if he slows down his pace. His shout of no echoes through the city, showing his despair over the intense training. Afterward, he hands his cell phone over to her, saying that the device is hers now. She calls it a magical artifact and asks if it is expensive, marveled by the technology. He explains that it isn't, and that with the phone and a book, she will learn about the world much faster. Seated, she questions him regarding his expenses and how long the money will last. With a smile, he reminds her that she was the one who asked to borrow the funds. She accuses him of trying to trap her in debt on purpose, and he admits to the strategy with humor. With a sly smile, she asks if he knows what the easiest way to settle a debt is. She answers that if he is no longer alive, she won't need to pay him back. He laughs at her answer, finding the character's attitude amusing and unexpected. With a smile, the writer says that she is definitely not the Chuwuji he created. Annoyed, she turns around and asks why she ought to be his Chuwuji, after all. He asks for her hand, and the character, suspicious, asks what he intends to do. With a gentle touch, he holds her hand, telling her simply to trust him. He reassures her, saying he wouldn't do anything to her, and asks if she thinks she could defeat him anyway. With a pen in hand, the young man prepares to write down something important for her. She observes him in silence, her expression serious as she waits to see what he will do. With a smile, he writes something on the palm of her hand, appearing to enjoy the moment. He reveals that he wrote her cell phone number, requesting that she commit it to memory. Looking down at the number, she wonders if this brings her closer to becoming a person of that world. While hanging up the clothes, he reflects that she is now becoming more and more bound to him. He realizes that even though he isn't wealthy, he is fulfilling his promise to help her. With a blushed face, she thinks to herself that she feels uneasy, but that she will assist him if he asks. Suddenly, she feels a strange urge to return to her own world, which startles her. She questions whether she ought to return on her own accord, but concludes she doesn't need to go right now. With a smile, she decides that instead, she ought to help him cook something mouthwatering. He teaches her how to use the phone to shop and transfer money, and she feels grateful. He suggests she create an identity on WeChat and asks what majestic name she will choose. On the screen, the names Shu Tian and Shu Wuji pops up, indicating the creation of the fresh profile. Confused, she wonders why her name was drawn from a poem and what his intention was. She reflects on the meaning of the names, wondering if she follows heaven, which would be him. With a focused look, the character notices that he didn't even think about any of that when creating her. He smiles, saying he is happy with the name he gave her and that he intends to keep it that way. She agrees, saying she is Chu Wuji and that there is no reason to shift her name now. Changing the subject, she asks where she can find a cookbook to prepare meals. He explains she doesn't need a book and can find everything on her phone or computer. Confused by the technology, she holds the phone and asks regarding his writing business. With a smile, he says those are the most vital magical items of that world. Continuing with the topic, the girl requests to be taught regarding those items. Soon after, the setting shifts to the calm exterior of the building. At that moment, a hooded man in the shadows observes the location, searching for his target. With that, the mysterious individual manages to cross through and blend into the concrete wall. The story returns to show the view of the apartment block catching the sunlight. Meanwhile, the young man writes and notes that the roles of the two characters are going to expand. But he stops typing for a moment as he considers an important shift. Thoughtful, the youth analyzes whether he ought to grant more prominence to other members of the work. At that exact instant, the sound of a notification interacts on the taskbar. Reading the name, he notices it is the editor and questions the reason for the sudden contact. Startled, the protagonist imagines he will be called out for some argument in the comments section. However, the professional merely lets him know that the text was approved and requests fresh chapters. Relieved by the news, the youth feels happy to notice that his hard work bore good fruit. Right after, another message arrives, and he is surprised to see who sent it. In the text, an old classmate asserts that he vanished from the groups and turned into a machine. Smiling at the screen, the young man types that his mind is at ease and the writing flows smoothly. The conversation goes on, and the friend questions if he was busy going out with a beautiful woman. Confused, the protagonist adjusts his glasses and tries to figure out where they were spotted together. Without beating around the bush, the classmate replies that he works as a security guard and noticed them while chasing a thief. Worried, the writer grows thoughtful regarding the criminals until he is called for dinner. Quickly, he stands up from his chair with a massive smile on his face as he answers. Upon meeting up, the girl notices his happiness and asks the reason for his joy. Laughing, the young man explains that he had an excellent day and compares the feeling to a blessing. Surprised by his good mood, she questions if he is receiving main character treatment. Following that, the youth simply confirms the theory with a look full of pride and confidence. Observing the scene, the young lady falls silent for a moment with a highly soft posture. But soon the situation shifts when her face becomes much more serious and intense. With an aura of fire, the warrior woman deduces that her protagonist's luck was stolen by him. Breaking into a cold sweat, the young man suggests the luck came from the heroine's presence and shifts the topic. After that minor scare, the duo finally begins to enjoy the mouthwatering meal. Continuing with the meal, the woman holds her chopsticks and prepares to eat her portion. Right after, she lets him know she will tap into the afternoon energy to train and requests not to be disturbed. The setting shifts to a tree outside while the young man calmly agrees to her request. Meanwhile, in the room, the young lady sits on the floor and begins to meditate, surrounded by a glowing aura. With her eyes closed and a serene expression, she remains entirely concentrated on her spiritual training. But the calm is shattered when the figure of a hooded man crosses right through the wall behind her. Holding a knife in his hands, the mysterious intruder approaches the warrior woman with malicious intent. The intruder observes the girl from up close and displays a bandage on his face while analyzing the situation. Completely enchanted by the sight, the intruder thinks to himself that she is a highly gorgeous woman. He comments that he stumbled upon the wrong person at the location and celebrates the fact that he just hit the absolute jackpot. Before he can make a move, the female warrior snaps her bright eyes open, showing she is fully aware of everything. With a fierce glare, sparks of blue energy begin to surface on her face to protect herself. Out of nowhere, a powerful lightning bolt strikes the criminal, lighting up his skeleton and making him drop his weapon. Shocked and hurting, he panics as he realizes he cannot move, suspecting a spell has been cast on him. Without showing much of a reaction, the young woman just stares at him from the floor, looking completely superior. Fearing for his life, the man begs for mercy, claiming he was just passing through the area. Right at that moment, the protagonist walks into the room and smacks the intruder on the head with a broomstick. The scene shifts outside the building as the sound of the loud impact echoes through the area. Back in the room, the writer holds the broom tightly and asks, worried, if she is hurt. With her feet resting on the back of the defeated guy, the girl responds by asking who he is talking to. The young man notices the funny scene and realizes that the thief is the one who should be worried about his own safety. Calming down, the young man remembers she is a very strong, immortal warrior and wonders why he was so worried in the first place. Looking at his companion, the writer asks how she noticed the bad guy even though he walked right through the wall. Giving an awkward laugh, the young man explains he could not sleep and went to check it out after hearing a noise. With her face blushing a bit, the woman figures he must have been paying close attention to what was happening next door. Noticing the young man's feet, she reflects on how a writer rushed to save her even though he was still sore. Deeply moved by his protective nature, she shows a beautiful smile when she notices he put his shoes on backward. Concerned about him, the woman grabs the broom and warns him about the thug's weapon while the young man tries to speak. Lying on the ground, the intruder regrets the humiliation and finds it weird that the couple is completely ignoring him. Suddenly, the bad guy panics when he hears the woman coldly ask if she should just finish him off right there. Scared by the idea, the young man waves his hand and warns her that they need to turn the intruder over to the local authorities. With a calm look, the woman asks if it would be a problem if she just turned the bad guy into a complete fool instead. Scratching his head, the protagonist explains it is better just ask direct questions to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Gathering blue lightning in her hand, the warrior insists on using her skills if the weak guy refuses to tell the truth. Completely terrified, the intruder bows to the ground and begs, saying he will tell them absolutely everything they want to know. The thug reflects on the woman's terrifying power and concludes it is much better to go to jail than to lose his mind. After that, the scene calms down while the hosts stare at the criminal kneeling on the floor, waiting for their questions. Crossing her arms, the young woman strikes an imposing pose and orders the guy to explain where he got that strange ability. Sweating from nerves, the bad guy gets confused and asks if they are not curious about the real reason he broke in. Hearing that, the warrior narrows her glowing eyes with a stern look that shows the absolute limit of her patience. Terrified by the pressure, the guy points to his own head and reveals that there are other people out there with abilities just like his. Surprised by the news, the two exchange glances, try to figure out if this is some kind of awakening of supernatural powers. Confused by the whole thing, the writer asks why he has never seen anything like it in his nearly 30 years of life. In response, the intruder claims that newbies take a long time to find allies and that special people usually form secret groups. At that exact moment, the focus shifts to the duo's faces, showing how closely they are listening to the details revealed by the criminal. Holding the broom in his arms, the young man analyzes the situation and mocks the fact that the intruder uses such a rare power just to commit robberies. Offended by the accusation, the bad guy asks if his clothes look like a common thief's and grumbles about his own outfit. Fearing another shock, the guy points and swears he was just looking for a hidden enemy around the neighborhood. Not buying the story, the writer accuses the bad guy of lying, and the woman quickly strikes the restrained guy's face. After the harsh punishment, the duo watches the enemy on the floor, and the young man feels absolutely certain that the guy is making things up. Holding his cleaning weapon, the young man deduces that the criminal chose noon knowing that everyone would be asleep. Very upset, the warrior warns him that he keeps lying even when facing defeat and blasts a powerful shot toward the coward. Frightened by the sudden attack, the young man backs away in a cold sweat, glad he did not make her angry in the past. With his face totally swollen, the intruder puts his hands together and begs for mercy, promising to tell everything he hid before. Bursting into tears, the guy explains that he followed a dangerous target to the building's floor to settle a major score. Lost in thought, the protagonist recalls the image of a hooded girl and wonders what she could have done to be hunted down. The scene illustrates the criminal's story, describing how the hunt broke the rules of the underworld with several brutal incidents. Shocked by the bizarre tale, the young man freezes, realizing how insane it is that mercenaries exist in today's society. Trying to keep things logical, the writer reasons that strange events are normal, considering he lives with a heroine straight out of a book. Right after that, the beautiful warrior sneaks up on the young man and whispers the idea of investigating that enemy group. The young man explains that it is too risky to get involved with unknown enemies and asks her to wipe the criminal's memories instead. Hearing his request, the beautiful warrior rests her hand on her chin and thinks about the situation for a brief moment. Shortly after, she agrees with the idea, stating that erasing that guy's recent memories would not be a problem at all. Meanwhile, the writer reflects that the girl would definitely want to look into that group to understand this world better. The young man keeps analyzing his companion's strength and figures she could easily infiltrate the secret organization. Watching the woman from a distance, he imagines that an investigation mission would be way more exciting for her daily routine. Despite that, the young man gets a worried look, admitting to himself that he does not want to disrupt his peaceful life all of a sudden. The scene focuses on the warrior's serious face while the protagonist thinks that discovering the truth about the world should not happen so abruptly. Putting her thoughts aside, the heroine raises her hand and delivers a swift blow right to the back of the kneeling criminal's neck. With a fierce look, the young woman orders the bad guy to hand over all his money, celebrating the chance to make a profit without leaving the house. Hearing the absurd demand, the restrained guy gets totally confused, while the homeowner just watches in silence. Immediately after, the story shifts its focus to the front door as a desperate cry of pain echoes through the apartment. Back inside the apartment, the woman uses her hand to place a few coins and bills on top of the table. Analyzing a bill, the young woman asks if that cash works the same way as the balance on her phone app. Completely charmed by the money, she deduces that this method is faster than writing books and promises to pay back her debt. Crying in a funny way, the writer laments the situation and blames himself for not giving his character a better personality. The scene goes back to normal, and the woman decides to get rid of the past, out-thug since her partner has no interest in the cash. Right after dealing with the break-in, the narrative shows a wide, peaceful view of the residential buildings lit up by the sun. Outside, the body of the mysterious mugger is left completely unconscious, dropped on the ground in a wooded area. Hiding behind a concrete block, the two young people watch the guy while the young man asks if leaving him there is safe. The heroine explains she wiped his recent memories and suggests just waiting for him to wake up without calling the local authorities. Hearing how cold the girl can be, the young man adjusts his glasses and wonders why she is so talented at this kind of stuff. At that moment, a guard approaches the bad guy, and the young man concludes that the intruder would have hurt regular people if he were anywhere else. The guard kneels next to the body and uses his radio to request that the police be called to the scene immediately. As they walk peacefully through the residential complex, the woman notices her partner's silence and asks if he is upset about something. Focusing on his steps, the young man asks her never to steal from anyone in this world again, as it could bring serious consequences. With a serene look, the heroine accepts the scolding peacefully but makes it clear that her choice has nothing to do with his orders. The young man smiles and confesses that her stubbornness might be due to the settings he created himself in his fantasy universe. Full of joy, he admits his only worry is keeping her safe and points out that he actually loved teaching the thief a good lesson. The scene ends with the girl walking through the sunlit garden, flashing a soft smile while promising to be much more careful. Walking through the park, the woman asks if his fear has to do with getting involved in the supernatural world. Watching a child play, the writer confesses he feels a bit uncomfortable having his normal routine interrupted. Giving a sincere smile, the young man states that, at the end of the day, he is just an ordinary person living a peaceful life. The warrior reflects on his words and wonders how the creator god of the universe considers himself just an average guy. Laughing awkwardly, the young man scratches his head and admits he has no idea how she even managed to leave the magical world. Without stopping her walk, she argues that awakened gifts show everyone's true essence and define how they live. Looking straight into her partner's eyes, the woman states that his frustration is just a reflection of his own weakness. Hearing those wise words, the protagonist flashes a slight smile as the gentle breeze moves his long hair. A peaceful atmosphere takes over the place while the young man reflects that she almost took down her own creator to change fate. At that exact instant, a flash of blue and red light crosses their faces, revealing the unexpected arrival of a police car. Along with the sound of the siren, the duo turns their heads and notices a police car parking a bit further away. Totally caught off guard by the sudden situation, the writer turns around and gets confused, trying to make sense of the commotion. Watching the fuss from afar, the young man recognizes an old acquaintance talking to a uniformed officer on the street. Near the police car, the intruder defeated earlier is put into the vehicle, looking completely clueless with no memories left. Striking an imposing pose with his hands in his trench coat pockets, the detective watches the police officers work in total silence. The focus closes in on the calm face of the man in charge as he pulls a cigarette out of the pack in the middle of the whole procedure. The scene changes back to the writer, who is now in the middle of a crowd of curious onlookers watching the case closely. Sensing a familiar presence in the crowd, the investigator puts the cigarette in his mouth and looks over to confirm his suspicion. Without wasting time, the officer walks away from the car and goes straight over to greet the protagonist on the sidewalk of the complex. The man in the trench coat smokes and asks if his friend lives around there, but the young man lies, saying he is just passing through. The young man asks about the detective's job and finds out he was recently transferred to handle special cases. With a suspicious look, the detective takes a puff of his cigarette and asks if the young man has noticed any strange people hanging around the neighborhood lately. Smiling to play it cool, the writer replies that he barely knows his neighbors and emphasizes that he has not seen anything out of the ordinary at all. The conversation is interrupted when an officer runs toward the duo to update them on the local security footage. The focus shows their shoes on the asphalt as the investigator mentions he needs to get back to work and says a quick goodbye. Waving his hands, the young man admires his friend's boss status and jokes around, asking him to buy him dinner next time. Back on the case, the boss receives the strange piece of information that the captured man simply appeared on the cameras out of nowhere. With a serious expression and his hand on his chin, the detective takes in the information and agrees with the security measures taken. The officer concludes that the intruder has the rare gift of intangibility and celebrates stumbling upon this valuable clue by pure chance. Walking purposefully, the boss decides to keep the anonymous vigilante a secret, emphasizing the importance of privacy. The writer looks back thoughtfully while a hooded figure watches everything from a distance. Shortly after, he turns his head quickly upon noticing that the mysterious person has simply vanished from the spot. Confused by the sudden turn of events, the young man gets a thoughtful look, trying to process what happened. With a serious look, he recalls the boss's request to protect superpowered people who just want to live in peace. As the duo keeps walking, the beautiful heroine flashes a smile and praises the great human kindness of that country. The writer deduces that powerful individuals are not a threat if they just decide to enjoy a peaceful life in the area. Observing the surroundings, the warrior finds it strange that local powers focus only on specific abilities. Focusing on an old lamppost, the woman states that the ability to walk through walls can even bypass strong defenses. The protagonist walks with his head down and concludes that those spells do not exist for no reason, as they have a clear system. With a charming look and leaves flying around, the young woman suggests that her partner might have awakened a hidden power. Surprised by the unusual theory, the writer stops walking abruptly and wonders if that could actually be true. Getting into a more thoughtful pose, the warrior looks up at the sky and guesses that his magic might have to do with images. With her cheeks blushing a bit, she looks away, preferring not to guess the immense strength of the creator god. Resuming her walk, the young woman turns her head and tells him he will understand his special power once he trains enough. The camera follows the young man's steps as he laments that his physical progress will probably take a long time to happen. Finding his friend's long silence strange, the protagonist questions her while the view focuses on the massive local buildings. Then, the scene shifts to the building's hallway, where the young woman is standing completely still. As he gets close to the entrance, the writer notices the intense tension in the woman's eyes while they talk about the mysterious neighbor. Focusing on the warrior's face, she states that the hunted neighbor is very dangerous and considers the idea of kicking the resident out. With a calmer demeanor, the young man remembers that the suspect worked online and figures her peaceful life has hit a bump. The heroine insists on keeping the danger away, and the young man suggests coming up with a proper plan so they do not expose their secrets. Heading to the entrance, the writer warns that this is a tough case and recommends waiting a bit until they get a good opportunity. After entering the apartment, the young man throws his arms up and flashes a huge smile of relief to be back in his beloved home. Watching her companion walk away, the young woman hears him state that he needs to prioritize his writing duties right now. Before the young man can completely step away, a delicate hand reaches out and grabs his shirt very gently. The focus returns to the warrior's shy face as she asks him to teach her about online recipe videos. Thrilled by the heroine's innocent interest, the writer shows a beautiful, friendly smile and agrees to help right away. Right after, the view focuses on the computer screen, showing a search bar looking for more details about the girl's name. Focused on the large, bright screen, the two spend some time together while the woman praises that wonderful human invention. Looking frustrated and gloomy, the warrior grumbles that she used to think the machine was only meant for work. The young man teaches the young woman how to look up video recipes, and she is charmed by how easy that incredible technology is. As he hands the machine over to the girl, he advises her to use the online information just as a basic reference. Watching the bright screen, the warrior pays close attention while she learns how to access the famous streams. Pushing her partner away gently, the beautiful woman tells him she already gets the basics and asks him to focus on his own duty. Alone in the room, the heroine stays totally focused while typing on the keyboard with a very concentrated look. Still worried about her learning, the young man turns his head and asks if she really does not need any help. Without taking her eyes off the monitor, the girl declines the kind offer and insists that her companion get back to writing. Faced with the direct refusal, the protagonist just watches the woman's beautiful, concentrated face in absolute silence. Frustrated by his own slow reaction, the writer regrets not taking the rare chance to stay closer to her. Right after, the young man gets up, pulling his hair in a funny way, and walks to the door, leaving the young woman confused. With the young man's sudden departure, the warrior is once again surrounded by the comforting silence of the closed room. Going back to focus on her research, the beautiful woman reflects on the endless options available on the information network. The screen shows the search page displaying an obscure question about erasing traces of financial transfers. Reading the results about tracking, the girl sighs as she notices that her grand plan for quick wealth has been ruined. Despite the harsh disappointment, the heroine ignores the usual obstacles and keeps using the machine with great determination. She finds a question about real-life characters and deduces that her companion posted that in a state of sheer panic. Analyzing the answers, the young woman concludes that this mysterious forum is the perfect place to solve her doubts. Motivated by the unusual discoveries, the warrior deletes the old text and quickly starts a new and curious search. Staring at the illuminated words, she silently memorizes the address of a famous nightclub located in that city. But the calm atmosphere ends when the warrior widens her beautiful, glowing eyes upon noticing something strange on the screen. Out of nowhere, the display flashes brightly as dozens of pop-up pages flood the search area. With a look of disgust, the woman stares at the virtual chaos and compares the annoying ads to the terrors of the underworld. Still startled by the massive flood of colorful visuals, the girl turns her head slowly and checks her surroundings suspiciously. Not knowing the right way to react to the chaos of colors, the heroine hides cutely behind the edge of the monitor. Gathering her courage, the young woman stretches her pretty hands toward the glowing panel, trying to close the invasive frames. Staring at the bright glare, the warrior gets worried about the situation and figures she has ruined the valuable tool. Alerts confirm the items have been blocked, and the beautiful woman relaxes her posture as she realizes the problem was quickly solved. Giving up on browsing random websites, she decides to focus her precious time only on learning new recipes. When she plays the video, the girl gets a huge jump scare from the sight of a young woman dressed as an animal teaching a step-by-step cooking guide. Covering her face with her hand, the warrior reflects on the everyday craziness that rules creative minds in that modern world. The scene changes to an outside view of the young people's building as the dark night takes over the city. In the room, the young man looks out the window and is surprised to notice that it is already completely dark outside. Take his time, he decides to stretch his arms a bit and do some exercises before having his evening meal. Right after, the protagonist walks through the house and notices the beautiful woman sitting on the couch with the laptop on her lap. Focused on the glowing screen, the young woman comments that she completely lost track of time and needs to fix their dinner. The writer jokes about the warrior's fascination with technology, and she explains she was just learning new recipes. Excited by the news, the young man drops to the floor to work out, while the heroine notices his physical activity. Shaking and sweating from the effort, the young man tries to do push-ups, claiming he cannot waste a single moment. But his energy does not last long, and the protagonist collapses to the floor, confessing that his body hurts even more now. Watching the pathetic sight, the pretty girl just stares at him in silence with a slightly softer expression. Right after, the woman pats the couch and asks her companion to stop training and sit down next to her. Exhausted on the floor, the young man lifts his face and adjusts his glasses, completely confused by the girl's sudden request. The heroine mentions she is going to treat his circulation, and the young man's eyes light up with pure excitement. With a slight hint of embarrassment, the young woman crosses her arms and states she needs to help him since he is in a hurry. The woman brags, saying she can heal his body and speed up his progress, since dealing with mortals is very easy. Annoyed by the revelation, the writer points his finger and questions why she made him train manually for 2 days. Keeping a straight face, she explains that her partner needed to start from scratch so he would not ruin his own state of mind. Understanding the warrior's immense wisdom, the young man fixes his posture and just watches her in complete silence. A look of worry comes over him, and the young man asks if this kind of help would affect her time in the human world. Faced with the friendly question, the beautiful woman widens her eyes, showing surprise at his concern for her. Closing her eyes with a very relaxed posture, the heroine calmly replies that the magic will not cause any harm. Not believing the promise, the young man backs away to the floor and decides to train on his own so he does not cause serious trouble. But the warrior quickly loses her patience and yanks her partner's shirt very abruptly from behind. With an extremely agile move, the woman knocks the protagonist onto the cushions and accuses him of being a total liar. Sitting on his back, the young woman presses down hard on the area, stating she hates it when he pretends to be a perfect guy. The scene focuses on the dark living room screen while the young man's loud cries of pain echo desperately through the place. The situation takes on an atmosphere filled with glowing flowers as the young man starts groaning and loving the incredible sensation. Right after this funny scene, the story shifts to a very peaceful view outside the apartment in the pitch-black night. The camera moves up to show the massive, glowing city as several police cars cruise down the streets with their lights flashing. Finally, the 2 police cars pull up perfectly aligned right in front of a luxury commercial building in the area. The scene focuses on the office where the assistant hands the requested documents over to the police chief. The investigator sits in his chair and states that this internal directory will be a valuable reference for their work. Holding the blue folder in her hands, the woman analyzes the papers carefully and notes that something seems to be missing. The detective admits there is a lack of data but points out that capturing the intangible intruder was already a huge win for the group. Lifting her face, the assistant keeps her formal posture and notes she did not expect to receive completely flawless information anyway. Faced with that response, the young man fixes his eyes on his teammate, wanting to know what exactly was missing from the documents. In a sudden move, the seductive woman stares closely at her colleague and states that the only missing piece is the boss himself. The investigator widens his eyes slightly and lets a drop of sweat roll down his face due to the girl's extreme closeness. The woman smiles confidently while pointing a pen at the detective's file in the directory of supernatural individuals. Right after, the mood changes, displaying a cute illustration where the heroine pushes the young writer away with her grand magical powers. The focus returns to the protagonist's room, revealing a messy scene with a white blanket dropped on the floor near the bed. Slumped completely on the floor, the young man shows a tired face while using a dark piece of clothing as a funny headpiece. An overhead view of the room shows the young man lying on the couch, lamenting the fact that his beautiful companion left the place. Holding the clothes affectionately, the writer figures that the massive expenditure of magical energy weakened the woman and shortened her visit. Looking at the dark fabrics in his lap, he wonders what the girl's reaction will be when she comes back and notices she forgot her items. As he looks at his glowing veins, the young man feels the powerful flow of energy that the heroine left circulating through his body. Thrilled by the new strength, the young man throws a punch in the air and notices that this great power flows in an extremely real way. With his eyes sparkling, he stares at his own hand and realizes that the techniques he made up for his book actually work in real life. The young man touches his chin and reflects on the martial arts fundamentals he created in the past to make the story flow better. Remembering the intangible thug, the writer concludes that the ability to walk through walls is just a simple, common technique. With a serious look, the young man evaluates the danger of enemies existing with the rare ability to bring their own imaginations to life. To handle any future threat, the young man gathers the clothes from the couch and deduces that building up his strength is the only safe way forward. Lying on the cushions with a slight aura around him, the young man wonders if this world has enough power for his advancement. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist reflects that he is already completely used to the heroine's sweet presence in his everyday life. The scene displays several memories of the beautiful woman, while the writer imagines what his future would look like if she never came back. Overcome by insecurity, the young man gets a sad expression and confesses his deep regret for helping her understand the world. Getting up from the mattress with the clothes in hand, the protagonist whispers that he should have delayed his companion's learning process. Taking a heavy step, the writer steps onto the dark, fluffy rug while lamenting once again the young woman's rapid development. Standing before the counter in the laundry area, the young man wonders if the woman will still want to stay after realizing the limitations of the place. Flashing a slight smile, he concludes that he cannot force her into anything and highlights that the deep bond between them was born out of kindness. Feeling his stomach growl with hunger, the writer notes that he has absolutely nothing to eat tonight. With that, he decides to ignore his empty stomach to get back to writing, focused on making his character look more elegant. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the heroine wears beautiful clothes and holds a cup, reflecting on the creator's orders. The young woman realizes she should be admiring the moon through the window and flashes a slight smile, stating she will not do that. Feeling embarrassed, the warrior recalls the close contact she had with him and concludes she should not be acting that way. Irritated by the memories, the leader grumbles that she smacks the young man because she suspects his hidden romantic intentions. Regaining her calm, the beautiful woman closes her eyes, relieved to have paid back all the money she owed the writer. However, the soft expression vanishes, and the girl's beautiful eyes carry a very serious and focused look. Staring at her own reflection in the tea, she concludes she will not run away like a coward and will return to explore the new world. With a cute posture, the heroine excitedly confesses that learning to use those glowing machines is actually pretty fun. Holding the small cup tightly, she thinks about the dangers of the modern world and the jealousy she feels toward his neighbor. Startled by her own romantic feelings, the girl stands up abruptly and ends up spilling her drink. Seeking to clear her mind, the warrior puts her hands together and uses a powerful meditation spell, radiating blue light. The focus drops onto the woman's determined gaze, reinforcing her strong desire to become a free and independent person. Staring at a holographic projection of the young man working, she reflects that freedom must be the main goal for both of them. Next, the scene zooms in completely on the warrior's charming face while she ponders how to set herself free. Leaning against the wooden window, the leader sighs in frustration, fearing she might fail to alter her own nature. The story displays the dark sky, showing that trying to change major events always fails because the universe corrects itself. Standing beside the projection of a man, the young woman wonders if getting rid of that guy would solve all her problems. After considering all the complex possibilities, the girl flashes a smile of pure confidence in her own power. With a delicate posture, the warrior turns her head, showing off her loose hair decorated with fine golden ornaments. Determined to escape the rules of that book, the leader plans to impact the universe gradually by acting out of the ordinary. Right after, the focus shifts to the massive palace hall, where the heroine, sitting on her throne, talks to an elder. The wise man waits for orders and asks very politely what the matriarch's true intentions might be. Holding a beautiful object, the leader plans to schedule an important meeting with a member of the fire prison group. Staring at the young leader from the bottom of the grand staircase, the subordinate listens to her plan to wager a valuable item. The scene details the silhouette of a strong man while the girl describes him as a violent being lusting after her flames. Worried about the dangerous bet, the elder points out that the enemy group has absolutely zero credibility. The old advisor keeps a serious face, doubting her victory against a person famous for such extreme malice. With a fearless look in her own domain, the beautiful warrior smiles, revealing that she will just have to fight to find out. The leader reflects on the writer's script and notices he planned a dangerous alliance to win the battle through pure effort. In his room, the young man types quickly on the computer while analyzing that the current storyline is getting too messy. His imagination displays a cute scene where the warrior tries to understand why the editor praised such a complex beginning. Back at the palace, the girl adopts a firm stance and decides to seek out ancient secrets to travel between the two worlds. Thoughtfully, she touches her own lips and decides to accept the narrative, as long as she can make a few changes to the story. With an air of superiority, the leader orders her advisor to track down enemy bases and make secret contacts in the area. The wise man agrees to the order while finding the ruler's new, dominant attitude strange, questioning her true goals. The focus returns to the apartment, where the young man watches the dark night through the window and reflects on the direction of his work. The screen shows an excerpt highlighting the warrior's ambitious thoughts about reaching the top to rule the entire world. Tired of working, the young man leans back in his chair and slides down a bit, admitting he is feeling very hungry right now. The writer stretches his arms and realizes he needs to maintain a healthy routine to impress his partner on her next visit. Upon opening the door to leave the house, the protagonist freezes and shows some surprise at an unusual scene in the hallway. The mysterious neighbor peeks through the crack of her own door and widens her large eyes, startled by the young man's presence there. Without showing much of a reaction, the young man just turns his head and walks peacefully down the completely silent hallway. The hooded girl watches the writer's silhouette slowly fade away toward the exit of the luxury residential building. Walking through the complex with his hands in his pockets, the young man wonders what kind of meal he might find around there. Suddenly, the protagonist gets a slight intuition and turns his head back with a very calm, alert look at his surroundings. Checking the path, the young man notices that the hooded girl is standing right behind him with a very shy posture. With a blushing face, the girl apologizes for the trouble and reveals that she plans to move out of that place in a few days. The writer scratches his head in a friendly way, trying to start a conversation, but the girl turns her back, ready to run away. Confused by the girl's skittish reaction, the protagonist raises his hand and wonders if he really looks that scary. Analyzing the neighbor's fear, the young man figures she might have discovered his magical secrets just by observing his presence. Ignoring the situation, the writer resumes his walk through the lit streets, calming his own mind with his deep kindness. The young man recalls the dangerous intruder and finds it funny that he felt no fear since he is already used to the heroine's dangers. The focus shifts and shows the beautiful warrior wearing a funny dinosaur pajama set while sneezing in a totally adorable way. The little girl in the animal hood watches the glowing screen with an expression full of major doubts about what she just read. The script goes back to the real world, focusing on the protagonist lifting a massive empty bowl to his face after finishing the whole meal. Satisfied with the good food, the young man sets the dish back on the table and licks his lips, looking completely refreshed. The environment changes to a mystical view of outer space as the young man decides to begin his complex training process. Time passes quickly and the golden rays of the sun light up the beautiful trees of the complex, announcing a new, calm day. The young man wakes up stretching his arms in bed and comments that he did 36 nighttime movements recommended by his heroine. Already on his feet and smiling, the young man plans to train again before breakfast and feels totally ready to write. Very calmly, the writer leans down near the table to pick up the dark phone that was kept there. Looking at the device's screen, the protagonist's face fills with surprise upon noticing something completely unexpected. The scene shows a clock radio displaying 7:18 in the morning while the young man talks about a highly anticipated milestone. Shocked by the screen, he realizes that the number of new subscribers passed 1,000 in less than an hour and should keep growing fast. Adjusting his glasses with style, the author notes that the story did not fail and wonders if this success will take off even more. Thoughtful and looking cute, the boy imagines that the warrior's real-life presence might have brought him a lot of good luck. Feeling a massive wave of motivation, he ties a red band tightly around his head to focus entirely on his work. Sitting in front of the computer, the young man oozes confidence and plans to drop a 10,000-word update this very day. Focused on the keyboard, he types about a special pact and tells himself he needs to concentrate with zero distractions. The young man keeps typing intensely while developing the divine bet between the main characters of his work. The screen displays text about a mysterious thunderclap, and the author reflects that this divine communication is just a rule he made up. With his hand on his chin, the writer pauses for a moment and figures that the warrior might see this divine process in a different way. Tilting his head back in his chair, he looks up and wonders if he could actually insert himself into the book. After that, the scene shifts to a beautiful mountain landscape where the warrior watches the blue sky covered in white clouds. A white-haired demonic man floats behind the girl and states with absolute certainty that this divine path does not exist. The villain with glowing eyes aggressively questions the girl's sanity while intense flames engulf his body. Pointing upward, the fire warrior says they train to break rules, not to accept orders from deities. Staying calm, the young woman replies that there are natural laws in the world and that both must respect this sacred path. Looking over her shoulder, the protagonist asks if her rival truly believes he created his methods without any divine help. Turning her back on the demon, she makes him angry as he mocks her ideas about this path to ascension. Giving up on the argument, the white-haired man relaxes amidst the flames and tells the girl to move forward on her own. With a sharp, serious look, the warrior questions the point of all this small talk since they both hold completely different ideals. Giving a mocking smile, the demon claims no one answered her calls and that they are not controlled by anything. Watching the sky again, the heroine drops a cryptic line about ice and tells the man to just wait for the results. In a small, cute version, the girl cries in frustration and curses the story's creator, demanding that he write faster. The focus returns to the real world, showing the young man typing intently that his heroine seems to feel the gaze from the heavens. Resting his head on his hand, the author notices the lack of divine responses and figures maybe he did not write the text clearly enough. The writer improves the text on the screen, stating that the path of the heavens has become something real and responsive for his character. With a swift move, the writer hits the key on his computer to confirm the new update to his story. At that moment, the laptop screen begins to glow strangely, leaving the young man confused by the sudden glitch. Right after, a strong gust of wind blows out from the monitor, hitting the young man's face as he tries to shield his eyes. The protagonist widens his eyes behind his glasses and freezes completely while the wind messes up his hair. Through a mystical vision, the author sees his own hands projected over a massive forest covered in thick fog. The scene changes to the story world, where the beautiful warrior watches the dark sky taken over by heavy clouds and purple lightning. With a determined look and sharp focus, the girl announces that the moment of the great celestial trial has finally arrived. Hearing her words, the flame demon stands up quickly, looking shocked by the sudden change in the weather. The white-haired warrior lifts his face to the dense clouds at the exact instant a powerful lightning bolt cuts through the sky. Keeping a firm stance, the heroine moves her arm and summons a powerful energy barrier to shield herself from the storm. A gigantic electrical discharge strikes the ground right next to the man, marking the divine confirmation that the pact has been sealed. The young woman in the blue dress stays calm while the sacred system alert confirms the bet between her and her arch-rival. The villain realizes the promise has become real and confesses he fears the harsh consequences if he dares break this oath. Faced with this massive victory, the warrior gives a relieved smile for managing to back her dangerous enemy into a corner. High above, the rider's face appears projected among the clouds as he smiles with pride at his ally's success. The protagonist stretches her hand toward the sky and mentions affectionately that she can now feel her creator's presence. The weather turns calm and sunny again as the heroine states that the celestial pact is fully officialized. Accepting his fate, the fire demon tells the girl she has the right to choose the date of their grand duel. Confident in his skills, the man highlights that if he wins, he will steal the sacred flame and crush the warrior's sect. Showing no fear at all, the young woman lets her hair blow in the wind and calmly asks what he thinks of the deal. The villain's expression darkens as he reflects that external matters will also impact the fight, demanding exact planning. Bathed in intense flames, the rival shouts that the confrontation will take place on July 15th, on the night of the 100 ghosts. After declaring the date of the epic match, the man transforms into a trail of fire and blasts straight up into the endless sky. The warrior watches the horizon confused and figures that this night of the ghosts does not exist and was just a meaningless line. The story goes back to the real world, showing the young writer stretching in his chair after finishing the new volume of the work. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, the beautiful swordswoman crosses her arms and feels a massive urge to smack her own creator. Listening to her thoughts, the author lets out mystical laughs from the heavens and brags about being the untouchable creator, god of that place. Completely infuriated by the young man's mockery, the girl summons her powerful, glowing sword with a glare full of rage. Without thinking twice, the heroine builds up momentum and flies at high speed toward the sky, cutting through the clouds with her weapon. Floating with great elegance, the warrior warns the author intimidatingly to wait because she will deal with him shortly. The young writer looks confused and asks out loud what could be happening at this exact moment. Caught completely off guard, the young man backs away startled as a strong gust of wind hits his face full force. The beautiful warrior appears grabbing his shirt and asks if the author really thought she could not hit him. The girl slams the writer to the floor hard and mocks his title of creator god while the young man complains loudly about the pain. With a bump on his head, the guy asks how she managed to leave the magical world so easily and if that was a system error. Crossing her arms proudly, the swordswoman asks if there was a problem and if he did not want her presence there. Fired up by the situation, the guy claps with a huge smile on his face and states that he loves it when she visits. The protagonist says it is amazing that she can pop up at any moment, because he would be invincible if he called her during danger. In a cute, turned-up nose version, the heroine questions why she has to listen to and help the author whenever he screams. The young man hands a cup to the warrior while she explains she spent more than 10 days in her world healing her soul. Adjusting the headband, the young man is surprised and indirectly confirms if 10 days really passed for the girl. Thoughtfully, the author takes the fabric off his forehead and notes that for him, only 1 day passed due to the massive number of updates. The script shows the girl lying down looking dizzy while the writer wonders if he should just narrate long time skips. With the little heroine oozing confidence, he wonders if this writing technique would make her return even faster. With his hand on his chin, the author imagines if the warrior would be left alone for 1,000 years if he advanced the story by that much time. The sect leader questions the obligation to always visit him and says the guy is wrong if he thinks she has nothing better to do. Turning her face, the young woman confesses she only came out to smack him and that she left clear orders for her team since she is very busy. Smiling, the protagonist states that the girl wants to explore this new world and find out how to break the story's rules. Sitting in front of the glowing computer, the beautiful swordswoman casts a deep, very serious look in the creator's direction. With a slight blush on her face, the warrior lowers her head and admits to herself that the author's attitude makes it impossible to hold a grudge. Changing the subject, the young man approaches the screen next to the heroine and asks her to check out the next events in the script. Watching the young man's focused profile, she notes that no other god would help her with so much effort just to help her break free. Touching her lips with a smile, the girl figures that the writer's grand goal is to make all characters completely independent. Noticing his visitor's silence, the protagonist looks at the girl's face and calmly asks what is going on. The scene focuses on the desk with the open laptop in front of the window, while the young woman plays it cool and replies it was nothing. Resting her face on her hand, the heroine explains they can only interact when the young man narrates the connection to the divine path. Looking over her shoulder very calmly, the girl asks the writer to come down to the mystical world of his work. Leaning back with a light smile, the young man shrugs and states he needs to maintain total consistency in the narrative. Crossing his arms proudly, the guy jokes around, saying the warrior would get jealous if he became an invincible being. Very annoyed by the creator's joke, the little swordswoman lands a punch on his head for being called old. The little warrior ignores his comments and warns him that she will not satisfy his strange wishes whatsoever. With a cold, commanding look, the beautiful young woman turns to the writer and orders him to take off his clothes right that instant. Startled and clutching his shirt, the guy asks nervously what she plans to do with that sudden request. Losing her patience, the protagonist presses the author and demands that he hurry up, while the young man looks curled up and confused. The writer obeys and starts lifting his shirt, showing a moment of high tension between the two characters. Bare-chested and with a calm expression, the young man faces the girl, who stays right behind him to perform the procedure. The warrior's hand touches the young man's skin with an intense blue glow, focusing on a specific spot on his shoulder. She explains that the young man's ability to communicate across worlds is directly linked to his current cultivation. The girl warns him that he needs to build a solid foundation if he wants to interact more, and the guy laments how long that takes. The young man gets dressed again while watching the girl, trying to better understand this battle for supremacy. The heroine looks at the writer with curiosity and asks what exactly that part of the story means for the plot. He replies that it is a classic cliché where the strongest attracts everyone's attention, and that she should be ready for it. The young woman reflects that she tried to change her actions to escape the plot's influence and wonders if it was just a guess. The guy states that she changed quite a bit and suggests that the lack of mental control this time was not something he planned. She questions why she did not feel an external force, and the writer jokes around, suggesting their hearts are in sync. The mood between the two turns serious and quiet, while the warrior watches the guy sitting on the edge of the bed. Placing her hand on her face, she admits there is no sync and that the writer simply knows her far too well. The girl feels as if she is trapped in an invisible net and finds it frustrating that she cannot escape that fate. The author notices her venting and reflects that maybe the two are not as aligned as he previously thought. She stares at the young man with an intense gaze and asks how much he really knows about her life and her feelings. Without answering the question, the warrior says she is going back to her room, while the writer asks her to wait. The guy mentions he is hungry and suggests they go out together for dinner somewhere tonight. He notices the girl standing at the door and asks if she wants to go out to eat since it is getting late. The young woman replies with disdain, saying she thought he was going to ask her to cook as if she were a maid. The writer points to himself with a big smile and says she really does not know him well enough yet. He explains that he likes it when she cooks but emphasizes that she is not a servant and just got back from a trip. The warrior accepts the invitation and agrees to go out with the guy, who gets out of bed to join her. While putting on his shoes, the writer reflects on how the girl knows nothing about his age or past experiences. The girl steps into the room again and questions why he is leaving in such a rush, as if trying to impress her. The author looks at the door with a guilty expression and silently admits that her lack of knowledge is entirely his fault. Walking together under the lampposts, the couple enjoys the peaceful night on the tree-lined streets of the neighborhood. Watching the warrior, the guy suggests they buy some different clothes for her right after dinner. The girl crosses her arms and asks ironically if the young man prefers her to wear cat ears or a maid outfit. Completely shocked by the heroine's words, the author throws his arms up and questions how she even knows about that kind of stuff. The warrior closes her eyes and states she noticed that short skirts and dark stockings are pretty gross interests for some people. The guy gives her a light punch on the shoulder and grumbles that someone lied, saying those tastes were normal in today's world. Crossing his arms in embarrassment, the author tries to justify himself regarding the dark stockings while the girl just sighs and walks away. The focus shifts to the beautiful swordswoman's turned face, revealing that she is also quite blushed from that unexpected conversation. Noticing his companion's shy reaction, the writer flashes a beautiful smile and reflects on how cute she can be when she acts like that. Further ahead, the guy suggests eating Chinese hot pot, but the heroine promptly refuses, claiming the night is far too hot. Holding the girl's hand affectionately, the author guarantees that the air conditioning fixes the heat and pulls her along to show her the place. Staring at their joined hands, the warrior tries to remember the first time the writer touched her with so much affection like that. With a serene look and red cheeks, the young woman wonders why she did not push the guy away aggressively this time. The young man keeps talking excitedly about the food while the girl notices he has no ulterior motives and decides not to let go. The couple walks hand in hand through the illuminated streets, and the swordswoman silently concludes that there is absolutely no problem with the situation. After dinner, the scene shows the warrior inside a fancy store wearing jeans and a tight-fitting top. The guy watches his companion closely and comments that those thick fabrics must cause a lot of heat on a warm night. Maintaining her elegance, the sect leader asks not to be bothered and states she does not care about simple temperature changes. The girl adjusts the pants on her body, saying she took inspiration from the other women in the city, and the writer starts sweating from sheer embarrassment. The focus shifts to the bright ceiling of the store as sudden camera clicking sounds begin to echo throughout the large space. The customers around are charmed by the young woman's gorgeous appearance and start taking several photos using their phones. Annoyed by the invasion of privacy, the beautiful heroine activates her mystical aura and a blue lightning bolt sparks near her sharp gaze. At that very instant, the phones of the curious onlookers suffer a sudden technical glitch, leaving the small group extremely confused. Standing next to the girl, the young man questions what happened, and she replies simply that she just manipulated the electrical currents. Watching the heroine with a look of deep affection, the writer asks softly if there was anything else bothering her. The author approaches the warrior's shoulder with a smirk and comments that the girl really knows him very well by now. Looking at some jackets, the warrior confesses she wanted to handle the situation on her own, and the guy just peacefully agrees. The scene focuses on the beautiful sect leader's melancholic look as she utters her beloved creator's name with the softest voice. The guy holds a few hangers and asks if the girl had any trouble over the last few days, quickly moving to question the neighbor's situation. Then, the writer hears that the hooded girl apologized for everything and plans to move out in a few days after finding a new home. The author questions what the girl will do if the neighbor does not state her intentions, and the warrior suggests just letting her leave. Turning her face, the swordswoman comments that they could have wiped the intruder's memory since the girl did not offend the couple. Wearing an elegant blue jacket, the leader states she's going to fight for supremacy and should not care about that girl. Looking over her shoulder, the heroine confesses she used to listen to the guy because she thought he knew the world better than she did. The employee celebrates excitedly while the young woman decides to buy those 2 pieces of clothing with total conviction in her eyes. With his hand on his chin, the writer notes that his character got more stubborn after reading the script for the battle for supremacy. The scene changes, showing the imposing, illuminated storefront of a famous nightclub in a busy corner of the big city. The focus shifts to the bustling interior of the club, where several people dance under the bright, colorful lights of the musical party. In an underground arena, the crowd goes wild, chanting the name of a dangerous fighter called Moon Shadow. The hooded girl faces her giant opponent while the spectators keep cheering for her major fight title. Brandishing her sharp blade, the masked warrior smiles under the euphoric cries of the audience craving plenty of action. Maintaining her combat stance, the agile fighter warns that she does not care one bit about the glory of a possible victory. With a focused, glowing look, the mysterious hooded girl confesses to herself that she is doing this strictly for the money. Building up momentum, the warrior leaps very high, staying way above the large enemy fighter who watches her closely down on the ground. Holding the weapon firmly, the young woman begins to drop at high speed and warns that her action will be different this time. Clenching her fists quite tightly, the girl reveals to herself that she actually wants to lose the match on purpose. When she tries to strike, the fighter ends up receiving a heavy block from the giant, completely stopping the momentum of her blow. The heavy impact of the enemy's hit brutally throws the young woman against the sturdy cage walls of the large enclosed arena. Dropping to her knees on the ground, the hooded warrior coughs due to the severe injury while trying to catch her breath. Outraged by the scene, the bettors in the crowd curse the girl and tell her to get up to defeat the massive opponent. Resting her hand on the fence, the young woman laments that you cannot make much money there unless you secure a definitive victory. With the blade in front of her face, the red-eyed warrior confesses that because of this risk, she always tries to come out victorious. Looking up at the top of the arena, she notices a man's silhouette and remembers the good offer she received to lose that fight. Determined to fulfill her shady deal, the fighter charges at her opponent, focused on receiving the massive payout promised. The focus shifts to an elegant man in a suit watching the violent clash through reinforced glass at the top of the gym. Hiding his face in the shadows, the mysterious boss with glowing glasses gives a dangerous smile while tracking the conflict. The script returns to the city's illuminated sidewalks, where the couple walks calmly amidst the large nighttime crowd. Oozing pure beauty in her new clothes, the heroine walks a few steps ahead of the writer, who follows her silently. The girl looks out of the corner of her eye and asks if the creator should not be at home focusing on training and the continuation of his story. Stopping her walk, the young woman warns that she is not a child and questions why the author always follows her on her outings. The guy calmly raises his hand and explains to the warrior that she still does not possess an identification document. Bragging with confidence, the heroine replies that she already checked the rules and warns that the young man cannot trick her anymore. At that instant, the girl takes on a small form and freezes upon hearing a guard ask for her identification. The scene shows police officers approaching pedestrians on the street, while the couple watches that whole situation very nervously. Flashing a beautiful smile, the writer looks at his companion and reinforces that he was not lying about the city's rules. With no way to argue, the beautiful swordswoman turns her face in a pout and decides to maintain total silence on the matter. The focus shifts to the protagonist's profile, keeping a very serene expression while watching the crowd's movement. The author turns his back, deciding to head home to finish his script, and asks the young woman not to cause any kind of fight. Crying dramatically, the guy laments the growth of his creation and annoys the girl with his fake tears. The warrior furrows her brow in annoyance and mutters that her creator always uses these emotional tricks against her. Watching the writer walk away, the leader reflects that he knows everything about her and feels at a major disadvantage because of it. Alone on the busy street, the girl guarantees to herself that she has already learned to fully integrate into that modern world. With a very excited smile on her face, the beautiful young woman raises her arm high and hails a cab with total ease. However, her joy is short-lived when the yellow vehicle drives straight past at high speed, completely ignoring her call. The protagonist's face displays a drop of sweat, showing extreme confusion at that driver's attitude. Right after, several other cars go tearing down the avenue, completely ignoring the girl with her raised arm. The embarrassment soon turns to anger, and the swordswoman clenches her teeth, unable to understand the reason for that rejection. Standing next to a traffic sign, the heroine complains that things do not work the way she saw them on television. Suddenly, the young writer pops up right behind the girl and warns her that it is illegal to halt vehicles at that spot. The scene moves forward, showing the guy already inside a car, explaining that they needed to walk a bit to manage an actual pickup. Sitting next to him, the girl clenches her fist in rage, wanting to wreck the vehicle while the author laughs at her frustration. After the moment of fury, the young woman crosses her arms, turning her face toward the window, and the creator tries to slide closer bit by bit. Focusing on the front seat, the bald driver displays a friendly smile and asks what the couple's final destination would be. Surprising the writer, the girl asks to go to the nightclub and leaves the guy wondering how she even knew about the place. The protagonist tries to figure out who passed her that information while the driver jumps to wrong conclusions about the two of them. Maintaining her serious posture, the warrior casts a stern look at the guy and guarantees she does not intend to do anything dangerous. Relaxing in the seat, the young man guides his character to follow his tips to prevent the whole situation from ending in trouble. The leader observes the city through the illuminated window and accepts the advice, grumbling that she had already reflected on her errors. The focus shifts to a tall building passing by quickly, while the young woman admits feeling a lot of shame receiving lectures from the guy. Right after, the yellow cab arrives at the final destination, pulling up before a majestic entrance filled with massive pillars. Walking down the street, the protagonist comments the place was actually very close to his house. Crossing her arms, the young woman stares at him and questions if the guy truly just found out about that establishment. Flashing a smile, the writer confesses if he frequented that type of environment, she wouldn't be there with him. Watching the two of them through the window, the bald driver tries to make sense of what kind of relationship the couple actually had. Shortly after, the scene shifts to the inside of the club, packed with colorful lights and people dancing together. Around the venue's floor, waitresses dressed in bunny outfits circulate carrying glasses filled with drinks. The girl watches everything with massive surprise upon noticing a couple kissing intensely in the corner by the glowing wall. Standing right behind her, the protagonist keeps his cool and states that such behavior was quite normal around here. Highly startled by the situation, the warrior turns around and raises her voice, asking how that could possibly be normal. In a teaching tone, the young man explains that the space was open to regular people, since they walked in without any search. Listening to the guy's words, the leader asks if he had any misguided ideas about how people behave. At that moment, the conversation is cut short when someone drops off the glass of beer and the side of peanuts at the table. Sitting on the couch, they watch the waitress walk away, thinking about how cheap the writer was for ordering only one glass. Noticing the guy's discomfort, the girl asks if he couldn't handle people's stares while he sinks into embarrassment. Holding the glass, the young woman advises the author to cultivate immortality to calm his mind and manage to make some progress. Sighing, the protagonist recalls the moment with the cab and accuses the girl of wanting to hit him because of the weird stares. Hearing that provocation, the warrior grips the drink tightly while a large anger vein pops up on her head. Without hesitation, she pinches the guy's waist very hard, making the young man scream in pain right in the middle of the club. Turning her face in annoyance, the girl takes a sip of the beer while the author looks at the purple mark on his skin. But the situation changes instantly when the leader can't stand the taste of the drink and spits all the liquid back into the glass. With a disgusted expression, the young woman wipes her mouth and complains that the liquid tasted awful, like horse urine. A bit annoyed, the writer explains that it was just beer and laments the money wasted on that small sip. Looking at the people dancing, the girl finds it weird that a simple dance space charges such a high price for products. Reflecting on everything, the young woman sits down and asks in a confused way if something was wrong with her own common sense. Trying to reassure her, the guy guarantees that the girl's sense was perfect and asks her to look carefully around the room. Moving his face closer, the protagonist takes the chance and asks if she could use her mind to scout out the venue. Staring the guy in the eyes, the powerful warrior confirms without hesitation that she had that ability to scan other areas. Surprised by her reaction, the writer gets even closer and tries to understand why the girl's face is so red. Very blushed, the young woman begins to pant strangely while the guy calls her name with plenty of concern. Touching the girl's face gently, the young man tries to wake her from the trance while she hears intimate noises in her mind. Panting with her eyes closed, the young woman hears a voice calling for a master in her mind and gets even more confused. Furious with the situation, she threatens the writer, raising her clenched fist to strike him with massive force. Sweating cold, the guy asks the warrior to calm down and meditate while she crosses her arms with a red face. Using her mental powers, the leader visualizes a fight arena where a masked fighter drops to the floor defeated. Returning to normal, the girl opens her eyes and alerts the author that she finally managed to find something hidden around there. Winking one eye with confidence, the young woman hears a repetitive electronic sound echoing through the busy room. Right after, the girl's expression changes completely, and she gets a serious, indifferent look toward the situation. The focus shifts to the main stage, where a woman begins to pole dance while the crowd vibrates with excitement. Under the colorful lights, the blonde dancer smiles attractively while moving to the rhythm of the loud music. Watching that scene from below, the protagonist sighs and thinks that maybe she shouldn't have come to this place. The warrior comments that she has faced beings like this before and saw worse things, but admits that it looked appealing. Shocked by the show, the writer understands the reason for the high prices and regrets spending his money on this. Turning his head, the guy stares at his companion and notices how strangely calm she was facing that dance. On stage, the blonde dancer holds her own outfit boldly while the young man starts sweating from nervousness. Desperate in her mind, the girl panics, asking how the dancer dared to take off her clothes in front of everyone. At that moment, the woman on stage pulls a ribbon from her neck and flings the long piece of white fabric high into the air. Suddenly, all the lights go out, causing massive outrage in the crowd, which demands their money back in the dark. Walking through the hallways, the guy tries to explain himself by praising the leader's beauty while she turns her face in jealousy. Trying to break the ice, the author approaches the young woman from behind and lightly pulls her hair with a smile on his face. They come across two security guards watching a door, and the guy suggests that the warrior use her invisibility powers. Ignoring the idea of hiding, the young woman walks straight toward the entrance, leaving the writer totally confused. Seeing her direct attitude, the guy mutters that he expected a more cautious approach from a cultivator. Walking with an arrogant and confident posture, the girl approaches the men while the author criticizes her ego. Scratching his head, the creator realizes the irony of the situation and remembers that he wrote the character with that exact attitude himself. Reaching the door, the guard raises his arm to block the path and warns that customer entry was forbidden there. Without saying anything, the warrior raises her finger near the man's face and uses one of her magical control skills. Instantly, the guard's gaze goes blank, and he changes his tune, calling the two visitors honorable members. The two guards bow in respect, clearing the path, while the writer feels proud of having created a woman like that. Advancing through the newly opened passage, the duo takes their first steps toward the hidden secrets of the underworld. On another floor, a hooded person holds a sharp knife, oozing an intense urge to fight through the darkness of the place. On the other side of the fence, a desperate man warns that the fighter was getting close. With massive rage, the muscular fighter charges to throw a punch and threatens to finish off his opponent if he lost. Caught off guard, the masked girl freezes and begins to bleed from her mouth after the heavy impact. Focusing on the warrior's legs, she realizes her body was completely paralyzed and unable to move. While the brute prepares another strike, a mysterious voice announces the activation of a gravity skill. The muscular fighter smashes the young woman against the floor, suspecting someone on the outside was helping in the battle. The impact throws up a large cloud of dust when the girl's body hits the arena floor with massive violence. Coughing blood, the fighter tries to prop herself up on the cage floor with great difficulty to try and stand. In the crowd, a woman in a suit watches everything with tension while the audience cheers, rooting for the masked girl. A confidential document reveals that the fighter possessed shadow skills and a Class S potential. Holding the papers, the man states that people of that level shouldn't enter the arena, and the woman agrees. Displaying an evil smile, the giant man violently stomps on the back of the fallen girl on the floor of the octagon. With a bloody face, the young woman wonders why she is being tortured like that if she already felt so much pain. At that moment, a mysterious purple energy begins to radiate directly from the feet of the fallen girl in the arena. Upon noticing the magical aura rising up his leg, the brute backs away and looks down, totally frightened. Taking advantage of the opening, the fighter leaps and lands a powerful kick on the giant's face using her purple energy. The hit is so strong that it launches the man's heavy body straight against the metal fence of the cage. Standing up, the young woman brandishes her combat knife while the crowd shouts her name with massive excitement. In her thoughts, she remembers a man in a suit offering 1 million to lose the fight on purpose. Returning to reality, the masked girl widens her eyes upon realizing something very strange is happening around the place. Advancing again, the giant notices that the gravity skill was also restricting all of his movements. Gripping the knife tightly, the young woman concludes that cruel attack was the brutal way to make her lose the battle. Without losing time, the fighter runs toward the corners of the arena, trying to escape that dangerous situation. But shortly after, she drops to her knees, feeling the weight of gravity and laments not being able to even concede defeat. Putting his hands together for a final attack, the giant jumps, and the girl just wonders if death would be very painful. However, the situation changes when a glowing hand wrapped in a blue aura appears and uses magic to lift the young woman. Floating rapidly, the girl narrowly escapes the giant's devastating blow, which strikes only the empty ground. Everyone in the crowd gets very confused, wondering how the warrior vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye. Totally safe, the masked fighter watches the cage from the outside while trying to figure out what had just occurred. In the stands, a red-haired guy guarantees to his partner that someone had interfered and broken his spell there. The man in the suit watches the screens full of refund messages and states that he doesn't blame his subordinate for the mistake. Next to him, the red-haired guy suggests setting up an ambush near the elevator to capture the person who went to save the girl. Maintaining his cool, the boss rejects the idea and explains that he already checked the cameras, noticing the targets fled by another route. Holding a fancy bottle, the leader deduces that the other team possesses good supernatural skills to manage an escape. While pouring the wine into the glass, he comments that the intruders left no trace on the recordings since they arrived. Holding the drink, the man in the suit concludes that kind of stealth was almost instinctive and from experienced people. Frightened, the raidhead suspects the intruder is from the police and understands the reason for the sudden power outage on the upper floor. Buttoning his suit, the leader orders them to close the gates and warns that the idiot who walks through walls has already been captured by them. Turning his head, the boss guides the subordinate to keep a low profile and stop all activities at the venue for safety. The young redhead listens to the orders with concern and questions what they would do about the masked fighter who fled the arena. Adjusting his glasses, the leader admits they lost the best chance to finish her off and needed to look for another alternative. The guy finds the boss's peaceful attitude in not chasing the girl strange and concludes that having caution was the best option right now. Far from there, the author holds his character in the dark alley and wonders if the masked fighter had spatial skills. Leaning on the guy, the girl states she is fine despite the exhaustion from the power, and he directs her to go ask for a cab just ahead. Following the advice, the young woman walks toward the lit avenue, while the author and the fighter stay put in the alley. Raising his right hand, the protagonist summons a bluish light magic and directs the healing energy toward the injured girl. Perceiving the sudden help, the masked fighter lowers her head a bit and thanks the writer in a very shy manner. Leaning against the alley wall, the warrior watches the scene and calmly asks if the fighter usually was so quiet. Very surprised by the sudden question, the masked girl freezes completely, getting a highly confused look. Gesturing nervously, the fighter confesses she wasn't used to talking to other people in her day-to-day life. Facing the newcomer, the young woman reflects that she must be inexperienced and laments that the girl didn't have a kind master before. Pulling the fighter by the arm, the warrior warns that they needed to leave and asks the newbie to take off that mask. Holding the dark accessory, the fighter hesitates to show her face, claiming she was covered in blood underneath the mask. Displaying a smile, the warrior tries to reassure the girl, indirectly questioning how bad the injury could actually be. Shortly after, the heavy demon mask slides from the fighter's hands and falls straight onto the stone floor of the dark alley. Revealing a clean face surrounded by glowing healing particles, the young woman widens her eyes and praises all that magic. Impressed, the fighter wonders if the warrior possessed multiple skills for healing and water control besides space. Running back to the alley, the protagonist alerts them that he got a cab while the newcomer gathers her fallen mask from the ground. Meanwhile, on the main avenue, several police cars arrive at the nightclub with sirens blaring to investigate. The story shows the demon mask dropped on a table next to mugs of tea while someone begins an explanation. Sitting on the couch, the warrior concludes that the enemies don't know her address, and the young woman tries to reply shyly. Leaning on the table, the author recalls past cruel actions by the warrior and thinks her current gentle posture didn't match. Annoyed by his presence, the leader tells the guy to leave and claims the newbie wouldn't be able to talk to him around there. Without arguing, the young man stands up smoothly and alerts the two girls that he was going to take a shower right then. Entering the bathroom, the guy takes off his shirt, complaining that the apartment was his, that the whole situation was unfair. Alone with the warrior, the rookie fighter remains in total silence, looking straight ahead with a somewhat blank expression. Breaking the silence, the girl confesses she always walks through the shadows and checks if she isn't being followed when leaving. Listening to the vending intently, the leader leans in a bit and asks why she doesn't just use total stealth right away. Lowering her head in sadness, the fighter admits with a soft voice that she wasn't capable of performing that kind of magic yet. After hearing that response, the powerful warrior stares at the newbie in total silence with a firm, highly analytical look. Nervous, the young woman squeezes her own legs while feeling that the leader's eyes were piercing the depths of her soul. Holding her cup, the warrior praises the girl's boundless talent and suggests it would be good to train together in her sect. Focusing on the rookie's hands holding a mug of tea, the leader questions the girl about the beginning of her skill. Watching the young woman with a lot of curiosity, the leader awaits the answer regarding how she managed to develop that power. Looking at the drink, the fighter reveals that in her childhood, she used to talk to her shadow until she noticed it understood her. Suddenly, the author opens the bathroom door, peeking at the conversation, and interrupts, asking when she noticed that detail. Instantly, the warrior throws a pillow at the guy's face and tells him to get back in the shower while she repeats the question. Hidden by the door, the young man grumbles, trying to justify his scientific curiosity while the leader huffs with a lot of irritation. Ignoring the guy, the warrior asks the newbie to proceed, and the young woman explains that the gift surfaced about 4 years ago. Taking a sip of tea, the warrior inquires why they'll talk only to her shadow instead of speaking with her friends. Faced with the fighter's sudden silence, the powerful leader stops drinking and watches her expression very closely. Far from there in the shower, the protagonist listens to everything and feels compassion for the sad story of the young woman's lonely childhood. Highly embarrassed, the fighter bows, apologizing, and alerts them that she would leave immediately to avoid causing problems. Placing the mug on the table, the leader calms the newcomer, guaranteeing there would be no problems if the enemies knew nothing. Holding the fighter's hands gently, the warrior guarantees with confidence that no one would dare cause harm to her. With soap in his hair, the guy thinks it's an exaggeration for the girl to stay in the apartment, remembering the police were already investigating the case. With a sharp look, the young man notices the leader's intentions, deducing she was interested in the girl's magic. Focusing on the young woman, she lowers her head, deeply regretting that she can't explain the origin of her mysterious power. During the conversation, the newbie explains that standard training was slow, which is why she preferred to evolve quickly by fighting nonstop. Touching her face, the leader understands the reason she fights in the arena, concludes that kind of growth required high pressure. The warrior asks about work while the young woman shakes her head, saying she didn't want to take orders from anyone around there. With a distant look, the newbie states with sadness that she couldn't trust anyone else in this world anymore. The leader reflects that for someone who survived so many crises, the only trustworthy thing now was the very shadows around her. Bowing in respect, the young woman alerts them that she stopped fighting and guarantees she won't interfere in the two's life as a couple. Quite embarrassed, the warrior turns her face abruptly and denies with a lot of irritation that the two were a couple. Shortly after, the masked fighter opens the apartment door and says goodbye, stating she understood the whole situation. Biting a cloth in pure rage, the powerful leader wonders silently what the young woman thought she understood there. At that moment, the author steps out of the shower, drying his wet hair with a towel, and looks confused at the irritated warrior. Without warning, the leader grabs the guy and shakes him hard, blaming the writer for ruining her reputation with the newbie. Hiding behind the clothes, the young man argues that both had a clean conscience and that other people's opinions didn't matter. Pointing her finger, the girl explains the fear of that young woman telling folks in her world that the great sect leader was married. Sitting on the living room couch, the author dries his hair while asking something to the sect leader, who is standing nearby. Watching the guy closely, the warrior inquires if there was any way to bring the newbie into their world. Resting his head on the couch, the writer thinks the plan is impossible since he couldn't even enter himself, let alone bring someone. Sitting next to him, the young woman suggests adding a new character similar to the fighter, and thinks it was just a matter of writing the details. Turning his face, the author explains that even if he wrote a new character based on her, the real newbie would be a different person. The young man recalls when he wrote the protagonist thinking of her, and highlights that the two ended up being quite different in the end. Resting her face on her hand, the warrior gets a bit confused while trying to understand how the girl would be someone else. Smiling, the guy notices her interest in books and thinks the idea of the heroine trying to write her own story is very funny. With her eyes sparkling with massive excitement, the warrior smiles eagerly and asks if she really could do something like that. But the writer admits it was just a joke, while the leader's expression soars and she stares at him with quite some disappointment. Touching his chin, the guy thinks it over and concludes the idea would work if she kept his writing style and script. Raising a finger, the young man explains that the fundamental requirement for any story was managing to make the readers believe. Crossing her arms, the warrior questions if the number of readers could also affect the world-building ability. The author shakes his head, denying it, and warns that the number of readers only increased the sense of presence and local influence. The story illustrates an ancient woman in historical clothing to compare how popular belief makes facts even more real. The writer theorizes that their world would get more real by gaining readers, creating a better connection for them to travel through there. Upon hearing those promising possibilities, the warrior remains in total silence, processing every detail of the information. Closing her eyes, the young woman proudly turns her face and tells the guy to go write the text already, calling him the creator god. Stretching his arms, the author accepts the mission with excitement and decides to do a 10,000-word update that day. Stopping suddenly, the young man looks back with a confused expression and asks the warrior to wait a moment. With her face blushed, the girl touches her hair and asks if he could find some old books for her to read. Displaying a smile on his face, the writer agrees to the leader's request in a very calm and friendly manner. The scene changes, showing the masked fighter lying on a large bed while resting, covered in bandages. Opening her eyes slowly, the newbie reflects on the fight and mutters, relieved to have survived the danger. Far from there, the focus shifts to a dark alley with boxes, where a police officer alerts that he has already searched the whole place. Standing next to his colleague, the officer reports finding nothing suspicious while the boss smokes a cigarette. Puffing his cigarette, the detective narrows his eyes and concludes that the other team was very well prepared to flee. Throwing the cigarette on the ground, the boss puts out the butt with his shoe and calls the other officer to head to the next location. The police officer laments the lack of a search warrant, but the leader tells him to keep his voice down so as not to draw too much attention. At that moment, the club owner appears walking elegantly and greets the police detective by name. Displaying a smile, the guy in the suit praises the team's night shift and invites the officers to have some tea. Staring at the guy suspiciously, the detective questions if he was the owner there, as he remembered someone else. Keeping his cool, the man fixes his glasses and explains that the business belonged to the family and that he took over a few days ago. Reflecting on the case, the officer remembers that the nightclub actually changed owners a short while ago and tries to recall the name. Extending his hand politely, the guy in the suit introduces himself by name and asks the boss to take good care of him. Watching the suspect's extended hand, the detective stays serious and just mutters the individual's last name. With one of his eyes glowing red, the detective activates a skill to find out if there were hidden secrets there. After that, the story moves forward to the next day, showing a sunlit park with people exercising. Running down the local boardwalk, the protagonist breathes heavily and sweats a lot during his morning workout. Watching the guy, a few girls praise his looks and wonder if the young man was a new neighbor in the area. Already at home, the author takes a nice shower while thinking about the massive benefits of taking good care of his own health. Stepping out of the bathroom in his pajamas, the young man smiles with lots of excitement, noticing how much his state of mind had improved. Sitting on the couch, the warrior holds the phone angrily and complains that the guy was a completely terrible writer. Walking into the living room, the protagonist laughs at the scolding and argues that many authors used expressions the wrong way. Approaching the young woman, he praises her knowledge and asks if the girl knew the origin of that word. Looking at the phone screen, the leader confesses she doesn't know the origin but guarantees that the text's context was wrong. Displaying the story on the device, the warrior points to the poorly placed words and questions who the creator is. Sliding her finger across the screen, the girl reveals the protagonist's name in the credits section, proving his major blunder. Furious over the immoral story, the warrior hits the young man with the pillow while he tries to shield himself from the beating. Wearing heart-patterned pajamas, the warrior gets up from the couch at the exact moment the apartment doorbell rings. Opening the front door a crack, the young woman notices a different presence and wants to know that person's identity. Placing his hand on the door, the protagonist stands right behind the girl to figure out what was happening there. With an expression of shock, the guy recognizes the visitor, while the warrior suspects the relationship between the two. Holding an envelope, the elegant woman greets the author, pretending to be surprised to find his house. The visitor notices the matching clothes and thinks it's quite ironic that he loves with someone right after a blind date. The writer asks the reason for the visit while the girl stares at him in jealousy, deducing it's about another romantic meeting. Covering her mouth, the pretty woman tries to disguise her true intention and begs pardon, claiming to have hit the wrong apartment. Regaining her posture, she describes a young woman in black clothes, and the leader realizes the woman was looking for the rookie fighter. Suspicious, the young man questions how the visitor reached the location if she didn't even know for sure who lived there. Displaying a friendly smile, the woman reveals she has privileged information, guaranteeing her identity was trustworthy. Evaluating the situation, the guy concludes that the informant must be the wall-walking lackey captured earlier. Smiling at the warrior, the visitor asks to be introduced, while the leader pulls a quite annoyed facial expression. Annoyed by everything, the girl crosses her arms with her eyes glowing and a furious aura forming around her. Upon hearing the visitor's question, the author looks at his companion, trying to think of an appropriate answer for the situation. Smiling very nervously, the young man tries to dodge the subject, calling the beautiful woman in the suit an old friend. With her eyes closed, the visitor repeats the author's words with a slightly ironic tone regarding that simple friendship. Pointing her hand at the girl in pajamas, the elegant woman questions the young man about who that lovely company might be. Arms crossed, the powerful warrior casts a stern look at the guy, awaiting his explanation for the stranger. Displaying a very confident smile, the protagonist resolves to take action and faces the visitor with quite some firmness. Pulling the girl by the waist, he states she was his girlfriend and leaves the warrior totally shocked by the declaration. In his mind, the guy takes revenge on the woman using demon fantasies to prove he found a much better partner. His imagination is cut off when the girl uses a heavy spell on his back, making the writer scream in pain. Winking his eye, the protagonist whispers, begging the young woman to keep up the act, promising to let her hit him later. Turning her face, the leader prefers not to fight and accepts the excuse, deducing the guy just wanted to push that woman away. Showing her true intentions, the visitor thinks they match, while the author gets relieved by the leader's help. Waving her hand gently, the woman in the suit alerts them she needed to get back to work and says goodbye to the fake couple. As soon as they are alone, the warrior regains her cold posture and calls out the guy over his wandering hands still on her waist. Startled, the author lets go of the girl immediately and lifts both hands up, swearing he just wanted to show off. The girl in pajamas crosses her arm and grumbles that the woman didn't seem to care about anything, leaving the guy awkward. Leaning on the door, the girl states that trying to show off for someone who doesn't care about you is something very childish. The young man steps forward embarrassedly and explains that he went on a blind date with her but ended up getting rejected. Upon hearing his explanation, the warrior turns her face in surprise and double checks to ensure she heard correctly about the date. Keeping her eyes wide open, the young woman concludes that the guy's attitude in front of the woman had been very proper after all. Displaying a very confused expression, the writer gets surrounded by doubts and tries to understand the meaning of the girl's words. At that moment, the young woman's face turns completely red from embarrassment while she sweats a lot trying to think of something. Gesturing nervously, the girl tries to disguise her jealousy by citing an old saying she found on the internet. With an expression of tranquility, the author smiles in a friendly way, calmly agreeing with her reasoning. Still embarrassed, the warrior pushes the guy back on the living room couch, ordering him to go write the book already. Stretching his arms, the young man accepts and advises the leader to use the internet to find the correct names for job titles. Hugging the piggy cushion, the girl uses her phone and comments that the woman's identity looked like that of the police. The guy gestures, explaining it's a confidential group, and concludes that the newbie would be fine joining the officers. Adopting a cold posture, the young woman reveals she blocked a mind-reading spell that the woman tried to use on them. Completely shocked by the warrior's revelation, the young man screams desperately, trying to process that surprise. The focus shifts to the profile of the visitor named Gu Ruyan, revealing her skill and potential on top of some folders. Far from there, the masked rookie faces the investigator from behind near the window and questions if she would be arrested right then. Looking over her shoulder, the elegant woman smiles with plenty of confidence and guarantees she doesn't take the trouble to arrest people. In the investigator's thoughts, she recalls the obvious expressions of the fake couple, wondering about the beautiful leader's origin. Leaning on a glass table, the woman recalls the request from the writer's mother for her to give the guy a chance in love. Without dragging out the matter, the officer extends the confidential folder and alerts that she was there to get the girl out of that place. Holding the folder between her hands, the young fighter stares at the officer thoughtfully, keeping a deep silence. The story shows the girl with a massive backpack on her back walking toward the investigator's car on the bright street. In the apartment, the warrior finds the rookie's quick departure strange, while the author understands the reason for so much caution. Crossing her arms, the leader displays his serene look and asks if the author couldn't just write about the shadow method right away. Resting his hand on his chin, the guy evaluates the situation, thinking it quite simple to write that some extra possessed the spell. Shortly after, the scene displays the couple with adorable appearances while the girl questions herself about the ease of the process. Still looking adorable, the two feel very stupid for not having thought of such a simple solution since the beginning of the problem. Looking at the guy in pajamas, the warrior thinks to herself that his magical creation skill was the ultimate cheat code. Leaning on the washing machine, the girl states with lots of conviction that the guy's power was the most broken thing in the world. Displaying great excitement, the young man states they formed an excellent duo and leaves the warrior speechless with the romance. Next, the warrior lands a sharp kick to the guy's stomach while he tries to defend the strike in his pajamas. Laughing a lot, the young man brags about dodging and states that exercising was very useful while she gets irritated. Thoughtful, the leader finds everything very annoying and notices a strange change in the mood between them since the trip to the club. The warrior questions herself regarding the reason she accepted the embrace, pretending to be his girlfriend in front of that mysterious woman. Unable to understand her own feelings, the girl squeezes her chest and deeply regrets her recent actions. Noticing the young woman's silence, the protagonist approaches the washing machine and asks what was bothering the girl. Turning her face suddenly, the warrior firmly alerts him that she wasn't going to fix breakfast that day. Maintaining a friendly smile, the author agrees with the young woman and offers to buy soy milk for her. The scene changes to the street where the guy places his order at the store, buying 2 sweet buns in the morning drink. Walking back with the bag in hand, the young man looks at his phone and sees messages about his 5-year graduation reunion. Watching the screen carefully, the protagonist reads the group messages and tries to figure out if that would be a large party. In the group, old classmates praise the author's success as a writer, and the guy wonders if he really was that good. Staring at the street's buildings, the young man concludes it didn't matter if they were real compliments, because he knew he wasn't that great. Walking slowly, he reflects that famous authors commanded a lot of respect, unlike simple internet writers. Watching a man sleeping on the park bench covered in newspapers, the guy questions what the true meaning of life might be. Upon arriving at the apartment, the protagonist opens the front door and alerts the warrior that he was already back. Entering the venue, he finds the young woman washing clothes inside a blue bucket, and the two look at each other in silence. Displaying a soft smile, the young man thinks that it was very good to be alive and have a place like that to call home. Holding the bun, the guy asks why she doesn't use magic, and the warrior replies that she wished to live like a normal person. Alerting that he would start writing his book, the protagonist walks through the place, and the girl asks him to wait a moment. Stopping halfway, the guy turns his face back and casts a confused look, waiting for what she had to say. Bathed in sunlight, the beautiful leader touches her own face and compliments the writer, saying she found his books very good. Caught totally off guard by the compliment, the young man widens his eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. Highly blushed, the girl looks away and justifies the comment, stating that his excellent writing was capable of giving her life. Moved by the leader's sincere words, the author displays a grateful smile for the support while the scene changes to the beautiful blue sky. Already in his room, the protagonist throws himself face down on the soft bed with lots of excitement, feeling great happiness. Sinking his face into the pillow, the young man reflects on that moment and fondly recalls the powerful warrior's compliment. Smiling widely, he notes that other people's opinions didn't matter anymore since his very own heroine had praised his works. Relaxing on the mattress, the writer celebrates the success of his recent updates and dreams of reaching 10,000 subscribers soon. Full of determination, the guy sits up on the bed with sparkling eyes and states that internet writers could strike back. Determined to continue the story, the author stands before the computer and focuses on reviewing that day's important plot. Thoughtfully, the young man types on the computer and reflects that the warrior was in seclusion, preparing for a major battle. At that moment, the guy imagines the leader relaxing in pajamas and reading books while he tries to focus on the girl's seclusion. Grabbing his own hair in despair, the protagonist fears that this fake seclusion will end up hurting the upcoming battle. In a great rush, the writer gets back to typing on the keyboard, determined to fix the story to avoid bad plot twists. Shortly after, the scene changes to a sunlit supermarket where several people walk peacefully through the produce section. Walking down the aisles, the girl picks up a potato in her hand and thinks that this was the first time she saw a vegetable like that. She remembers the author explaining that many foods didn't exist in the magical world, and the young woman regrets missing out on so much food. Determined to enjoy the new arrivals, the warrior walks through the busy aisles and takes her groceries to the venue's checkout. Suddenly, the leader looks over her shoulder with a very alert facial expression as she senses a mysterious aura around her. With that, she realizes that her soul was getting stronger and that the world's memories would keep tracking everything there. Displaying a slight, peaceful smile, the young woman decides to put those thoughts aside and forgives the protagonist's actions. Looking at her own hands, she notes that she spent a lot of energy the previous night, but now felt she could stick around for a good while. At that moment, the girl stops walking upon hearing a notification sound coming from near her bag full of vegetables. Highly startled by the sudden noise, the young woman shrugs her shoulders and grips her grocery bag quite tightly. Holding the phone curiously, the leader reads a new message from the writer, asking where she was at that instant. Back at the market, the girl alerts him that she was grocery shopping and suggests fried meat with boiled potatoes for their dinner. Surprised by the quick response, the warrior reads the guy's message, asking her to come back soon because he was very upset. Finishing the purchase, the young woman pays the vendor while the man praises the fake husband's affection for missing her so much. Totally embarrassed by the merchant's comment, the leader blushes a lot and tries to deny the romantic relationship immediately. With her face very red, the girl runs away while the vendor laughs at the customer's youth and shyness. Walking down the tree-lined street, the warrior looks at her phone and tries to find out if the guy had news about the other girl. Through the device screen, the guy denies it and reveals he is very worried that her lack of magical cultivation might hurt the future. Reading that sincere concern, the young leader closes her eyes and displays a very affectionate smile while walking peacefully. Keeping her cool, the girl replies by asking the author not to worry about anything and alerts that she would explain everything upon returning. Holding the grocery bag firmly, she reflects that the divine will was absolute and guaranteed her grand final victory. Already in the apartment, the leader tracks the young man at the computer while he fears that this confidence will make her underestimate the enemy. With a very serious tone, the writer warns that swords have no eyes and fears that the young woman might suffer terrible injuries in battle. Watching his apprehensive face, the warrior agrees with the guy's advice in a soft manner to soothe his heart. Leaning in front of the author, the leader suggests returning to the magical world to train if he continued so worried like that. Changing her tune, the warrior states she will do whatever it takes to defeat her opponents, regardless of the divine will. Surprised by that grit, the writer is left speechless as he observes his character's new, confident stance. With a serene look, the leader explains that the guy didn't grasp the details of cultivation because he wasn't a real immortal. Displaying a beautiful smile, the young woman indirectly questions how the author would know if she was training at that moment. Placing the bags on the table, the girl recalls that appreciating the details of life was also a cultivation method created by him. Looking over her shoulder, the young woman displays a teasing smile and deduces that the guy was nervous because he cared about her. Totally shocked by the teasing, the protagonist widens his eyes and wonders if the woman was trying to seduce him. Sitting on the couch, the young man turns his face and thinks it's very natural to care about the heroine he created in the story himself. Watching the warrior from behind, the author reflects that her actions matched her peaceful method of cultivation very well. Focusing on the girl's hands, the guy concludes that the leader was just observing everything to get to know that new world better. While she washes the potatoes, the writer admits that the young woman's mind went far beyond her creator's own grasp. Suddenly, the young man widens his eyes upon realizing a major blunder and gets a look of total shock on his face. Desperate with the situation, the guy walks through the room, remembering he had planned to write new chapters that day. Fixing the bed sheets, the writer grumbles that women and chores were the enemies of his writing. Holding a piece of white underwear, the guy gets very confused, trying to figure out if he could put that in the washing machine. With a drop of sweat rolling down his face, the protagonist deduces it wouldn't be a good idea to wash the item that way. To solve the problem, the young man decides to hang the underwear in a high place and stretches his arm to reach the rack. At that moment, the author freezes in fear upon hearing the girl's voice saying he could keep the piece if he liked it so much. Crossing her arms, the warrior casts a deadly look at the guy while he sweats heavily from so much nervousness. The writer tries to explain himself stutteringly, but the leader turns her face in annoyance and ignores the guy's excuses. Completely out of sorts, the guy stays silent, holding the hanger and feeling a lot of shame over that awkward situation. Shortly after, the story shows the young woman before a large cardboard box, dumping its contents onto the floor with force. Looking at the box full of sheer stockings, the guy gets confused while the girl suggests he buy more if that wasn't enough. Sitting on the floor with the package in his hands, the writer grumbles that he had no reason to want so many of those pieces. Furious over the comment, the warrior displays a dark expression, deducing he preferred clothes with a real scent. Desperate, the young man asks where she learned that, and the girl reveals she read it in the comments section of his story. Holding his glasses, the protagonist laughs nervously and cries inside, noticing that the internet has finally corrupted the leader. Regaining her calm posture, the young woman extends her hand toward the guy, asking him to return her underwear. Pulling the piece with force, the warrior threatens to wash the author's head in the machine if he messed with her things again. While she hangs the clothing using blue magic, the writer realizes he understood less and less of the character he created himself. The warrior looks at the stationary guy and questions why he doesn't go turn off the stove already since the vegetables were still cooking. Agreeing to the request, the writer steps away while the girl uses her blue magic to dry a shirt near the window. Shortly after, the scene focuses on two newly prepared plates of food, oozing a very delicious aroma through the whole house. Eating the meal, the young man alerts her about an upcoming class reunion, and the warrior repeats his words with some doubt. To explain better, the guy compares this situation to a meeting of disciples from the same sect checking on how everyone is doing. Holding her bowl, the leader alerts that she intends to return to her magical world to handle some pending matters over there. Eating a piece of meat, the warrior reflects with relief that she now has total control over when to go and come back between worlds. Perceiving the situation, the writer asks how the young woman knew he was thinking about her original body at that moment. Sighing, the leader warns severely that she would turn him to ash if she attacked the young man using her original body right then and there. Picking up the meat with chopsticks, the guy claims he sees no difference between the clone and the original since both were the same woman. Observing the author's face, the warrior inquires about his meditation days and fears she won't be able to stop hitting the guy later. Maintaining his calm, the protagonist reports his 3 days of training, counting morning meditations as well as nighttime ones. Radiating a blue aura, the guy surprises the young woman by already managing to feel the energy flow in just 3 days of practice. Eating quickly, the girl gets frustrated in silence, noticing what a massive cheat it was for the guy to be the creator god of that world. Staring at his companion, the author suspects a lag in his own advancement and justifies using meditation strictly to fall asleep. Annoyed by the comment, the warrior looks away and lies by grading the creator god's entire performance as just average. Adjusting his glasses with a smile, the young man thanks the girl for the grand help and says he is very satisfied with his physical improvement. Leaning on the table, the leader offers to teach some simple techniques and asks the guy which spell he wished to practice first. With great excitement, the protagonist immediately chooses invisibility skills and also the famous X-ray vision spell. Refusing to tolerate that immoral attitude, the warrior lands a very heavy strike on the guy's head using a heavy kitchen pan. Shortly after, the writer's hands offer a cup of hot tea for his beloved master to try and calm down after all the fuss. Sitting on the couch, the young woman hugs a piggy pillow, lamenting having accepted a student as perverted as the writer. Holding his mug, the guy remembers that the young woman already taught the basics of cultivation and still needed to show other minor magics. Furious, the leader flings the pillow and the drink at the author, while firmly denying she would teach him anything whatsoever. The warrior explains that his current level didn't allow for advanced magic and judges X-ray vision as a massive perversion. With a dreamy look, the guy justifies his choice, thinking of the chance to see through cards and get very rich the easy way. Focusing on the girl's glowing eye, she warns about the dangers of that cheat but reveals the existence of very specific methods. Hidden by green leaves, the leader advises the author not to waste his time on spells that would surface naturally with evolution. With little birds watching the scene, the leader warns on her feet that focusing on survival-oriented techniques was much more important. On the floor, the guy listens to the warrior and comments that his current world seemed quite safe and peaceful for regular folks. Observing the window, the girl hugs the pillow and warns that danger always stalks whoever steps into the supernatural world. With a serious look, she explains that she taught those techniques for him to protect himself alone when she wasn't around. Hearing the advice carefully, the young man smiles slightly while confirming he got his master's message. Satisfied, the warrior commands the student to sit facing the sky, and he obeys the received order with lots of excitement. While a bird perches on the window, she explains a runaway technique, but the guy grumbles, finding the style far too feminine. Irritated, the woman shouts, saying the technique shields the mind against future readings, and asks if he was still going to complain. Shortly after, the writer sits to meditate with bandages on his face, and even the pig pillow looks like it's crying for help. Changing the subject, the leader sits on the couch in a relaxed manner and alerts that she would finally teach a real combat technique. Excited by the news, the protagonist opens a massive smile and quickly asks what the special skill would be. Thoughtfully, the girl concludes that the guy had no time for normal training because of work and decides to change the routine. Sensing that things were going to get worse, the guy sweats cold and questioningly asks nervously about what routine the master was talking about. At that moment, a golden bell projection covers the author's body while the warrior recommends that defensive technique. With an evil smile, the young woman confesses that the higher defense would make it easier to beat him even more in the future. The scene cuts to the elderly neighbor on the floor below, hearing various screams and strange noises coming from the bedroom ceiling. Sweating from nerves, the gentleman thinks that the young couple upstairs was playing aggressively well before nightfall. Back in the apartment, the writer's body glows in a golden tone while he remains fallen on the floor, totally defeated. Pulling the guy's hair mercilessly, the warrior commands him to stand up and alerts that the training was only beginning. Outraged by the beating, the protagonist screams, asking why that golden bell training method had to be so aggressive. Showing confidence, the leader replies that she merely simplified things and points out that the result was very fast and efficient. Observing his own glowing hand, the guy questions how the technique was working right after he took such an ugly beating. Full of hope, the author deduces that the hits helped refine the shield, but the girl reveals she just wanted to strike him. Upon hearing the master's response, the young man snaps and screams in rage while the bird flees startled from the bedroom window. Waving her hand, the young woman tries to calm the guy's spirits and guarantees that at the end of the day, she really helped his defense. Patting the student, she explains that he was still a beginner and blames the author himself for creating difficult rules. Quite battered, the protagonist takes offense at the insult and cries, imagining how much longer he would need to take beatings. Suddenly, the guy's mind lights up and his eyes open in surprise as he remembers a very important detail. Analyzing the energy flow through his body, the writer is shocked to realize that the bizarre training was super effective. Letting out a suspicious giggle, the author plans something shady, and the warrior catches on instantly to the creator god's bad intentions. Cutting the mood, the woman turns her back, letting her long hair sweep across the guy's face, and alerts that she was leaving. She explains she would seek scriptures in her world to improve the classes and states she has no reason to stay there all the time. Leaning on the door, the guy observes the girl fixing the bed while she asks if his computer was doing all right. Sitting on the mattress, the leader alerts that she memorized several books and could read slowly in her world, where time was different. Agreeing with the idea, the author advises the young woman to focus on training and regrets creating such a powerful villain. Wrapped in the covers, the warrior commands the student not to mess with her clothes, and he replies, scared out of his mind by that order. Shortly after, the blanket deflates with a blue glow and shows that the mysterious woman finally returned to her own world. Alone in the room, the young man stares at the floor in total silence, feeling the weight of longing after his beloved master's departure. But soon his face shifts to an irritated expression, and the guy questions why the girl flees after hitting him so much. The scene changes to a mountainous setting, revealing that the leader's soul returned distracted and forgot her own defenses. Because of this carelessness, the warrior flies at high speed and slams her face with massive force against a stone door. Totally squashed on the wall, the young woman's soul gets stuck in a star shape and begins to slide down slowly. Furious with the situation, the woman lets out a gigantic scream that echoes through the heavens and commands the protagonist to wait for her. Meanwhile, in the real world, the guy smiles, sweating nervously, and thinks it serves her right so the master doesn't provoke the creator god. At that moment, the phone rings on the table, and the protagonist finds the notification weird since he had muted all his groups. Analyzing the device's screen, he reads the name of a racing chat and wonders at what point he had joined that. Confused by the situation, the writer grumbles that his reader group already sent plenty of useless information every single day. Suddenly, the guy's expression changes completely upon spotting a quite shocking detail on that app's list. Reading the conversations on screen, the young man realizes that all members of the chat were famous authors on the bestseller list. With a cute, confused expression, the author finds a group named Weird and wonders where the race is and if that was a joke. Tracking the welcome messages, the protagonist questions if the big shots only did that in their free time. Reading several sincere compliments about the book, the writer smiles excitedly, feeling that his social circle was growing. Scrolling his finger down the phone screen, the young man notes that the author's group wasn't all that different from his own fan chat. Accessing his main group, the writer observes the fans talking about the chapters and laments his major lack of time. Moved by the situation, the guy thanks the reader's effort and recalls the time when he would never imagine all this support. After that, the story shows the author facing the nighttime window and wondering how an old friend would be doing at that moment. The focus shifts to a luxury, highly lit nightclub where a male voice alerts that he brought everyone for the boss. Inside the venue, several attractive and very well-dressed women form a line in the center of the checkered tone floor. Watching the parade, an elegant man in glasses rests comfortably on the dark couch and asks if the girls arrived. A lackey confirms the group's presence and questions the reason his leader preferred only women wearing black-colored dresses. Focusing on the mobster's eyes, he remembers a neighbor who started working in nightclubs and finds her absence at that location weird. With zero interest in the women in line, the man waves his hand and commands his lackey to send all of them away. Dismissing the women, the man in glasses comments that they were pretty but had nothing interesting for his taste. Celebrating with lots of excitement, the lackey praises his great boss, stating that he possessed pretty high standards for things. Shortly after, the gaze closes in on the hand holding the purple cup, while the leader questions about the darkroom business. Respectfully, the thug alerts that customers had interest but were avoiding going out to escape the local police. Relaxing on the couch, the boss scorns the power of a police officer named Lin Wyong, stating he wouldn't do anything there. With the scene focusing on the officer's serious face, the mobster recalls the day the cop tried to trick him with bizarre powers. But with a slight confident smile on his face, the leader concludes that police officer's level was too low to achieve anything. 2 days later, the scene changes to a dinner where an old classmate comments that the author used to stay quite alone in college. Embracing the protagonist, a friend offers to help in case the writing career failed, and the young man declines gently. Thoughtfully, the author regrets going to the location as he counted on the cop's help to get a hold of some documents. At that exact moment, the officer arrives at the banquet hall, surprising the writer, who had already lost hope in that. Smiling widely, the man apologizes for the delay and alerts his old classmates that they could already proceed with the grand dinner. Sitting next to the author, the cop comments that he looked much more energetic and asks if he has been taking any supplements. Staring at his classmate, the protagonist analyzes the cop's face very closely, seeking answers in that tense silence. Diverting his vision a bit, the cop answers the writer in a calm manner while observing the busy environment of the hall. In another corner of that event, a young executive wearing a white suit and prescription glasses walks with a highly focused look. Watching from afar, the guests gossip, trying to guess if the newcomer was just a rich boy or a dangerous gangster. Holding his drink glass, the officer draws the writer's attention and questions if he was surprised by those news updates. Upon hearing that comment, the young author turns his face confused toward the cop, trying to understand what he was talking about. Focusing on the back of the rich guy in white, the cop reveals that the writer's old roommate was the owner of that nightclub. Shocked by the massive revelation, the protagonist opens his mouth, unable to believe the size of his old partner's success. Lighting a cigarette, the officer tries to calm the poor shaken writer, guaranteeing he didn't need to worry about anything. Meanwhile, the suited leader walks up the stairs toward the dinner, knowing that none of that had to do with his group. Quite serious, the nightclub owner alerts his security guard to pay attention to what was being said at that more distant table. Shortly after, the scene focuses on the rich guy's hand holding a dark phone while he awaits the ideal moment to make contact. Facing the phone, the elegant guy reflects in silence, noticing it was no longer possible to hide the truth from all his classmates. The chat displays several messages from outraged old classmates upon discovering the guy had inherited billions of dollars from home. Greeting another businessman in the hall, the nightclub owner recalls the old jokes about inheriting millions if the dream failed. Hearing his old classmates bragging about buying houses and watches, the poor author notices that his vision was very narrow. Sitting silently, the writer listens to others' glories and feels bummed for looking like an unemployed homeless guy there. Changing the subject, a friend approaches quite excited and asks in which famous bookstore he could buy the work. With a nervous smile, the author scratches his face, sweating cold, and alerts that his book didn't possess a physical copy yet. Without fully understanding the situation, an old classmate extends her hand and questions how the guy made money with clicks. The writer explains that readers paid to read on the internet, but the young woman judges that type of work as very unstable. Thinking dirty, the friend assumes the work had adult content, but the author denies it quickly because of the network's rules. Disappointed by the response, the guy backs off, and the writer laments in silence, fearing he'd starve if he didn't write that. With a curious look, another classmate in a dark shirt smiles and questions if the protagonist was that type of writer. Trying to defend himself, the young man guarantees that he published strictly on the internet and that his fantasy world broke the mold. The friend keeps judging and states with certainty that internet authors always use crook methods to make money. Sweating heavily under the criticism, the protagonist hears a voice from afar saying they had interest in taking a look. At that moment, a beautiful young woman with short hair approaches smiling and comments about the author still not having a girlfriend. Totally out of sorts with the situation, the guy tries to stutter a response while a hand rests lightly on his shoulder. The cop embraces his friend and defends him, saying that charming writers usually had various female fans scattered all over. Cutting the friendly mood, the classmate in the brown shirt smiles and comments that only famous authors had that luck. After the malicious comment, a very awkward silence takes over the round table while everyone lowers their heads. Trying to ease that tension, the cop stands up quickly with his glass and offers to drink as a penalty. At that instant, the friend's hand squeezes the writer's shoulder while he smiles, feeling the support of that loyal companion. Suddenly, the author's eyes open in surprise when a woman extends a blue notebook, asking for an autograph. Focusing on the protagonist's confused face, he looks up, trying to figure out who is speaking to him at that moment. Standing on her feet in casual clothes, his master observes him like a fan and praises the young man's work in a very affectionate manner. With a confident smile, the young man accepts the affection, knowing in his heart that only her opinion truly mattered. Looking cute, the writer signs the warrior girl's notebook, while his colleagues stare at the scene in total shock. Running through the hall with joy, the girl celebrates getting the signature, leaving the two friends completely open-mouthed at the situation. Turning back to face the friends at the table, the author adopts a very confident posture and asks what their problem was. Excited by the event, the guys grab the young man, praising the fan's beauty and claiming his career had a bright future. Shortly after, an elegant waitress arrives, letting them know that the nightclub owner paid the bill and sent his regards for the success. Quite surprised, the protagonist deduces that the wealthy man was his old roommate and tries to understand how he had overheard all of that. Quietly smoking a cigarette, the police officer smiles and suggests they talk about those matters later on. With a very calm expression, the writer glances over at the officer and agrees to the idea without a second thought. The event finally ends, and the colleagues say goodbye outside the building, asking to stay in touch with the great author. Walking outdoors, the writer and the police officer stroll along a wooden deck with a beautiful view of the city. Blowing out cigarette smoke, the officer looks to the side and asks how much his friend knew about the nightclub owner. Surprised by the sudden question, the young man stammers, not knowing exactly how to answer the officer's inquiry. At that moment, the protagonist's face shows great shock as he feels something strange happening to his body. Two transparent blue hands touch the author's face while he wonders if that was some kind of supernatural power. The officer confesses that he thought he knew the businessman well, but reveals that his powers showed a different reality. Quite confused, the young man deduces that his old roommate was involved in shady business inside that luxury nightclub. Leaning against the railing, the officer explains that not every nightclub owner was a criminal, but their investigation had been halted. Observing his partner from the side, the writer thinks about how his old roommate's situation seemed to be quite complicated. Putting out his cigarette, the officer asks the protagonist to let him know if he hears any news about the wealthy man in the future. Faced with that request, the writer looks away in total silence, feeling the weight of that suspicion hanging over his friend. Giving a slight smile, the police officer tells the young man not to worry, as the businessman might just be a scapegoat. Focusing on the young man's feet, the author asks for the name of the nightclub his old roommate was running. Touching the writer's shoulder, the officer reveals the name of the nightlife establishment and advises the young man to stay far away from it. Waving with his back turned, the man says goodbye, saying he needed to get back to his wife, and wishes the author even more success. Alone on the wooden deck, the protagonist stares at the ground thoughtfully, surprised by a visit from his beloved master. With his hands in his pockets, the young man quietly turns his head and asks how long the girl was planning to stay hidden like that. Her long dark hair blows across the screen, and the young man praises his master's cultivation development, which was looking even more powerful. Wearing modern clothes, the beautiful warrior smiles very sweetly and asks how the young man's reunion with his colleagues went. Staring closely at the girl, he reassures her that it was great, but confesses he didn't expect such an incredible performance from her. The woman explains that she just didn't want mundane things getting in the way of her dear student's cultivation and mental state. Shortly after, the focus shifts to the leader's delicate lips as she tries to further justify her sudden actions. Tossing her hair back, she proudly claims that looking down on the creator god was the exact same thing as looking down on her. Admiring the warrior's words, the writer watches the woman in total silence, feeling his heart beat faster. Focusing on their shoes, the scene shows the young man taking a step forward while reassuring her that he wasn't embarrassed. Confused by her student's attitude, the master's eyes widen slightly as she notices the young man's hand approaching her face. Gently touching the girl's face, he confesses that just her praise for his book was already more than enough. The scene changes to their blurry reflection in the water while a female voice stammers, completely flustered by the situation. As the water ripples, the warrior loses her cool and shouts, saying she only came back there to ask why she kept hitting that wall. The setting shifts to the modern shelves in the author's room, while the girl demands a good explanation for that disaster. Sitting on the floor, the author stammeringly explains that he only wrote that as a joke to entertain his dear readers. He grumbles that he never could have imagined a powerful cultivator being so silly as to crash face first into a huge wall. Furious at the insult, the young warrior glares at her student intimidatingly, wanting to confirm the young man's words. Sweating nervously, the protagonist quickly backs away and lies, saying he hadn't said anything bad to his beloved master. Out of patience, the woman lands a clean punch on the young man's face, sending him flying while calling him the biggest idiot there. After the blow, the writer hits the bedroom wall hard and slides down onto the wooden floor in a rather clumsy way. Smiling in relief, the young man realizes he didn't feel any pain and celebrates the great durability of his golden bell protective technique. Gritting her teeth in anger, the leader clenches her fists and menacingly comments that his defensive training was going well. Finding it funny, the young man praises his master's teaching but teases her about her lack of elegance during that famous crash into the stone door. Completely annoyed, the woman begins to pummel her student mercilessly, asking if he really thought he would get away without any physical pain. While the boy trembles on the floor, the warrior explains that she studied various defense methods and created a special routine just for him. Highly suspicious of that story, the young man glares at the teacher tensely and asks what this new training would be like. Without saying a single word, the beautiful master just smiles mysteriously, making it clear that her student was going to suffer a lot. The scene changes to the window, where little birds hear thumping noises coming from that closed and very noisy room. Balancing thorny fruits across his body, the writer complains that this was a clear attempt to cause him harm without any mercy. Sweating heavily under the weight of the massive food, the author makes a huge effort to stay focused and avoid a severe injury. Watching her student suffering, the leader orders him not to move, or his punishment would be extended by exactly 30 minutes. Upset with the teaching method, the young man grumbles, suspecting that the girl was torturing him purely for her own amusement. With a cute and proud expression, the woman demands total obedience, stating that her advanced level justified all the harsh training. Even without the fruits on his arms, the protagonist remains frustrated, trying to figure out why something heavy was still on his head. Pointing firmly, the master explains that his feet were weak, and the weight clearly improved his body balance. While the young man resumes his heavy training, the girl turns around to clean up the mess they had made on the apartment couch. Patting the cushions, she calmly explains that the golden bell would help tremendously with all the muscle memory work. But with a rather mischievous look, the leader laughs internally because she just wanted to recreate a humiliating scene based on famous stories. Letting the poor guy suffer, the beautiful woman looks around the rest of the living room and judges the environment as messy and lacking beauty. Smiling excitedly, the girl suggests stealing the gorgeous flowers from downstairs to keep in the room and improve the whole vibe. Breaking into a cold sweat, the writer reminds her that the flowers belonged to the public and the apartment was rented, not worth so much decorating and care. Annoyed by his lack of vision, the woman stumps her foot and warns him that she needed a comfortable environment to live more happily. Getting the message, the young man gives in peacefully and promises to take the girl to buy some nice plant pots in the future. Watching the leader nod her head, the author thinks about the girl's many moods and appreciates having that bizarre yet comforting feeling. Hearing a sudden knock at the door, the girl and the young man with a fruit on his head look curiously toward the entrance. The young woman asks if he ordered a gas delivery again, but the writer says no, remembering the last replacement was quite recent. The door opens and his old roommate calmly walks in, letting them know he forgot his key and apologizing. Staring at the bizarre scene, the visitor is left speechless upon seeing the young man training next to the beautiful girl in pajamas. Totally confused, the businessman looks back out into the hallway to confirm if he had entered the right apartment. Observing the woman more closely, the visitor recognizes the face of the alleged fan who had been at the restaurant hours ago. Focusing on the wealthy young man's serious face, the scene shows him analyzing the whole situation in a total, awkward silence. Welcoming his friend, the writer smiles while the visitor asks why the apartment looks so completely different from before. Noticing the pajamas with heart patterns, the wealthy man quickly deduces that the two young people were living together. In a comedic moment, the friend bites a cloth and cries dramatically, judging the protagonist as a big, smooth-talking traitor. Sitting on the couch, the visitor praises the new living room layout, noting that the place was much cleaner and nicer. Giving an awkward smile, the author confirms she helped with the cleaning and asks the former tenant to leave his key there. Holding a dark cup, the man in the suit takes a sip and deduces that the key would be handed over to his friend's girlfriend. Hidden in the bedroom, the warrior gets annoyed by the label and grumbles about being treated like a couple without any warning. The scene focuses on the young woman silently losing her cool upon hearing the writer make a lame excuse about the key request. Giving up on listening to the conversation, the master sits in front of the computer and decides to watch a movie to pass the time. Drinking elegantly, the businessman listens to the protagonist ask if he was already used to such cheap tea. Being honest, the young man with glasses asks not to be teased, reminding him that his new wealthy lifestyle was still recent. Crossing his arms, the writer questions why his friend lived in a humble place despite having a wealthy family. Staring at the steam from the cup, the visitor adopts a very serious expression and states that writing had always been his greatest passion. The wealthy man confides that he is just an illegitimate son and reveals he was only called back because his older brother messed up. Upon hearing that sad story, the protagonist asks why the young man took 2 years to return home. Squeezing his teacup, the visitor explains that he decided to chase his own dreams before losing all his freedom. The author listens carefully while his colleague laments the fact that he was chosen just to deal with all the family's messes. Watching the visitor rest his head on the couch, the protagonist asks why he hadn't looked for another way out. With a faint smile, the businessman admits he craved power and wanted to help his own mother after failing as a writer. The scene changes to a top-down view, showing the old roommates talking in a rather bittersweet atmosphere. The wealthy man mentions that the police were investigating the place and confirms to his friend that things at the nightclub were not clean at all. Sharing a good laugh, the guys joke about an old promise about the future, easing all the tension of that moment. With a calm gaze, the leader in the suit opens up about his fear of being used as bait and his distaste for having no freedom. The wealthy man looks at the ceiling and comments that at the start of his writing career, he received just one vote from a single reader. While the girl focuses on the screen hugging her plushie, the wealthy man tells his partner that he decided to write solely for that one fan. Balancing the fruit on his head, the protagonist understands the guy's feeling but hopes the reader wasn't a bot. With a slightly distant look, the young businessman denies that possibility and guarantees it wasn't an automated system. Wearing a sleep mask, the wealthy man frustratingly reveals that he discovered by accident that his only reader was his mom. The scene focuses on a beautiful glowing butterfly, while the friend laments not being able to wait for his success as an author. With a flame burning on his neck, the visitor explains that he awakened his powers after being attacked on his own brother's orders. In a cute chibi format, the protagonist starts sweating nervously, and the wealthy man lets him know he was aware of his contact with the supernatural. Regaining his composure, the businessman smiles and reports that he ran away from home to avoid taking on the new responsibilities given by his father. Adjusting his prescription glasses, the young man in the green shirt fixes a very serious gaze on his old partner. The wealthy man confesses he hadn't noticed the author's powers, and the protagonist asks if his friend's family had made the reports to the police. Waving his hand very calmly, the man in the suit disagrees with that idea and blames the real villains for all of it. Balancing the fruit, the writer concludes that his partner took over shady businesses, even while running a high risk of getting into deep trouble. Focusing on just the confident smile of the wealthy guy, he agrees with the author and confirms he was already well aware of the whole situation. Staring at the floor reflectively, the former tenant laments that the idea of doing what you love was naive in that cruel world. Observing his friend's sadness, the protagonist thinks that he shouldn't judge someone else's life to try and give unsolicited advice. At that moment, the hand of the man in the suit raises the small cup while he comments on the young writer's style of prose. Offering a toast, the friend praises his partner's skills and feels his own worth being validated by it. Toasting joyfully, the author gives thanks for the massive help he received with the views, and the businessman says it was all his own merit. Shortly after, the visitor suggests they go out to grab some skewers and jokes about the fact that the young man was still holding that fruit. Surprised by that sudden little invitation, the protagonist stares toward the bedroom door in a moment of pure hesitation. Without a second thought, the author excitedly throws the thorny fruit aside and accepts facing the consequences later on. Hidden in the bedroom, the beautiful leader puffs out her cheeks in a very cute way and allows her beloved student to go out with his friend. The focus changes to a wide shot, revealing the two young men walking together on a quiet street filled with food stalls. With a more relaxed mood, the young businessman strikes up a conversation, bringing up a kidnapping that had occurred a few days prior. Staring at the back of the man in the suit, the writer just listens as the wealthy man states with total certainty that he was the rescuer. Walking a bit behind, the protagonist realizes that his old partner had stopped the thugs from seeking revenge. The businessman reports his brother's issues in the underground fight club and confesses he was forced to take over to take the fall. The shot from a distance highlights the friends walking while the author praises his companion's old tiring and persistent routine. Showing a lot of determination, the wealthy man refuses to accept his fate quietly and guarantees he could still climb to a higher position. Observing the sky, the protagonist notes that his friend's father wanted to test his skills by letting him handle all the problems. The wealthy guy shares that the idea of dealing with Moonshadow came from his useless brother and reveals he only came back to be a threat. A flashback focuses on the warrior fighting, and the man in the suit reveals that his brother wanted to profit off that great fighter's defeat. Since the fighter refused the match-fixing offer, the brother hired a man with superpowers to track her down and fix the problem. The wealthy man calls his brother useless for not handling things in his own territory and deciding to bring the danger outside. Afraid of causing trouble outside his jurisdiction, the businessman explains that he took his men to follow the criminal to that location. Smiling, the author remembers that his partner found him shopping with a girl and lied, saying he was trying to catch a thief. Confirming the story, the man in the suit friendly comments that the person next to the young man must be his wonderful girlfriend. Adjusting his glasses very calmly, the protagonist asks his old roommate to keep telling the rest of the story. The young man explains that the powered individual was arrested by the officer, and his father soon put him in charge to cover up the mess. With a firm look, the author reveals that he already suspected his colleague in that bizarre case, and the wealthy man wants to understand why. The wealthy man confidently deduces that the young man had a history with the fighter before they dealt with the guy who walked through walls. Frustrated by the false deductions, the writer tells his colleague to think carefully and reveals that the girl just lived in the next room. The scene focuses on the two from above, while the man in the suit claims he had figured out back then that his friend possessed special powers. Staring at the protagonist very closely, the young nightclub leader questions what exactly the author's power was. Dropping the question, the young man comments that it was normal to have secrets, leaving the young writer quite startled by that remark. Walking along the sidewalk, the author stumps his foot and shouts, letting him know he wasn't dating the fan, while his old roommate just agrees, laughing. Observing the buildings, the protagonist tries to understand if the wealthy man would keep dealing with Moon Shadow, and the guy confirms it all. With the two walking side by side in a tense atmosphere, the businessman seriously laments that the great fighter was incredibly stubborn. Upon hearing the harsh comment, the writer's eyes widen, and he terrifiedly concludes that his colleague wanted to see the girl gone. With an eerie coldness, the young man justifies that plenty of people lost their lives in the dark arenas, and he wouldn't be the primary culprit. Losing his patience, the protagonist lunges forward in a fury, calling his partner a monster and judging him worse than his useless brother. Pulling at his tie, the man in the suit gets worked up and states that nobody thought about his side when his efforts were ruined. Regaining his elegant posture, the young man quietly straightens his clothes and tells the writer to stop being so naive about the world. The nightclub leader confesses his worst mistakes and states that honest people are always eaten alive by the great malice of others. Totally disappointed by that dark mindset, the young author laments and warns him that bad actions always bring retribution. Turning his back, the young man ignores the advice and guarantees it would be useless to try reporting the case to their familiar police officer. Staring at his old partner very deeply, the author asks if he had never thought about Moon Shadow's real identity. With the wealthy man's eyes frozen, the writer reveals that he almost ended the life of the very girl he loved with those terrible actions. Hiding his face, the young man tries to laugh off the situation nervously, deducing that the author was just playing a sad joke on him. Touching his glasses, the wealthy man deduces that the author lied, because the relentless fighter didn't drink, but the neighbor was constantly tipsy. Staring at his colleague, the protagonist seriously asks if the girl didn't drink just to try and ease her own inner pain. Crouching and holding his head, the man in the suit laments, having forced himself to believe that it was all nothing but a coincidence. Standing up, the young writer laments the situation and notices that his colleague truly loved the fighter, even without the never having spoken. The focus shifts to the trees swaying in the wind, while the story narrates that the wealthy man had destroyed the very love he so deeply desired. Looking up at the night sky, the author thinks about life and concludes that some things were already bound by fate itself. Slowly getting up from the ground, the businessman thanks his friend and states it was an enormous stroke of luck that he managed to save the young woman. With a dark look, the wealthy man confesses that he couldn't and didn't want to go back on his choices, as he had nothing left to lose. Observing the massive nightclub, the young man admits to liking that lifestyle and states that the awakening of powers brought grand changes to the world. The scene focuses on the grand city lit up at night, while the businessman says his friend could have a much more comfortable life. Staring at his partner's back, the protagonist firmly rejects the idea and guarantees he didn't need any of that. Turning his head, the leader warns that powers were inevitable, and the author notes that he needed to investigate the cases linked to the fighter. Standing on the sidewalk, the wealthy businessman lets him know he understood supernatural powers and offers to answer any questions in the future. The nightclub leader understands his colleague's disapproval and says he wouldn't complain if they drifted apart, but he still saw him as a brother. Hearing that sincere farewell, the writer tries to say something but hesitates, remaining silent with a melancholy expression. At that exact instant, a swift streak of light cuts through the scenery, and the young man's eyes widen as he spots a massive threat arriving there. Without a second thought, the author manifests his golden defense and pushes his wealthy friend away to try and protect him from that attack. Hidden on top of a wall, the assassin with a flaming hand is surprised to see that his stealthy strike was blocked. Behind the startled criminal, the scene shows the dark presence of the warrior, her eyes glowing red in the darkness. Glowing in a golden hue, the protagonist skids back from the received impact while his old roommate desperately screams his name. Supporting his bespectacled friend from behind, the businessman shows great concern and asks if the young man was severely hurt. Analyzing the small burn mark on his shirt, the author sighs in relief and guarantees he was fine despite such a heavy shock. The man in the suit praises his partner's incredible defense and thinks he's crazy for focusing on questions while under attack by an assassin. Keeping his cool, the wealthy young man adjusts his glasses and states he didn't need to worry, as he already knew the identity of the mastermind. The camera focuses on the young man's hand in the pocket of his light-colored pants while he asks if his partner understood why he couldn't run away. Staring down the street, the businessman reports having gone too far, and losing his own power would bring his end quite easily. Brushing the dirt off his clothes, the protagonist accepts his partner's criminal life and asks him to stop trying to justify himself. Smiling satisfied, the wealthy man agrees with the answer and thanks his friend again for protecting his life out of pure instinct. Right after, the scene changes to the body of the beautiful leader standing nearby as she calls the attention of the duo chatting on site. Wearing a white baseball cap, the warrior asks if they're finished talking while dragging the defeated assassin by his shirt collar. Holding the criminal, the young woman warns the wealthy guy to handle the problem properly, or she wouldn't consider him a friend anymore. With a nervous smile, the businessman deduces that the powerful cultivator from that day was actually his future sister-in-law. Positioned in front of the author, the girl in the cap unleashes a very strong aura while the young man smiles proudly at his partner. Pulling the defeated assassin's hair, the wealthy guy takes control of the situation and promises to take care of everything with strict rigor. Facing his old partner, the writer quietly asks him to avoid committing another violent crime against that individual. Holding the criminal, the nightclub leader reassures his friend, letting him know he would use that guy only as a valuable bargaining chip. Carrying the man's body on his shoulder, the businessman says goodbye to the protagonist, warning him that they might never see each other again. Watching his old roommate leave, the author hears him wish success for his writing career in the future. With a rather nostalgic look, the protagonist agrees with his friend's wish and smiles slightly, accepting that farewell. The young man reflects on the wealthy guy's dangerous life and concludes that they truly didn't belong to the same world anymore. Staring at her beloved student, the warrior praises that friend's determination but acknowledges the difficulties of today's world. The author scratches his head and states that his old partner was living in a dead end, being used as bait by the local authorities. Adjusting her white cap, the leader deduces that the wealthy guy knew the dangers and claims she's curious to see how he would survive. Watching the young woman's face, the writer smiles affectionately, noticing her sympathy for that businessman's rebellious streak. With a reflective tone, the master comments on the author's great influence, feeling that she could never resist her own fate. Sweating nervously, the young man guarantees he would never do something that terrible and points out that the girl could easily crush him. Faced with the boy's panic, the woman looks up peacefully and lets him know she used the tragic ending just as an example. Focusing on the young woman's beauty, the scene highlights her radiance as she reflects on the creator's influence over her feelings. With her golden eyes glowing intensely, the girl stares at the protagonist and asks if he could notice the difference. Upon hearing his beloved master's harsh doubts, the writer is left completely speechless before the complexity of the situation. Turning her head, the warrior laments the difficulty of achieving true liberation and compares herself to the young man's old roommate. Understanding his partner's intentions, the author smiles in relief and deduces that she was just trying to give him some good advice. Looking over her shoulder, the leader agrees and explains that searching for one's true essence took a lot of time and dedication. Placing her hand on her chest, she confesses that pretending to be a big fan was a completely genuine desire to surprise the young man. Staring at his partner seriously, the writer listens as the young woman asks what his true desires for the future were. The focus quickly shifts to the young author's lips as he prepares to open his heart with complete sincerity. Grabbing the girl's waist, the protagonist confesses his desire to see her being truly free and radiant, always by his side right there. Totally embarrassed by the romantic confession, the woman turns her red face away and asks them to go back home quickly. Observing his master, the young man puts his hand on the back of his neck and smirks, silently admitting that he desired the young woman herself. Walking through the lit-up streets, the couple enjoys the calm night, and the writer thanks his old partner for the opportunity. Concerned, the young woman warns that his old roommate would be furious to know about their date right after losing a great love. With a childish face, the girl turns her head away in a pout and grumbles quietly to show her displeasure right there. Raising his head elegantly, the young man corrects his partner, saying they look like a gentleman and a lady right there. While the moon shines in the night sky, the young man states with conviction that his desire to be with Chu Wuji was an old one. Surprised by the writer's boldness, the warrior leader widens her golden eyes and stares at the young man, not knowing what to say. Maintaining a calm smile, the protagonist confesses that he was just a crazy guy dreaming of dating the character from his book. Quite annoyed by that statement, the woman shouts in a firm tone, saying she wasn't just a simple literary work. Quickly, the author agrees with his partner and directly asks if the young woman would give him a chance at romance. Walking through the city streets, the warrior rejects the request by shouting and insults the young man, calling him a vile pervert. Gently holding the leader's hand, the writer asks for silence so as not to draw the attention of other people on the street. Despite calling her partner a pervert once more, the young woman doesn't let go of his hand and shyly gives in to the physical contact. Changing the subject, the protagonist expresses gratitude for John Curran's actions and reveals that his colleague's situation served as a warning. Walking alongside his partner, the young man says his friend's story would be totally different if he weren't so shy. With a serene look, the author states that it was better to tell the truth so as not to miss opportunities and own up to one's feelings. Thoughtful about those words, the warrior looks away and deduces that agreeing with the young man would mean accepting the confession. Still confused by her own thoughts, the young woman sighs in frustration and laments the grand difficulty of human love. Passing by a large residential building, the leader silently reflects that love was much harder than cultivation. Highly embarrassed by the sudden silence, the woman asks her partner to keep talking and break that tense atmosphere. Focusing on their intertwined hands, the girl's mind highlights that being alone next to a man caused a lot of discomfort. Trying to escape that tension, the warrior suggests heading back home, but the young man asks them to walk a little further. With a melancholy expression, the protagonist confesses to being frustrated with his friend's changes and needed to clear his mind. Staring at her partner with some confusion in her golden gaze, the young woman states that modern men were very strange creatures. Observing the large buildings, the warrior mentions that the literary world was the only acceptable refuge for violent acts. Seen from above as they walk through the plaza, the young man vaguely agrees and says that fiction was a projection of reality. Walking slowly, the woman reveals that her old question about the future wasn't an invitation for embarrassing phrases. With glowing eyes, the warrior leader changes her tone of voice and questions what the true world the author desired was. Remembering the exhausting nights of work, the young man smiles happily and reveals his enormous pleasure in telling his stories. In a serious tone, the writer admits that his old works ignored moral rules and only sought to please the readers. Suddenly stopping her walk, the woman defends the creation of commercial stories because he needed money to survive. Displaying her divine figure, the girl encourages the author to shape a universe so dense and real that it would make him a great god. Observing the image of two cultivators, the warrior states that the young man's story was just one among many. With a fixed gaze, he listens as the woman reminds him that the world of the literary work would collapse if the two of them vanished. Squeezing the girl's hand, the author understands her view about being a minor character and that the world would exist without her. Focusing on his own face, the young man agrees that focusing on multiple characters and creating an independent world was the right thing. Walking alongside his beloved, the young man praises her ability to guide the creator god and suggests good changes to the work. Looking at their intertwined hands, the writer asks his partner not to talk about death or about vanishing out of nowhere anymore. With a light smile on her face and glowing eyes, the woman stares at her partner and asks if that was an order. Showing a serious expression, the young man states that she understood the message, but the young woman fires back enigmatically. Turning his head with surprise, the author deduces that she planned to abandon her original body to live in the real world right there. Highly embarrassed, the warrior shifts into a cute chibi form and shouts, denying the creator's own words. Hurrying her steps down the street, the young woman insults the human world while the writer tries to control her runaway thoughts. The focus changes to the city's large buildings while the duo continues arguing and running around in a very lively manner. After that, the scene changes to the dark bedroom where the protagonist peacefully rests, lying on his soft bed. With a sweet smile on her face, the warrior wears cute pajamas and calls her beloved husband to wake him up in the morning. Startled by that sudden attitude, the young man quickly pulls back and states the woman's name in utter confusion. Realizing the great chance, the author takes on a childish form and jumps with joy, believing he wasn't dreaming. At that moment, the sound of something breaking echoes through the place, and the young man suffers an impact, being thrown far from the bed. Waking up for real, the writer notices several thorny fruits scattered across the bed and laments the end of his beautiful dream. Shortly after, the protagonist performs his morning physical training, painfully balancing himself on top of the fruits there. Watching her beloved from the bedroom door, the young woman is impressed by the young man's rapid progress in body technique. Without warning, the woman hurls a thorny fruit against the author's back, testing his physical durability on the spot. Sitting in the living room, the leader asks her partner to pause the training and laments that his golden defense wasn't perfect. Very quietly, the girl slides a plate with a fried egg toward the young man while a few chickens stare at him. Chewing the food in a cute way, the writer displays large glowing eyes and asks if he needed to train any more. Crossing her arms, the warrior explains that exercise was important and the young man could stop when he mastered everything. Accepting his fate, the young man agrees with his partner but lets her know he needed absolute silence to work. Placing her hand on her chin, the woman suggests that the author could practice the internal energy flow while he wrote. Thoughtful about that idea, the protagonist reflects on whether he needed to add that type of mental power into his story. Staring at the young man, the warrior leader directly guarantees that he had already written about that in the past. Raising her finger, the young woman projects her divine figure cultivating in midair and reminds the writer of his current state. Excited by the idea of passive training, the author joins his hands and agrees with the warrior's brilliant suggestion. With a big smile, the young man imagines how wonderful it would be to work and rest hugging his partner at the same time. Annoyed by her partner's fantasies, the woman smacks his head and explains that splitting one's soul required many centuries of training. Shortly after, the protagonist sits on the bedroom floor cross-legged and begins his meditation with a golden aura around his body. Observing her beloved's effort, the leader warns about the technique's risks and asks him to stop if he feels anything strange. Displaying a lively expression, the writer smiles confidently and agrees to follow all the orders of his beautiful master. With an elegant pose, the girl looks away blushing and jokingly says she needed to man the new chapters like a true fan. Teasing his partner, the young man asks ironically if she was addicted to that little role-play game, making her furious. Hugging her plushie in bed, the warrior regrets her own words and laments having taken on the fan role so quickly. Changing the subject, the author suggests that his partner create an account on the messaging app to manage his fan group. Totally lost with the human world's modern terms, the young woman blinks confusedly and asks how she would do that new job. Showing his phone screen, the young man lists several virtual tasks like managing comments and organizing voting events. Staring at the screen, the woman listens to her partner celebrate that he would have a beautiful manager to make single authors very jealous. Ignoring her partner's fantasies, the warrior demonstrates a lot of curiosity to understand how virtual cards work. Displaying a beautiful SSR rank card, the author explains that characters gain special artwork when they received a lot of support there. With eyes glowing in admiration, the girl asks if the story's readers would also celebrate her birthday. Softly touching the young woman's hair, the young man states that the fans love the character, but she still didn't have an official design. Squeezing her plushie, the woman looks up and suggests using a simple real photograph to illustrate the character's profile. With a serene smile, the young man rejects the idea and reveals that the drawing would be made by the platform's official illustrators. Motivated to control her own public image, the warrior puts her hands on her hips and takes responsibility for that mission. The screen focuses on the messaging app, where the members of the author's group react with enormous surprise to the new admin. Meanwhile, the focus returns to the bedroom, where the protagonist absorbs the energy around him with a strong cultivation technique. Staring at his own glowing hands, the author confirms that his energy was flowing perfectly even without deep concentration. Returning to his keyboard, the young man praises his master's idea and decides to focus totally on the detailed creation of the work's universe. Focused on work, the young man reflects that the story's complexity had increased significantly, and he needed to keep the plot captivating. Without noticing the girl peeking through the door, the young man smiles happily upon noting that his training improved his mental capacity. During that calm afternoon, the writer types non-stop and realizes that his grand creative skills were flawless. Totally immersed in the creation process, the protagonist closes his eyes with satisfaction and absorbs the beautiful flow of natural energy. The scene changes to a dark cave in the literary world, where the young man claims to be able to feel every living detail of that story. Impressed by the landscape, an old partner of the protagonist admires a glowing flower and notices the change in the world around him. Behind the young woman, the partner explains that change in vision was normal because of her advancement in cultivation level there. Looking back, the girl asks if the young man hadn't felt the same strange sensation during his own advancement. Fixing her gaze on the glowing flower, the young woman silently reflects on whether all of that was truly caused by her cultivation. Touching the plant's petals, she remembers that the world seemed more real in the past, and that exact same feeling was returning. Staring closely at the small glow, the girl realizes that the entire literary world was changing in a very slow manner. Observing nature, the young woman admits she always felt invisible eyes watching her, but now that was fading away. Getting up excitedly, the girl notices her fate changing and decides to move forward to explore the next floor. Walking through the rocky tunnels, the woman reaffirms to herself that she was just a simple cultivator in that place. Right after, the scene changes to a massive dark mountain surrounded by rivers of lava and flames crossing the red skies. Inside the flying structure, a mysterious long-haired man rests, sitting on a grand, luxurious, and dark throne. Suddenly opening his eyes, the mysterious being displays an eerie glow and questions the heavenly paths. Observing the vast expanse of lava through the window, the white-haired figure admits he was feeling that presence again. With fury in his eyes, the Dark Lord notices that the warrior had already discovered that long before him and was ahead. Emanating a massive red energy, the man opens his arms while lightning cuts the sky to show his full power. Meanwhile, in the real world, the author types on his computer and wonders if other characters would notice his existence. Thoughtful about his immersion in the work, the young man fears that literary universe might end up spinning out of his control in the future. Stretching his hand out with confidence, the story's creator guarantees he would always be the heavenly ruler of that entire world. Pressing the computer's glowing keys, the writer feels that dictating everyone's paths was still an easy task. On the machine's screen, the story shows a young cultivator before a dark lake filled with creepy red eyes. Holding his sword firmly, the young man insults the venomous lord hidden in the smoke and taunts the dangerous enemy there. Typing non-stop, the author states that the fate of each character and the direction of all lives were in his hands. Seen from behind in a dark room, the protagonist feels he could see all the distant beings of the work like mere ants. Shortly after, the dawn lights up the room, and the writer raises his arms, celebrating the completion of his new chapter. Tired after the night of work, the young man realizes he finished the 10,000 words in a great trance of concentration. Analyzing the generated text, the young man is surprised by the extreme fluidity of the plot and praises his new cultivation method. Bringing his hand close to the illuminated screen, the protagonist notes that his total control over that universe was much greater. With a light smile on his face, the author deduces he could simply write that the great warrior fell in love with him. In the bedroom, the beautiful warrior reads stories on her phone and notices a plot about a proud woman who loved the heavenly creator. Taking on a cute childish form, the writer imagines romantic scenes and evaluates if their relationship would advance. Flailing his arms in a funny way, the boy gives up on that idea so as not to turn his beloved into a puppet. Rising from his seat, the young man quietly turns around and decides to check out the girl's actions in the group chat. Right after, the young man's face is shown up close, his eyes wide and a lot of sweat running down his cheek. The screen focuses on the messaging app, where his partner had muted 5 group members, causing astonishment for everyone. Holding the device with trembling hands, the author nervously reflects on the lack of complaints from his readers. The scene shows the background of the app while his colleague states that all the members were actually quite happy. Using a dog avatar, the other admin ironically deduces that everyone in the group loved to suffer there. Next, the image highlights a turtle's paw holding a cup while the friend reveals great surprise. Showing a picture on the screen, the group mate raises a sign questioning if that situation was reasonable. Keeping his blonde girl avatar, the protagonist holds a small scroll, confirming that everything was indeed reasonable. Thoughtful about the group's survival, the young man considers removing the young woman, but his friend praises her actions. Explaining the fun, the friend shares that the girl muted a sassy member and called everyone big perverts. Cold sweating at his colleague's revelation, the blonde girl avatar trembles while the writer questions the rest of the plot. The friend shares that she opened a file of the writer's secret notes and came back insulting everyone in a funny way. Reading the messages on his phone, the protagonist regrets putting the girl in there and foresees a grand personal tragedy. At that moment, the young man looks down startled while the warrior leader rises behind him, covered in flames. Pressed by the situation, the author sits on the couch with a face of despair and balances a thorny fruit on his head. Crossing her arms, the woman deduces that her partner liked to suffer at the hands of fans, but he justifies the group's name. Staring at her beloved with a sharp look, she raises a scary theory, and the young man realizes that it actually made sense. With red cheeks, the warrior leader turns her face away full of embarrassment while her partner observes in silence. Reflecting on the betrayal of his own fans, the young man laments having his secret files discovered by his partner. Trying to smooth over the heavy mood, the writer holds his phone and guarantees he still participated in some serious groups. The device's screen displays a street racing group sharing information, and the young man gets frustrated with the members. Looking at the young man with fury, the woman criticizes his involvement with dangerous driving groups through the city streets. Pointing to the author's phone, the warrior advises him to focus on 2 communities with very ambitious names. Balancing the fruit on his head, the young man turns his face to the door while processing his partner's intense lecture. With a completely blank look, the protagonist stares at the device's screen in his hands without showing any emotion right there. Upon checking the notification on the screen, he notices that the ambitious group had 0 members registered for the big virtual event. Focusing on the writer's frustrated face, he discovers that the bad racing group dominated the list with 18 people. Tying her hair up to head out, the woman criticizes that modern world while the young man laments dealing with the fans. Wearing a face mask, the warrior lets him know she was going to buy paper and some nice plants to decorate the house. Warning the warrior at the door, the writer with a thorny fruit on his head states that she shouldn't take the subway. Putting on her shoes, the masked young woman lets him know she would take the bus since she had already researched all the travel routes. Without saying anything else, the woman steps through the door and leaves the apartment, letting a loud slam echo through the empty space. Crouching in the living room, the author wonders which bus his beloved would take and deduces she was running away from that situation. Meanwhile, in the messaging group, the readers praise the new admin's attitude and joke around with the creator. The scene changes to a hand gripping a yellow iron handrail while the person insults the writer in their thoughts. Holding tightly to the bus handrail, the warrior looks at her phone and laments not being able to mute the group leader. Sitting on the vehicle's bench, the young woman closes her eyes and tries to push away her impure thoughts by focusing on her breathing. Shifting into a cute chibi form, the leader insults the perverted readers and blames the protagonist's friend for all the confusion. Returning to her normal expression, the woman displays a reflective look, her beautiful golden eyes glowing intensely. Observing the scenery through the window, she notices that people in the real world talk normally while her own actions were strange. Staring at her own hands in her lap, the girl admits to feeling out of place in that reality despite wearing such modern clothes. Remembering her partner's calm face, the young woman's mind wonders how much the young writer really knew about her. Squeezing her leg in frustration, she reflects on her inner feelings and concludes she didn't understand the situation properly. Shortly after, the transit driver announces that the bus had arrived at the final station, cutting off the passenger's thoughts. Totally surprised by the sudden information, the character goes back to her cute form and exclaims, confused by the destination. Walking away from the vehicle, the warrior blames her perverted partner for distracting her during the entire trip there. Standing in the middle of nowhere, the beautiful woman sighs while the light breeze softly sways her long dark hair. Shielding her eyes from the bright sun, the leader observes the surrounding mountains and celebrates finding such a familiar landscape. Nearby, a young man working the harvest wipes the sweat from his face and notices the beautiful young woman walking near the bus stop. With his heart beating fast, the country boy displays red cheeks and is filled with wonder, believing he had seen a fairy. Wanting to call the woman's attention, the young farmer holds his working hoe and strikes a very heroic pose in the field. Staring at the young woman, the worker directly praises her beauty and asks if the girl was having a picnic there. Shocked by the sight, the heroine widens her golden eyes and praises the enormous beauty of that simple boy from the sunny countryside. Observing the confident man hold his hoe, the woman is impressed by the existence of someone so beautiful in that place. But the charm breaks when an old man passes by on a motorcycle, insulting the farmer, while the girl notices something written on his face. Laughing awkwardly, the handsome young man runs a hand through his hair and says the other men were very jealous of his good looks. Turning her back, the young woman in cute form refuses to talk to someone who wrote the word handsome on their own face like that. Focusing on the black letters marked on his skin, the young man raises an eyebrow and deduces that the word handsome wasn't working. While the girl walks away, the man uses a pen to write another text on his face and brags about his grand intelligence right there. With a smile on his face, the country boy displays a romantic phrase drawn on his own cheek while holding the hoe. Staring closely at the woman, the young worker flashes a huge smile with the phrase claiming that the girl liked him. Having absolutely zero patience for that bizarre scene, the warrior raises her leg and lands a very powerful kick right on the man's face. The force of the blow is so impressive that the peasant flies far through the air, letting his tool drop into the large plantation. With a cold look, the leader insults the boldness of that seduction trick and reminds herself that not even the creator tried to master her mind. Fallen in the middle of the wheat with a bleeding nose, the young man cries heavily and laments that his useless seduction power had failed. Going back to walking along the road, the young woman smiles and finds it very interesting to meet people with magical abilities in that world. At that moment, the injured young man's phone begins to ring, and the warrior hears him mention the Jung family name in shock. The scene changes to the author reading the furious fans' messages and laughing conceitedly at their empty virtual threats. In a totally bizarre way, a massive white fist emerges, breaking the device's screen, and lunges toward the writer's face. With no time to defend, the protagonist takes a powerful punch straight to the cheek, and his glasses fly off from the force of the impact. With a red mark on his skin, the young man stares at his intact phone, deeply shocked by the existence of a punch delivered through the internet. Huddled in his armchair with tears of dread, the writer feels unsafe in his own home and begs for his beloved to rescue him. In another place, the story reveals a fan lying on the floor, crying from pain in his hand after trying to strike the young creator's hard face. Focusing on the angry fan's hand, the story shows his fingers trembling with pain near the glowing cell phone on the table. Receiving a strange work call, the man grumbles that his power wasn't even good enough to hurt a simple writer. The scene returns to the apartment during the afternoon, and the author greets the warrior with surprise at the small amount of shopping. Placing a simple pot of soft, dry plants on the table, the young woman displays a beautiful smile, listening to her partner talk about the delay. Turning her head elegantly, the girl straightens her posture and guarantees that that beautiful plant matched her partner perfectly. Poking the fuzzy branches curiously, the young man reflects on it while the warrior hides her true intentions. Observing the leader's serene face near the window, the protagonist crosses his arms and claims she knew nothing about art. Shortly after, the woman displays her artistic skill, gliding a black brush over the paper in a very smooth manner. Observing the drawing, the creator deduces that that beautiful talent wasn't part of his heroic character's original personality. With glowing eyes focused on the leader's face, the young man deduces that the real girl surpassed the imaginary figure from his old work. Remembering the old philosophical poems about dreams and butterflies, the girl questions her partner about the intentions behind that text. Displaying a mature expression, the woman wonders if she had been created by the young man or if her own mind had imagined a supreme god. Shocked by the woman, the young man deduces that that brilliant thesis matched the main character's arrogant nature perfectly. Noticing her partner's shock, the girl turns her face, displaying a gentle smile, and explains that that was just a joke. With a calm look, the girl praises her beloved's great wisdom and assumes that his constant study gave life to the fictional universe. Staring at the small birds flying outside the window, the long-haired woman admits that the young literary creator was a very real boy. With a beautiful smile, the young woman holds the brush and tells the young man that that was just a very interesting thought. Running a hand through his hair, the author smiles excitedly and agrees, assuming he never expected her to think the same right there. Analyzing the paper, the warrior advises her partner to avoid those deep thoughts to prevent suffering mental strain. Looking over her shoulder, the woman states that cultivators sought the truth and questions his real intentions. Changing the subject, the leader decides to hang her drawing on the wall to use the magical energy as a protective barrier. Confused by his partner's sudden attitude, the writer questions the reason for that defense, since she had never done that before. Focusing on the written paper, the warrior explains she was just decorating the house, and the magical protection was an extra detail. With a serious look, the young woman admits to having discovered supernatural abilities in that world and preferred to maintain caution. Totally shocked by the information, the young man widens his eyes and deduces that his beloved suffered a magical attack during her outing. Very worried about his partner, the young man takes on a cute form, holding the leader's arm to check her condition. Returning to normal, the heroine looks away and tries to calm her partner, stating it wasn't a real attack aimed at her. Displaying a proud expression, the cute warrior raises her face and jokingly says she possessed the immense luck of a heroine. Cold sweating, the cute writer remembers the punch he took to the face earlier and laments his own great lack of divine luck. More relieved about his beloved's safety, the young man crosses his arms and asks what strange power managed to affect her there. Staring at the young man in silence, the woman displays an annoyed look and remembers the man who used the fake seduction spell. Refusing to answer the question, the warrior quickly turns her back and lets him know she was going to cook dinner for the two of them. Smiling very gently, the young woman silently reflects that her partner's face was very handsome with nothing written on it. Walking behind the woman, the author jokingly calls the girl a masochist while letting her know he would help with dinner. Washing the rice carefully, the leader shares that the entire group thought she was just a fan mimicking the character. Slicing the dough on the board, the girl notes that was very natural since nobody would believe in her true form. Helping with dinner prep, the young man smiles excitedly and states that the break in similarity to the work was good news. Displaying a face of great surprise, the heroine concludes she was breaking the barriers of her predetermined form. Returning to her very proud tone, the woman raises her face and acts as if that success were something very obvious right there. Holding a knife, the warrior scolds her distracted partner, asking him to quickly focus on their food. Pressing one of the buttons on the electric rice cooker, the protagonist adjusts the large equipment to cook the duo's rice. Watching his partner cook, the writer displays a serene look and appreciates the beautiful, warm feeling of that moment. Admiring the calm figure of the woman working in the kitchen, the young man silently reflects that domestic life was incredible. Looking at the beautiful pot of plants, the young man invites his beloved to go out tonight and enjoy things modern girls do. Sitting at the computer, the young woman looks up the real meanings of that invitation and discovers his pure romantic intentions. Highly embarrassed by the discoveries, the leader mentally agrees to the night outing and accepts getting closer to her beloved. In her cute form, the girl stretches her arms out and grumbles that the author possessed nothing but useless thoughts in his head. Shortly after, the scene changes to a hand opening the door, while the young woman quickly returns to her normal form. Standing at the door with a gentle smile, the young man invites his partner to take a stroll around the city with him tonight. The story advances to a lit-up park during the night, and the vendor hands a sweet ice cream to the warrior. Savoring the dessert with much joy, the beautiful girl praises the food's sweetness while the young man walks behind. Observing his beloved with a gentle look, the writer silently reflects that he should have made that invitation sooner. Still enjoying the cold ice cream, the long-haired woman turns her face in surprise upon noticing something very curious. Taking on her cute form, the warrior leader displays glowing eyes as she stares at a large cotton candy at a stall. Noticing the girl's interest, the protagonist smiles excitedly and lets her know he would buy the treat for her. Staring at her partner's back, the young woman mentally questions herself if that night's stroll was a real date. With blushing cheeks, the beautiful warrior turns her golden gaze away, reflecting on whether she should give him a chance. Returning with two treats in his hands, the author notices his partner's surprised face and asks if something was wrong. Biting into the cotton candy, the woman hurriedly lets him know that was just a regular stroll and not a date. Walking near the illuminated carousel, the writer agrees with his beloved, displaying a somewhat awkward smile right there. Next, the two young people take on cute forms while devouring the sugar with much excitement and closed eyes. Laughing at the situation, the author jokingly calls the girl a cutie while the two have fun in that beautiful park. Enjoying the moment of pure joy, the warrior leader continues devouring the sweet near her great creator. Wiping her soiled lips with her hand, the warrior changes her expression to a serious look and questions what was going on. Focusing on the young man's green shirt, the scene highlights a small hand pulling the fabric to call the author's attention. A friendly little girl appears holding a basket of flowers and suggests that the young man buy roses for his girlfriend. Highly embarrassed by the title, the warrior tries to deny it, but the child insists, reminding them about the love festival. Taking on a small form, the writer silently confesses that he never kept track of those dates due to being single. Crouching down near the girl, the protagonist smiles gently and decides to buy the entire bouquet of roses for her. Furious at his attitude, the woman deduces that the author chose Valentine's Day on purpose to trick her. Bringing his face close, the young man guarantees he didn't know the date and asks his beloved to focus only on the fun of the stroll. At that moment, a loud noise echoes through the dark sky, revealing a brilliant fireworks display behind the beautiful couple. Reflecting the sparks in her beautiful golden eyes, the young warrior stares at the sky, enchanted by that beauty. The gentle breeze sways the woman's long hair while she remains focused on the colors of the grand, illuminated festival. Staring at his partner's serene face, the author smiles gently and internally celebrates the grand chance of that stroll. Shortly after, the two lock eyes romantically while the woman cradles the flowers and the rest of the suite. Staring at the night sky, the couple admires the grand fireworks display while enjoying the beautiful festive night. Walking through the park, the young man suggests some rides and teases the girl, reminding her that she was 10,000 years old. Displaying a disappointed look, the author reflects that the warrior possessed no curiosity and thinks he chose the wrong place. Trying to save the outing, the protagonist suggests the haunted house, and the leader agrees to visit that strange attraction. Touching his own chin conceitedly, the young man smirks and deduces that his beloved had also researched the attractions. Sweating nervously, the warrior turns her face away and invents an excuse, saying she just wanted to see the ghosts of that place. Taking on very cute forms, the writer mentally reminds himself that the attractions are for couples to hug each other full of fear. Near the creepy attraction, the young man puts his hands on the back of his neck and fears that the woman's strength might end up destroying that entire place. Highly offended by that deduction, the heroine points to herself and guarantees that she possessed good control over her own emotions. The scene focuses on the front of the haunted house while grand, macabre noises echo through the dark night of the amusement park. Inside the dark place, the girl backs away startled while an actor dressed as a monster cries, fallen on the hallway floor. Staring at the young man, the woman questions in a very confused manner why the human being tried to scare the couple suddenly. Recalling what happened, the young man deduces that the place was too realistic, and the warrior ended up striking the poor guy out of pure reflex. Holding his beloved's hand, the author apologizes to the startled employee and lets him know the girl possessed a rather violent side. Rubbing his face, the fake monster feels sorry for the protagonist and imagines that the young man suffered a lot from his beautiful girlfriend's fury. Walking through the dark hallways, the woman displays a sad look and confesses she didn't mean to hurt the poor actor. Trying to console his partner, the young author smiles cheerfully and states that they entered that dark place looking for strong thrills. Holding the warrior's hand, the young man displays a gentle look and internally celebrates the grand success of that scary stroll. Continuing the walk, a creepy figure with long hair appears roaring from the ceiling right behind the highly distracted couple. Closing her large eyes, the warrior takes on a cute form and mentally promises that she wouldn't react to the attacks this time. Right after, the great author acts quickly and pulls the girl into a tight, protective embrace in the middle of that dark scenery. Observing the romantic scene, the fake ghost crosses his arms and displays a tired look at the grand protection of the beautiful couple there. Leaning against her beloved's chest, the woman reflects on his attitude and doesn't understand her own lack of resistance to the hug. Focusing on the young man's firm hand, the character feels very safe and internally celebrates that beautiful protective feeling. Hugging his partner tightly, the writer begins to sweat nervously and deduces that the silent girl was furious about the action. Scratching his own head, the cute young man invents a quick excuse, saying he feared paying for a new medical treatment at the end. Highly annoyed by the remark, the warrior steps on her beloved's foot with extreme force, and the young man screams, suffering from that grand pain. Walking wounded, the creator tries to understand the woman's attitudes while the girl charges ahead annoyed to fetch the flowers. Outside the scary attraction, the young man holds a large tub of popcorn and feels like a total idiot for not understanding love in real life. Remembering the protective hug, the young woman displays a passionate look, but the scene highlights the leader annoyed with the highly confused, cute young man. Walking in the dark, the young woman bumps into another person, apologizing while the young man holds her, telling her to watch her step. Looking at her beloved's face, the warrior displays an expression of surprise, her cheeks flushed because of that attitude. Against a glowing background, the creator holds the bouquet of roses with a dashing look and says it doesn't matter what danger they face. Very mad, the girl shakes the young man, telling him to shut his mouth, and threatens to hit him if he uses cliché lines from his old books. Sitting in the theater, the young woman eats popcorn and finds it strange that her heart is beating so fast in that dark, crowded environment. Looking out of the corner of her eye, the warrior notices that the young man's hand is sweating a lot and deduces he is feeling the same thing. Try to calm down, the woman takes a deep breath and remembers she has faced grand storms before coming to see a movie in the theater. Highly tense, the writer holds the flowers, cold sweating, and tries to understand how his beloved manages to eat popcorn so calmly. Noticing something around him, the cute young man turns his eyes suspiciously while emitting a low sound of pure curiosity right there. Focusing on the seats in front, he notices a couple kissing with hearts in the air and finds it strange that young people are so direct today. Completely shocked, the protagonist gnashes his teeth annoyed and deduces that that couple planned that kiss for a very long time. Observing his partner eat peacefully in the dark, the young man gets even more nervous, not understanding such coldness from the girl. Cold sweating from the romantic mood, the young man squeezes his hands, imagining she ought to run away, and thinks the woman is holding out. Trembling non-stop, the creator squeezes his beloved's hand while the warrior displays a serious and tired expression at that attitude. But the situation changes when the screen shows the dark ceiling of the place, and a grand, startled scream echoes through the silent environment. Scared by the horror movie, the young man cries, hugging the flowers while the young woman chews her popcorn, finding him pathetic. Shortly after, the scene changes to the outside, and the beautiful couple walks side by side under the moonlight in a very peaceful mood. Looking up, the writer displays a small, calm smile and comments to his partner that that was a very beautiful night. The young man wishes to have his beloved always nearby, while the girl turns around confused upon seeing a couple passing by on a bicycle there. Raising her hand curiously, the woman glares at her companion very attentively and asks if he was listening to her words. Coming out of his passionate thoughts, the young man raises his head confused and emits a sound of doubt, not understanding the lady's remark. Pointing to the passing transport, the character asks if the creator knows how to ride that thing, while the other couple laughs at the scene. Faced with that strange question, the protagonist remains in total silence and displays a neutral face, not knowing what to say. Right after, he flashes a large, highly confident smile and states with all certainty that he did indeed know how to ride one of those. The focus changes to rental bicycles, where a man charges 99 for the night, wishing a long and happy life to the two of them. Pedaling the vehicle, the young man thanks the master and calls his beloved, who sits on the back rack holding his shirt in embarrassment. With her hair in the wind, the writer asks if the woman wishes to hear the story of the Kixi festival, and she repeats the name confusedly. Under the beautiful starry sky, the young man tells the old legend of a kind coward who suffered mistreatment from his own brothers. Admiring the roses, the girl hears the young man say that one day that young coward found a woman bathing in a lake. Focusing on the protagonist's back, he reveals that the coward stole the lady's dress in secret, generating a silence in the area. Holding a bouquet of red roses, the girl wonders if that is what women of that word are supposed to feel. The young lady concludes that the feeling is good and questions her beloved if that coward could really be called kind. The young man explains that despite the flaws, the story became a tradition and symbolizes the desire for eternal love between couples. With a distant look, the young woman questions if the grand divide between heaven and earth would truly be impossible to overcome. At that moment, the young lady ends up bumping into her beloved's back by accident and demonstrates quite a bit of surprise at the situation. Highly embarrassed, she asks the writer to stop talking about those silly things and warns him that she is going to get very angry. Pedaling in the night, the young man asks for his beloved's thoughts, and she calls him Creator God, saying only he would separate them. Upon hearing those words, the young man gets quite confused by the unexpected comment and displays an expression of doubt. Looking forward with a serious expression on his face, the protagonist just gently agrees with the observation. He questions himself why he is panicking being a god, and thinks if both are acting just like the couple in the legend. In a sudden manner, it begins to rain in the area, and the girl suggests they return the bicycle to grab a night snack. Trying to escape the heavy rain, the two run hurriedly and step together into an old noodle restaurant. As soon as they pass through the entrance curtain, the couple is greeted in a warm manner by the establishment staff. Observing the indoor environment, the beautiful young woman displays a curious expression while trying to understand the vibe of that place. At a nearby table, a young man complains about being stuck with his single friends while seeing so many couples in the venue. At that moment, the group of friends hears a noise at the entrance and turns their gazes to the door with great surprise. Upon noticing the presence of the newcomers, the boys are filled with admiration at the incredible beauty of the lady next to the writer. One of the young men recognizes the beautiful woman from a morning encounter and laments upon realizing she was already accompanied. Trying to cheer themselves up, one of them says that the author of the book they read must be the saddest single guy in the entire festival. The boy named Ah-jung questions his friend's joy and states that the author deserved to be alone for his failures. While the couple walks through the place, one of the young men reveals having discovered the true hometown of the famous brother Shu. The friend shares that he tried to confront the author online, but couldn't strike because he used a protective mask. Overhearing the whole conversation, the creator disguises his nervousness by pointing out that the rain had suddenly stopped outside. With a wicked smile on her face, the girl notices the young man's fame and ironizes the strong desire to chat with that reader. Shortly after, the scene changes to a kind old lady who approaches with a notepad to take the orders. Being very gentle, the beautiful young lady smiles and orders 2 bowls of beef noodle soup with egg from the polite employee. Adjusting his glasses, the protagonist thinks that the cyber skills of that chubby boy are out of the ordinary. He reflects that despite being weak, if the young man could strike directly, it would be equal to eliminating someone invisibly. Resting her chin on her hands, the warrior finds the powers interesting and mentions a strange illusion technique of that Ah-jung guy. Upon hearing that shocking revelation, the young man slams his hands on the table and stands up startled, unable to believe what he had heard. Clenching her small fist with quite a bit of anger, the warrior asks what the young man was trying to do all of a sudden. Waving his hands in a defensive manner, the protagonist cold sweats and repeats several times that nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Moving closer to the warrior, the writer asks if that illusion technique really could affect a person like her. With crossed arms, he finds it incredible for a deadly ability to affect a soul fragment of a cultivator of that level. Right after, the polite employee of the place places 2 beautiful bowls of egg noodles on the table and wishes them a good meal. Eating the dish, the young lady deduces that the readers wouldn't have bad intentions and says their relationship could be useless in the future. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, the young woman invites her beloved to share everything he saw using her spiritual consciousness. The young man gets confused about that term while the warrior points her finger, emitting a thin, glowing, magical aura. The scene changes, revealing a bald man in a floral shirt who lets the group of friends know that the place was already closed. Staring at the individual in astonishment, the young man named Ah-jung calls the man Dad and questions why he was at that location. Displaying the word Dad written on his own face, the young man asks if he couldn't bring his friends to have some fun. Firmly gripping the boy's arm, the older man asks him to stop causing embarrassment in front of their acquaintances. In front of a nightclub, the writer comments that strange power forced the recognition of the words written on the face. With a serious look, the young lady claims she doesn't understand the mechanism but confirms that the target needed to see the words clearly. The protagonist smiles in an awkward manner and deduces that curious ability seemed useful and useless at the exact same time. The focus changes to the interior of the nightclub, where the group of friends admires, quite excitedly, a woman dancing near the table. With a large musical note falling over the group, the three young men become completely infatuated and enchanted by the sight. Totally hypnotized by the situation, the illusion young man flashes a large, silly smile and lets out a small cry of joy. Suddenly, one of the boys slaps the chubby friend's head and asks him to stop staring and focus on their work. Through the vision, the young warrior notices the group, recording with phones a beautiful blonde young lady dancing on top of the stage. Holding the phone, the young man asks his chubby friend to use his special skills and send the video to the police officers. Right after, the spiritual connection breaks, making the writer close his eyes while the warrior scolds him angrily. Leaving the bowls almost empty on the table, the young man displays a very determined look and decides to head to the location to investigate. The story shows police cruisers surrounding the glowing nightclub with sirens flashing and lots of movement at the entrance. Inside the venue, a handcuffed man smokes a cigarette while listening to the officer talk about the evidence of illegal acts. Smiling in a mocking manner, a blonde suspect challenges the police officer, claiming that a simple video didn't serve as real proof. Calmly exhaling smoke, the man in the brown jacket maintains a peaceful expression and says it would be easy to make the blonde guy talk. Observing the commotion from afar, the warrior deduces that the video recorders were hired and suspects a trap. The creator isn't sure and questions himself what the purpose of his old friend would be in commanding that entire operation. Crouched near a blue wall, the beautiful young woman analyzes the floor and reveals the existence of a secret door to a casino. The young man notices some suspicious bags and warns that someone fled carrying part of that dangerous material. Carrying a package, the young man with glasses explains that these things will destroy many families if the police don't act. The long-haired girl suggests that they help his colleague since that material was very harmful. In the exact same instant, the writer touches the warrior's arm and asks her to wait a bit before acting. With a confident smile, Chuji asks to handle that alone since he had been training at home for a long time. In a dark alley, three muscular men carry briefcases and run hurriedly to lose the police officers. The scene changes, showing the three criminals walking through the alley until they meet up with two other allies. The blonde man in the suit says it was time for the henchman to redeem himself, while the subordinate accepts the task. But the conversation is cut short when they notice someone's presence and order the person to back away. The man in the suit is shocked by the situation and asks the intruder to stop approaching immediately. Staring at the boy with glasses, the blonde guy wonders why he was there and questions the bonds between the two. Keeping his arms crossed, the protagonist smiles and says he is just a street rider carrying out divine justice. Annoyed by the young man's posture, one of the muscular men advances furiously and threatens to finish him off right there. The brute lands a punch straight to the young man's chest, who remains totally motionless and without showing a reaction. Seeing that the blow didn't cause any damage, the criminals begin to cold sweat and are completely shocked. Desperate with the situation, the attacker throws a rapid sequence of punches at the hero's chest in a useless manner. The man backs away, his hands trembling with pain, and warns his companions that the rider was too durable. With an intimidating smile on his face, the protagonist cracks his knuckles and warns that now it was his turn to attack. Without losing time, Chuji advances quickly and lands a devastating strike straight on the opponent's face. The impact throws all three cronies back while the blonde guy observes the fluid technique with great astonishment. Shortly after, one of the henchmen recovers from the attack and runs in the young man's direction holding a blade. Noticing the dangerous approach, the young man with glasses maintains a very serious face and prepares to defend himself. The criminal lands a strike straight on the hero's shoulder, creating sparks upon hitting a kind of barrier. Ignoring the onslaught, the protagonist fires back immediately with a powerful punch to the attacker's stomach. Touching his own shoulder, the writer realizes he suffered a slight scratch and notes that his defense needs to improve. The three thugs stare at the young man with weapons in hand and mock him, saying his defense wasn't perfect. Even wounded, the young man in the green shirt displays a confident smile without showing any fear of the opponents. At that moment, the criminals' weapons float in the air by a blue magic while an angry voice resounds in the alley. Totally confused and disarmed, the three henchmen turn their faces back, trying to understand what happened. The warrior with red eyes walks peacefully with the roses in hand, controlling the blades through the air. The dark-haired, bright-eyed young woman displays a calm expression while breaking the weapons with her blue magic. With a single precise attack, the warrior knocks out the three criminals at once and leaves them fallen in the darkened alley. Shortly after, a man wearing a brown overcoat arrives at the location, stepping without any care on the passed-out thugs. The newcomer maintains a bored expression, while the police officer right behind him breathes in a panting and startled manner. The story shows the alley totally empty, where only the dark briefcases and the bag left by the thugs remain on the ground. Looking up, the young man sees a henchman on the balcony letting him know that the group's master sent his regards to young Master Wong. The guards hold the man in the jacket, asking him to focus on seizing the illegal material instead of starting a chase. With his hands in his pockets, the young man wonders if the rival leader changed his stance and stopped fearing the rules of their own organization. After that, the scene changes to a room where the beautiful young woman cleans the wound on the writer's shoulder near a vase of roses. Being treated, the hero questions the reason for using such a rustic method when healing mages would be much more convenient. The girl cleans the scratch with care and scolds the protagonist, saying that such a small wound didn't need spells. She continues the dressing and advises the writer to never hold back in a fight so as not to give an advantage to future opponents. With an awkward smile, the hero agrees with the warning and admits he made that mistake solely out of a lack of martial experience. Observing his companion's soft expression, the young man concludes that she got quite annoyed when she saw the criminals hurt him. Displaying a slight smirk, the protagonist reflects on the situation and decides that suffering that wound was very much worth it. The white bandage is finalized on the young man's shoulder, while the warrior lets him know he will recover fully in a few days. Wearing his yellow shirt, the writer comments that they helped a big shot and suggests charging the cost of his ruined clothes. The story shows the moment when a young man in a gray suit observed the warrior on top of the building during the night mission. With her finger on her chin, the girl deduces that the ally used the situation to frame his own brother as a form of revenge. Adjusting his glasses, the hero understands that the commotion at the nightclub was a perfect plan to harm two people at the same time. While the young woman fixes the flower vase, the writer analyzes the information on his phone and concludes that the result was very positive. In another location, a phone begins to vibrate on the table upon receiving an unusual message charging for the two pieces of clothing. Holding the device, the man in the suit recognizes the protagonist's intelligence for having figured out who was behind everything. The scene changes to the chat screen where the two begin to exchange bantering messages filled with irony and pictures of dogs. Shortly after, the reading app displays a notification informing that the writer's book received a donation of 10 million. The hero gets frustrated with the taxes charged on the donation, while his companion cries about not having received anything in her name. With the situation apparently resolved, the young woman's delicate hand leaves the dark device resting on the coffee table. Stretching her arms, the long-haired warrior lets her companion know that it was already time to return to her world. Surprised by her haste, the young man rises from his chair and asks in an indirect manner if the night's mission was very draining. With her face slightly flushed, the girl counters the question, asking if he was talking about the fact that she carried him. The warrior explains that the roses required a lot of vital energy from her to remain so radiant and preserved. Shifting to a pouting face, the girl reminds her partner that it was he himself who wrote that consumption rule. The young woman begins to disappear in a white light and asks the writer to water the flowers every day after her departure. The young man observes his companion vanish while she softly confesses that she had a wonderful night by his side. With that, the magic dissipates totally and only the girl's blue jacket is left thrown in the middle of the wooden floor. The story shows the clothes hanging on the window while the hero reflects that her presence dominates the entire house. He continues feeling the young woman's presence and remembers her striking face upon looking at a note stuck to the wall. Touching the vase of radiant roses, the young man wonders about the reason for that sudden anguish hitting at that exact moment. Unable to disguise his sadness, he rests his head against the wooden door and confesses that the house feels way too lonely. Next, the protagonist tries to push away his thoughts by using his hands to balance a durian on his own head. Crouched in the middle of the living room, the writer lets it be known that training was the best way to clear the mind and keep thoughts pure. Keeping his eyes closed, the young man meditates on his stories and imagines illusions coming to life from his words. But the piece ends when the phone rings and he answers his mom, who excitedly asks how her son's recent festival went. Holding the device near his face, the young man breaks into a slight smile and answers in a very calm manner that everything was very good. The focus changes to the washing machine while the woman says she heard rumors that her son was living with his girlfriend. Sort of awkwardly, the hero stands up with the fruit on his head and clarifies that he was still trying to win the young lady's heart. Far from there, the mother celebrates on the roof and kicks her husband for knowing that her son was finally thinking about getting a daughter-in-law. Displaying a soft smile, the woman asks the young man to take very good care of himself since his parents weren't nearby. She observes the night city from the top of the building and warns about the lack of peace in the area, recommending a lot of care to the boy. The mother soon ends the call due to work, and the boy agrees, asking her to make a visit in the future. Staring at the dark screen, the young man wonders what his parents' secret department did since he hadn't seen them in a very long time. The young man holds his phone thoughtfully and evaluates the virtual business card with the peculiar name of a famous player written on it. Placing the clothes in the machine, the writer realizes that the real world hadn't been peaceful since he discovered the magical powers. Walking through the house, the protagonist imagines if the authorities had deep research regarding supernatural abilities. Adjusting his glasses, the young man questions himself if that hidden department would be capable of explaining the heroine's emergence. That being the case, he tucks away the dark device and decides to look up that contact indicated by his mom when he had some free time. Suddenly, the scenery changes to the story world, revealing a gigantic explosion devastating the peak of a mountain. The beautiful warrior in blue clothes walks through a dense forest, emanating a quite powerful magical aura from her hands. The destruction revealed in the rocky structure shows a huge chunk of the mount that was completely erased by the impact. With a serene look, the heroine finalizes her crushing attack, which was planned to nullify any enemy resistance. In a cute form, the heroine crosses her arms and complains about receiving the technique ready, made instead of creating it on her own. Shortly after, a disciple runs desperately to the sect leader to report that the sacred peak suffered an attack. Maintaining a totally peaceful posture, the beautiful warrior analyzes the situation and deduces that everything seems to be fine. Sitting on a high rock, she questions the elder about the news regarding the shadow skills she had ordered. The man explains that they defeated a malicious cultivator recently and kept his dark scrolls in the tower. With a light smile on her face, the young woman reflects that she had made the request in a casual manner and is surprised by the speed. Imagining she is eating a delicious treat, the heroine displays an enchanted face and desires to taste that again. At that moment, another subordinate warns that leaders from various cities and clans gather to debate about the alliance. Delicately touching her own face, the long-haired master closes her eyes and evaluates the plan's next steps. Exhaling a lot of authority in her blue robes, she orders that all the guests be taken to the main hall. The warrior understands that the moment of the alliance has arrived and remembers the intense battles against the enemies of the past. With a sharp and focused look, the woman recalls the details of the story and concludes that there would be a traitor at the meeting. In the Grand Council, a mocking leader accuses the heroine of using the union against the demons to dominate all the sects. Maintaining her cold face, the leader counters saying that the alliance wasn't mandatory and nobody was forced to attend. She slightly raises her face and questions in an intimidating manner the real meaning of those empty accusations from the man. Without backing down, the leader in brown robes states that he just wanted to show how certain people weren't all that noble. Losing her patience, the warrior rests on her throne and threatens to crush the arrogant guy's head if he kept talking. The aggressive declaration shocks everyone present in the hall, who begin to notice a drastic change in the young woman's posture. Gesturing in an imposing manner, the leader states that acting with fake dignity just to please others was useless. The warrior defends her own essence and questions the pathetic path chosen by the conspiring leader in front of her. Without losing time, she conjures a blue magical ribbon and binds the man's neck, making him cold sweat due to dread. With her eyes glowing with anger, the heroine extends her hand and questions if the traitor thought himself worthy of ruining the plans. Far from there, the writer notices something very strange and deduces that someone was altering his book's dialogue in secret. Sighing in a heavy manner, the protagonist closes his eyes and decides to concentrate his mind to investigate the origin of that. Observing the council scene from afar, the young man recognizes the master acting on her own and accepts the new situation. At that moment, clouds filled with lightning cover the surroundings of the main hall, indicating the arrival of divine punishment. Terrified by the lightning, the enemy leader accuses the heroine of having injured the heavens with her disrespectful words. Ignoring the traitor's despair, the master maintains a neutral face and just raises her hand to face the dark sky. The scene focuses on the girl's surprised look upon seeing a huge glowing projection of the protagonist floating above everyone. Dominating the view, the immense heavenly projection of the writer says, in a very lovely manner, that he just wanted to look at her. Observing the sky, the group of elders deduces that the cloud dissipated and comments that it must not be easy for the warrior. The white, bearded city leader joins his hands praising the young woman and states that her words touched his heart. Looking up, the beautiful long-haired master observes the cloud vanishing and thinks it looks quite similar to a treat. Next, the story shifts to the real world, showing the protagonist in his own bedroom with a quite soft expression. With his hand on his chin, the writer breaks into a small smile, reflecting that he didn't mind treating the heroine in a special way. He recalls his companion displaying an expression of surprise and reflects if that moment counted as a real date. Leaning on the table near a plant vase, the young man sighs, stating that just one night away felt like an eternity. Wearing pajamas with a heart print, the protagonist stands up in the room and reveals he misses the young woman's food a lot. A short time later, the hero walks through the city streets, answering his phone to chat with his police officer friend. During the call, the officer questions if the writer was the one responsible for stopping the thugs in the alley the previous night. The police officer analyzes a dark notebook and comments that the composite sketch matches his colleague's appearance completely. With a serious look, the investigator questions directly if his friend was trying to help the problematic young master. Heading down the stairs on the street, the young man doesn't try to hide the truth, but guarantees he only did what he considered right. Holding the blue notebook, the police officer reveals he decided to call to see if the young man wanted to receive merit for bravery. Totally startled by the idea, the hero takes on a comical form and begs for his friend to cover up the entire situation. The officer displays a terrible sketch on the paper and reassures his colleague, saying he made it so nobody could recognize him. Regaining his normal form, the protagonist walks through the calm streets while the police officer asks about the woman from the alley. Laughing with relief, the young man hears that the thugs couldn't describe the girl and expresses gratitude for that great news. The writer soon changes this subject and shows himself worried about the possible punishments that his friend could suffer at work. Smiling in a confident manner, the officer guarantees that the station supports his actions and lets him know that many just people exist. With that, the police officer opens a large dark door and suggests that they chat better when they have more free time. The young man ends the call staring at the dark screen and reflects that his friend became someone much more reliable now. In a simple restaurant, a long-haired young man is called a moocher by a quite annoyed young waitress. The customer tries to explain himself, saying he was short just a few cents, and states he doesn't understand the woman's gaming slang. The protagonist approaches from behind while the man reveals that everyone makes the same jokes about his name. The green-haired customer sighs, disappointed with the current generation that confuses historical figures with characters. Holding a payment tablet, the waitress ignores the complaints and demands the pending money from that order. In that exact moment, the hero's right arm rises in the air, calling the woman's attention at the establishment's counter. The young man positions himself next to the indebted customer while the waitress promptly turns around to take the new order. Smiling in a very friendly manner, the writer lets it be known that he will pay the mysterious young man's debt and will also cover the meal. The mysterious long-haired customer closes his eyes and smiles in a quite peaceful manner in the restaurant. Shortly after, the scene shows the two young men eating, sitting face-to-face at a simple wooden table. With crossed arms, Chuji asks if the man spoke about him on purpose just to call his attention. The man smiles, praising the protagonist, and reveals that he expected his visit since the outing to the nightclub the previous day. The young man cleans his mouth with a napkin and states that he kept waiting because he thought he already knew that heady out. Upon hearing the word heady out, the young man with glasses and the people in the background become visibly very surprised. Chuji smiles, cold, sweating, and lets him know he only went there to eat, while the other layman's having overestimated the young man. Observing his table partner, the writer says he heard that he is a non-official member named Jong Lee. Sweating slightly, the man corrects that his name is Jong Yi and promises to change all his nicknames on the internet. Returning to the meal, Chuji questions if the young man knows his mother and receives a confirmation right after. Passing a hand over his face, the protagonist asks if he can clear up some doubts now that the two met. Smiling amiably, Jong Yi agrees with the idea and asks how much the young man knows about supernatural powers. The man focuses his gaze and states that the boy doesn't possess powers, but seems like someone who trains in martial arts. Chuji leans on the table, surprised by the deduction, while his companion guarantees that he will explain everything without issues. At that moment, the image changes and displays illuminated silhouettes showing heroes from past superpower movies. The long-haired man extends his hand and explains that people with special gifts were rare in the old days. Listening attentively, the young writer questions if these supernatural powers emerged only in recent years. The scene focuses on the food while the young man agrees and mentions the recent awakening of spiritual energy through the world. Jong Yi notes that in the old days, the protagonist's parents worked a lot and vanished from home in recent years. The view climbs, and the writer questions the reason for the spiritual awakening, but discovers that there is no conclusion regarding it. In a comedic manner, the customer continues eating and says that power holders will continue being a minority in the world. In his cute version, Chuji doesn't understand the reason for seeing so many special people on all sides of his social circle. Smiling, the man mentions the laws of attraction and the famous protagonist aura, asking the hero to choose the answer. Thoughtful, the young man concludes that he is very lucky to be involved with the famous main character of his work. Shortly after, the writer points to the counter and asks if the owners of that hideout also possess abilities. Zhang Yi laughs a lot, stating that the owners have the power to make the dishes glowing and with a terrible taste. With a judging look, the protagonist finally understands the reason for that being the only restaurant on that entire street. The writer brings the food to his mouth, asking about his partner's ability, and hears that he doesn't feel any pain at all. Shock takes hold of Chuji, making him spit all the rice in the air due to the immense shock of that revelation. The young man pants startled and repeats the phrase, wanting to have absolute certainty that the customer cannot feel pain. The customer laughs, saying that his ability seems useful but has more disadvantages, while the writer finds that group strange. Returning to eating, the long-haired young man comments that he heard that if you cultivate your powers, you can become immortal. Supporting his face in his hand, the man closes his eyes and states he doesn't know the truth about that since he never had the nerve to test it. The view pulls back while Chuji deduces that the hideout must possess a training field for people with superpowers. With a peaceful smile, Zhang Yi agrees with the idea and lets him know that the protagonist can use the location to train whenever he wants. Leaning his body forward, the young man with glasses asks if he can hide his identity during training sessions at the location. Without stopping eating, the mysterious customer suggests that his colleague use a mask and invent a fake identity to use around there. The writer rests his chin on his hand and decides that he will take Xu Wuji with him next time so as not to worry about his identity. In an unexpected manner, the young man's eyes widen upon thinking of the word identity and realizing something very important to him. The young man moves closer quickly and asks if his table companion can help someone without legal registration obtain documents. The man blinks his eyes in a calm manner and displays a somewhat surprised face at the sudden request from the highly anxious writer. Right after, Jong-yi breaks into a quite gentle smile and guarantees that he can help his colleague with that small favor without issues. Celebrating mentally, the protagonist clenches his fist, relieved to finally find a solution to his grand problem. At home, Chuji types on the computer, wondering if he should write about the heroine for a few days to bring good news. Drinking something from a cup, the small author wonders about the reason for not having asked his mother for help sooner to resolve that quickly. The scene changes and shows Chu Wuji asking Master Lu to pay more attention to the actions of a powerful sect in the heavenly realm. The woman explains that the fire prison sect is quite strong, and their attitudes don't bring benefits to the world. Lu Yanjiang joins his hand showing reverence and asks the master to rest easy, since the case involves the entire righteous path. With a serene look and flawless posture, the protagonist thanks the master of the heavenly cloud sect for the group's cooperation. Mentally, the heroine in her cute form desires to finish soon with that boring situation to be able to enter rapid seclusion. Observing the sky, the young woman becomes thoughtful and hopes that the authent maker continues stuck in that setting for the next few days. At that moment, the girl's eyes glow intensely upon having a very good idea to try and resolve her current problem. Qiu Wuji calls Lu Yuanzhang back and comments having heard about an elixir capable of curing spiritual exhaustion with ease. The master in white clothes turns his face surprised by the call and confirms that the rumor about that special potion is true. The heroine invokes a magical petal and proposes exchanging her sex's sacred item for a vial of that powerful Genesis elixir. The bearded man lowers his gaze, joining his hands again, and accepts the exchange, saying that that is a very simple matter to handle. The master notes that she received extra vials for him to win her trust, and judges the man in secret as an excellent spy. The focus shifts, displaying a forum of readers impressed with the absurd release speed of the young writer's work. Returning to the bedroom, Shuji rubs his eyes exhausted and calculates the story time to know when the heroine will return. Startled, the protagonist stops suddenly upon hearing a familiar voice asking who gave permission for him to let up on the punishment. Chi Wuji glares at the protagonist standing up and asks in a serious manner how he desires to be punished for his recent attitudes. In his cute form, the young man joins his hands nervously and suggests that the master punish him using her feet instead of that punishment. Without hesitating, the beautiful woman raises her right leg and delivers a high kick, cutting the air in a very skillful manner. The sole of the girl's shoe hits the protagonist's face dead on, crushing his cheek in a well-aimed strike. In her small version, the heroine crosses her arms and warns that she isn't going to reward the young man for knowing what he thought. Walking near the buildings, the young woman comments not imagining that the sect's Genesis elixir would serve that purpose. Thoughtful, the writer suggests creating a new medicine in the story so that she doesn't need to buy from others in the future. Looking from the side, the girl questions herself if that sudden idea wouldn't be a bit out of context in the script. With a large smile, the boy reminds her that a certain person didn't mind saying things out of context around there. The heroine turns her face, crossing her arms, and grumbles that she never had the intention of following the path imposed by him. The young man asks her to take care with modern terms in that world, while the girl denies being annoyed with him. Observing the falling leaves, the young man with glasses raises his head and comments surprised that autumn has already arrived in the city. The writer reflects on the world's warm weather and admits to not having noticed the change of season after the festival. Holding a dry leaf, the woman breaks into a gentle smile and says that that is her favorite season, just like her name. The protagonist glares at his companion with a very affectionate look while the two walk together through the calm park. The girl complains that the situation is unfair since the young man holds something in his hand while she is completely empty-handed. In a small format, the young man tries to hand the leaf to the heroine, but she rejects the present in a quite direct manner. The small woman glares at the writer with a suspicious look while he asks what she truly desires to hold. Right after, the image focuses on the hands of the two intertwining softly in a gesture of much affection and closeness. Glaring at the woman with tenderness, the boy states that he desired that and concludes that now the situation is quite fair. Walking hand in hand, the young man comments that his mother indicated a man capable of getting false documents for her. The scene shows the two from above while the writer explains that this contact knows very useful special procedures. The couple continues walking in a very comfortable silence while enjoying each other's company on that mild afternoon. Turning his face, the young man questions if his companion desires to continue using her original name on the documents from here. Thoughtful, the young man confesses finding her name very normal in cultivation works, but a bit strange in modern times. Upon hearing that, the woman turns her face slightly annoyed and asks in an ironic manner if she should adopt a more common name. Startled, the protagonist waves his hands hurriedly and tries to explain himself while the girl glares at him with anger. Resuming the walk, the boy reflects on how the heroine's attitude manages to change in a drastic and sudden manner. The writer pulls the woman delicately by the hand and lets her know in an excited manner that they need to take her photo first. Suddenly, the protagonist stops walking and turns his face back, demonstrating an expression of doubt about something. Staring at the boy, the heroine asks suspiciously if he isn't trying to trick her to get a marriage certificate. The The young man with glasses laughs very nervously and answers that she doesn't even possess documents to manage to register a marriage at the moment. In her cute form, the girl sighs quite relieved upon agreeing with the writer's logic and closes her eyes peacefully. Right after, the two arrive at the photo studio, and the beautiful woman sits down while the photographer asks her to lower her face. Receiving instructions to turn to the left, the young woman finds the situation strange, believing she is straight, and questions herself about the request. Holding the professional camera near his face, the man confirms that the position is perfect and prepares to take the photo. The protagonist holds the printed photo and praises his companion's stunning appearance while she asks if she looks very different. Commanding a very proud look, the young writer lets it be known that the girl normally looks like a fairy descending to earth. Embarrassed by the praise, the cute heroine pushes the young man to walk already while he tries to make her wait a bit. Laughing quite excitedly at that situation, the protagonist suggests that the two take the opportunity to take a photo together. The woman puffs out her cheeks, remembering the conversation about marriage, and the boy tries to convince her to pose for a double photo. Positioned side by side before a backdrop, the young man explains that they can add digital clouds in the background of that image. Staring at her companion's face, the heroine thinks about how it would be to stand by his side in the midst of mystical mountains and clouds. The photographer smiles behind the camera and asks for the two to move closer, letting the beautiful woman know not to feel so much embarrassment. With her face slightly flushed, the young woman decides to take the initiative and holds the writer's arm, leaving their bodies very close. The photographer asks for a beautiful smile while the camera's viewfinder focuses on the couple, forming a perfect pose for the day's record. The image finally is taken, capturing the woman leaning on the protagonist's shoulder with an extremely sweet and charming smile. Later, the two walk through the night city while the girl crosses her arms, complaining that the image turned out very ugly. The young man smiles, consoling his partner by stating that the image cannot capture even a tenth of her true beauty. Observing the photograph, the protagonist points out the effects in the background and compares the scenery to the cultivation world from where she came. The woman guarantees that her sect is 1,000 times more dazzling than that and challenges the creator to try and take a real photo over there. Hearing his companion's comment, the young writer raises his head with a serene look and agrees that that location would be real. Staring down the street, the young man reflects that the current world is true while the universe of his story would be just a big illusion. The young woman gets very surprised by her companion's words while he praises the true form of that sect's great master. With that, the protagonist disguises the subject, smiling in a very confident manner, and promises that one day he will manage to enter her world. The scene changes to a restaurant and shows the young man typing the heroine's basic information into his phone to send to the contact. In their small versions, the writer holds his phone confused and asks what age the woman desires to put on the documents. The protagonist holds a bowl filled with noodles using her chopsticks and repeats the question in a thoughtful manner about her age. The girl's mind recalls a conversation with women of the current world about how younger people tend to be more popular. Thinking about that important matter, the beautiful master lowers her head with a flushed face and hides her expression under her hair strands. The girl suggests that her official age be 18 years old, while a frame reveals that she possesses more than 9,000 years. In the small version, the master shouts annoyed, wanting to know the reason for the young man making such a strange face upon hearing that. The young writer bursts into laughter and lets her know that nobody would believe that she is a young girl due to her temperament. The protagonist suggests putting 25 years old for her to be 3 years younger, and the woman accepts, gritting her teeth. Returning to the restaurant, the girl asks what the meaning is of putting her birthday on May 20th. Smiling with his phone in hand, the young man praises the woman's research skills and suggests that she discover the reason on her own. The small heroine squeezes her chopsticks with force, demonstrating an immense irritation at her partner's playful attitude. In another location, the mysterious young man with green hair relaxes in a chair while reading the information sent by the writer. Observing the screen with narrowed eyes, the man finds that name a bit familiar and tries to remember from where he knows it. The scene focuses on another person's phone display messages from fans praising the author's writing about the beautiful protagonist. The man sighs as he invents to his friend that was a fake name used by the client obsessed with the book's heroine. Relaxing in the rocking chair, the young man receives another message from his colleague asking to send the photo of the girl's document. Upon opening the image, the young man gives a startled jump, dropping his phone on the floor while his friend asks what happened. Sweating very cold, the man disguises his astonishment, stating that he just felt envy upon seeing the photo of someone's beautiful wife. Laughing in the restaurant, the writer tells about his partner's astonishment, while the heroine asks about the fake name invented. The young man lets her know that it was just a joke and threatens to put in the original story that her old name was very strange. The girl smiles in a threatening manner, breaking her chopsticks while calling her companion an incredible creator god. From underneath the table, the beautiful woman steps with a lot of force on the young man's foot, making him promise that he will never do a thing like that. In her cute version, the master changes the subject and asks if he managed to control his own mind when he descended to her world. The image focuses on the woman's face, remembering the feeling of helplessness upon feeling her thoughts almost being altered. With a serious expression, the protagonist denies it and explains that he only feels he controls all beings when he is focused writing. The author goes back to taking his soup while his companion reflects in silence that he still has a long path to travel. The girl rests her face in her hand, thinking about how her partner transcended from the field of writing to interfere with consciousness. She glares at the young man drinking straight from the bowl and concludes that that stubborn guy has no notion of how terrifying his power is. The writer cleans his mouth with a napkin and guarantees that he will look for the heroine's true body when he manages to descend. Hearing that unexpected promise, the beautiful woman widens her eyes, extremely startled, wanting to know the reason for that. In a small format, the young man beats his chest, stating he wants to see her true version, leaving the girl speechless. Coughing slightly to disguise her embarrassment, the heroine suggests that the author focus on other people in the world instead of her. The young man agrees with his companion's logic and promises to try to focus more on the other characters at the next opportunity. The young man walks to the counter to pay the bill, while the huddled master fears being spied on by him during her bath. Walking along the street at night, the young man suggests buying a vehicle so they don't need to take crowded public transit. With a beautiful glow in her gaze, the heroine joins her hands in an excited manner and agrees that the idea seems very good. In the small form, the woman points to a simple scooter on the street and asks if a model similar to that would serve. The protagonist stares at the scene a bit surprised and confesses that he expected his companion to ask for a luxury car. Looking at the street, the beautiful master observes a couple riding a bicycle in the rain and reveals that she thought about choosing that. With a very sweet smile, the girl turns her face, says she prefers a small scooter to spare the young man's effort. Scratching his head, the young man doesn't understand the logic and questions if that wouldn't be just to facilitate her shopping. The woman turns her face with closed eyes and explains in a shy manner that she desires only to be carried by him on the scooter. Enchanted with her cuteness, the young man smiles with a flushed face and says it is a disciple's duty to drive for the master. Trying to maintain her leader posture, the heroine glares at her partner firmly and asks if he didn't like that idea. The writer caresses his companion's head with much affection and guarantees that he is extremely happy with the situation. On the following day, the protagonist cries comically upon seeing his money flying away from spending too much going out with the girl. The scene focuses on the beautiful master already sitting on the newly bought scooter wearing a helmet and calling her partner in a hurry. Observing the woman so enchanting on the scooter, the young man concludes that that enormous expense was worth it to see her happy. The young man drives the scooter while noticing that his companion has perfect balance and doesn't need to hug his waist. In a small format, the young man opens a quite mischievous smile upon having a fun idea to resolve that detail. With that, the young man makes a sharp turn on purpose and forces the master to hug his body so as not to fall from the vehicle. But the situation changes when an aura of magical energy emerges out of nowhere and straightens the scooter in a completely abrupt manner. Using her powers, the woman demands that he drive right while the writer laments having lost that battle. Holding onto her partner's clothes, the girl gets a serene face and decides to change the subject during that trip. The master stretches out the cheeks of a very cute childish mask and asks the young man what the origin of that character is. The young writer keeps riding the scooter and confesses being surprised since he believed that the girl knew the masks. The protagonist remembers when they sent a drawing to her and thought that the girl would judge him for seeing something childish. Gritting his teeth, the young man admits that he didn't expect such audacity from the group members in sending heavy things to her. In a small format, the heroine opens a threatening smile and asks what type of adult content he watched. In that exact moment, the woman's delicate hand holds and squeezes the young man's jacket with an absurd force from behind. The scene focuses on the top of the trees while the young man's desperate scream echoes through the street after the woman's painful threat. Sitting on the scooter, the young man explains the names of the brothers from that childish cartoon and points out which mask the girl will use. Holding the item, the master accuses the young man of having a dirty mind while he begs for the woman to leave the fan group. Riding the scooter at sunset, the young man explains that their fake gifts in the training field will be based on the masks. Near the scooter, the heroine asks if the protagonist really desires for her to go with him dressed in that manner. Wearing his mask, the young man explains that it is better to admit their powers right away to avoid suspicions from other people. At that moment, the woman firmly holds the sleeve of her companion's jacket, asking him to wait a bit. With speed, the master creates a blue flame on her finger and adds energy to the mask, suggesting disguising the voice as well. With a gentle smile, she applies the same sorcery to the young writer's face to protect his identity. Surprised by the sudden attitude, the young man widens his eyes and questions the reason for his companion having done that. Analyzing the energy in his hand, the protagonist fears that the use of that magic might shorten the girl's time in that world. Delicately touching his face, the beautiful woman guarantees that that small spell won't cause any problem. After resolving that detail, the heroine turns around confident and calls the young man to continue the walk together. Upon arriving at the hideout, the writer right away introduces himself to the receptionist, letting him know he was sent by the contact. During the walk, The receptionist explains that the building was bought with a fundraising effort from the local group. Looking back, the employee reveals that his last name is Jin and comments that people rarely use their real names. Walking down the hallway, Jin confesses that his nickname is Chef and welcomes the couple to the new secret room. The focus reveals the interior of the room, displaying a private gym equipped with treadmills and physical training weights. Right after, the couple finds a long-haired contact standing while another person fiddles with a computer. In another part of the room, the mysterious man sits cross-legged playing a board game with a masked individual. The receptionist Jin points to the customer, claiming his responsibility as a guarantor for safety in bringing the couple. Sitting on the beanbag, the masked player raises his hand in a friendly manner and quietly agrees to the duo's presence. With a smile, the computer boy lets them know that he will also accept the newbies' stay if the heavy colleague agrees. Staring at the newcomers, the overweight young man demands to know if the protagonist possesses the habit of reading fiction works. In a very astute manner, the young writer declares being a faithful reader and states with firmness that the heroine is his wife. A large focus on the young man's face demonstrates an extremely provocative look while he challenges his nerd colleagues. Moved by that answer, the two young men celebrate and approve the couple's presence at the exact same time with much joy. While playing, the man in the mask reflects that those people are very strange since they ought to fight over their wives. Observing the group, he concludes that the boys found soulmates solely because they like the same woman from fiction. Next, the connect introduces Zijin, explaining that he takes care of farms after almost being fired for using his powers. Right after, he points to his companion fiddling with his phone, informing that the chubby young man's nickname is just Panda. Zhang Wei explains that his colleague earns money in virtual games and reminds them that the place's owners take care of the restaurant. Whispering, the man calls the owners cheapskates and gets quite a fright when the cook hears his big insult. Turning his attention back to the player, the man warns that the masked people's information is kept in absolute secrecy in the group. Observing the group, the masked young man reflects that the room has 9 members, and with the couple's entry, it will be 11 people in total. Holding a mug, Zhongyu warns that the two need to follow the Hediot's rules if they want to participate in the group. With a gentle smile on his face, the long-haired man reassures the couple, stating that only a few rules exist there. The young man gets serious and warns that the main rule is never to reveal information about the members to people outside the team. Wearing his eggplant mask, the protagonist agrees to the condition, nodding his head in a quite positive manner. Drinking his tea, the leader explains that all actions in the location are voluntary, those being the basic rules of that Hediot. Swaying slightly, the writer reflects in silence that the group's rules are much more casual than what he was expecting. Right after, the chubby colleague suggests exchanging contact info to add the newbie to the team's messaging group. The protagonist widens his eyes, cold sweating from nervousness upon hearing the proposal without knowing what type of group that would be. With a fun smile, the young man with round glasses reveals that the chat serves to criticize and debate the author's writing. Trembling with nervousness, the author tries to defend himself, praising his own work and the high frequency of releases. The reader ignores the defense and shares that the conversation is fun, because there is even a skilled person doing cosplay of the heroine. Upon hearing the mention of the character, the writer stares at his partner by his side and asks in an ironic manner if she would be the real one. Laughing a lot, the overweight boy finds the idea a big joke, doubting that the true character would criticize the creator. The protagonist trembles a lot upon staring at the annoyed heroine and mentally begs for his nerd companion not to cause his death. The tension is broken when the man places his cup on the table, calling the attention of the disguised young man in the middle of that room. The writer takes the opportunity to ask about the special skill training equipment of that place. With firmness, he lets them know that the couple only accepted participating in the group because of this training and doesn't care about those silly things. Opening his arms and laughing from nervousness, he refuses to enter the fan group under the excuse of them being mysterious masked people. Disappointed with the refusal, the chubby reader returns to his chair and states that he will continue teasing the work's heroine online. Meanwhile, the other boy in the room suggests for the chubby guy to bet if the famous author will release the 5th chapter tonight. Leaning his hands on the table, the young fan bets with much conviction that the tireless writer will release more content during the night. Hearing that, the protagonist himself joins in the fun with much certainty and bets against, stating that the author is not going to post. The chubby guy argues that the author already dropped 4 parts today, looking excited, and still has plenty of time left over to produce. The young writer displays a quite confident look and lets him know that he will give a clean slap to the reader's face if he loses the bet. The fan accepts the bet immediately and demands that the newbie remove his eggplant mask and reveal his identity if he loses. Without fear of losing, the author raises 2 fingers, accepting the agreement while the heroine laments that partner's lack of shame. Ending the jokes, the long, hair-haired master approaches and couple to see the physical training area. The group leader presents the floor, which looks similar to a regular gym, and explains the grand importance of physical preparation for them. With a somewhat awkward smile, the man points to the sitting young men and confesses that the lazy group rarely trains. The The protagonist finds it ironic to look at the gym, since he trains by meditating with a fruit on his head, but he admits it is a good place. The master then suggests that if the young man wants, the rooftop has electric platforms to practice footwork. Curious, the guy asks about the second floor, and the master explains that the place is used for testing equipment. The young man gets excited and asks if the equipment can determine a person's type of ability. Shortly after, he is sitting in a chair wearing a helmet and wonders if that thing really works. The master then explains that the helmet measures mental strength and helps train the mind under different levels of pressure. He says the device is useful, but not advanced enough to pinpoint the exact ability, and invites the guy to test it out. He instructs the young man to resist the machine's mental pressure using the same feeling as his normal abilities. Instantly, the protagonist begins to feel a heavy pressure and exerts a lot of effort to hold on. Meanwhile, the master tells the girl not to worry, as the guy seems to be doing fine. But the young woman keeps staring at the scene with a serious and slightly worried expression. The protagonist takes a deep breath and smiles at the challenge, while the lady watches him closely. In his mind, he feels overwhelmed with pain, not knowing how to resist, since he has never used his abilities in a standard way. So the writer decides to use his mental power to imagine the plot for the next chapter of his story. Suddenly, the master notices a change and opens his eyes, a bit surprised. At that moment, a panel on the machine lights up and displays the test result, showing 2 stars. The lady then asks if the result is good, and the master replies that it is low but above beginner level. But suddenly, an alarm goes off and the two look at the panel with shocked expressions. The equipment monitor begins to display brain waves that are completely unstable and out of control. Then the score on the panel begins to climb without stopping, rising faster and faster. As the machine shakes, the young woman asks what is happening, but the master does not know how to answer either. With confused looks, the two watch the equipment shaking and letting out smoke. Inside the writer's mind, the story he was creating manifests as a massive fire dragon. With his hand on his forehead, the young man feels the heat and intensity of that imaginary world. Standing in a lava landscape, he realizes that the feeling of being in the novel feels more real than ever. A wide shot reveals his eyes, which now show a new awareness of the situation. In his mind, a warrior with a sword prepares to face the huge, roaring red dragon. Next, the face of the character he created is shown in detail, with a serious and focused look. The warrior's body begins to be enveloped by a powerful aura of blue lightning. Back in reality, all this mental energy makes the protagonist shout in pain inside the helmet. Worried, the young heroine approaches the protagonist and asks if he is okay. The master then removes the helmet from the guy's head and asks if something went wrong. Upset, he points at the machine and says the young man's mental energy completely destroyed it. Awkwardly, the writer says he only remembered the feeling of writing and will explain once he understands it better. Then, the master reminds him of the Black Room rule to never reveal members' information to outsiders. After the warning, the man says goodbye and says they will meet again another time. The girl whispers to the author to leave quickly before the master makes him pay for the equipment. Alone in the room, the master quietly observes the completely damaged machine. With a satisfied smile, he holds his chin and finds the whole situation quite amusing. Later, on a motorcycle, the protagonist asks the heroine what she saw during the test. She explains that his mental power is around level 4 or 5, but the result was not clear. The guy asks why the instrument broke and jokes if it was because she interfered. With a serious look, the lady quickly replies that it was not her fault. She explains that he sent an electromagnetic wave to another world, causing it to shield itself. His wave alone went up against an entire world, and it was lucky the helmet did not explode. The author reflects that he was able to enter his world without needing to write, using just his mind. With a smile, the girl says that now they can be sure of one very important thing. She states that he is the one who builds the world, not a computer, and calls him her creator god. Meanwhile, the fan who made a bet with him complains that the 5th chapter really did not come out. Back in the training room, a powerful energy takes over the environment. An intense golden glow is released in a very fast and powerful movement. A blonde man punches the punching bag so hard that the equipment almost snaps. The master laughs, saying the bag is light, but the fan says it weighs 50 kilograms. Shortly after, the protagonist also gets ready and delivers a punch with a golden aura. The impact of the strike is so strong that all the other group members get startled. The author then says the bag is light, but it will do for training for now. The fan thinks he should not annoy the protagonist anymore, since he did not use his full strength before. Sometime later, the guy opens the door to a room and sees the heroine sitting on the couch. She comments that his training sessions in the Black Room seem to be working well. The young man smiles and she adds that at least he seems much more energetic. He teases the girl, asking why she who used to supervise him every day is now just relaxing. She replies that she is studying how to write a book, which is why she has been watching television dramas. Surprised, he asks if she plans to take his place, and the young woman says she already understands enough to write. Like an expert, the protagonist asks if she knows how many writers there are in the country. She guesses tens of thousands, but says with confidence that she would easily stand out among them. But upon grabbing her phone to look it up, her confident expression begins to completely change. The device's screen shows the search result, revealing that there are over 22 million writers in the country. Seeing that absurd number, the girl shrinks back, completely speechless. The guy then explains that writing is a dead end, and that she should not expect to make money from it. She reminds him that she is still using his money and has already spent nearly the 10,000 he gave her. The young man laughs and says it was much more, reminding her of the clothes and shoes he bought her. Eating a snack, he says that between the two of them, there is no need to talk about money. Hugging her pillow, she reminds him that he was the one who said she needed to work hard to be independent. He then argues that working for capitalists or working for him ends up being the exact same thing. He says he looked it up and the term for that is a housewife, but she denies it and gets very embarrassed. The young woman changes the subject and asks why the Black Room has not given them any missions yet. He explains that the group has had few missions and that if she wants to write, she can try and they can talk later. Furious, the girl jumps onto his back, shouting that he is cursing her to fail. The guy tries to defend himself and says he only used the word if as a hypothetical. The heroine shouts that he did not, and even if he had, it would still be a jinx. In her mind, she calls him cruel, heartless, and unreasonable, repeating lines from a drama. The guy then repeats her words, asking if she is not like that too. Realizing the repetition, the young woman feels awkward and complains about the bad dialogue she just used. At that moment, the guy holds her hand, and the lady points out that he touched her. The protagonist is left completely confused by the girl's strange reaction. She then says that in exchange for the touch, he will have to teach her how to write a book. The writer thinks to himself that their relationship just gained a whole new layer. He begins the lesson by explaining that an outline serves to clarify what someone wants to write in a story. Then he asks what she wants to write about, and the young woman says she wants a heroine who defeats demons. With a smile, he says that is not a story and asks her to remember what he just said. The heroine gets confused, repeating that her protagonist will defeat demons at every point in the story. The writer, with a forced smile, ironically notes that the final result will just be the heroine successfully defeating demons. With an innocent and serious look, the young woman nods and confirms his thought. The guy explains that this is just a theme, and that the story is what happens between the characters, like the two of them. With a lot of anger and embarrassment, the girl accuses him of being a creep for suggesting something would happen between them. He laments not being able to teach his apprentice, while she shouts that he already touched her hand. Sighing, the author says he will try again and sits down next to her to restart the lesson. However, the girl attacks him with a pillow, and in the first phase of the teaching in a comical way. With a bleeding nose, he decides to change tactics, focusing on the characters first before creating a plot. He explains how to create the heroine, but notices the young woman is doing something else and asks what it is. She replies that she is looking for the rough design sheet of her character, and he asks if she is just going to copy it. The heroine then points out that his design only defined her personality, but not the experiences she lived through. With a vein popping on his forehead, the guy explains that the focus of his story was different. He says that when she appeared, she was already a sect leader, so there was no need to detail her past. Because of that, readers more easily accepted the new traits he added to her later on. She questions why he is teaching her to create a profile, since his character is also a female protagonist. Giving up, the writer throws himself onto the floor and shouts that he cannot teach this apprentice at all. He yells that he won't touch her anymore, but the lady reminds him that he had already done it before. The scene cuts with an impact sound, ending the second and frustrated phase of the teaching. Once again with a hurt nose, he says they will focus on the character's relationship to create the plot. He suggests that her heroine meet his hero, and that the story develop from there. The young woman criticizes the idea, saying that in real life they barely know each other and yet get along fine. Annoyed, the guy asks her to forget their reality, since they are just creating a story. She fires back, saying that what he is talking about is very different from what she has experienced in her life. He shouts that life is boring, whereas a story needs twists, and she reminds him that he said art imitates life. The protagonist gets completely irritated by his apprentice's stubbornness and logic. In a comical gesture, he squeezes the girl's head with his hand, showing his utter frustration. The author complains that when he was her apprentice in the story, he did not talk back as much as she does. With a pillow on her head, she asks if that is a balancing exercise, and he replies that it is a compliment. With the guy yelling in pain, the lady asks if he has finished his little show. The third phase of teaching ends with the protagonist on the floor, being accused by the girl of disrespecting his master. With her arms crossed, the heroine reminds him with an air of superiority that she is also his teacher. The young woman says she no longer wants to learn from him because he is a bad teacher and that she can write on her own. With a confident smile, the guy tells her to believe in herself because she will definitely come back to ask for help. She ignores the comment and decides to check what the people in the fan group are saying. In the group, a fan compliments her, but as the administrator, she bans the user for 1 hour, getting annoyed. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking echoes through the room, and the scene cuts abruptly. The protagonist enters the room and, seeing the situation, asks what is going on there. Angrily, the young woman punches the pillow and complains that the illustrators are taking too long to draw her avatar. With a calm smile, the guy offers to find someone to sort them out for her. Next, he enters the fan group and offers the band user the role of moderator to get back at the heroine. Satisfied with his plan, the author laughs maliciously, thinking the fan took the bait perfectly. He then asks the new moderator to deal with another user who is being annoying in the chat. The heroine comments that their character sheets will be the most efficient in the world. With a serious and thoughtful look, the lady concludes that writing books truly corrupts the heart. The guy stands up and reminds her that now she is also a future writer. A close-up shows the girl's face, staring at him with a serious and slightly surprised expression. Suddenly, she grabs him and calls him master, with a sweet and slightly playful expression. Completely caught off guard, the protagonist's eyes spin in spirals of pure confusion. The young woman says she thought it over and that what he said before makes sense, asking him to teach her more. The author says he will only try again if she holds the pig pillow against her own head. He thinks he needs to take advantage of this unique opportunity to have a little fun with the situation. Annoyed by the condition, she says she does not need him and will write a story that will blow his mind. The guy gets thoughtful and wonders if she really has this more charming side to her. Alone, he approaches the computer, still reflecting on the heroine's strange behavior. Looking at the screen, he realizes he had already written a profile for her character. The document describes the character as proud, confident, cool, and charming. He concludes that she no longer wants to write just to make money, but rather to study the art of creation. Meanwhile, the young heroine is sitting on the bed with a serious and concentrated expression. With a smile, the protagonist decides to forget the confusion and simply help her with her new goal. On his phone, the protagonist messages a friend and asks if he has any old writing materials. The friend sends a link with tips, but advises the author not to read them so he does not lose his own style. Phone in hand, the guy becomes thoughtful, reflecting on the conversation he just had with his colleague. He approaches the heroine who is at the computer and lets her know he sent her a link. Annoyed by her distrust, he shouts that it is just writing tips he got to help her out. With a smug smile, the young woman calls him a good disciple, but he corrects her, saying he is the master here. Winking charmingly, the girl agrees and calls him master, leaving the guy totally flustered. Upon opening the link, the heroine faces a screen full of information and wonders why everyone says different things. With her eyes spinning, she gets dizzy and concludes that the creative process is truly very difficult. The scene shifts to a residential building on a sunny day, creating a calm and everyday atmosphere. In the morning, the protagonist leaves his room brushing his teeth and walks toward the living room. He keeps pacing around the house while the heroine sits on the bed, focused on the computer. Annoyed, she threatens to throw him out of the building if he keeps walking back and forth. The guy approaches and asks what she wants, and the lady complains that her document only has 3 lines. He teases her about the character's name, but the young woman says she will focus on the plot first and the name later. With a smile, he suggests the last name Chu, which is elegant and common for novel protagonists. Thoughtful, she agrees that the last name sounds good and carries a strong sense of a main character. The lady accepts the suggestion, but asks if he has any good ideas for the character's first name. The guy steps back and says the book is hers, so her opinion is the most important one. With a twinkle in his eye, he jokes that the character's name will be their baby's name. But the conversation is interrupted by a phone call, and the guy answers to find out what happened. Hearing the news, he gets shocked and asks if the identity issue has already been resolved. Shortly after, the couple is in the black room, and the master explains that the girl's records state she was rescued. The author argues that no one would believe that because of the heroine's delicate appearance and fairy-like aura. The master says the record is confidential and questions the author about the girl being his distant cousin. With a serious look, the protagonist replies that their relation is beyond the 5th degree of affinity. The lady reflects that there is no problem, because even though she was raised by him, they are not blood relatives. Holding the document, the heroine analyzes it carefully, taking in every detail. The population record identifies her as the cousin of the head of the family, making her identity official. Sitting on the motorcycle, she thinks that the feeling of holding that document is very different from a marriage certificate. She thinks that, now having an identity, she can finally get the certificate she wanted so much. The protagonist calls her cousin, leaving the girl confused and speechless for a moment. He instructs her to take her ID, go to the bank, and open an account, becoming a modern person. The heroine asks if he is not a little disappointed by her new independence. In a park, the guy admits that he is a bit let down by the situation. He says he feels as if his own daughter had grown up and become independent. Annoyed, the lady pinches him and shouts that now she can go wherever she wants without depending on him. He admits with a serious tone that there is definitely a sense of loss in all of this. But the author recalls that this independence was exactly what they had been seeking for the past 2 months. With a serene smile, the hero nods, confirming his words. He then says he hopes her life will be as independent as her new identity. The young woman thinks she no longer needs to understand why she felt so close to him before. With a confident smile, she confirms to herself that her feelings have nothing to do with his creation of her. The lady then tells him it's time to go, as she wants to get back to writing to become financially independent. A close-up reveals the heroine's determined eyes, focused on her new life goal. Similarly, the protagonist's eyes show a new and serious awareness of the situation. The guy reflects that the name she chose, Chushiakyu, seems a bit meaningless for a protagonist. With a thoughtful look, the young woman realizes that the name she chose combines her name and his. With her arms up, the girl excitedly celebrates that she managed to submit the first chapter. But shortly after, she gets apprehensive and wonders if she will fail the platform's review. The author reassures her, saying that even stories written by artificial intelligence pass the review. Ironically, a message pops up on the screen, informing her that her work does not meet the standards. With a smile, the guy tells her not to lose heart and that he will help her figure out the reason. He contacts support and discovers that they do not accept classical Chinese literature. The heroine flies into a rage and shouts that her writing is not classical, she just used a few prose lines to describe the scene. He explains that stories from her world are written in classical Chinese or a very similar style. Furthermore, the writing habits she developed over thousands of years cannot be changed easily. Tired, the young woman says she will publish it in her own world, where she can spread the story within 10 days. The author is shocked and questions whether she is trying to create her own world by writing a book there. Desperate at the idea, the protagonist holds her hand and asks her to wait a moment. He says she can publish it but suggests changing one character in the protagonist's name to make more sense. The guy suggests the name Chumukyu, and with a simple "okay," the heroine accepts his suggestion. With her departure, the protagonist looks at the clothes left on the floor and realizes he is alone again. He walks through the living room and looks at the coffee table, where he sees a piece of paper and some objects. Sitting on the couch, he picks up the paper and analyzes it with a serious and concentrated expression. He keeps staring at the paper with his arms crossed and the look of someone deep in thought. With a smile, he decides to check what the girl was looking at the last time she used the computer. Upon opening the history, he is shocked and lets out several gasps of surprise and embarrassment. Sitting on the couch, the guy remains silent for a moment, processing what he just discovered. He cannot believe the type of video she was watching and understands why her reaction was not what he expected. He reads aloud the title, Submissive Man Training, and concludes that this is not good for him at all. Phone in hand, he composes himself and decides to take action regarding what he just found out. In the fan group, the author demands to know who sent the video to the heroine, but the members start teasing him. The protagonist decides he won't play along with their jokes, so he doesn't end up becoming just like them. He then wonders what the search history of someone as intelligent as the heroine would look like. He sees questions about wire transfers, potatoes, and socks, finding all of it quite normal. But as he scrolls down the page, he finds searches about relationships and finding fun in that is cute. Suddenly, he comes across a question about independence and is totally shocked. The screen shows other questions about dating and even about the female menstrual cycle. With his chin resting on his hand, the guy stays silent with a serious and thoughtful expression. He is shocked to read the question, is it normal not to have a period? And his eyes widen behind his glasses. He realizes this is an extremely serious matter and wonders what answer she found. The answer stated that it was normal not to have a period during menopause, and the guy almost gets a nosebleed. He starts laughing, imagining the girl's expression of anger and frustration when reading that answer. Lying on the bed, he keeps laughing at the situation, finding the whole thing hilarious. But suddenly, he stops laughing and wonders if this means they cannot have children together. He concludes that it doesn't matter if they cannot have children, because having her company is already enough. He then reads another search of hers, where she complains about him not talking to her and feeling annoyed. The protagonist is surprised to realize that the heroine feels a bit annoyed when he doesn't talk to her. With a silly smile, he sits up on the bed and tells himself that he is very happy with this discovery. Back in the novel world, the heroine complains her 10,000-word work was not accepted in the real world. A golden glow illuminates the girl's face, indicating she is about to make an important decision. The scene shows the Immortal Kuzai Mountain, an imposing place surrounded by clouds. The heroine arrives at the location and introduces herself as a member of the Cloud Horizon sect, looking for the old Master Kuzai. The Master's disciples rush to receive her, showing respect in a bit of a hurry. Master Kuzai bows before her and asks, with great humility, how he can serve her. The young woman says she wishes to publish a book, leaving the Master confused about the reason for the visit. With an expression of utter disbelief, the old Master cannot comprehend her request. The heroine explains that she needs his help to publish and distribute her book across all realms. The Master thinks she should be writing about epic battles, not a mundane story. With a serious look, the young woman asks whether or not her request can be fulfilled. The Master agrees immediately and, curious, asks what kind of book she is writing. With a dreamy smile, the lady replies that it is a story about a female warrior who defeats demons. The old man is shocked and wonders if the creator god has lost his mind to allow such a story. Days later, the heroine analyzes data from bookstores and tea houses and notices that the audience is shrinking. The Master informs her that her writing style is excellent, but perhaps the common people do not understand it. Disappointed by the failure, the young woman decides it is best to stop the storytelling. She reflects that the feeling of failure is very uncomfortable and wonders how the author survived it. Seeing her sadness, the Master offers to teach her everything he knows about literature. The girl declines the offer, proudly stating that she already has her own master. The old man and his disciples are shocked, wondering who could possibly be wiser than him. Angrily, the heroine says she wants to go back so her master can buy her cotton candy. In a fit of rage, she flies away, shouting that she's going to eat 10 cotton candies. In the sky, she looks up and wonders if the heavenly Tao, meaning the author, is watching her. She stops in the middle of a storm, waiting for some kind of reaction from the world around her. But nothing happens, and the young woman remains alone under a silent and indifferent sky. With an expression of anger and frustration, she shouts, outraged that he is not looking at her. Back in the real world, the protagonist notices that the heroine's book was dropped from the publishing platform. He wanted to see the changes her book would cause in the novel world, but he did not expect this outcome. So he wonders how he can comfort her, knowing that the feeling of failure is very uncomfortable. He reflects that ever since the mental test, he has been able to observe the world in greater detail, following the right training. Suddenly, his phone begins to ring, interrupting his thoughts and bringing him back to reality. With a calm expression, the protagonist answers the call, waiting to find out who is on the other side. The voice on the phone informs him that his friends Zijun and the chubby guy were injured and are in the hospital. The scene cuts to the facade of a large hospital, indicating that the author went to visit his friends. In a hospital room, one of the guys with his face bandaged asks who the visitor is. The protagonist introduces himself as the third brother and explains that the hospital does not allow masks. He asks what happened, and the friends say they were attacked by a man with father written on his face. The master of the black room explains that the man left a warning message after the attack. He warns the author to be careful, as he might be the next target for revenge. With a serious expression, the protagonist questions if that was what the master was worrying about. The master, with a smile, asks what else he could possibly worry about in that situation. The author declares that, as a normal citizen, the first thing to do is call the police. The other three in the room are surprised by the answer, but agree that it makes perfect sense. However, they soon realize the difficulty of the situation and wonder who would believe their story. With a heroic gesture, the protagonist tells them not to worry and to leave everything to him. Shortly after, he is seen with a police officer who seems to be there to investigate the case. The author secretly asks the officer not to reveal his true identity to the other group members. The officer explains that the members of the Black Room were attacked in retaliation for a previous case. The author is surprised to hear the word, too, indicating that others have already been attacked. The officer reveals that another company was reported for tax evasion by an intruder with writing on his face. The protagonist then asks if they can confirm that the Wong family is behind it all. The officer agrees and says he will call his colleagues to take everyone's statements. He then turns to the protagonist and asks him to accompany him for a private chat. The author follows him, pointing to himself with the look of someone ready to cooperate. The officer reveals that he already knows who is responsible for the attacks, and the author asks who it is. He shows his phone, revealing the culprit's identity to the protagonist. The file shows a man named Rong Fu, a fugitive who can replicate abilities at a higher level. The officer explains that the criminal likely investigates his victims before acting to copy their abilities. The author wonders how he became a wanted criminal and if he spared his friends out of mercy. The officer assures the author that the case is a priority and that they have increased efforts to capture the culprit. The protagonist reflects that, besides being his friends, they are his loyal readers and that he needs to get involved in the case. With a determined smile, he offers to help as an enthusiastic citizen, and the officer accepts. The officer asks if he joined the Black Room, and the author confirms that he is a recent masked member. The official says a director recommended the group, and now that the author is there, he wants to know more. The protagonist remembers a director named Gu Royan and wonders if she is the one the officer is talking about. The officer confirms it is her, the one responsible for compiling supernatural information. He questions the author's invulnerability ability, and the guy, joking, asks if he wants to know the truth. The official offers to assign people to follow him to the Black Room, and the author accepts the protection. The officer comments that the author has become more gentlemanly, and the guy replies that the officer has become more righteous. The man of the law explains that it is not righteousness, but rather the desire to do a good job and get promoted. He says goodbye to organize the work, and the protagonist watches him leave with a nod. The author reflects that, because he is invisible, it is unlikely he will be a target, but he worries about the couple from the Black Room. Suddenly, he senses a dangerous energy and his expression changes to one of shock and alertness. In a swift movement, the protagonist runs to protect a couple who is in danger. Two women on the street are startled by the blur, and one comments that it looked like an eggplant passing by. In a restaurant, a smiling elderly lady asks a new customer how many are in his party. The bearded and intimidating man replies that he is alone, while the woman watches him fearfully. The mysterious man attacks, but the owner's wife shouts for him to run, showing courage in the face of danger. The intruder tries to replicate the restaurant owner's ability, hoping to discover his power. He gets confused upon realizing that the copied ability only makes the food glow intensely. Suddenly, the restaurant owner attacks the intruder from behind with a rolling pin, shouting in fury. With a threatening look, the bearded man says the cook is asking for a tragic end. The owner's wife uses her ability and makes a plate of sweets glow with an intense light. The blinding light dazes the intruder, creating an opportunity for the couple to escape the danger. The bearded man realizes, annoyed, that her ability can be used as a flashbang. The couple flees, realizing the intruder is the same one who attacked their friends from the black room. Desperate, the restaurant owner wonders why the help promised by the officials has not arrived yet. A dark voice appears behind him, asking where he was planning to run. With his eyes wide with fear, the man slowly turns around to face the threat that caught up to him. With a quick and precise kick, the restaurant owner is thrown backward, crashing onto the ground. His slipper flies through the air, while he and his wife fall defenseless before the powerful enemy. The villain says he didn't have fun the last few times, and that now he will have fun with the two couples. With a look of fury, the bearded man charges toward his victims, ready to attack. The restaurant owner hugs his wife, trying to protect her from the imminent danger approaching. The villain prepares to deliver a powerful blow, concentrating golden energy in his fist. But at the last second, the protagonist appears and blocks the attack, saving the couple from the black room. Relieved and surprised, the couple recognizes their savior and shouts his name, Third Brother. The author tells them to find a safe place to hide while he handles the situation. With a serious look, he realizes that the enemy in front of him is no ordinary gangster. The villain thinks he needs to buy time until his reinforcements arrive to help him in battle. He realizes the author's mask prevents his mental probing, and that he is a formidable opponent. The bearded man pulls out a knife, preparing for close quarters combat against the protagonist. With impressive speed, he charges, and the author barely manages to react to the surprise attack. He reflects that if his body had not reacted faster than his mind, he would have been hurt. A close-up reveals the villain's eyes, which are now focused and determined to defeat his opponent. The protagonist watches closely as the enemy puts away the first knife and prepares for the next move. The restaurant owner's wife shouts for the author to watch out, as the villain still has another knife. The bearded man charges again with the second knife, aiming a fatal strike at the hero's chest. The blade tears the author's shirt, but his body remains intact without a single scratch. Relieved, he realizes he is fine and thinks that if it weren't for his ability, he would get scalded. The villain is impressed and comments that the author's ability makes him invulnerable to blades and bullets. Tired of the useless abilities he copied, he demands that the protagonist hand over his power. He places his hand on the author's shoulder, initiating the process of replicating his ability. A purple aura surrounds the villain's hand, indicating that the power copying is underway. The protagonist gets apprehensive and wonders if his special ability was actually copied. With his eyes wide in pain and sweat pouring down his face, the villain shows that something went wrong. In his mind, he sees a strange world and realizes the copied ability is not invulnerability. He staggers backward, screaming that his head is about to explode from the information overload. The author wonders which ability he copied and if he would also be able to summon the heroine. Fallen on the ground, the villain screams from a headache, not understanding what is happening to him. With a confident smile, the protagonist gets ready to attack, saying that now it is his turn. The couple watches the scene, confused by the sudden shift in the battle and the author's tactic. Suddenly, the police officer arrives with reinforcements, asking the protagonist to stop the attack. The author stops mid-strike, with the expression of someone caught off guard by the interruption. Fallen on the ground and badly hurt, the villain groans in pain while the protagonist reflects on the attack. Paramedics arrive to take the villain, who had already passed out, and the officer tells them to be careful. Shortly after, the protagonist meets up with the heroine, who is waiting for him in an alley. The young woman asks if the matter with the villain has been resolved, showing concern over the situation. He replies that he still needs to give a statement, but was let go because he was wearing a mask. With a smile, he asks if she felt he was in danger and came to protect him. She says he overthinks things and that she only came to see what was happening. The author calls her at Sunder, but she complains that she had to take a medicine and wasted it. He reminds her that he already wrote about a new medicine with no side effects in the previous chapter. The heroine glares at him angrily and points out that he made at least 3 mistakes during the fight, but she admits that, overall, he didn't do badly and that his training was not in vain. The guy worries about the possibility of the villain copying the ability of a stronger enemy. The heroine reassures him, saying that, in reality, the villain's power is not that strong. She explains that even with an extra level, a copy doesn't compare to the trained original power. The protagonist then concludes that his supernatural ability cannot be copied or used by the enemy. The girl calls him an idiot and says the villain could have copied his other combat skills. She points toward a cotton candy vendor, completely changing the subject. The young woman demands that he buy 10 cotton candies as punishment, but he tells her to just ask nicely. Eating the treat, she reveals she observed the novel world and asks if her book is not doing well. She accuses him of interfering with her book, causing no one to read it. He denies it, saying he was worried about the impact but did not interfere in any way. With her cheeks full, the girl grumbles that she was relying on that excuse for the failure. The author says that writing requires talent and offers to add a setting to help her out. She declines the help, stating that she will learn to write on her own, relying on her own abilities. With a shy look, she blinks and asks if he will continue to teach her how to write. With a proud look, he holds the cotton candy and tells her to call him master. The girl blushes and calls him master, asking for them to return soon so he can teach her. Once at home, he analyzes her text and says the plot is too straightforward and repetitive. The author then asks if she would like to read a story like that, and the young woman admits it would be boring. He explains that stories need ups and downs, with challenges to develop the characters. Thoughtful, the girl wonders if this is about losing first in order to win later and asks about contrasts. The guy gives examples, saying that people like to see innocence in someone charming and vice versa. Worried, the lady wonders if she will pass out if she tries to write 10,000 words a day. The protagonist stays silent for a moment, just observing her exaggerated reaction. He smiles and admits she is no idiot, causing the girl to question him about his own attitude. Then, the author suggests she stop trying to invent a story and try to describe something that already happened. Confused, the young woman asks if the idea is for her to write a sort of biography. He confirms it and says it is a good exercise, since creating a world from scratch is no easy task. The heroine complains, saying that would just be a side story and wouldn't bring in any money. Laughing, he offers to pay her, but the girl grumbles that this would be just like being a housewife. The guy corrects her, stating that a writing studio is serious work and she can call him boss. The lady agrees in thought, remembering that apprentices used to work for their masters in the old days. But she soon realizes that he is also her disciple, and wonders why he doesn't work for her. With a confident look, she says that if he is learning cultivation from her, he must help her with her chores. Chuji gets confused and asks what chores she wants, since he already gave her a new medicine. She turns her face away and replies that it is up to him to show respect to his master without her needing to ask. With a smile, the young man asks if he should give her a shoulder massage then. Annoyed by the guy's suggestion, the girl tells him to get out of her sight immediately. Undeterred, he flips the situation and asks if she can massage his shoulders instead. Right after, the protagonist screams in pain as she massages his shoulders with immense force. Meanwhile, in a chat group, members discuss the news about the masked hero. Back in the room, the guy looks at his phone with a serious expression, while the girl holds back a laugh. He reads a poetic message on his phone and fails to understand what it means. Then, the young man calls someone named Wang and reports that Rongfu went crazy and only talks about cultivation. The person on the line asks if it is serious, and Chuji says he warned them to stop assaulting the man. Over the phone, he says that despite some issues in the case, everything turned out well in the end. He managed to apply for a bravery bonus, which combined with the reward comes to about 100,000. The guy smiles and promises to buy dinner, while the girl calculates how much he would have to write for that. After the call, he shows off to the lady, saying he made 100,000 thanks to his master. Thoughtful, the author reflects that being a bounty hunter seems way more lucrative than writing. She warns him that it is a very risky job, and the young man agrees it isn't for him. Changing the subject, he invites her to take a look at the beginning of the story she wrote. Then, the guy leans over a computer and asks if the text isn't looking a bit better. He reads the first sentence and compliments her, commenting that she knows how to use first-person narrative well. But he points out a few flaws, like a fancy name for a peasant girl and her unusual beauty. The girl gets a bit self-conscious about the compliment on her beauty and hugs herself, lost in thought. She defends herself, saying it is his fault as the plot holes come from his original text. Awkwardly, the protagonist scratches his head and admits it's inevitable for writing to have some errors. Even so, he encourages her and says she wrote well, asking her to keep up the good work. The scene then focuses on the young woman concentrating on the couch while the author seems to step away for another task. Alone, the heroine thinks that if he said it was good, it means she is in the right direction. She finds it magical how her past, which was written by him, feels so real in her own memories. With that, she begins to remember her childhood, her sick mother, and her hardworking father. The young woman recalls that her family was poor and that, as a child, she went to the fields with her parents. She also remembers the sweet taste of the candies her parents bought after a long day of work. But the memory turns sad as she remembers that her family was persecuted and her parents passed away. Reflecting, she thinks that no matter what happens, the fact remains that she once had a family. Back in the present, the lady stops writing and turns around, calling the guy to eat. He explains that he saw her concentrated and didn't want to disturb her, so he prepared a few dishes for them. Looking at him, the girl has a dark thought and wonders if he will also be gone in 100 years. This feeling makes her feel terrible, and with a sad expression, she closes her computer. She approaches the table and says she will see what he cooked, thinking she is getting used to him. Next, the lady begins to eat one of the eggs the protagonist prepared for dinner. A bit nervous, the author comments that the food he made might not be very tasty. But the young woman stares at him and, giving a discreet thumbs up, states that everything is delicious. He tastes the food and complains that it's salty, making the girl laugh at the situation. On her computer, a text reveals that for her, the taste doesn't matter, because now she feels like she has a home. A brief moment shows the date and time on the screen, indicating a passage of time. In another scene, a chat shows that an avatar for Master Chu is ready and she feels more independent. Suddenly, a loud noise startles the protagonist while he is working on his computer. The heroine stands up all at once and shouts Shuji's name, looking quite annoyed about something. Desperate, she says everyone in the group changed to her avatar and demands that he fix it. The screen shows the group member list, and all of them are using the same profile picture of the girl. The author tries to calm her down, saying he has seen this happen before and that the popularity will soon die down. With cat ears, she shouts that that is her personal avatar and not the character Chuwuji's. Looking at the screen, the guy replies calmly that this just means she became popular. He then shows his own avatar, explaining that it is a virtual celebrity used by many people. The camera focuses on the girl's eyes, staring at him with an expression of pure rage. With her arms crossed, she demands that he change to her avatar too, and the young man agrees without arguing. He then recites the poetic phrase he read earlier, and the lady observes him with curiosity. At that moment, his phone rings and two crying men thank him for avenging them. Chuji tells him not to overdo it, as it wasn't that big of a deal. With a more serious tone, the voice on the phone says that now they want revenge. The person explains that Rongfu was hired and that they won't accept the Wang family remaining untouched. The protagonist warns them not to do anything illegal, but they promise to handle everything and hang up. The hero now pains that Rongfu may have been hired by Zhang Qiren to expand his influence. The guy agrees, saying it's possible since Zhang Qiren is the only one who would benefit from it. He becomes thoughtful, concluding that Zhang Qiren's actions are getting meaner and meaner. Elsewhere, an older man questions a younger one who admits to having acted to save himself. The younger man says he is not criticizing him, but that he is impressed by his actions. The older one warns him that despite the good ideas, his lack of experience might leave clues behind. The guy justifies himself to his father, saying his limited power makes it hard to act without raising suspicion. His father then advises him to be careful with Zhong Yi when contacting the Black Hall. He explains that Zhong Yi has a strange past and might have other plans, so caution is needed. The scene goes back to the girl, who receives a payment for her story, getting shocked by the amount. With a satisfied smile, she wonders what she should buy with the first money she earned. Thoughtful, the young woman decides to buy tea for him, finding the one they had at home too plain. Shortly after, the scene shows her in an elegant office outfit, ready to head out. With a slight smile, she thinks that doing cosplay once in a while can also be fun. In a tea shop, the beverage is delicately poured into a small white cup. The saleswoman presents the tea, explaining that it has a mild flavor and a smooth texture. Upon tasting it, the girl realizes the tea is much better and that it contains a faint spiritual energy. Surprised, she looks closer at the cup, confirming the presence of the energy. The lady then realizes that the subtle energy she felt doesn't come from the tea itself. Observing the saleswoman, she concludes that the spiritual energy is coming from the teapot in her hand. Interested, the hero asks the clerk if they also sell tea sets in the shop. The woman turns to her and confirms that yes, they sell the tea sets too. Another woman appears and excitedly offers her the set for half price. Back at the apartment, Chuji finds it strange that she took so long to come back. At that moment, the young woman arrives at the door, dressed in the office outfit, and announces she's back. Seeing her, the protagonist asks what is wrong, noting her different appearance. He then questions her, asking why she is wearing office clothes again. With a serious look, she states that she is now his assistant and sees no problem in dressing like that. The author gives a thumbs up and agrees excitedly, saying there is no problem at all. The lady then takes off her high-heeled shoes and asks where her slippers are. Skipping along, the guy offers to help his master change shoes, holding the slippers. Annoyed by his attitude, she kicks him away and tells him to get out of her face. A while later, he tastes the new tea and praises the flavor, asking how much the set cost. Casual, she replies that it wasn't expensive, costing a little over 4,000 yuan. The protagonist loses it and screams, asking if she went crazy to spend 4,000. The girl explains that the teapot contains spiritual energy, but the sellers didn't know and even gave a discount. He understands the situation, realizing that for cultivators, the value of spiritual energy is priceless. She then mentions she made friends with the shop owner and now has one more friend on WeChat besides him. Jealous, the guy begins to interrogate her about the shop owner, wanting to know if it's a man or a woman. Smiling, the young woman replies that the owner is a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. He feels relieved, and she mentions that the tea was an expensive gift from her new friend, Zhu Mengming. Sitting on the couch, the guy raises his cup and says goodbye to the old cheap 10 yuan tea. He explains he didn't know about the existence of spiritual tools and promises to help her more now. The author tells her not to worry, stating that he feels very good practicing on his own. The lady reprimands him, saying her disciple still has a lazy attitude after 2 months. She then pushes him, telling him to go write his book instead of worrying about cooking. Alone, the guy reflects that she has been strange ever since she started worrying about his cultivation. In thought, the girl notes that the spiritual energy in this world is weak and tools are lacking. Even so, she finds it incredible that he reached the 5th level of cultivation in just 2 months. She also considers that, with the golden bell almost complete, it would be impossible for her to be faster. With a slight smile, the young woman wonders if this is how a creator god should be. She watches him meditate and grows eager to see how he will surprise her with more cultivation tools. Staring into space, she wonders if one day he will be able to easily enter her world. The scene changes to a chat group where readers complain about the lack of updates. Back in the living room, the girl notices he became more focused on meditation after drinking the tea. Suddenly, a message in the group asks her how she knows he isn't doing well, and if they live together. Embarrassed, the lady wonders why he couldn't have talked to her in private. She replies in the group that he has been pursuing her since day one, and the chat breaks down. Right after, she stands shocked and wonders if she really said those words to everyone. Annoyed, she grumbles that it is all his fault and that she shouldn't have said anything. The young woman then decides to ignore the mess and get back to work, looking determined. But halfway there, she stops upon feeling a strange sensation and places her hand over her chest. Worried, the lady wonders if someone could spy on her while she takes a shower. Shortly after, the protagonist appears in an ethereal place and wonders where he is. He then sees Chu Wuji in a lake and stands completely shocked upon recognizing her. At that instant, the warrior's eyes snap open, showing a sharp and alert look. She releases a powerful wave of energy, shouting to know who is there. After the attack, the place returns to calm, and she seems to be alone again in the lake. Hidden, the guy thinks with a smile that she cannot see him there. But suddenly, the heroine appears right in front of him, catching him totally by surprise. The boy wakes up startled in his bed, realizing it was all just a dream. With his face flushed and steam coming out of his mouth, he seems to have returned to his normal state. In his room, the girl glares at him angrily and calls him a pervert, asking if he has seen enough. Awkwardly, he tries to deny it but thinks to himself that he was caught red-handed. The heroine attacks him, and he admits he messed up, but changes the subject and asks if there is anything to eat. With cat ears and a furious look, she yells aloud no to his request. The scene shows the two with their backs to each other, in an atmosphere of total silence and tension. Lying in bed, the lady regrets having helped him, as they were almost discovered together. She buries her face in the pillow, annoyed that she can't get back at him, and doesn't want to run away from home either. Still in bed, the young woman turns her face and seems to have an idea to solve the situation. She picks up her phone and asks Meng Meng for help, who doesn't understand the problem and compliments her. The girl tries to explain the situation, and her friend suggests she simply hit him. The friend offers to help, but the heroine says she cannot go to the police or defeat him completely. Meng Meng then assumes the person in question is her boss, and the young woman confirms it. Outraged, the friend advises her to quit, but she says she cannot do that. The friend then reaches an unexpected conclusion and asks if the heroine likes her boss. Surprised by the question, the girl vehemently denies it, saying that is impossible. The conversation continues, and the friend insists on the idea of a romance, leaving the heroine speechless. Exhausted, the young woman throws herself onto the bed, feeling like she can't handle the conversations of this world. Her phone vibrates, and she looks at the screen, seeing a new message from her friend. Meng Meng asks for advice, asking what to do now that her lover, husband, and her child's father have run into each other. Shocked by the question, the heroine realizes they truly are from different worlds. At that moment, the protagonist slowly opens the bedroom door and calls her. The lady jumps out of bed, annoyed by the interruption, and glares at him with an unfriendly expression. The guy stretches and asks his master to explain what his current situation is. With her arms crossed, she informs him that he has reached the final stage and must prepare for foundation establishment. Surprised, he asks if he is already at that level, even though he has practiced for less than 2 months. The heroine reminds him that he still needs to find materials to refine the necessary pills. She says they need to try, and he agrees, suggesting that interaction between the worlds might get easier. With a determined smile, the guy asks his master to keep an eye on him from now on. With her cheeks puffed up, she tells him to stop talking nonsense, visibly annoyed. He suggests they go out for a walk to find inspiration for their writing. The young woman looks at him with curiosity and asks where they are going. Suddenly, the scene changes to a beach, and the girl marvels at the beauty of the sea. Already on a bus, the guy asks if she had never seen the sea before. With her arms crossed, she grumbles that it's all his fault. The girl explains that in his book, the sea was the end of the world and dangerous for cultivators. With a smile, she says that since the sea in his world has no restrictions, she wants to enjoy it. The scene changes to an overview of the beach, with people playing volleyball and having fun. While they walk, a muscular man gives a message to a woman lying on the sand. With her cheeks puffed up, the heroine grumbles that is not the sea she wanted to see. The protagonist then asks if she doesn't want to put on a swimsuit too, but she refuses right away. He insists, asking if she doesn't want to experience the life of a modern girl. Looking at a woman in a bikini, the young woman questions if that is part of a modern girl's life. The author explains that it is normal for everyone to wear that type of clothing at the beach, and she falls silent. Observing her surroundings, she admits it looks normal and wonders if she is overreacting again. The guy teases her, asking who said she should integrate into this world. Annoyed but determined, the girl states she will wear the swimsuit. Shortly after, she appears in a swimsuit and a hat, walking along the beach. A man approaches her and invites her for a drink, asking if she is alone. With a cold and direct look, the heroine simply tells the man to get lost. He insists and tries to touch her, asking to be added on her WeChat. Suddenly, the protagonist appears and delivers a sharp slap to the face of the man who was bothering her. Hand over his marked face, the man stands shocked and speechless at the blow he received. The author then steps in front of her and warns the man not to touch his girlfriend. After the man leaves, the protagonist thinks that, fortunately, he did not push further. Embarrassed, the girl asks what he meant by that. With a smile, the guy says he was just helping her and asks her not to mind the details. She grumbles and walks away, pacing down the beach, still visibly flustered. Watching her from behind, the author notices she is blushing from the situation. Relaxed under the sun, the heroine enjoys the moment with a serene smile on her face. He asks if there is anywhere else she wants to go and offers to take her to all of them. Looking at the sea, the young woman says she doesn't want to go anywhere and could stay there forever. But suddenly, she glares at him annoyed and asks why he is wearing swim trunks under his shorts. The girl says she likes it that way, but the guy replies that others will laugh at her and promises to teach her. She runs across the beach, shouting that she doesn't want him to teach her how to dress. Confused by her reaction, the protagonist wonders why she got so mad all of a sudden. Later, with the sunset in the background, the lady holds a handful of seashells she collected on the beach. She asks why the beach needs to close, and he explains it is for the tourists' safety. With a sad look, the heroine says she still wants to collect a few more shells. He mentions he also liked collecting shells when he was a kid, finding all of them beautiful. But the guy admits he always threw them away, as he felt they just collected dust at home. With a mysterious smile, she says there is a trick to the shells she collects. Curious, he approaches and asks if they happen to possess some kind of spiritual energy. With a slightly embarrassed look, the young woman admits they have a little bit of energy. Looking at the horizon, she concludes there must be treasures at the bottom of the sea. The author worries, but the girl confirms she will explore the treasure, but only at night. The protagonist's expression is one of clear worry regarding the young woman's idea. As they walk away, he thinks that if the goal were the treasure, the shells would be useless. The scene changes to a restaurant, and the girl seems delighted with the food she is eating. She picks up a shrimp with her chopsticks and offers it to the guy, who glares at her surprised. Embarrassed, the lady reprimands him for staring and tells him to eat too. She says she will peel the shrimp for him, since he doesn't like doing it. With a delicate gesture, the heroine brings the peeled shrimp directly to his mouth. He eats it and admits it is delicious, and the girl encourages him to eat more. In a moment of reflection, she wonders why she took the initiative to feed him. Suddenly, the guy grabs a napkin and gently wipes the corner of her mouth. He tells her to eat slowly, as there was a bit of sauce on her face. Without them noticing, someone takes a photo of the two's intimate moment in the restaurant. Elsewhere, two women look at the photo and are charmed by the couple's beauty. One of the women panics, suggesting they delete the photo so they don't get caught. However, the protagonist approaches them and asks them to send him the photo they just took. The heroine receives the photo on her phone and looks at it, looking a bit thoughtful. The girl who took the photo asks if she can post it on her blog, praising the couple's beauty. The young woman turns to the heroine and asks what she thinks, and the guy says the decision is hers. Looking at the image on her phone, the girl seems to be making a choice. With a smile, she allows the young woman to post the photo, who thanks her excitedly. The heroine thinks she no longer needs to hide and doesn't mind if her photo is seen by everyone. The only problem, she reflects, is that people might misunderstand her relationship with him. But she soon dismisses the concern, thinking that being misunderstood is nothing new to her. Deep down, the lady admits to herself that the feeling of being envied is quite nice. The guy suggests they go back to the hotel to drop off their things before heading to the sea. Confused, the young woman asks where they're going to stay, appearing not to know about the plans. With a smile, he replies that obviously they will stay at a hotel. The girl panics, associating the idea of going to a hotel as a couple with sharing a room. She thinks that if he tries anything, she will finish him, while a man at a computer feels a chill. At the hotel reception, the clerk asks for her ID document for registration. With a serious expression, the heroine asks if she can get a room just for herself. The author points to the price, saying a luxury room costs $688. The lady then changes her mind and says they can share a room, handing over a document. She complains about the price, but the guy says it's fine since they don't do this often. The scene shows the room card being swiped on the door's electronic lock. Upon entering the room, the author throws himself onto the bed, relieved he doesn't have to write. The heroine warns him that she is going out to the sea at night and that he should stay in the room. He stands up and says no because he wants to go with her too. With her arms crossed, she asks what he is going to do, stating she cannot look after him in the sea. With a teasing smile, he asks if she cares about him, and the young woman denies it right away. She says she will look after herself and that she can't just stay home waiting, and he finds her cute. The girl notices his gaze and asks if he wants to pat her head. Smiling, he confirms it and pats her hair, saying she is very cute. With her cheeks puffed up, she grumbles that the word cute does not apply to her. On the beach, she teaches him a technique to breathe underwater, but warns him about the risks. The guy gives a military salute and says he understands, and she hurries him up so they don't waste time. With a dive, the two enter the water and begin to explore the sea. Underwater, he gives her an okay sign showing that everything is fine. The heroine closes her eyes and concentrates, using her senses to search for the treasure. Suddenly, she opens her eyes, appearing to have located what she was searching for. The young woman points toward a specific direction, indicating the treasure is there. They approach a large rock, and the girl states the item is right beneath it. The author tells her to let him try and gets ready to move the rock, but 5 minutes pass. Exhausted, he admits he failed, and she tells him to just cheer her on while she does the work. The lady approaches the rock and prepares to move it with her own strength. She releases a powerful wave of energy, and the guy watches her, surprised by her power. Her bluish energy illuminates the seed, revealing an intense glow into the rock. With the rock moved, she turns to him and tells him to go grab what was hidden. The two approach the spot where the rock was, and the treasure's light shines even stronger. Suddenly, the heroine senses something strange and her eyes widen in alert. At that instant, the protagonist pulls her close, protecting her from a surprise attack. His hood glows with a golden light, blocking whatever was launched at them. A man emerges from the shadows, grumbling that he barely missed them. The heroine darts a furious look toward the enemy, and lightning begins to crackle around her. She attacks the man with a powerful electrical discharge, making him scream in pain. The enemy is defeated and sinks into the water, while the couple stares at each other amid the confusion. The guy continues to hold her, ensuring she is safe after the unexpected attack. Next, the girl's hand closes around a glowing orb, the treasure they were looking for. Still in his arms, she says she already grabbed the item and asks how much longer he is going to hold her. The scene changes to the two on the beach sand, exhausted after the battle on the sea. The girl observes a wound on the guy's arm, looking worried about him. A golden light emanates from his hand, indicating he is using his power to heal himself. With a tender look, the heroine holds his hand, tending to his wound with concern. He tells her not to waste her power drying their clothes, since she already spent a lot on the trip. The girl then asks him to take off his shirt so she can check the wound on his back. He takes off his top and says everything is fine, as the water arrow couldn't pierce his defense. The guy boasts about his technique, saying his shield is very reliable in her world. The heroine hands him the pearl, explaining it can help him build his foundation. He takes her hand and tells her to forget about that for now and go rest, as he doesn't want her to disappear. Later at the hotel, the protagonist relaxes in a bathtub under the moonlight. He holds the pearl and realizes the impact of the water arrow caused him some internal injuries. Just by holding the treasure, the guy notices it already has a remarkable healing effect. With a smile, he concludes that the pearl is truly a great treasure. However, he reflects that the best part of the night wasn't finding the item, but rather fighting by her side. He thinks that now he can help her, and not just be someone cheering her on. In another bathtub, the heroine also reflects on the night's events. She thinks that he fought by her side and even protected her, realizing he is no weak scholar. The young woman blames herself for forgetting to pursue the enemy, but wonders if it wasn't because he was holding her. With a flushed face, she remembers his embrace and admits it was very warm and comforting. In the hotel room, the girl leaves the bathroom and finds the guy lying on the bed, messing with his phone. The scene shows the two in separate beds in a slightly awkward silence. He begins to speak and the heroine stares at him, waiting to see what he has to say. The two look at each other, and he tells her to speak first, creating a moment of hesitation. The author calls and asks how he did that day, looking a bit insecure. The lady praises him, saying his shield reached a new level and can resist powerful attacks. He questions if his shield is still weak, but she explains the enemy was strong with water-based skills. She warns him that the man might come back for revenge and asks him to be careful when she isn't around. The guy holds the pearl and asks if she can advance in level with the help of the item. He suggests she stay a few more days to try, but she seems to have other plans. The heroine explains her body is unique and that she already has an idea of how to advance. The protagonist agrees and stands up, looking a bit disappointed by her answer. Suddenly, the young woman threatens him, saying that if he doesn't sleep, she will expose that he isn't sick. The lights go out, and the two lie down in their beds to finally rest. Lying in bed, the guy feels his heart race and wonders if sleeping in the same room counts as sleeping together. In the other bed, the heroine can't sleep either and questions why she stayed another night. Neither of them can sleep, both lost in their own thoughts and confusion. The next morning, the protagonist finds a note and realizes the girl has already left. He flips the note and reads a message from her saying she is happy to be able to fight by his side. With a smile, the author calls her arrogant, but looks happy with the message she left. He then receives a message from his editor, asking for an interview with the writer's assistant. The scene shows the published interview where the author answers several questions about his work and his muse. In the chat group, readers comment on the interview, saying it is full of romance. The conversation continues, with some praising the author's appearance in the interview photo. Reading the messages, the guy notices that some group members have been absent for 2 days. Elsewhere, a man reads the interview and recognizes Chuji, noting how he mentioned him positively. Another man approaches and asks when they should act, since it is getting dark. With a tired look, the man in the suit replies that they will act once it gets completely dark. He then asks if the other wants to call the new member of the Black Hall to help. The long-haired man replies that they will only call him if they can't handle the situation on their own. Meanwhile, in her own world, the heroine sits at her desk, thinking about her writing. Brush in hand, she wonders how to transition between two plot twists. She looks out the window, observing the full moon, and appears to be seeking inspiration. The young woman wonders if the author is asleep and thinks about asking him for advice. Since there is no answer, she continues to look at the moon, waiting for some sign. Annoyed, she grumbles that he is very active when it comes to spying on her, but disappears when she needs help. Back in the real world, the protagonist sleeps deeply and murmurs her name in his sleep. His eyes open for an instant as if he were sensing her presence. He sits up in bed, confused, and wonders why he dreamed about Chu Wuji scolding him. With a silly smile, he lies down again, thinking she is beautiful even in his dreams. On the other side, the heroine looks at the moon and wonders if she is imagining things. She thinks the moon looks strange and tries to understand what is happening. The young woman decides not to worry about it and resolves to ask him the next time she sees him. Suddenly, she turns around, as if she sensed a presence or approaching danger. She has a bad feeling and wonders if someone broke into Chuji's house. Back in the real world, the author wakes up to the sound of his bedroom door opening. He peeks through the crack of the door, trying to see who is entering his room. The guy sees a man from behind and wonders if it's the same one who was injured by Chu Wuji. The intruder turns around and says now is his chance, while the author seems unbothered. Suddenly, the man is struck in the face by a heavy object, screaming in pain. The protagonist appears, ready to fight and protect his home from the unexpected intruder. The intruder uses his water power, but the author dodges his attack with agility. The guy counterattacks with a powerful kick, hitting the man squarely. Fallen on the ground, the intruder demands that his things be returned immediately. He tries to threaten the author, but his body turns into a pool of water. The protagonist laughs at the situation, observing the enemy's watery form on the ground. The waterman charges to attack, shouting that the author will regret this. With a swift movement, the enemy envelopes the guy's body with his liquid form. The intruder mocks him, wondering who will help him now that the woman isn't around. But the pool of water on the ground begins to glow, and the man seems confused by what is happening. Suddenly, the protagonist releases a powerful golden energy, breaking free from the attack. With a furious look, the guy shouts, outraged that the enemy tried to defeat him. The man is surprised by the couple's strength and wonders who they are. The author grabs a slipper and asks where the intruder thinks he's going, ready for a reckoning. He begins to hit the pool of water with the slipper, saying that even so, it is satisfying. Defeated, the man asks him to stop hitting him, saying he surrenders. The protagonist questions him, reminding him that he just tried to end his life. The intruder denies it, saying he only wanted to steal the pearl and had no intention of hurting anyone. The guy criticizes the enemy's ability, but the man defends himself, saying the author is too strong. The man begs to be let go, but the protagonist has other plans for him. The author asks what the intruder's name is, wanting to know more about him. The man, with his face bruised, reveals his name is Hai Donking. The protagonist gets annoyed and threatens to beat him, thinking the name is a joke. He asks if it's a code name, and the man is shocked to see the author knows about the wall walkers. The protagonist accuses him of break-in and assault, saying his place is with the police. Desperate, the man throws himself at the author's feet and begins to beg for help. He asks not to call the police, saying that if he gets caught, his life will be over. With a suspicious expression, the guy questions him about the reason for such desperation. The intruder explains that he abandoned an important operation to steal the treasure. Curious, the author asks what kind of operation was so important. The man reveals his organization was hired to protect the Wang family from a thief named Zhang Curran. With the new information, the guy gets worried about his friend's safety. The scene shifts to the front of a house, where a group of people is gathered. A man accuses Zhong Yi of allying with the true culprit, using his companions as an excuse. Zhong Yi replies with a smile, saying his provocations won't work, and that he already explained everything. The other man mocks him, asking if the people by his side serve him willingly. A chubby man in the group gets annoyed by the provocation, showing his anger. Zhong Yi states they are not there to work for anyone, but rather to stop the other's actions. The blonde man mocks them, saying his men will defeat them easily. The chubby guy worries about the ambush and fears they won't make it out of there. Suddenly, the leader of the enemy group hears a strange noise coming from the bushes. One of his men warns him to look up, noticing something approaching. A young man named Long Kyujia with the power to control wind appears and grabs an object. The enemy leader glares at him angrily, saying he will have to try harder to take his things. The guy uses his wind manipulation to attack the enemy group all at once. His companions shout his name, worried about the outcome of the surprise attack. Fallen on the ground, the young man says he is fine, despite being knocked down. The enemy leader humiliates him, saying that without the wind, he is nothing. The man continues to mock him, calling him useless and a disgrace to his lineage. Desperate, the chubby guy asks Zhong Yi to do something to help him. The enemy advances to attack, shouting for the young man to prepare for the worst. In her world, the heroine is surrounded by bottles, wondering why nothing has worked yet. She worries about Chuji, wondering what might be happening to him. Back in the fight, the villain is hit by a powerful and unexpected blow. A man with a peculiar look appears and is called Third Brother by one of the youths. Making a peace sign, he celebrates arriving in time to help his companions. The villain mocks the unexpected help, saying a single person won't be a problem for him. The newcomer glares at him and asks if he really thinks he came alone. The enemy leader recognizes a man named Wang Zhenkun, who appears to face him. Wang Zhenkun and his partner point their weapons at him, promising to put an end to his actions. The villain is surprised by the unexpected arrival of reinforcements, looking worried. Suddenly, he is struck by a powerful punch, caught totally by surprise. Third Brother attacks him with ferocity, showing his strength and combat skill. The villain falls to the ground, defeated by the new opponent's surprise blow. The group gathers, and one of them asks about Zhang Kuren's whereabouts. Someone informs them that he is being pursued by Wang Zhenken's men and might be in danger. Elsewhere, Zhang Kuren smiles at his opponent, asking how it feels to be hurt by his own attack. The enemy with the power to control metal complains that Zhang's superpower is disgusting. Zhang Kuren says that, either way, the enemy won't get what he wants in laments Hai Dongqing's absence. He taunts the opponent, saying the treasure goes to whoever can take it, challenging him to try. In the dark forest, the two face each other, ready for the final showdown for the treasure. A shadow appears in the sky, flying toward them under the light of the full moon. A girl runs through the forest while a man pursues her closely. The two stop for a moment, appearing to have reached their final destination. The man demands that the item be handed over to him, but is surprised by an attack. A mysterious figure appears and defeats him with a single blow, leaving everyone shocked. Third brother shouts Zhang's name, appearing to have reached the site of the other battle. He finds the awkward scene and asks if everyone is okay, surprised by what he sees. The girl hands the item to him, explaining she received orders to do so, and he finds it to be the perfect moment. He says she can only study the item for 1 month before he confiscates it. The guy turns to the injured man, who glares at him with an expression of surprise and fear. The protagonist looks exhausted, but relieved to have arrived in time to resolve the situation. One of the men says they will go to the police station to give a statement and thanks him for the help. Alone, third brother wonders if Chude was so excited that he preferred fighting over sleeping. The heroine appears in her world, surprising the guy who had his back turned to her. He turns around and asks why she left her world, looking surprised by her visit. The young woman explains she sensed an intruder's presence in his room and came to check. With an awkward smile, the author thanks her and says everything is fine with him. Back at the hotel, the protagonist wakes up startled, shouting Qiu Wuji's name. With a grumpy expression, he sits up in bed, appearing annoyed by the dream he had. He gets up and goes to the kitchen, where he finds the heroine preparing something to eat. With a smile, the girl wishes him good morning, holding a plate of hot food. She scolds him for waking up late and tells him to brush his teeth so they can eat. The scene shows the table set with 2 plates of food and 2 bowls of rice. Upon tasting the food, the guy is delighted and praises the flavor, looking very satisfied. She scolds him for going to a dangerous place alone and questions him about the risks. He defends himself, saying he went to help his friends and not as the main force. The heroine advises him to think twice before risking his life for friends next time. With a teasing smile, the author says there is a certain old lady who would worry about him. The girl gets completely self-conscious at the comment and her face flushes intensely. Annoyed, she shouts that she is not an old lady, and he agrees, surrendering to her fury. The guy explains he also went to test his strength, since he doesn't get many chances to fight. She questions him about his obsession with strength and tells him to leave the fights to her. He refuses, saying he wants to get stronger so he can fight by her side and protect her. With a thoughtful look, the young woman replies that she doesn't need his protection. But she gets an idea and suggests a way for him to practice real combat. With a challenging smile, the heroine invites him to spar with her. Surprised by the proposal, the protagonist is left speechless, just staring at her. She warns him that he needs to learn some attack techniques before facing her. The young woman suggests a technique with a delicate name, and he comments that it suits her. Changing the subject, she asks to see the metal box he got the day before. The guy grabs the box and places it on the table, and the two look at it with curiosity. Upon opening it, they are enveloped by a bright light and a watery landscape appears. He wonders if it's an illusion, but the heroine explains the item affects the mind and nurtures spiritual energy. The heroine is surprised to find out the item is perfect for his cultivation. The guy assumes Zhongyai reported his results, which is why they are watching him. The girl laments that the item is just a raw treasure, but that it would be more valuable if refined. He stretches and says that, either way, they can only use it for a month and maybe it will help him in his practice. The young woman stares at him with a serious expression, and he asks what is wrong. With a slightly sad look, she admits she hasn't learned the technique he mentioned yet. He reassures her, saying he won't force her, but that he believes the technique suits her. The guy pats her head and calls her cute, leaving her with a grumpy expression. The scene changes to a view of the city, indicating a passage of time. Suddenly, the heroine runs up to the guy, shouting his name with a panicked expression. She shows him her phone and says they seem to be on fire, a slang term for trending or viral. On the phone, a post with their photo went viral, with many comments praising the couple. Reading the post, the author realized the secretly taken photo became popular on the internet. He sits at his desk looking at the computer, appearing surprised by the repercussion. Various messages from different chat groups begin to arrive, all commenting on the photo. Dazed, the protagonist realizes they really became popular overnight. The girl approaches him, worried, and asks what they should do now. He just repeats her question, looking just as lost as she is regarding the situation. The author says he has nothing to hide and that he would like the world to know about them. The young woman falls silent, appearing to ponder his statement. He offers to say she is his sister if she doesn't want their relationship to be discussed. With a determined look, the heroine makes a choice and says she will tell everyone she is his muse. The guy stares at her, surprised by her answer, while she remains silent. Embarrassed, she reprimands him, telling him not to create drama, and walks away. In thought, she reflects that if everyone already thinks they are together, it has become a reality. She approaches him and asks what they should do, appearing to seek his guidance. The girl accuses him of having acted suspiciously and says the sister excuse would only make things worse. Annoyed, she grumbles that even her friend now thinks her boss is harassing her. The protagonist stares at her with a confused expression, failing to understand her logic. The young woman turns around and declares she doesn't care what others say as she has a clean conscience. The protagonist smiles, appearing satisfied with the situation despite all the confusion. He reads the comments in the group, noting that despite the jokes, his friends support him. The heroine enters the chat and threatens to ban everyone if they continue with the jokes. The group members welcome her with enthusiasm, calling her sister-in-law and Mrs. Chu. Reading the messages, the girl wonders what is wrong with those people. With her cheeks puffed up, she grumbles at the fault for all that confusion is his. The scene shows the facade of a building, indicating a passage of time to the next day. The heroine attacks him, saying the first move is to dispel unwanted thoughts. Fallen on the ground, the guy complains that the character description didn't mention that. She strikes him again, and he screams in pain while she questions him about his skills. He accuses her of just wanting to beat him up, but she says she is teaching him close quarters combat. With a smile, the protagonist remembers that her technique has a second move. The young woman confirms it, saying that yes, there is a second move to be taught. She pulls him close, and their eyes meet in a moment of tension and anticipation. The guy lays her on the floor and leans over her, creating a romantic atmosphere. In his mind, a voice encourages him to kiss her, saying the world already considers her his girlfriend. Their faces slowly draw closer, and the moment of the kiss seems imminent. Suddenly, she throws him into the air, completely breaking the romantic vibe of the scene. The heroine holds his wrist tightly, pinning him to the floor. With a victorious smile, she says that was the second move of the technique. Defeated, the author laments that the future of their relationship looks bleak. She stands up and questions him about the mistakes he made during training. He admits he knows, concluding that acting with decisiveness or hesitation leads to defeat. The lady then tells him to sit down and prepare to learn the rest of the technique. With her fingers, she draws energy symbols in the air, preparing to teach him. She touches his forehead, transferring the knowledge of the technique directly into his mind. After the teaching, she asks if she should practice the routine alone. With a grumpy expression, the girl says yes and that he can ask if he has any doubts. The guy laments, thinking that if he keeps practicing with her, he will lose in everything. She tells him to keep practicing alone, saying she has an appointment with her friend. Alone, the protagonist wonders with a worried expression what Meng Meng is up to. The scene changes to the young woman, who touches her face and thinks she taught her friend about wellness. The guy asks if she taught cultivation, but the lady says the secret is sleeping well. Embarrassed, the protagonist feels as if he is getting scolded for not sleeping properly. The girl, already dressed to head out, tells him to stay home and keep practicing the technique. With a serene expression, he agrees to her request and watches her get ready to leave. Seeing the door close, the young man sighs and thinks that once again he was left alone at home. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one person reminds another to pay for dinner with the reward. A man asks his friend if there is a chance for promotion after arresting people from the Wong family. The ponytail guy says it is early to celebrate, but that they can treat themselves to dinner. The other man lights a cigarette and informs that John Curran is going to work abroad. He explains that going abroad is like an exile, as the family businesses are small there. His friend doesn't understand the reason, since John Curran's actions were impressive. Then, he asks his friend if he no longer intends to arrest John Curran. The officer says he watches the family and not him, but that this might change once he leaves. The ponytail guy says goodbye, saying he has things to do, and his friend agrees. In front of a building, the two say goodbye with a wave before heading in opposite directions. Shortly after, the protagonist receives a message asking if he is going abroad, and he confirms it. In the conversation, a friend invites him to a club, but the guy declines, saying he isn't interested. He reflects on finding beauty in books, thinking that this describes what he feels right now. The author laments, thinking that if John Curran continued to write, there would be hope with Moon's Shadow. The scene changes to a girl who thinks about staying in Nanjing for a month to help with the Wong family case. She plans to use this time to contact Sister Xu and learn shadow skills, but the protagonist informs her it is no longer necessary, as QQ was only curious at the time. With a sad look, the girl insists, saying she feels she owes him a favor. He says she doesn't need to worry and asks if she found his parents and if they are doing well. Confused, the girl replies in thought that she doesn't know who his father and mother are. Awkward at her response, the protagonist asks her to forget what he asked. He realizes the item he possessed wasn't a shortcut left by his mother as he had imagined. With an embarrassed smile, he thinks it would be nice if Chu Wuji were there at that moment. Thoughtful, the protagonist reflects on the news that Zhang Kairan will go abroad. With her gaze cast down, the girl says she knows and that if she goes after him now, he won't be able to escape. The guy then questions her about the reason she doesn't arrest him immediately. She explains that they saved her, so arresting him for that would be like betraying her benefactors. The young woman concludes that he will never stop doing bad things and will one day fall into her jurisdiction. The scene then returns to the apartment, showing the night environment outside. Back in the living room, the lady says John Curran will face difficulties with Moon Shadow in the future. Holding a fruit, she proudly confirms that it was Meng Meng who taught her those words. The guy thinks he needs to find Meng Meng as he feels she is leading Chu Wuji astray. The heroine then says she also wants to travel abroad and see other cultures as a form of cultivation. He remembers that when she arrived, she wanted to go to war-torn places abroad. She quickly replies that she only said that to survive and that she wasn't actually interested. The protagonist then promises that when he finishes his book, they will travel the world together. Surprised, she asks if it's true, and he confirms they will be able to have fun with the saved money. With her face flushed, the young woman extends her finger and says that, then, they have a deal. She stops him from getting up and asks what is wrong, while he glares at her smiling. He says the promise feels empty and that they don't need plans, just to go whenever they want. Winking at him, the lady accuses him of being more superstitious than anyone else. With a serious expression, he denies being superstitious and states he just cares a lot about her. Hearing his words, the young woman is left speechless and with her face completely red. The author gets embarrassed by his own declaration and tries to cover it up by eating the fruit. He approaches her from behind and tells her to eat the fruit, as she is thinking too much. Turning her face, she calls him a pervert and wonders how he dares to speak to her like that. In her thoughts, she questions why she didn't answer and why she feels a little happy. At that moment, the protagonist surprises her with a warm embrace from behind. He whispers in her ear that everything he said before was the absolute truth. With her face burning, the heroine reacts and hits him with a strong blow to the chest. With her eyes flashing with anger, she threatens him, saying he could have been defeated. Fallen on the couch, the guy smiles and says she didn't even use much force, as she didn't want to hurt him. Completely irritated by his boldness, the girl can only yell at him. Angrily, the girl says she doesn't care about him and goes to her room. He watches her enter and then closes her bedroom door carefully. With a confident smile, the guy thinks she remains as arrogant as ever. Shortly after, he feels the pain of the blow and grumbles that her punch was very painful. From inside the room, she shouts for him to heal himself and threatens him in case something goes wrong in her world. Smiling gently, the protagonist replies he will do exactly as she said. Leaning against the door, the young woman crosses her arms with a conflicted expression on her face. She sits at her desk and decides she will write, trying not to care about him. However, she stands staring at the computer's blank screen, unable to type a single word. With her cheeks puffed up, she thinks in frustration that she simply cannot write. Annoyed, the heroine puts all the blame for her lack of inspiration on the protagonist. Suddenly, she hears a knock at the door and is surprised to realize it's him. The young man enters her room, says he has something to ask his master, and she tells him to speak up. He asks for help to cultivate a healing technique using the items he has. With her eyes closed, the girl responds directly that it's just not feasible. It is explained that his energy is too robust and doesn't mix well with healing energy, which could cause problems. The young woman then questions him, reminding him that he was the one who created this setup in the first place. He smiles and says he only knows the theory, which is why he wanted to ask his master. With a sigh, she tells him to come closer so she can take a look at the injury. Upon touching him, she notices a minor internal injury and is surprised by the force of his blow. Sitting behind him, she uses her energy to heal him and apologizes for what happened. The young man says he's used to it, but feels uncomfortable with her apology. Annoyed, she gives him a playful smack on the head, saying it's a lesson not to hug her out of nowhere. He asks if she has issues, and the girl says she has been reading his character profile for a very long time. With a serious expression, she confirms that there are, in fact, some problems. The heroine begins to explain that, continuing from her childhood, she lived in a city for a while. She shares that her experiences in the city were valuable, but they seem too boring for a story. The author reflects on his own writing, thinking that maybe he lacks the necessary skill. But he decides he needs to help her solve this problem and can't leave her upset. With a determined look, the protagonist concentrates to find a solution for her. The protagonist admits he isn't great at writing, but suggests she read works by famous authors. She understands and agrees, thinking that writing is also a type of cultivation that takes time. Suddenly, the young man's stomach starts growling loudly, breaking the silence between them. With a smile, he asks if she wants to go out to grab a bite, since he's hungry. Shortly after, at a diner, the girl eats some chicken and complains that the food is ordinary and low quality. While she eats, the protagonist gently wipes the corner of her mouth with a napkin. With a calm smile, he comments that despite her complaints, she seems to be enjoying the food. She replies that she's eating it because it tastes good, and he offers her a snack. The young man then questions her, curious to know why she is so worried about nutrition. She says she has always cared and that her meals are balanced, but he admits he hadn't noticed. The young woman explains that his cultivation burns a lot of energy, which is why she always buys the best ingredients. Touched by her care, the protagonist says with a big smile that his chukyu is the best. Annoyed by the nickname, she holds up a piece of chicken and yells, asking who he's talking about. He calls her his assistant, and she complains about being exploited, but he insists on calling her his chukyu. Two female employees at the place recognize the couple from the beach and comment that their romance is real. One of them suggests taking a photo of them to post online and get more followers from it. With that, one of the girls approaches the table and asks for permission to take a picture and post it online. The young man seems uncomfortable with the request and starts to turn down the employee's offer. But the heroine holds his hand and with a calm look, tells him it's fine. With a smile, she asks the girls to promote their book when posting the photo, and they agree. As the happy fans walk away, the protagonist asks why she allowed the picture. The young woman then turns to him and reminds him that she is his manager, handling the business side of things. He confesses he never thought about that kind of management, since he thought the focus was only on the story. With a side glance, the girl calls him naive for thinking in such a purist way. She shows him her phone, explaining that recent online searches have brought them a lot of pre-orders. Surprised, the young man sees on the phone that his book has reached number 7 on the bestseller list. She says that to the world he is number 7, but in her heart, he will always be number 1. The girl gets a bit embarrassed after her declaration, staring down at the phone. She corrects herself, saying they need to build a bigger presence for their world, and number 7 isn't enough. After they leave, a woman asks if he wants to buy something, and he says he's going to check out the market. Walking hand in hand, the girl offers the young man a piece of candy and tells him to take one. With a smile, the protagonist says she should eat the candy herself. The young woman then asks him to unwrap it for her, and he wonders what she has in mind. She thinks to herself that she can't do it, since her hands are being held and she only has one free. He suggests she let go of his hand to do it, but the girl refuses instantly. Understanding the situation, the protagonist takes one of the candies from the package. Next, he brings the candy he took straight to the girl's mouth. The young man watches her with a gentle look while she eats. With a slightly flushed face, she says she will give him just one, and nothing more. In a cute art style, he smiles with the candy in his hand while the girl glares at him. Shortly after, he teases her, and she yells angrily for him to give the candy back. As the couple walks away playing around, another young woman watches them from a distance. She then wonders to herself if Sister Chu really doesn't need the shadow skill. The scene shifts, and Chu talks to the young woman, saying she doesn't need it and calling her a good girl. Chu explains that the disciples of her sect have already mastered shadow techniques. The girl regrets not being able to help, but Chu says there actually is a way. Surprised by the answer, the girl asks what that would be. With a smile, Chu points at the protagonist and asks the young woman to spar with him. Moments later, the setting changes to a forest where the young man is moving rapidly. Suddenly, shadow energy attacks him from below, revealing the young woman. The girl glares at him with a serious expression, ready for battle. Watching from a distance, Chu smiles and simply tells him to keep going. The young woman unleashes a massive amount of purple energy, with lightning striking in the background. With a determined look, she prepares her strongest attack. The protagonist raises his hand to defend himself against a massive sphere of energy. The girl's gaze remains fixed and focused during her strike. She charges at high speed, throwing a powerful punch at the young man. The protagonist, however, stays calm with a focused look on the fight. The girl's punch hits him dead on, unleashing a massive shockwave. But after the strike, she is the one who drops to her knees on the ground, completely exhausted. Fallen on the ground, the young woman thinks impressed that his strength is incredible. She notes that the young man is almost as strong as the fighters in the arena. The protagonist watches her with a calm and serious expression on his face. With his golden aura, he steps on a shadow moving across the ground. His gaze sharpens and he looks even more determined. Next, the young man starts running at high speed across the field. Seeing this, the girl thinks she can't hold back in the fight anymore. So, she unleashes several shadow projectiles that slice through the air. The shadows merge and move swiftly in his direction. The shadow attacks surround the protagonist from all sides. The young woman appears behind Chu-ji, and one of the spikes strikes him in the back. She tries to hit him with a punch, but he manages to block the blow. The young man grips the girl's arm firmly, stopping the attack. Watching the fight, Chu shows a serious and slightly annoyed expression. The girl tries to strike his neck with a quick open hand chop. However, he grabs her hand and neutralizes the energy attack. At that moment, the woman watching them yells for them to stop. The young woman says the result hasn't been decided yet, and Chuji agrees. Chu glares furiously at both of them for wanting to keep going. Chuji smiles and says if the master says stop, he will obey. Chu explains that training is meant for improvement, and they've already proven their point. She thinks to herself, annoyed, that she doesn't want to see them fighting so close to each other. Turning to the young man, she asks if he knows where he went wrong. He admits he overestimated his defenses and underestimated her techniques. The young woman says she also underestimated him, not expecting him to fight hand to hand. Satisfied, Q says they've learned to reflect, and that is progress. She says that with more experience, she won't have to worry about them anymore. The girl replies that it was just a practice match, of course. Chu says if it had been a real fight, her last blow would have been fatal. The young woman is deeply impressed and thinks Chuyu is more amazing than her instructor. Chu says he is only at 1/3 of the young woman's level and sends him home to tend to his wounds. Now on the motorcycle, she yells at the young man that she's going to double his training when they get back. Left behind, the girl watches the two of them leave and looks quite surprised. In a cute version, she wonders aloud, annoyed, if they forgot she was still standing there. The scene then shifts to an empty, well-lit street in the neighborhood at night. Arriving home, the protagonist realizes they forgot to call the girl to come back with them. He wonders if she would be able to find her way back on her own. Meanwhile, the young woman is completely lost at a crossroads, not knowing which way to go. Back in the room, Chuji collapses onto the bed exhausted, feeling like it has been a very long day. Q scolds him and tells him to take off his shirt so she can apply some medicine. Shirtless, he wonders if the Golden Bell shield isn't actually that good. She tells him to be glad because having only superficial wounds is already a very good thing. The young man laments that over the last 2 months, he has been getting hurt with absurd frequency. Q explains that it's due to his inexperience and also because of his Golden Bell shield. With a confused expression, he asks what the shield has to do with his injuries. She says that because he relies on the shield, he gets reckless against opponents who are stronger than him. The moment she applies the medicine, the guy yells in pain and asks her to be gentle. She advises him to fight as if he didn't have the shield, focusing more on dodging. Annoyed, Q responds that instead of fighting that other girl, he should be fighting her. The young man is shocked by the proposal and turns over on the bed, not understanding her reaction. She explains that she can simulate various fighting styles to help him improve. Seeing her turn away, Chuji starts to suspect she might be jealous. With a mischievous smile, he wonders what would happen if he brought up Guruyan. But he quickly drops the idea, thinking it's better not to risk it. The scene shifts to a woman in office, reading a report about Chuji's power. She then grabs a pen and adds 2 question marks next to his B-rank potential. Looking up at the moon, she wonders who the mysterious woman always hanging around Chuji is. The story then jumps ahead a few days, showing the exterior of a building. Back in the room, Chuji is on top of Q on the bed, staring down at her intensely. The atmosphere gets tense with a close-up on their faces, which are very close to one another. But with a swift move, Q hits him with a high kick and launches him into the air. Annoyed, she warns him that if he looks at her like that again, she'll leave him pinned to the wall. Slumped on the floor, the young man thinks, defeated, that hesitation always leads to failure. Right after, she calls him over and says she's going to teach him mental cultivation exercises. Excited by the idea, the protagonist gets up and replies that he's ready, master. Kneeling in front of him, she touches his forehead to pass down the heaven and earth technique. She warns him that spiritual practice is dangerous, but he is already prepared for the next level. With her touch, a glowing energy flows from the tip of her finger into the young man's mind. They then float on a spiritual plane while the technique is transferred between them. Suddenly, the protagonist finds himself in a different place, a glowing, golden space. Looking around in wonder, he wonders if this could be his soul sea. A voice explains that the technique doesn't have a set path and that he must start by visualizing. Confused by the explanation, the young man wonders what this visualization thing actually means. The voice continues, saying he can imagine a sword and solidify it to strike. He understands that the technique can drag opponents into the spiritual world and even trap souls. Then, he gets a vision of a swordsman announcing the arrival of the Night of 100 Ghosts. The image of the swordsman fades, and the young man seems to comprehend what he just saw. With a smile, he realizes that his technique and his spiritual world are all right there. Back in the room, Q approaches him and asks how he's feeling. Suddenly, the young man's body goes limp and he falls forward, right on top of her. Exhausted, he hugs her and promises to take her out for a walk after the upcoming major battle. With a flushed face, the girl agrees to the proposal but asks him to sit up. The young man says he can't because he's too dizzy and the technique completely drained him. She touches his head and realizes his spiritual sea is almost entirely depleted. She thinks to herself that his spiritual world is vast, but his mental strength is still weak. With him leaning on her, she thinks that now she can at least offer a bit of support. But Chuji pulls away, saying he doesn't need help since there isn't much danger in the novel anyway. So, she pushes him toward the door and tells the young man to go rest in his own room. He holds on to her, saying she also needs to rest for the crucial battle the next day. Surprised by his concern, a blushing Q replies that he didn't need to worry about her. He gets closer to her, asking her to be good and not make him worry. Annoyed, Q pushes him away and tells him not to talk to her, as if she were his daughter. Seeing her reaction, the young man starts laughing, and she asks what he's laughing at. He thinks to himself that the adorable Chiu Wuji and the strict sect leader seem like 2 completely different people. With a smile, he concludes that, fortunately, both versions are the real her. He makes an excuse, says he was just thinking about how fast time flies. Giving him a few instructions, she says goodbye and mentions she's heading back to her world. With a blue glow, her body vanishes, leaving only her clothes behind. Chuji watches her depart with a calm expression and a slight smile on his face. The scene shifts to the world of the novel, where Chiu is meditating in a destroyed location. She looks to the side with a serious expression, ready for the coming battle. Right after, the focus shifts to the entrance of a modern building. In a room, a young man asks one Zijin if the photo of Chuji looks like third brother. The guy wearing makeup says he already knew, and that the woman next to him looks like sixth sister. One Zijin replies that their appearances are similar and that he has tested Chu's powers. His friend reveals that the woman with Chuji is immune to his writing ability. Shocked, one Zijin is stunned to learn that Chu and the author Chuji were so close by. The young man with makeup defends third brother's loyalty, and one Zijin agrees. One Zijin worries that Chuji might not have written the next chapters of the novel very well, but his friend reassures him, telling him to trust Brother Chu's writing level. The story then takes us inside the world of the novel, to a mountainous landscape. Sect leader Chu faces a villain who is surrounded by intense flames. The enemy mocks her, talking about a grand gathering of ghosts just for her. Carrying a jug of wine, she says that on such a beautiful day, there can be no ghosts. Immediately after, the sect leader takes a long gulp straight from the large jug. With a powerful motion, she slams the jug onto the ground, smashing it into several pieces. She confidently declares that if there are any ghosts, she will finish them off all at once. The villain smiles and says she fell right into his trap by bringing everyone to this location. Unfazed, she responds that this is nothing more than a simple mountain ambush. With a confident smile, she warns that her sect has new techniques and they shall not pass. The villain asks with a serious look if Lord Yan has been watching the movements of other masters. With disdain, the master says that one is just a bone and the other a dog, and that she has her own plans. She then mentions that her sect has a very capable disciple named Chu Tian. The scene focuses on Chu Tian's face, standing among other disciples with a determined look. Lord Yan recognizes the name and says he highly appreciates the young man for his resilience and luck. Chu warns him that Chu Tian will infiltrate his altar, and that he should weigh the impact of that. The villain closes his eyes with a serious expression, processing the information he just heard. The sect leader thinks to herself that external distractions only clutter the mind. She then challenges him to a battle, saying she prefers fighting an opponent of equal status. Surrounded by flames, Lord Yan responds that that is exactly what he is trying to do as well. With his eyes glowing, the villain says he heard Master Chu's swordsmanship is invincible. Then, he unleashes a blast of energy and yells that he wants to see her power with his own eyes. The man concentrates a dark, crimson sphere of energy in his hand, preparing an attack. He then launches a massive wave of fire toward her, yelling for her to watch out. The powerful torrent of flame surges forward, but Master Chu remains calm with her sword in hand. With a focused and serene face, she prepares to take the enemy's powerful blow. Her eyes glow intensely as she focuses all her energy for a counterattack. With a swift movement, Chu swings her sword and creates a blue energy barrier to defend herself. She assumes a combat stance, holding her glowing sword with both hands. The master then delivers a massive slash of blue energy that travels toward the opponent. The attack travels across a vast landscape of snow-covered mountains under the night sky. The energy explodes in the distance, causing a brilliant and devastating impact. Back in the real world, Chuji is left panting and comments on how intense the battle was. He and another disciple watch the clash, wondering if this is what a high-level fight is like. Inside the novel, Master Chu charges with her sword through the sea of flames. The scene shows her small silhouette amidst a gigantic explosion of fire and energy. The villain says her soul was wandering days ago, but now her practice has become much deeper. Chu responds that his depth wasn't what she expected to find either. He praises her technique, saying not even the heavenly Tao would think of something like that. With a piercing gaze, the villain accuses her of trying to break free from something. He reveals that she isn't the only one trying to break free from the heavenly Tao. The sect leader then wonders aloud if the Tao knows about everything she has cultivated. The villain yells out in a rage, cursing the heavenly Tao for trying to control his destiny. With her sword in hand, Master Chu is surprised by the enemy's revelation. She is shocked, wondering how he could have uncovered her secret. A third opponent says her mindset is wavering, which is a fatal mistake. This new enemy launches a powerful blast of white energy shaped like a dragon. The sect leader defends herself, but the attack pushes her back with great force. She uses her sword to create a barrier and dissipate the energy from the enemy's blow. With a determined look, she orders the purple-haired opponent to stay put. The master smiles confidently, ready to continue the battle against the enemy. The purple-haired villain flies toward her, unleashing a massive aura of power. With her sword drawn, the master charges forward to meet the powerful adversary. The red-haired villain extends his hand, launching a blast of energy at her. Even though she's injured, she says she will win because he said she would win. The villain wonders what kind of nonsense she's talking about in the middle of a fight. Suddenly, he feels something strange and puts his hand over his chest, confused. The man grimaces in pain as if something is wrong inside him. He backs away, and his aura begins to quickly dissipate against his will. A message pops up, stating that a highly dramatic technique has been erased from existence. In the end, the sect leader stands over the defeated enemy and declares her victory. The villain looks down in shock, not understanding how he could have been defeated. A small flame sparks in his eyes, indicating that his soul is about to flee. Master Chu watches the enemy's soul escape in the form of a small fireball. With the battle won, she lets out a sigh of relief, visibly tired. The sect leader then looks up at the full moon in the night sky with a thoughtful expression. With a soft smile on her face, she thanks someone who helped her. Back in the real world, Shuji's computer screen shows the conclusion of the battle. He says he helped her with a single strike, but scolds her for underestimating the enemy. The final scene shows the importance of Yan Qianli's defeat for the balance of the world. The text states that her victory symbolizes her sect's dominance and the beginning of her reign. Next, an abstract scene shows the sect leader's soul returning to her world. With her face still injured, she holds a small sphere of glowing energy in her hand. She reflects that a simple flame feather sparked a massive war between the two sides. Chu thinks that if the villain had made a fair trade, maybe none of this would have happened. But she doesn't blame him, understanding that it was all part of a creator god's plot. She regrets that even though he tried, his actions were in vain against the heavenly Tao. With a sad look, she concludes that both of them are just chess pieces in a grand game. Concerned, her disciples approach and ask the injured matriarch to go rest. With a serious expression, the sect leader replies that she already has a plan in mind. She orders them to destroy the fire prison sect and find the villain's spirit. A disciple thinks she should focus on her ki instead of letting her soul wander. Annoyed, her cute version thinks to herself that if Chuji tries anything, she'll finish him off. The disciples are confused by her reaction and wonder what she's talking about. Meanwhile, in the real world, the day goes on as usual under a clear blue sky. A phone screen shows several comments from readers praising the new chapter. Chuji smiles as he reads, thinking that having enhanced mind really helped his writing, but his expression turns to sadness as he remembers that, unfortunately, she got hurt. Determined, the protagonist decides he needs to see her and that he's going to help her recover. He then begins to write, describing Chu recovering and thinking about going out to explore. Back in the novel, Chu complains angrily that the author is forcing things on her again. In the real world, Chuji opens the bedroom door and asks if she isn't coming out. In her cute version, she complains about his notes and threatens him if he keeps staring. Seeing her reaction, the young man wonders if she is actually scared of the threat he made. The scene then changes to another location, showing a room full of storage boxes. One Zijin reads on his phone that Chude is taking a break and decides not to criticize him today. Suddenly, a man walks in and a surprised One Zijin asks where Zhang Yi is. He then types furiously in a group chat that Chuji has no humanity. Startled to see the newcomer, One Zijin asks third brother if he isn't busy. The young man accuses him of slacking off at work and, on top of that, talking trash about him in a reader's group. One Zijin asks third brother why he showed up there today after such a long time. With a sprout on his head, he replies that he came to test his mental strength and asks about the machine. Next, the man sits down in a chair and puts on a testing helmet connected to wires. One Zijin thinks to himself that he'll torment him to see if he dares skip updating the novel again. With a malicious grin, he presses the red button to start the mental strength test. Third brother, wearing the helmet, smiles with confidence, ready for whatever comes. The gauge on the machine starts climbing rapidly, passing through several levels. One Zijin watches the numbers rise, going past 4 to 6.5 stars. In disbelief, he yells out upon seeing the final result, wondering how the author reached 7 stars. He hits the panel, thinking the machine must have broken again given the result. One Zijin's friend startles him, saying that if he breaks the machine, it's coming out of his paycheck. Third brother, however, seems disappointed with the result, thinking 7 stars is pretty weak. Zhang Yi appears with a sprout on his head, and One Zijin gets confused by the situation. With a calm look, Zhang Yi says he's going to ask the others in the dark room about that. Third brother then says he came to ask him about the Shanjing tea house. Zhang Yi replies that he knows the place and that its business seems legitimate. The protagonist thinks to himself that since it's a legal business, he doesn't need to worry about Chu Wuji. Left alone, the young man grumbles that it's all the fault of that woman who got him worried. The text explains that Yan Xianli's defeat changed the 9 provinces and that one item is missing. The missing item, the White Tiger Fang, has become Chu Wuji's main goal. With a serious expression, Chuji thinks that even though he knew where the item was, he didn't want to tell her. He reflects that she was too confident in the plot and it'd be better to eliminate that trap. His thoughts are interrupted when he senses a presence and his eyes widen. In a cute version, the sect leader stands in front of him, holding a glowing pearl. Chuji reaches his hand out to her and says it's time to go home. Annoyed, the sect leader glares at him with a furious look, clearly displeased by the interruption. She then attacks him with a punch, yelling at him for daring to spy on her. The blow hits him dead on and he complains about the pain while being held down by her. He yells that the person most disrespectful to the heavenly Tao is her, not the villain. Sitting on top of him, the master smiles and says she is the only one who knows the true level of the Tao. He says with a smile that he will show her what real divine punishment feels like. The protagonist then gets close to her, holding one of her hands and raising his other one. In a swift and surprising move, he spanks the sect leader's backside. Struck by the blow, she is left completely in shock with a bright red face. Turning to him with anger and embarrassment, she stammers, unable to form words. With a mischievous smile, the guy asks if it's better to hide in here or out there. The scene focuses on the sect leader's hand, which is getting ready to strike back. She then pulls his ear hard, yelling and calling him a creep. Sitting on the couch, he questions if she wouldn't also be a creep for doing the exact same thing. With her arms crossed and a flushed face, she says she is allowed to, but he isn't. In a cute version, he turns around and offers to let her touch him too. Without hesitation, her cute version lands a kick right on the guy's backside. Fallen on the bed, he apologizes, saying her posture was just too inviting. Sitting on the bed, he praises her, saying she now masters the immortal path. But he scolds her for disobeying her creator god and running away from home. Chuji asks if she knows she made a mistake, and she wonders what she did wrong. With a flushed face, she thinks to herself that the mistake was getting hurt, but she won't admit it. The young man questions why she's backing away, and she tells him not to try anything. In her cute version, she asks with a pouting face for him not to hit her again. Sitting on the bed, he asks once more if she knows what her mistake was. Leaning against the wall, she admits she knows and promises not to look at the story's plot anymore. He gets annoyed, saying he almost passed out trying to help her and she's still avoiding him. With an irritated expression, she thinks to herself that she doesn't believe he exhausted himself that much. In their cute versions, she offers to make some chicken soup to make up for her mistake. But the guy says he wants his compensation right this second. With her arms crossed, the girl asks what he wants as compensation. With a smile, he asks for a shoulder massage, determined to take advantage of the moment. Shortly after, she appears behind him, giving him the massage he requested. In a cute version, he thinks with a satisfied smile that a husband ought to have authority. She tells him to stop taking advantage and think, because others might have noticed the anomaly. With a smile, he says she is the one who wants to challenge the heavenly Tao the most and cause its downfall. He continues, saying that she and Yan Qianli can practically be considered allies in this struggle. She agrees, but the young man says he is innocent and only writes to make money. With a serious expression, the girl admits she is actually conflicted about the situation. The protagonist says he understands her desire to break free, but he can't just abandon the world. She then reveals that she didn't dare kill Chu Tiam because she was afraid of accidentally hurting him. He concludes that they are enemies. The creator god and the cultivator who wants to control her own fate. With a smile, the girl says he has been helping her challenge herself the entire time. He holds her hand over his eyes and says there is no conflict between them. The young man explains that when the world can run on its own, he will retire and take her with him. With a flushed face, she denies wanting to go on a journey with him, calling him a dreamer. She then changes the subject, saying she has talked enough and is going to cook something. But the young man grabs her by the arm, stopping her from getting up and leaving. He says it's great that she's here, because he used to wonder what would happen if villains came to his world. Shu asks what he would do if a hero escaped, and he counters with what if it were a villain. Eating, she says it wouldn't be hard to bring a villain into the real world. He suggests they would just call the police, leaving the girl confused. With a mischievous smile, she says she could use her powers to change the villain. Startled, he says he isn't into guys and wonders what she's thinking with that idea. She ignores him and says the only way to break free is by defeating him with her sword. With a smile, the protagonist responds that she can try doing that right now. In her cute version, she says she fears her world will be destroyed if he goes away. He gets closer to her and asks if that fear is for her world, or because she doesn't want to leave him. Annoyed, she tells him not to flatter himself, and that it would be better if he were gone for good. The young man sighs beside her, while she keeps an annoyed expression on her face. He asks if she knows why he was so anxious and wanted to punish her earlier. He confesses he was worried about her battle and regretted writing that plotline. The protagonist admits he got scared, and even with his help, she still got hurt. Left speechless, the girl just stares at him, surprised by his confession. With a flushed face, she says she never imagined her creator god would care about her. He continues, saying he got furious because she ignored him while he was writing the script. The young man hugs her, saying that thankfully she is okay and that he doesn't want to feel that helplessness anymore. Touched by his words, the girl apologizes for making him worry about her. The protagonist hugs her tighter and says it's okay, comforting her. Embarrassed, she thinks about how she is actually hugging him back and how good he smells. With her heart racing, she wonders what to do, realizing she is falling for him. She then thinks to herself that it's his fault for writing, that she should look for the creator god. The girl stares at him with a flushed face, unable to say a single word at that moment. Moved by the emotion of the moment, the protagonist leans in and kisses her softly. Surprised by the sudden kiss, the sect leader's eyes widen in shock. Right after the kiss, the two stare at each other in silence, processing what just happened. Both are completely in shock, faces flushed, not knowing what to say. The sect leader turns away, still embarrassed, while he scratches the back of his neck, also awkward. The young man then breaks the silence and awkwardly suggests they keep eating. Still blushing, she says she is already full and is going to her room first. He watches her leave, and a crack appears on the glass door of her room. Standing at the door, she thinks about how she can't let him get away with it after that kiss. With her face still burning with embarrassment, she wonders what she should do now. Leaning against the door, the girl questions if she really is in love with him. The scene changes and she is sending a message asking to mimic an annoying male tone. After reading a list of cliché lines, she thinks to herself, startled about how men are. A friend replies that love is a war and that they need to say those lines first. With a smile, she thinks to herself that he has never said any of those words to her before. The friends in the chat doubt that a man like that exists, but she says they already love together. With a loving look at him lying on the bed, she concludes that this is love. In a cute version, he remembers the kiss, thinking about how sweet and soft it was. Suddenly, a woman places a glass on the table and asks if he's having trouble with the novel. The protagonist turns around in surprise to see the woman standing right next to him. She offers to go for a walk with him, in case updating the novel isn't urgent. The scene concludes by showing the facade of a building with traditional architecture. Standing next to his motorcycle, the young man asks where she would like to go for their stroll. With a gentle smile, the girl responds that they can go to the park. Excited, he puts on his helmet and tells her to hop on the bike so they can go. She gets on the motorcycle and hugs him from behind, her face flushed with embarrassment. In a cute version, the young man says excitedly that they can head out for their stroll now. With a smile, the protagonist warns her to hold on tight before taking off. She hugs him tighter and thinks about how firm and comforting his muscles feel. In his cute version, he complains embarrassedly and asks her to stop touching him. Annoyed, the girl says she is expecting the results of his exercises. With a red face, he says he didn't mean anything by it, just that her touch makes him nervous. Embarrassed, she thinks about how silly she was for speaking to him that way. Arriving at the park, the young man comments that the place is very beautiful. Hand in hand, she replies that, actually, the park is quite ordinary. He explains that the place feels special because this is her season of the year. With a leaf on her head and a flushed face, she says she has become less easily impressed. They then observe a couple sitting on a bench with the man focused entirely on his phone. She thinks to herself that if they become like that in the future, she would be very sad. But the protagonist says that the man on the bench is just a foolish man. Surprised by his response, the girl turns and asks what he means by that. He gets closer to her and reaffirms that the man is foolish for ignoring his partner. With a teasing look, she asks what he would do if he were in that man's shoes. He catches the hint and wonders if she wants him to say he would kiss her. In her cute and irritated version, she calls him a fool for not picking up on the hint. The girl walks away, saying she is tired and is going to sit on a bench. Sitting on the bench, he presses the question about what he would do if it were him. With a smile, the young man says he would kiss her, leaving her surprised by the answer. She then grabs him by the shirt and asks if he is serious about that. Without hesitation, the girl leans in and kisses him passionately on the park bench. He's taken aback by her action and wonders what the sect leader is doing. With a flushed face, she says she finds him very cute and wants to play around with him. He stares at her with a smile, and she, in her cute version, asks what's with that expression. With a pouting face and her arms crossed, she says it was no big deal. He smiles, thinking that if she took the initiative, it means she doesn't mind this kind of thing. In her cute version, she threatens him, saying he better not have any bad intentions. Sitting on the bench, she says now they are even, an eye for an eye. With a smirk, the young man asks if that's really how things work. He suggests that if he ambushes her next time, she can just ambush him right back. On the lake, they are in an inflatable boat, but the young man doesn't seem to know how to row. He apologizes, saying he used to know how to row, but it has been a very long time. With a smile, the girl says she understands and thinks his clumsiness is cute. After a while, the protagonist manages to move the boat and celebrates his achievement. She smiles and praises him, saying her master is the best of all. In a cute version, he brags to a boy in another boat who calls him a loser. With his eyes closed and a smile, the protagonist begins humming a song. Watching the scenery, she thinks to herself that his singing is also adorable. The scene focuses on a pair of ducks swimming calmly together on the lake. The young man says it's getting late and suggests they look for something to eat. At a restaurant, the girl complains about the high price of a pizza. He explains that it's the cost of the brand, comparing it to the fried chicken they made. She asks if they can return it, but the protagonist replies that it's not possible. The girl complains about having to use silverware and wonders how much she'd have to write for that. The young man tells her to just eat with her hands and not worry about anyone else. He then picks up a slice of pizza and offers it to her so she can try the dish. The girl takes a bite and a long string of cheese stretches from the slice. After tasting it, she says with a neutral expression that it isn't very good. He asks if that's true, and she replies that she already bit that piece. With a smile, the protagonist eats the rest of the slice and says he doesn't think it's that bad. With a flushed face, she thinks to herself, annoyed about how he keeps playing with her emotions. The scene shifts to the world of the novel, where a disciple reports the capture of several elders. The sect leader, in a good mood, tells him to lock them up, but quickly corrects herself. She then orders them to eliminate the prisoners to avoid future calamities. The scene returns to the real world, showing a city street during the night. The couple is seen from above, riding the motorcycle down the well-lit city street. Under the moonlight, the protagonist asks if she didn't like the dinner. With a serious look, the girl reveals that she has taken many people's lives. She stares at him and asks if he is starting to feel uncomfortable around her. She says that being near him is peaceful and comfortable, with no conflicts or deaths. With a worried expression, the young man asks if this will affect her cultivation. She shakes her head and responds that her cultivation isn't so easily compromised. He suggests getting involved with the supernatural, but she prefers things just the way they are. He says they should build the novel's world together and introduce it to people. In their cute versions, he compares the novel to a child, and she tells him to keep dreaming. With a smile, the young man says he's going back to work to give life to their child. She reflects on the phrase, giving birth, and thinks about the idea of having children with him. Hugging him on the motorcycle, the girl laments that maybe she can't conceive a child. Suddenly, she feels a sharp pain in her stomach and lets out a low groan. The scene shifts to a hospital, where the doctor says it's just menstrual cramps. Sitting in the hallway, she wonders how she can menstruate if she was already an elderly woman past menopause. She wonders if her period came simply because they talked about having a baby that day. The protagonist arrives with some shopping bags and calls her to head home together. Hand in hand, she wonders if that means she actually can have a baby. Back at home, the young man offers her a warm drink in a red mug. He warns her to be careful as the drink is very hot for her. She thinks to herself that she isn't weak, but being cared for by him makes her feel vulnerable. Holding the warm mug, the girl feels an immense urge to cry from emotion. In a cute version, she is surprised by the flavor and praises the drink's recipe. Concerned, the young man gets close to her and asks if she's feeling any better. Lying on the couch, she responds that she feels a bit better after drinking it. He sits down next to her and asks if she knows what's happening to her body. The young man suggests she might have copied her original body without paying attention to the details. She agrees that his theory is possible, looking to the side thoughtfully. She reflects that her soul shouldn't have the ability to create a physical body out of thin air. Holding the mug, the girl thinks that now she feels more real than illusory. She wonders if the change in her is because of the improvement in his cultivation. In his cute version, he offers a massage, saying he read that it would make her feel better. Annoyed, she pushes him away and tells him to go write his novel instead of worrying about her. He insists that she drink warm water and go to bed, and she thinks about how sweet he is. The girl is shown lying on the couch with a hot water bottle on her stomach. Sitting comfortably, she grabs her phone to look up more about her condition. She reads that it isn't recommended to drink too much brown sugar water during her period. Suddenly, the girl hears the doorbell ring and gets up to answer the door. In her cute version, she thinks that the water he prepared is more important than Beidou. She then begins to write about her feelings, saying she is in love with a crazy guy. The girl receives a message from Wayang, who asks if he can come over to have dinner with them. She lets Shuji know that Wayang is coming over for dinner, and he is surprised. With a smile, she ties her hair up and says she will prepare special dishes for him. He says he'll buy some wine, since Wayang's promotion was stolen and he isn't doing well. With a big smile, the protagonist thanks her for the kind gesture. Moments later, the doorbell rings, and their friend finally arrives. Chuji jokes, saying he can't believe he knows how to cook and hopes it turns out good. But the friend is surprised by the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. Chu tells Chuji to entertain the guest, as the meal will be ready shortly. With a smirk, the friend asks if that's the fan he talked about on the phone. In a cute version, Chuji responds with a big smile that it's exactly her. Annoyed, the friend tells him to forget the past and challenges him to settle it with strength. Chuji accepts, saying he is invulnerable to physical attacks and can take it. He then invites his friend to the clash, calling him out for a fight. From the kitchen, Chu overhears the conversation and wonders what those boys are up to. With a smile, the protagonist introduces his old classmate, Lin Moyang. Awkwardly, he introduces Chu Wuji as his cousin and right after as his girlfriend. Annoyed, Chuji's friend says he tricked him by saying she was just a fan. With a slight blush, she thinks to herself that it's not the first time she's been called his girlfriend. The friend praises the place and asks when they are going to have the wedding party. Awkwardly, the protagonist responds that it's still way too early to think about that. During dinner, the friend comments that he got married early due to family pressure. With a sad expression, he reveals that he has been working so hard he can't even go home. Holding a bowl, the young man wonders if all his hard work is actually worth it. With a smile, Chuji consoles him, saying he can count on his brother for whatever he needs. The two then toast and drink together, drowning their sorrows in a mug. In his cute version, the friend complains about his grueling work and the threats his family received. The protagonist comforts him, saying his effort will be appreciated by someone one day. Watching the scene, Chu thinks that after 10,000 years, she doesn't really feel anything anymore. But seeing his friend's aura, she finds it interesting and invites him to have a drink. Suddenly, she feels a desire for him to enter her world so they can go on adventures together. In her cute version, the girl curses herself for even having that thought. Drunk, Chuji's friend yells that he will give up on everything if he doesn't get rewarded. He then slams his head on the table, completely drunk and frustrated with the situation. The protagonist and Chu just watch the scene, not knowing what to do with their drunk friend. As they leave, Wayang's wife apologizes for the trouble they caused. Chuji tells his sister-in-law to have patience with Wayang, since he is in a bad mood. The woman asks for Chu's contact info to talk about her child's education, but she declines. Chuji gets confused and asks which child the woman was talking about. Whispering, the wife says it's her son, and he gets embarrassed by the mix-up. With a smirk, the woman accuses Chuji of wanting to have a baby with Kyu. Startled, the young man yells no, and says that he actually wants to have a child with her. Annoyed and with a flushed face, Chu asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. She pouts, while he realizes the mistake he made by saying that. In a cute version, she walks away, thinking that now he's going to get beaten up until the end. Back to back, the young man tries to find a way to explain himself. She interrupts him, saying they aren't married yet, so he should stop dreaming. Surprised, she wonders why his sentence sounded so wrong at that moment. The guy thinks to himself that he has never felt such a strong urge to do something with someone in an elevator. With a flushed face, she turns around and asks if he's thinking about kissing her. Awkwardly, he quickly denies it, stammering and not knowing what to say. In their cute versions, she says she won't let him kiss her, but he feels uncertain. With a mischievous smile, he asks what would happen if he did want to kiss her. Suddenly, she pins him against the wall, surprising him with her strength. She says that would only happen if he overpowered her, leaving her with no choice. The young man watches her, wondering if she's serious about that condition. With a confident smile, he thinks to himself that it wouldn't be hard to overpower her body. The scene changes and Chuji's friend wakes up confused inside a car. His wife appears and scolds him for getting drunk at someone else's house. She praises his friends for taking care of him and hands him some hangover tea. He regrets not staying in touch with Jongkyurin, who still considers Chuji his brother. The young man receives a call offering help to become the department head. Angrily, he accuses the person on the other end of the line of ruining his promotion. The voice explains that the main reason was that he had offended someone else previously. Elsewhere, a man relaxes on a couch and talks about how hard it is to lose power. Lin Wang hangs up the phone and says he won't let underground rats operate in Nanjing. The man on the other end of the line just listens to the sound of the call being ended. The phone screen shows that the call was abruptly disconnected. With an irritated smile, the man wonders how Lin Wang dares hang up on him. He then yells at his subordinates, threatening them for staring at him. Relaxing on the couch, he thinks that with all his enemies out of the way, nothing can stop him. He concludes that he can now restart the underground fighting arena that was shut down. The man begins to laugh evilly with his villainous plans in mind. He celebrates, saying that now he can make money and gather people with powers. Elsewhere, Chu talks to the shadow girl and asks about the sea sand. The young woman answers no, and says that she actually came to ask for her help. Surprised by the request, Chu turns around and asks what kind of help she needs. The shadow girl then asks what they can do to help her. The young woman says the Wong family's drug channels still exist, but the location is unknown. In her mind, she thinks that Chu is the most powerful person she has ever seen, even surpassing her instructor. Suddenly, Chuji interrupts the conversation and says he won't agree to that. He says he can't let his Chukyu take risks and that they have military forces for that. The girl clarifies that she only needs Chu's help to find clues, guaranteeing she won't be in danger. Despite the guarantees, Chuji remains hesitant and doesn't know what to say. Chu then interrupts him, saying that punishing evil is her duty and that she'll go just to have some fun. She approaches him and reminds him that they talked about how comfort could make them weak. He responds that with her mindset, he fears she'll cause trouble instead of just looking for clues. To calm him down, Chu steps close and gives him a sweet kiss on the cheek. Surprised by her action, he is left speechless while she introduces herself as Chu Wuji. The shadow girl watches the scene in silence, with hearts floating around her. Holding hands with the other young woman, Chu says goodbye and tells Chuji not to worry. Seeing the door close, the young man thinks about how it would be impossible not to worry about her. The scene changes to another location where Chiyu, in ancient attire, reads a scroll at night. Next, she stops reading and looks up at the full moon in the starry sky. With a smile, she says she knows he is worried and that she'll give him a live stream. She wonders if this counts as a long-distance broadcast and finds the idea amusing. Sitting at a stone table, she raises a cup toward the moon and offers a drink. The moon, with an annoyed expression, says he can't drink and forbids her from forcing him to materialize. Ignoring his response, the chibi version of Chu just drinks the contents of the cup. The moon tells her to stop drinking and tell him what happened, but Chu says she was just traveling. The young woman then changes the subject and asks the creator god how many words he wrote that day. He answers that he is doing both things at the same time, and that this helps him write better. Unsatisfied, she asks again about the autobiography, wanting to know his progress. Suddenly, Q's eyes widen and she says she is already at the location. The scene shifts, and Chu narrates that she followed the girl to a destroyed warehouse where some experts are looking for clues. An officer stops them from entering, explaining that they cannot tamper with the scene of the incident. Q's spiritual form then says with disdain that she doesn't even leave footprints in the snow. He calls her arrogant, and she replies that there's only one Chu Wuji no matter how he sees her. Back at the warehouse, an officer in a yellow suit tells the guards to let the girls in. The hooded young woman complains that the process is too complicated, but the other agent says the case is important. Chu says she understands they have their own rules and doesn't intend to complain about it. She takes the chance to ask if she will be paid for the help, and if she can keep the sea sand for longer. The other girl gets awkward, and says she needs to ask permission from her superiors about that. Seeing the scene, the moon thinks that his Chu never forgets to get some benefits for him. Chu's spiritual form says the sand will strengthen his mind and calls him useless for getting tired. With irritation, the moon reminds her that the first time she was there, she only threatened him with a sword. Furious at the response, the girl attacks him with a dagger, calling him average for not being able to enter. Back in the real world, she uses her powers, and glowing blue spatial fragments form around her. The men watch the scene, and one of them asks what rank that spatial manipulation would be. The shadow girl thinks that the ability, if developed, would be SSS rank and that Sister Chu is amazing. Chiyu, on her part, thinks that was just a superficial technique and that her original body would cause panic. She then focuses on one of the fragments, which shows the image of a ship sailing on the open sea. With a wave of her hand, she pulls the scene out of the fragment and says she found what she was looking for. The scene changes abruptly to a large white ship sailing on a rough sea during the day. In an instant, Chiyu and the group of agents are teleported and begin falling toward the deck. Two men who are already on the ship are shocked, and one wonders how she got there faster than them. Now on the deck, the shadow girl suggests Chu go back, fearing she won't know how to explain the danger to Chuji. With her arms crossed, Chu responds that Chu Wuji doesn't need to explain her actions to him. On another plane, the moon gets annoyed and asks if Chu Wuji really wants to get scalded by him. Her spiritual form gets ready to fight, but the moon yells desperately for her not to do it. With a smile, the young woman says she's just going to take a look, and her inner charm is activated. Far away, Chuji suddenly gets startled while sitting in front of his computer. Sighing, he leans back in his chair and thinks there's really nothing he can do about her. Elsewhere, a man with a scar fires an energy weapon with all his might. The shot seems to hit its target, and a strange shadowy silhouette forms at the point of impact. Right after, a slash of purple and black energy tears through the scene at high speed. The man with the scar falls to the ground, defeated, while his weapon lies dropped beside him. Meanwhile, the shadow girl watches the scene with a serious and melancholy expression. She walks down a hallway and sees the trail of destruction left by the recent combat. At another point, an armed man guards the area, while a defeated person is seen in the background. The man then turns quickly and aims his weapon, prepared to shoot at something or someone. Confused, he wonders where she is, failing to see the shadow girl crouching right beneath him. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes from the ship, which is stalled in the middle of the ocean. On top of a structure, Chu thinks to herself that her ally is a natural-born, yet contradictory assassin. Back in the action, Chu points a weapon at an enemy and orders him not to move. A white-haired man threatens her, saying they are going to take her hostage to make things easier. Chu says she didn't want to cause trouble, but they came to her, and her chibi side despairs. With a confident smile, she looks at the enemy and agrees to handle the situation. The man shoots, but Chu uses a blue energy skill to stop the projectile in mid-air. In an instant, the shooter is thrown backward, completely defeated by her. With a mocking look, she says she's anxious to see how they intend to make her a hostage. The leader of the group, panicking, yells for his men to shoot at her without stopping. All the men begin firing their weapons in Chu's direction with full force. Crouching down, the young woman raises her hand and creates an energy barrier to protect herself from the gunfire. With a single movement, she repels all the enemies, launching them into the air with her blue aura. One of the men's hands hits the deck hard, surrounded by Q's energy. Shortly after, all the opponents are lying defeated on the ship's floor. Qiu observes the unconscious men, with the reflection of one of them in her gaze. Suddenly, she senses another presence and praises the skills of the new opponent. In a swift move, the girl manages to defend herself against a surprise attack that came from afar. Far away, Chuji startles in his chair and yells, saying that was terrifying. Back on the ship, Q holds a golden arrow and notices it appeared out of nowhere behind her. With a focused gaze, she wonders if that is also a spatial manipulation ability. Looking up at the sky, she calls the surprise attack despicable as an object flies by. A woman in combat gear flees and yells for the golden arrow man, saying she was looking for him. In another location, a hooded archer readies his bow with one of his golden arrows. Next, multiple golden arrows are fired, flying through the sky at high speed. The woman in tactical gear is surrounded by golden arrows, which create ripples in the air around her. With a shout, she uses space expansion, releasing an energy wave that repels the projectiles. The golden arrows are deflected and drive into the ground, failing to hit the combatant. From afar, Q watches the scene with her arms crossed and a thoughtful expression on her face. The woman then joins her hands and uses another ability, this time a compression technique. On a distant cliff, the archer is caught by surprise by the spatial distortion caused by her. The woman holds her position and space compresses, bringing the archer much closer. Surprised by the sudden proximity, the golden arrow man is left speechless for a moment. Taking advantage of the chance, the combatant charges and attacks the archer with a strike of blue energy. The archer tries to shoot through a portal, but his opponent is already on top of him to attack. In the middle of the fight, an arrow skims past the red-haired woman's head. She gets startled upon seeing that besides the arrows, a grenade was thrown in her direction. With her eyes wide, the combatant stares at the explosive heading toward her. The archer, watching from a distance, just lets out a grunt of contempt. Seconds later, a massive explosion of light and smoke takes over the battlefield. Irritated, the woman calls the archer a slippery eel and uses space expansion once again. Meanwhile, Q, who is standing near a cliff, is alerted by a shout to watch out. She gets annoyed that everyone is ignoring her, and Chuji's chibi wonders what she will do. Chu prepares an area attack, thinking of hitting both of them, since the woman doesn't seem friendly. Chuji's chibi yells for her not to attack, but Chu responds that both are attacking in her direction. In desperation, the guy insists and tells her to trust him, because the woman has no bad intentions. Chu demands a good reason, and Chuji, with no choice, reveals that woman is their mother. The combatant pauses for a moment, revealing herself to be Wu Xiaoyan, Chuji's mother. Wu Xiaoyan looks up at the sky, shocked by the gigantic energy attack heading right for her. In a close-up, her eyes show pure astonishment upon realizing the power of Q's strike. The massive blast of blue energy descends toward the two opponents on the cliff. Wu Xiaoyan's face shows her apprehension in front of the overwhelming power drawing near. Beside her, the golden arrow man is also shocked by what is about to happen. At the last second, the energy attack vanishes into thin air before hitting the target. Wu Xiaoyan looks at Qiu and realizes she was tricked, falling into a trap. Wu Xiaoyan approaches the captured archer and says that even after years on the run, he fell into her hands. Next, she calls for the shadow girl, who promptly answers that she's on her way. The young woman watches as the archer is immobilized and placed on a stretcher to be transported. With a distant look, she observes Chu and Wu Xian talking on top of a boulder. Shortly after, the hooded young woman walks toward the two of them with a serene expression. Wu Xian explains that she pretended not to care to protect her, since the enemy wanted to use her as a hostage. With a smile, Q says she understands this strategy, leaving Chuji's mother a bit awkward. She then says goodbye, calling the woman Hanti and saying she needs to go, as she must be busy. Wu Xian reminds her that moments ago, she looked unhappy and ready to attack her too. Awkwardly, Q denies it and says she was just helping Auntie deal with the villain of the story. The woman praises Chu's skills and asks where she learned those impressive techniques. In a cute version, the girl answers proudly that she awakened her abilities all on her own. Wu Xian invites her to join the agency, but Q says she works at a writing studio. Excited, Chuji's mother says her son is also a writer and invites her to meet him. Chu thanks her for the invitation, but politely declines and says goodbye to leave the location. Worried, she realizes she can't go back because Chuji's mother is on her way to his house. In her chibi form, she yells at Chuji, asking if he saw everything and demanding a quick reply. Exhausted, the young man regrets missing the main part and wonders what went down over there. In his room, Chuji paces back and forth, filled with regret for not going with her. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice calling his name and turns around in surprise. Seeing that Q has returned, he runs to her and immediately asks about his mother. With an annoyed look, the girl complains that all he cares about is his mother. He explains himself and takes the opportunity to ask how his mother is so powerful. Looking away, Q says she is on her way and that he can just ask her directly. Relieved, the guy just answers that that's good, failing to realize the situation. Seconds later, he panics and yells, asking if his mother is really heading over right now. Qiu confirms it and hurries him to hide any traces of her, since she wouldn't be able to clean everything in time. Desperate, he thinks it will be hard to explain why he is living together with a girl. He worries that with Qiu's arrogant attitude, she might get annoyed by anything his mother says. The young woman suggests hiding in the book, but Chuji says he can trick his mother if she isn't there. Chuji says he'll do his best, but reminds her that it was hard to trick them as a kid because they are smart. Before he can finish his sentence, the door opens and his mother appears, leaving him in shock. With the unexpected arrival, both Chuji and Chu stand paralyzed with surprise. Chuji's mother asks Chu if they've met before, and the girl wonders how she arrived so fast. Desperate, Chu covers her face and says the woman must have mistaken her for someone else. Ignoring the answer, the woman turns to her son and asks him to introduce the girl. Awkwardly, the young man agrees but hesitates, not knowing exactly what to make up on the spot. He then tells a story, saying she was kidnapped and that he hired her as an assistant out of pity. With a suspicious look, his mother asks if he forgot to mention some piece of information. Nervous, he replies that the story is basically that, and that the records can prove everything. She then corners him, asking if he found out she was his great-great-uncle's cousin. Completely shocked, Chuji asks how his mother could know all those details. She reveals that the story was written by her, and he despairs for using her own lie. She regrets having such a silly son, while he is shocked that she hid her power for years. Now in the living room, Chuji's mother watches them, while Chu hugs a pig plushie on the couch. Chu thinks that the pig is the personification of Chuji, which is why she likes hugging it. Tired of lying, Chuji says that since she knows everything, he won't pretend to be a gentleman anymore. He invents another story saying Chu is a powerful gangster who wants to learn how to write. Annoyed, his mother grabs him and asks if he still wants to trick her, and he reveals that Chu is his girlfriend. He continues, saying it doesn't matter if she was a victim of traffickers or a gangster in the past. The young man claims he doesn't care if she was a powerful queen or a ruthless criminal. With a loving look, he declares that now she is his Chu Wuji and that he loves her. With a smile, his mother reveals she knew from the start because she was the one who arranged Chu's ID. She explains she's been watching her since then and that it was her idea for Moon Shadow to ask for help. Sitting in the living room, Chuji takes the chance to ask if Zhongyi also works for her. She confirms it and advises him not to trust Zhongyi too much just because she introduced him. The woman explains that he is like a hermit with many connections and his status is a form of control. He questions her about revealing their relation to Zhongyi, and she says it was on purpose. She explains it was a test and a plan to train him, advising him not to be overly loyal. With sudden realization, the guy figures out that the grain of sand was also her arrangement. She reveals that the grain of sand helps enhance spiritual perception, which is ideal for beginners. With a radiant smile, Chuji thanks his mother, deeply moved by the gift. She questions him, saying 1 month should be enough for a beginner, but he asks for more time. Awkwardly, the young man says he has been busy lately and used the items sparingly. Suspicious, his mother leans closer and asks what he has been so busy with. With a goofy smile, he answers that he has been busy falling in love, leaving Chu embarrassed. The woman laughs at the excuse and allows him to use the sea sand for a longer period. She then turns to leave, but stops and looks toward the rooms in the house. Curious, Chuji's mother asks if they aren't sleeping in the same room. The two stand in silence, not knowing what to say, and his mother gets suspicious. Chiyu whispers to Chuji, blaming him for saying they were dating, and he says he forgot. With a nervous smile, the guy makes up that Chu Wuji is on her menstrual cycle. His mother hits back, questioning what that has to do with sleeping in separate rooms. He continues the lie, saying Kyu is superstitious and thinks it would bring bad luck to his book. His mother mocks the excuse while Chuji mentally apologizes to Chu for using her. She then asks if the situation of sleeping apart will last for just a few days. He confirms it, hugging Chu and saying they have a great relationship, but she threatens him in her thoughts. With a forced smile on her face, Chu thinks to herself that she'll end his life later. With a victorious smile, their mother announces she is going to spend the night there. Chuji suggests she sleep in Kyu's room so that he and Chu can sleep together. With an irritated expression, the young woman realizes she is being used and fell into a trap. Later, the two meet in the hallway, both dressed in matching pajamas. Tired, the young man says he'll be writing all night and tells her to go to sleep. With an embarrassed look, she says she'll just lie down on his bed in case something happens. Suddenly, he presses her against the wall and thinks she is too weak to resist. He gets close and says that if she talks about him being able to force her, he actually can. Flushed and out of breath, the girl just answers that she knows this time doesn't count. He smiles and says that proves he won't take advantage of the situation to do anything to her. Next, he sends her to bed, saying he doesn't want to have to explain her disappearance the next day. Already lying in bed, she notices that the sheets and blankets all smell like him. She thinks to herself that the smell is familiar, yet different at the same time, making her heart beat faster. Worried, the young woman wonders if he can stay up all night without hurting his health. She gets up and suggests that she meditate so he can go to sleep and rest. Sitting on the bed, Chu watches him with a serious expression while he looks surprised. Without turning around, he says it's not a problem for him to stay awake and tells her to go back to sleep. He stays sitting in the chair, his back to the bed, while she watches him in silence. Breaking the silence, he calls her name and asks if she will be his girlfriend. He says he already considers her his girlfriend and that she must feel the same deep down. Embarrassed, the girl hugs the pillow, not knowing how to answer his question. He turns around and declares that he wants the world to know she is his girlfriend and not just a cover. Surprised, she asks if he is trying to do something to her by saying those words. He denies it and says he just wanted to be sure, with no specific reason for the question. Chu then reflects on the reason for hiding their relationship, since everyone already thinks they are a couple. In her thoughts, she admits she is willing to accept his proposal, and that she really wants this. With her heart racing, the girl finally gathers her courage and accepts Chuji's proposal. Surprised but happy with the answer, the young man turns to look at her with a smile on his face. The narrator explains that from that moment on, they would no longer need excuses to be together. The scene shows that now she is officially his girlfriend, and he is officially her boyfriend. Q explains that she considered him her boyfriend, but was afraid to admit it so she wouldn't cross any lines. He realizes the internet influenced her and finds her cute for thinking that dating means everything. She then asks if he ever regretted writing about an old-fashioned and righteous woman like her. Leaning back in his chair, he answers firmly that he wrote it because he liked the idea. Upon hearing his response, a sincere and happy smile forms on Q's face. Chuji suggests she lie down too, just in case his mother uses her powers to spy on them. He proposes drawing a line on the bed, but she thinks the idea is childish and says the boundary is in the heart. Already lying down, she thinks about how different it is to share one bed instead of two like at the hotel. She reflects that with the proximity, they can touch and hug each other with a simple movement. In her thoughts, she gets nervous about the possibility of him actually hugging her. Under the covers, the girl gets tense, not knowing how to act in that situation. Chuji notices her pillow is a stuffed animal and offers to swap pillows. Annoyed, she asks if he wants to use his arm as a pillow for her, but he just ignores her. In her cute version, she declines, saying she is already sleeping on top of Shujie and that it's comfortable. With a flushed face, she tells him to go to sleep already and stop making excuses to get closer. He then leans in closer and asks if he can give her a goodnight kiss, leaving her speechless. Without saying a word, the girl just stares at him, her heart racing and her cheeks red. He leans over and gives her a gentle kiss, wishing her sweet dreams as she closes her eyes. After the kiss, she also wishes him a good night and falls asleep peacefully. The scene shows sunlight coming through the window, indicating that a new day has begun. The next day, the girl wakes up slowly, still sleepy and with a flushed face. She is surprised to see she is wrapped in an embrace with Chuji, who is staring at her with a smile. Confused, she wonders how she ended up in that position, not remembering having moved. He hugs her, and she thinks to herself that she was the one who crossed the line they had set the night before. She accuses him of teasing her, but he blames the pig pillow, saying it wasn't comfortable. The young woman then asks for the time, and he answers that it's 7 in the morning and that he just woke up. Upon hearing his phone ring, she wonders who would be active in a chat room so early. He shows his phone, revealing a chat group with nearly 3,000 members, and says he'll create a new one. In her chibi form, she asks what the name of the new group will be, since the old one was called Roommates. With a wink, he responds that the name is simple, leaving her curious about his choice. He shows the name Dawn Pillow and jokes, saying she will be the pillow for thousands of people. Annoyed by the joke, Chu grabs him and asks if he's happy knowing she'll be used by so many. He defends himself, saying she was the one who came up with the name and that there might be girls in the group. With a sly smile, she says that won't happen, making it clear she didn't like the idea. Chuji's mother, right outside the room, hears the conversation and tells them to stop tickling each other. She tells them to stop playing around and that while they meditate, she will go prepare breakfast. Chu leaves the room and greets Chuji's mother, who welcomes her with a warm smile. The girl offers to cook and asks if Auntie has any dietary restrictions. After receiving the answer, she says she will get ready first and then head to the kitchen. Chuji's mother thinks about how lucky she is, since her pig of a son managed to get such a nice girl. He complains about his mother calling Chu by her full name and asks her to use the nickname, Chu Chuyu. The woman agrees, saying the nickname is much friendlier and more appropriate for the situation. Chuji's mother stares at him with a smile and asks when he plans to marry Chu Chu, leaving him flustered. He answers that they'll have to wait, since they've only known each other for 3.5 months in total. The woman argues that nowadays many get married in 3 days and questions if their time is really too short. The young man says getting married in 3 days would be irresponsible because he needs to establish his career first to support her. With a serious look, she asks if he plans to buy a house before getting married and how long it would take to save the money. Chuju reassures her, saying he makes a good living and will take care of everything himself, so she doesn't need to worry. Sighing, his mother just says she hopes that's true. Right at that moment, Chu arrives from the kitchen and announces that it's time to eat. With a smile on his face, Chuji gets up immediately and offers to help. The girl says she doesn't need help, but he insists on carrying the dishes, and his mother thinks her son has matured. Right after, the scene shows a hearty table with several bowls of food and a fish in the center. Sitting at the table, Chu tells Chuji's mother that, in her opinion, marriage isn't about buying a house. His mother, curious, asks what marriage would be about then. With a finger raised, the girl claims it's about Chuji's skills, surprising everyone. She explains that he awakens supernatural powers and his mental strength is close to 7 stars, having great potential. Chu then says that Auntie's spatial power is rare and questions why their conversation was only about money. Chuji's mother reflects that the girl's posture changed, no longer seeming shy, but rather like a strong woman sharp as a sword. She thinks that she is only receiving this meal because she is his mother, as the girl's pride wouldn't allow her to cook for anyone else. In shock, the woman looks at her son and wonders how he managed to win over such an incredible woman. With that, she gets up and says she's going to the market to buy more ingredients, leaving mother and son talking. As the mother leaves, she thinks to herself that the girl has a deep understanding of the world and gives off a majestic vibe. Turning to Chuji, she says she'd be treated like a grandson by Chu and asks how he convinced her to cook. In his cute form, Chuji gives a thumbs up and says that, in short, Chu is right. The young man continues, finding it strange that his mother came all the way there to teach him about special abilities. She glares at him from the side and asks if she ever said she wouldn't teach him, leaving him excited. The woman explains they tested him many times, but since he didn't inherit the powers, they never told him just to keep him safe. With a big smile, Chuji serves his mother and excitedly asks what will happen now. She answers that now he already has a very strong instructor, so her teaching would be of little use. Chuji argues that Chu awakened her powers naturally and doesn't understand how to provide systematic training. His mother explains that everyone discovers their abilities on their own, and systematic training is only for the basics. With a smile, she says nobody is better than her at spatial abilities, so it would be impossible for anyone to teach her. She continues, saying he is invulnerable to any weapon, and wonders what she could possibly teach him. The guy reflects, remembering that his mother still doesn't know about his other world and doubts whether he should tell the truth. He thinks that since she is a public servant, she might report the case and cause trouble, shattering the peace they have right now. The young man then explains that his ability has spatial implications and that his invulnerability is a technique from another dimension. Surprised, his mother says that explains why his spiritual power is so strong, something that didn't match the invulnerability. Thoughtfully, she holds her glass and murmurs the word space. With a proud smile, the woman claims he is truly her son, and the guy asks if she ever doubted it. She then creates a distortion in the air and asks if he can use spatial powers, but he says no. His mother concludes that his ability is about perception and connection to another dimension, not spatial manipulation. She continues the questioning, asking if he has ever felt the contrast of near and far up close, and he confirms it again. Excited, she says she will teach him some spatial applications so he can better understand the concept. Curious about the proposal, Chuji asks what she has in mind. With a confident smile, the woman reveals she is going to teach him the simplest technique of all: invisibility. She instructs him to use the perception of 2 worlds to isolate himself in a separate space, and he is impressed by her power. The woman encourages him, saying invisibility is just the beginning and that if he isolates himself in space, he will become invincible. Impressed, Chuji praises his mother and takes the opportunity to ask what his father's ability is. Instead of answering, she materializes a glowing blue object, and the guy wonders if it's a portable space. She hands him a file and says it's a directory of people with special abilities that he can use as a reference. In their cute versions, he asks which one is hers, and the mother points, saying she recognized it by the number. He sees her file says rank, and she explains that everything above rank is confidential, and his C sand is under her control. Turning the page, he is shocked to see his father's file as SSS rank. With a mysterious smile, she says his father's ability is very special and she can't talk about it just yet. Determined, the young man says he'll just find out on his own then. He flips through the book and finds his own page, which lists his name, his ability, and an E-grade potential evaluation. Outraged, he complains about the E-grade and wonders what idiot made that evaluation. With a dark smile, his mother responds that it was idiot who gave birth to him, leaving him confused. She explains the evaluation was a B, but she ordered it changed to an E to trick others and make them underestimate him. With a look of admiration, Chuji understands the strategy and says his mother knows what she's doing. The scene shifts to Chu-Chu, who is confused in the kitchen, not knowing what to cook for her mother-in-law. At the market, while picking out vegetables, Chu-Chu hears someone calling her name. It was her friend Meng, who came to have some fun with her upon learning she would be there. In her chibi form, Meng says she is also learning how to cook for her mother-in-law. With a mischievous smile, she asks if Chu-Chu has already sorted out the meeting between the husband, the lover, and the baby's father. The long-haired woman can't hold back a laugh at the joke. She then says she doesn't have children and that Chu-Chu is way too naive for believing that. Meng hugs her and suggests they stay together, since all men are the same anyway. Embarrassed, Chu-Chu pushes her away and asks her to be more elegant, since she owns a tea house. The friend explains her family started in mining and only later got into the tea business, but offers Chu-Chu a job. As they walk, Meng's phone starts playing a lullaby ringtone. Chu-Chu finds the ringtone outdated and answers, asking Chuji what's wrong. On the other end of the line, he tells her not to worry about the shopping, as his mother has already gone to work. She asks if he finished practicing, and he gradually appears in the living room, saying spatial abilities were easy. He continues, explaining that he learned something much harder from his mother. When questioned about what it would be, he materializes an object and reveals he learned to create a portable space. In their cute forms, Chu-Chu is shocked, as spatial manipulation is one of the hardest laws in history. Later, Meng walks Chu-Chu to her building and comments that the place is quiet, which suits her. The girl explains her boyfriend is a writer and a quiet place was the main condition for the rent. With a teasing smile, her friend notices how she mentioned boyfriend so casually. She then asks how far their relationship has progressed, and an embarrassed Chu-Chu says nothing has happened. Meng teases her, saying she is already 25 years old and still hasn't done anything, and Chu-Chu thinks to herself that she is 10,000. With demon horns, the friend whispers that the experience is really good and asks if she isn't curious. Annoyed, Chu-Chu pinches her cheeks and threatens not to take her upstairs if she keeps bringing it up. At that exact moment, Chu-Chu senses a strange presence and her face turns serious. She turns around quickly and extends her hand backward, stopping someone in their tracks. When she turns around, she sees Chuji, who is surprised and asks why it's her. Meng, not understanding the situation, yells for them to catch the thief. Chu-Chu calms her down, explaining it's a misunderstanding, while Chuji greets her friend. Meng looks him up and down, finding his face familiar. Suddenly, she recognizes him as Chu-Chu's boyfriend. Stepping closer, Chuji offers to carry Chu-Chu's grocery bag. Next, he looks at Meng and also offers to carry her bag, saying it looks heavy. Chu-Chu stops him and tells Meng that that's her own boyfriend's problem, leaving Chuji confused by the situation. The friend jokes, saying she barely met the guy and is already the target of gossip, and Chu-Chu questions if it isn't true. Meng then praises Chuji for being sweet and says it's rare to find such attentive young men these days. With a serious look, Chu states that he is her man and tells her friend not to try anything with him. The friend laughs and hugs her, saying she is more interested in teasing her, calling her my Chu-Xiu. Now in the apartment, Chuji tells the young woman to sit down with her friend, as he will be cooking today. Chu gets up and says they will cook together for fun, and that Meng can just relax there. With a smile, Chuji jokes for her not to poison her friend, and Meng gets excited to see her skills. In the kitchen, Meng says she feels like Chu can't handle her boyfriend, and she asks why. The friend explains he is a normal man full of vitality, so he will always have his needs. She continues, saying that now that they live together, it's not as convenient for him to take care of himself. Meng questions her on what he's supposed to do, since she is so enticing yet won't let him touch her. She even accuses her of trying to kill him with food, but Chu says she only cares about his nutrition. The friend teases her, saying that if she goes on a trip, he could easily give in to temptation with another girl. Upon hearing that, Chu's expression changes, and she thinks to herself that she really wants to go back to her hometown. In her chibi form, Meng says she needs a juice princess, leaving the young woman shocked. With an intense look, Chu remains silent, processing her friend's words. Her expression stays serious and thoughtful, showing that the teasing affected her deeply. During dinner, Chuji notices her silence and wonders what's wrong. Meanwhile, Meng thinks about how funny the couple is and wonders what the effect of her teasing will be. After the meal, the friend says goodbye, saying she needs to head back to the shop and asks Chu to visit. After her friend leaves, Chu washes the dishes in silence with a thoughtful look. Chuji then hugs her from behind and asks what's worrying her, sensing that something is bothering her. She answers that it's nothing, but thinks to herself that sharing a bed with a man is a huge shock and she needs time. He says it was just to trick his mother and suggests they sleep separately if she feels uncomfortable. With a determined look, the girl seems to make a decision after hearing his gentle words. Suddenly, she turns around and hugs him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder and leaving him surprised. Not understanding her reaction, the young man holds her and asks what happened. Without saying a word, the girl leans in and kisses him, leaving him surprised by her sudden boldness. After the kiss, he pinches her cheeks and says he'll wash the dishes for her. Annoyed, she wonders if it really is that hard for him to lose control. While he goes out to the balcony, she is left deep in thought, finding the whole situation very complicated. Sitting on the couch with a pig pillow, she sees a romantic scene on TV and feels like everything is a sign. At that moment, Chuji returns from the balcony and asks what she's watching. Nervous, she hides the pillow and says it's nothing special. She changes the subject and asks about the other spatial ability he learned besides invisibility. With a smug smile, he says he knew she was curious. He then extends his hand and makes the pig pillow glow and levitate, surprising her. He explains he wanted to surprise her, but couldn't tell her before because of her friend. Excited, she grabs the 2 plush pigs and asks if he opened his own space, and he praises her. In their cute forms, she asks how big it is, and he suggests using the space to store her things. The guy thinks to himself that it's a shame the first thing that comes to her mind is using the space to store junk. He explains the space is still small, about the size of a school backpack. In a symbolic scene, he says the space makes him feel the meaning of dominating the world. He continues saying that one day he will become a creator god, and she responds that he already is. Holding the 2 pigs, she asks if his plan is to put them on the bed to convince her to sleep together. He laughs and says the pigs are for her and she can put them wherever she wants. With a seductive look, she asks how she can repay her creator god's thoughtfulness. Chuji feels like something is wrong and that the situation seems like a trap. Nervous, he gets up and says he is going to practice his powers and then write for a bit, telling her to get some rest. She watches him head to the bedroom with a determined look on her face. With a small smile, the girl seems to have a plan in mind. The scene shows his laptop open on his desk. Right after, he sits in front of the computer and starts typing, completely focused on his work. Suddenly, QQ, wearing matching pajamas, sneaks up from behind and surprises him, making him ask what is going on. She says she is reaching her limit and that it is time to return to the novel world, leaving him confused. With a blushing face, she says that if he cannot take it anymore, he can use her socks or something like that. Shocked by the suggestion, he stares at her blankly while she turns back toward the computer. Without waiting for an answer, she kisses him passionately, taking the initiative and leaving him completely speechless. After the kiss, she says with a victorious smile that is much more fun when she takes charge. Annoyed and blushing furiously, he calls her by her full name, Chuuji, as she leaves the room and slams the door. From the living room, he shouts and asks what kind of thoughts she is having, utterly bewildered. He stops in front of the bedroom door, still processing what just happened. In his cute, annoyed chibi form, he thinks to himself that he really wants to enter the novel just to give her a light discipline. Meanwhile, back in the novel world, Chiwuji sits down, her face blushing with embarrassment over what she said about the socks. With her eyes spinning, she wonders if he is really going to use her socks, feeling completely mortified. Suddenly, a wave of blue energy surrounds her, signaling a new ability. With wide eyes, she realizes that something has changed within her power. A panel appears with the words, Secrets of Space, and she realizes it is the exact technique Chuji just learned. Frustrated, she wonders why he gave her the technique, as it only makes her feel more indebted to him. A few days later, Chuji is sitting on his bed, meditating while surrounded by golden aura. His eyes are closed and he looks deeply focused, but his expression is somber. He opens his hand and a small light shines, revealing a single grain of sand. He reflects that the sea sand lost its usefulness much faster than he expected, turning into ordinary sand. The young man concludes that the treasures of a miner family simply cannot compare to the pearl Chukyu found for him. Just then, the doorbell rings and he gets up to answer it. At the door is Xiaohu, who came to collect the sea sand and say goodbye, as she is heading back to the capital. Chuji explains that Chukyu went back to her parents' house and promises to pass along the message when she returns. With a disappointed look, the girl simply nods and says she is already on her way out. He watches her leave, noticing the sadness on her face as she walks away. Right after, the scene shifts to the storefront of a nightclub called Miracle. Inside the club, Chuji is sitting next to Xiaohu in a room filled with purple lights. Holding a glass, the young man smiles, trying to cheer up the girl who looks so down. They talk in the crowded room while Chuji holds his drink. Xiaohu thanks him and Chukyu for looking after her, mention that this is probably her last night in town. Chuji offers a farewell toast, and the two clink their glasses together. They drink together at the bar in a quiet moment of goodbye. While taking a sip, Chuji notices a risky situation happening near them involving a girl and a man. He watches a girl in a white coat talking animatedly with a man. Suddenly, Xiaohu hides behind him and wonders why Zhu Mengming is also there. Chuji tenses up, thinking that if Mengming saw this and told Qiu, he would be in major trouble. The girl in the white coat glares at him with a serious expression, heightening the tension. Xiaohu asks what is wrong and he plays it cool, saying he just saw someone he knows. He keeps watching the girl from a distance, who now looks lost in thought next to the man. In her cute chibi form, Chuju asks if that is his former flame but promises not to say a word to Chu. Embarrassed, Chuji wonders why she would think that and if he really looks that suspicious. He decides it is best to face the situation directly so he does not look even more guilty. As he approaches, the girl recognizes him, and he remarks on what a huge coincidence it is. Xiaohu mentions that the girl is his neighbor and that even Chu knows her. With her arms crossed, the woman named Yanli glares at him and says she cannot believe him. He confirms she is his neighbor and playfully accuses Xiaohu of flirting with too many men, asking her not to teach QQ those habits. Yanli defends herself, explaining that the man next to her is actually her husband, and that they had been separated for 2 years. Hearing this revelation, Chuji and Xiaohu go silent, processing the information. The woman then asks if he really came out just to have a drink with his neighbor, or if he is here for the reopening of the fighting arena. Surprised, Xiaohu asks about the fighting arena, not understanding what she means. Yanli ignores her and asks Chuji if the arena is truly starting up again. She explains that the news broke 3 days ago, and that all the old spectators are waiting for the reopening. With a serious look, Chuji thinks to himself that Zhang Zharan really fears nothing. He reflects that, with the downfall of their rivals, some people now feel like they own the world. He then asks Yanli if she and her husband used to be spectators at the arena. A gray-haired man explains that the arena serves as a release valve for daily pressure. The same man smiles and says that, in the end, everyone is just a spectator in life. Chuji asks if he is just an ordinary person, and the man confirms that he is. In his cute chibi form, the young man thinks he has finally met an ordinary guy, but the man feels a bit offended. The scene changes to an office, where someone shouts that Wayang is acting against the rules. In his office, a man named Lin Wayang reads a report and thinks that new leaders need to show results. With a determined look, he thinks that anyone who treats him like a nobody will have to pay the price. Right at that moment, he receives a new message on his phone. Chuji's message says that the underground match has begun, and Lin Wayang replies by praising his dedication as a good citizen. In the chat, Lin Wayang asks if the vulnerable iron-headed boy wants to help out, and he replies that he does. Looking out the window, Lin Wayang thinks that the more people involved, the better. Elsewhere, a man named Zhang Zharan smiles confidently, certain that his nightclub will outperform all the others. Suddenly, he hears a noise and turns around, startled. He sees the reflection of a masked person behind him and goes on high alert. Terrified, he recognizes the figure as Moonshadow, an operative. The masked figure lunges forward quickly to strike him with a blade. At the last second, a bald man appears and blocks the blow, protecting Shorin. The bodyguard kicks the attacker away, neutralizing the immediate danger. Just then, another man runs in and warns that the authorities are outside. Shocked by the news, Shorin cannot hide his surprise and worry. The officers raid the venue, and Shorin's men are taken down one by one. Standing in front of everyone, Shuji appears with a smile and offers to spar with the group leader. The man named Feng draws a blade and glares at him with hatred. Furious, Feng charges forward and barks at Chuji to get out of his way. He delivers a rapid strike, trying to hit the young man who stands completely still. However, Chuji dodges every single attack with ease, moving like a shadow. Frustrated, Feng backs off, unable to land a single hit on the youth. With a mocking sneer, Feng seems unable to believe his opponent's skill. He then shouts to his men, claiming that Chuji is just a dodge-type ability user and cannot actually counter-attack. Immediately, several men in suits rush forward, wielding wooden batons. They surround Chuji, ready to strike him from all sides at once. Confident, Feng orders them to attack, doubting he can dodge everyone. The batons come swinging down toward Chuji, who remains completely calm at the center of the fray. With a smile, the young man thinks to himself that this is exactly what he wanted. With a malicious look, Feng says he wants to see how he will dodge now. Suddenly, Feng's expression shifts to one of complete disbelief. With a simple gesture, Chuji makes all the men and their batons levitate, leaving them completely defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist takes full control of the situation and grabs Feng by the collar, showing his true power. Meanwhile, Xiaohu, wearing her mask, stands shocked to see Feng's main bodyguard on the ground. With a spiteful smirk, Feng challenges Chuji to run away, doubting his courage. In his cute chibi form, Chuji calmly replies that he is not running away anymore. Feng tries to use his blade, but it cannot pierce Chuji's body, leaving him utterly stunned. He puts all his strength into the strike, but the blade does not budge a single centimeter. With a slight smirk, Chuji stares him down, showing that the attack had zero effect. The young man then declares he is done holding back and lands a powerful punch right on Feng's face. The man is sent flying from the impact, crashing to the ground unconscious. Just then, Lin Wayang and his men arrive at the scene, finding Feng already defeated. Chuji turns around and faces the newly arrived group, with the situation already taken care of. With a smile, Lin Wayang comments that it seems he arrived too late once again. Elsewhere, a man reports to his boss that Xiaoran's club was raided and he has been detained. The boss, a blonde man wearing glasses, listens to the report alongside his assistant. With a satisfied smile, he notes that Xiaoran did not disappoint him. The assistant suggests taking the opportunity to make a move back, but the boss has other plans. He says it is better to focus their investments there and send more people into the city. The man with glasses laments being short on funds, as he wanted to support his friend from the Golden Alliance. He then steps closer to a wounded man on the floor and states that his patience is running thin. Back at his apartment, Chuji feels like he has been away from home, even though only a few days have passed. He decides to enter the book to see what Chu is up to. The scene shifts to the novel world, showing QQ on a cliffside with her sword glowing brightly. With a determined look, she wields her sword, ready for whatever comes next. She unleashes a powerful wave of energy with her sword toward the sky. A rift opens in the heavens, and lightning begins to strike, signaling a massive shift. With fierce resolve, she declares that she wants to be an independent person and break free from the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a massive fireball appears in the sky, and Chuji wonders if this is the Ascension Tribulation. People below watch the tribulation cloud, recognizing that Chuwuji is undergoing the trial. Chuji, now inside the book, realizes she is facing the tribulation all alone and in secret. With a firm gaze, Chu faces the heavens, ready to confront the challenge awaiting her. Powerful lightning bolts slice through the clouds, showing the intensity of the trial she is about to face. Even mightier lightning rains down from the heavens, showing the wrath of the celestial trial. Surrounded by energy swords, Chu braces herself to face the overwhelming power. A massive lightning bolt strikes down at her, threatening to consume her entirely with its energy. Watching the scene, Chuji clenches his teeth, deeply worried for his beloved's safety. Boldly, the girl raises her hand toward the lightning, ready to clash with it directly. She invokes the powers of the four symbols, creating energy barriers around herself for protection. The lightning slams into her barrier, causing an explosion of energy that lights up the entire landscape. She reflects that the four symbols formation was designed specifically to handle this exact scenario. Even though the power of the white tiger is missing, she grips the hilt of her sword, determined to fight on. In the middle of the lightning storm, a figure hovers, watching the battle from afar. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black and Chuji screams her name, fearing the worst. The onlookers below wonder if she managed to survive the tribulation and ascend. Sweating and anxious, Chuji keeps watching the scene, fearing for her ultimate fate. He sees her falling, and in a moment of despair, calls out her name, lamenting the turn of events. An intense light erupts from the ground, enveloping the area where she fell. Lying on the ground, Chu realizes that the celestial realm has not opened yet and that she failed because of it. Closing her eyes, she laments that she cannot meet him as her true self. Suddenly, a hand made of pure light emerges from the sky, reaching down toward her. The giant hand halts the lightning, shielding her from the fury of the trial. Surprised, she senses a familiar presence and blinks, trying to understand what is happening. She sits up and realizes that he was the one who saved her, leaving her completely stunned. Leaping up, she boards her sword and flies through the sky, leaving the tribulation site behind. The spectators are left confused by the sudden disappearance of the cloud, wondering if the heavenly Tao protected her. Back in the real world, Chu emerges from the book and calls out for Chuji, deeply concerned. He is sitting at his desk with a mark on his face, saying he is just glad she made it out safely. She embraces him and says he is not okay, as erasing the tribulation plot is equivalent to resetting the world. With tears in her eyes, she calls him foolish for taking such a massive risk for her sake. He comforts her, saying he was in a rush and could not bear the thought of anything happening to her. Full of emotion, she mentions she planned to face the tribulation without him knowing because she did not want him to worry. He smiles and tells her she has already broken free from the script, adding that the celestial realm does not exist, while praising her strength. The girl states that the plan is moving forward, but shares her fear that he might end up getting hurt even worse because of all this. Holding her hand firmly, the young man reassures her that such a concern does not matter to him at all. With a loving gaze, he says he wishes to bring his heroine into reality and that this is a personal challenge. Blushing and slightly embarrassed, the young woman teases the protagonist, calling him a glutton for punishment for his attitude. In a playful tone, he joins in on the joke and asks for a kiss from his beloved to heal his recent scrapes. Soon after, the scene shifts to a tiny floating flame with a face, grumbling about the creator god. Watching from outside the window, the fiery entity decides to wait and uncover the truth before making any moves. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiles as he displays a glowing moon herb shining in his right hand. Sitting on the bed, he explains that he took the plant from her pavilion and that he can now manifest items from that world. With her eyes shining with excitement, she asks if the boy can also bring over her special weapons and garments. Breaking into a cold sweat from the pressure, he raises his hands and confesses he cannot pull off something of that scale just yet. The young man explains that right now he can only take lightweight alchemy materials and needs more power for larger items. Pouting, the girl says she did not ask for such a grand goal and that he should focus solely on bringing over her physical body. Admiring the glowing plant, the protagonist celebrates the fact that being able to manifest anything at all is an incredible step forward. In a quiet moment, she agrees that this marks the beginning of his spiritual breakthrough toward the ultimate goal. Concerned about the connection between the worlds, the young man stands up and mentions he will need to reinforce the barrier against intruders. Sitting at the computer, he types rapidly while the young woman watches him and makes a playful, teasing comment. Shortly after, the scene changes to a panoramic view of city skyscrapers bathed in bright sunlight. The tiny magical flame floats over a busy avenue and concludes that this place must be the celestial realm. Frustrated by the surroundings, the mystical being complains that the spiritual energy here is far too weak for its recovery. Feeling its strength slip away, the flame panics upon realizing it might end up vanishing completely. Making matters worse, the entity realizes the portal has closed. There is now absolutely no way to return. Crying comically, the demon Lord Yan Qianli laments his fate and asks who could have crossed to suffer this much. Elsewhere, a gray-haired man accuses his green-haired partner of being out of his mind for insisting on going to Nanjing. The older man glares at his companion named Zhang Yi, suspecting he is not in the city just for a good time. Walking casually, the green-haired youth claims that the two of them are completely different types of people. The veteran questions this difference, reminding him that the youth, they're precisely to investigate the source of the local energy. With a calm smile, the young man agrees he seeks the truth and immediately asks Du Lianfeng for his own real motive. The older man falls into complete silence while casting a suspicious, harsh glare at his partner. The youth then accuses the gray-haired man of scattering spies all over the city in a desperate search for any clue. The green-haired young man smiles and asks if his partner is seeking the source of the abilities or treasures for his own gain. The gray-haired man fires back at the accusation, claiming the youth is behind all the recent incidents with the Wang family. Closing his eyes, the young man confirms he filed the reports in pursuit of the truth, highlighting the difference between them. The veteran asks if the youth will stay out of his plans and receives the reply that he is not a law enforcement officer. Giving a mocking smile, the older man looks at his companion and comments that he seems to be getting anxious. He points out that the spiritual energy has grown denser in Nanjing, teasing the youth for failing to notice anything until now. Hiding nearby, the tiny flame overhears the conversation and judges the local spiritual energy to be incredibly weak. Keeping his cool, the green-haired youth confesses he never expected to unravel that mystery in just a few years. He continues his explanation, stating that his partner possesses boundless time and will never age or feel pain. Right after, the young man opens one eye and suggests that all this immortality might not be an absolute truth. Still spying on the conversation, the fiery being finds that piece of information very intriguing and decides to keep listening. The gray-haired man ignores the tease and proposes an alliance, forgiving the young man for ruining his previous plans. With a calm gesture, the youth declines the offer of cooperation, stating he prefers to walk his own path alone. Adopting a dark demeanor, the young man casts an intimidating look and warns that there is a spot waiting in confinement for the veteran. After that subtle threat, the green-haired youth turns his back and walks across the rooftop, leaving the man behind. The gray-haired man lets out a sarcastic smile, repeating the youth's words about simply seeking the truth. He deduces that the young man is mistaken about his own desires and notes that the SSS is already involved in the case. Meanwhile, the youth walks down a busy city street, completely unaware that the tiny flame is stealthily tailing him. The mystical being suspects that the young man holds many secrets and decides to follow him to learn more about this world. The flame deduces that following this human is a safe way to avoid running into the creator god and his dreaded partner. At that moment, the scene cuts to the protagonist sitting in his room, deeply focused as he types away on his computer. The screen displays a message from his editor praising his work and sending over forms to promote its rights. Surprised by the news, the young man reflects that he never imagined his own story would reach such a massive level. With a determined look, he celebrates the achievement, knowing it boosts the realism and presence of his world. Shortly after, the girl peeks through the door in her pajamas, asking the reason for all the joy and excitement while typing. The young man gives a confident wink and reveals that his book is getting adapted and might even air on television one day. Upon hearing the news, the girl is utterly amazed, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration. He stretches his arms out and explains to the young woman that he just needs to fill out the paperwork and the editor will handle the rest. With a caring gaze, his beloved notices the fatigue on his body and suggests that the young man go rest after today's work. Hearing this, the protagonist takes the girl's hand firmly and gently pulls her toward him. Pulling the girl into his lap by surprise, the young man holds his beloved affectionately while she looks at him, startled. With a gentle smile on his face, he asks the young woman not to move around too much since his body is still recovering. Embracing the girl tightly, the protagonist says he has something important to share with his girlfriend. Soon after, the scene changes to a rainy street, where the young man narrates that he went to the club with a friend yesterday. The focus shows the quick footsteps of people rushing through the rain outside the large establishment. In the middle of all that chaos, the tiny flame tries to do its shoes as it hovers close to the street pavement. Furious at the green-haired man, the little fiery being complains about the downpour, fearing it might get snuffed out completely. With a tearful expression, the demon lord laments having nowhere to go, suffering through his miserable situation. Back in the room, the young man details a woman's behavior, mentioning that she wishes to get back together with her ex-husband. With a smug smile, the girl deduces that the friend is a novice and claims she ought to teach her a thing or two about love. Letting out a genuine laugh, the young man finds the idea hilarious and doubts his own beloved's level of experience. Annoyed by the teasing, she pinches the boy's chest and asks if he considers himself such an expert on the matter. At that moment, the young man reacts quickly, firmly grabbing his girlfriend's left wrist. Taking control of the situation, the protagonist gently pushes the young woman onto the bed, repeating his request for her to stay still. With a blushing face, she looks up at her boyfriend over her, commenting that the young man has become quite mischievous. Giving a charming smile, the young man confesses he sees no issue with being a bit playful when he has such a beautiful woman to admire. Pouting, she jokes that she never would have agreed to the relationship if she knew she would be viewed as a total disaster. The young man asks who started that rumor while the girl affectionately hugs him in a very cute way. Keeping the romantic mood alive, the young man rests over his beloved and hears that one of her friends said exactly that. Trying to hide her embarrassment, the girl decides to push the protagonist away, turning her face and asking him to let her go already. Lying side by side on the bed, the boy takes a deep breath and reassures her that he would never do anything against his girlfriend's wishes. In complete silence, the young woman looks into her lover's eyes, reflecting on the sincere words she just heard. Taking the initiative, the girl gets up from the bed and sits right over the young man, giving him a massive shock. Displaying a bold attitude, she maintains the dominant position and looks into the boy's eyes, creating an intense tension between them. Without a second thought, his beloved leans in and steals a passionate kiss while he watches her, completely enchanted. Averting her gaze in embarrassment, the young woman grumbles about the young man not wearing socks and questions how she should deal with him now. Holding the girl lovingly, the youth confesses he is obsessed with her, joking that her beauty leaves him completely blind. Annoyed by his playful tone, the girl tightens her embrace and strictly forbids any kind of misbehavior from him. With their faces incredibly close, the young woman smiles and suggests that she herself could wear the socks her boyfriend so stubbornly refuses to use. Shocked by the bold suggestion, the protagonist widens his eyes comically, unable to believe what he just heard. The boy looks down at her leg clad in black stockings and is left completely speechless seeing it up close. The young woman stands up on the bed wearing an elegant suit, asking him to keep quiet because of how embarrassed she feels. With his face bright red from shyness, the protagonist feels like he might explode any second from sheer emotion. In a small chibi form, he asks for a moment to calm himself down while the girl watches everything intently. Lying down and holding a stuffed pig toy, the young man takes a deep breath and says he is ready to begin. Shortly after, his hand squeezes the toy tightly as some strange sounds begin to echo in the bedroom. The protagonist keeps a firm grip on the plushie, and the scene implies a highly intense situation unfolding between the two. As the little pig gets squeezed, sounds of exertion continue to echo through the quiet atmosphere of that night. From outside the building, one can hear the vocalizations and noises coming straight from the couple's apartment. After a while, the young man flashes a smile of pure satisfaction, and a brilliant aura emerges around his head. His beloved observes him, commenting that he really managed to establish his foundation in a very unique way. Giving a thumbs up, the young man thanks Choo Choo and happily states that she is the absolute best partner anyone could ask for. Feeling a bit disgusted by the whole display, the girl tosses the socks to the floor, saying she would not have helped if she knew what would happen. Holding the garment, the young man asks simply if he should wash the socks so she can wear them again later. Blushing deeply, she orders him to throw everything away immediately, strictly forbidding any attempt to clean them. Right after, the bedroom door is slammed shut with force, leaving the protagonist alone with his thoughts. Confused by her reaction, the young man wonders if the girl actually got angry or if she just acted that way out of shyness. Suddenly, she flings the door open again quickly, catching the young man off guard with her sudden return. With a stern look, Choo Choo snatches the plush pig back, declaring that the toy belongs strictly to her. The door slams shut once more with a loud bang, and the young man stays silent, trying to figure out what just happened. In his small chibi form, the boy makes a hilarious face, trying to hold back his laughter at such an unusual situation. Lying on the bed, the young man reflects that while the plan to sleep together failed, the final result turned out exceptionally well. Watching the rain through the window, he mentally thanks Sister Meng Meng for the unexpected assist he received that night. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the woman lets out a loud sneeze while applying a skincare treatment to her face. The next day, the scene shows the protagonist meditating while a potent energy envelopes his entire body. With a focused gaze, Chuji exhales slowly, maintaining total concentration throughout his spiritual training. He looks at his own hands and feels the energy coursing through his veins, noting the evolution of his new power level. The boy notices that his consciousness feels much more solid, estimating that his mental power has reached a 7-star rating. Extending his arm, he summons a plant from the fictional world, noting that this task has become far easier now. Suddenly, his stomach growls loudly, and the young man wonders why he gets increasingly hungry the stronger he becomes. While the young woman prepares some milk, the protagonist approaches with an expression of exhaustion and extreme hunger. Noticing his presence, the girl asks why he is walking around like that and suggests he ought to be training instead. The young man holds his stomach and confesses he feels much hungrier now, despite having established a spiritual foundation. In his small chibi form, the boy glares at the glass of milk, his eyes wide with a desperate craving to eat. While the young man drinks, she explains that he is not an immortal yet and still requires physical sustenance to power his body. Hearing the explanation, the youth wonders if energy from regular food will simply not be enough for him anymore. Swiftly, the girl snatches the glass right out of his hands and orders the young man to go find something else to eat. She then suggests that since he can manifest lightweight items, the young man should try to invoke her special robe. Sitting on the floor, the The protagonist reveals he already tried doing that, but the technique did not work out as expected. The young woman wonders if the restriction is based on the item's energy level rather than being solely about its physical weight. With that in mind, the boy suggests bringing over the materials to refine pills in stages, since the finished item is too difficult. Coming up with a brilliant idea, the girl suggests he should try to bring over an entire refinement cauldron into the real world all at once. With a bleak look, the young man comments that he has seen people refining pills using nothing but a standard rice cooker. Seeing his master's annoyed glare, the young man laughs nervously and reassures her he will do exactly as she commands. Concentrating deeply, the protagonist closes his eyes and decides to attempt the invocation of a cauldron from the other world. The scene shifts to the story's world, where a valuable treasure exists that would be absolutely perfect for their goal. Inside the sex vault, two guards converse near a massive, imposing cauldron adorned with intricate dragon designs. Suddenly, a bright flash occurs, and the object vanishes instantly from the spot, leaving behind nothing but empty space. The guards are left completely bewildered, failing to comprehend where the item went when it was just right in front of them. Back in the bedroom, the young man looks at the object sitting on his floor, marveling that he actually managed to bring it over. Sweating from anxiety, the youth asks what will happen when the sect guards notice that the treasure has gone missing. Ignoring his fear, the girl gets excited and asks the young man to help her pilfer a few medicinal ingredients next. Exhausted, the little protagonist says he spent a massive amount of energy on the cauldron and needs a rest right now. With an authoritative look, the young woman asks whether he's going to help or not, complaining about how quickly the boy tires out. With stars in her eyes, she celebrates the fact that she will now have plenty of resources to boost her cultivation. As a reward for his hard work, his beloved gives him a sweet kiss on the cheek and tells the young man to go do his writing. Giving a playful military salute, the young man agrees to his master's command and prepares to get to work. The boy leaves the room chuckling while the young woman remains seated, admiring their latest acquisition. However, the mood shifts as the protagonist adopts a serious, pensive expression regarding the latest events. He wonders if the sudden disappearance of these valuable items might end up disrupting the main plotline of his book. Chukyu explains that theoretically, things should not have an impact since the young man did not write them down line by line. With a curious gaze, she asks if the boy feels like something is going amiss with the story's progression. Scratching his head, the protagonist says his mind feels hazy, almost as if he has forgotten something vital. He mentions he will write to gain some new insights while the young woman stays focused on her alchemy. While typing away, he finds it strange to write without any emotion, feeling as though the real world is spinning out of control. Holding his head in his hands, the young man decides he needs to check on the situation personally to ease his mind. In the book world, the sect master notes that she withdrew a few items, and the disciples agree to log everything down. The scene shows Chutin fleeing from adversaries, proving that the main plotline is still moving along as normal. The focus shifts to a location filled with blazing fire where the demon lord Yan Qianli is supposed to be recovering. Floating over the molten lava, the author falls into sheer panic upon realizing the villain is not where he belongs. Furious, the boy complains that the character has vanished from the palace where he himself had placed him to rest. Rushing back into the bedroom, the youth calls out for his beloved, while she remains seated on the floor. With an expression of pure dread, the protagonist shares his suspicion that the villain has escaped into the real world. He laments that it is now far too late to make revisions and rewrite the demon into someone compliant. The young man grows pensive, fearing the villain will cause massive trouble given his naturally dangerous nature. He explains that this would expose the book's secrets and spark widespread panic throughout modern society. Xiuqiu tries to soothe her boyfriend, explaining that the villain is far too injured to make any major moves on his own right now. The youth reflects that the wounds are indeed severe and that the mystical being is currently in a highly weakened state. The girl remains quiet, holding her toy as she listens to her lover's mounting anxieties. With a stern look, the author states they must locate the fugitive quickly and seal him back inside the book. Curious, the young woman asks if the protagonist possesses any special means to track down the villain's trail. Lost in thought, the young man in his chibi form explains that anything he writes now will only take effect inside the book. Suddenly, an idea hits him, and he displays a small pinkish bead that he's successfully managed to locate. He shows off the object, explaining that it is Yan Qianli's soul bead, which serves to hold his core essence. Impressed, the young woman observes the item's glow and asks how the young man came up with such a brilliant concept. The protagonist shares that he added lines to the book stating that certain treasures retain their owner's aura for a very long time. He explains that the item is saturated with the villain's essence and plans to devise a method to track down the fugitive. With a calm smile, the girl tells him that much effort is unnecessary since she can already sense his presence nearby. Meanwhile, inside a fitness center, the fiery entity watches the humans working out, finding their physical exertion bizarre. The little demon analyzes one of the men, realizing he possesses an elemental affinity and immense latent potential. Looking into the mirror, a young man observes his own reflection with a serious and pensive expression. Upon focusing on the glass, the youth notices a terrifying word written clearly right across his own forehead. Afraid of the situation, the young man comments that this is awful while the tiny flame watches everything from above. Sensing something strange in the air, the fiery being moves quickly and notes that things are definitely not right. Outside the residence, the flame wonders how such a weak mental technique could possibly affect someone like that. Shortly after, the scene shows a man working at his computer, complaining about people who leave everything for the last minute. Observing the man with glasses, the flame is highly impressed by the energy level and a strike delivered from afar. While a group plays chess, the mystical being decides to follow another person to understand this world much faster. With a wicked smile, the little demon plans to confront the creator god as soon as he grasps the local mechanics. Looking around the large room, the tiny spark of fire notices that a large number of people are gathered there today. Chuji and his beloved enter the venue wearing fruit accessories on their heads, and the flame finds her aura highly familiar. With eyes flashing with anger, the mystical being recognizes the girl and cries out the name Chu Wuji in absolute fury. Hiding behind a computer monitor, the little entity now locks its attention onto the man walking right beside her. Upon realizing who the young man is, the flame is utterly shocked to discover he is the creator god of that world himself. A long-haired man greets the couple, suggesting they take advantage of the rainy weather to enjoy some intimate moments. Totally baffled by the comment, the tiny flame wonders what on earth he means by the phrase young couples. Laughing at the situation, the fiery being thinks it is impossible for that powerful woman to actually like the creator god. Putting his arm around the girl's shoulders, the protagonist says that strolling through the rain can be quite romantic for them. With an expression of sheer shock and fury, the little demon cannot bring himself to believe that this scene is actually real. Outraged, the mystical being questions the purpose of a final showdown if his ultimate rival is head over heels for the enemy. With a neutral expression, the young woman wearing an eggplant accessory on her head watches the exchange in silence. Hidden behind a large beanbag chair, the tiny flame hopes desperately that nobody has noticed its presence there. Without uttering a single word, the girl makes a quick gesture with her finger while keeping her gaze locked straight ahead. The protagonist comments on comparing mental strength with the artist, but the man says it was nothing more than a joke. Shortly after, the youth approaches the monitor to check who the target of the latest hit on the computer was. Looking at the screen, the young man lets out a surprised sound upon seeing what is unfolding in the digital space. Pointing at the monitor, the boy complains that the artist actually had the nerve to show the villain being humbled like that. While the youth points in disbelief, the artist remains completely silent with an expression of total confusion on his face. With flames erupting from his head, the villain flies into a rage upon hearing they want to take his head, lashing out at the air. The man puts his arm around the protagonist's neck, asking if he is the famous brother Shu everyone keeps talking about. Chuji raises his hands and asks his friends not to rush him, explaining today's chapter will face a slight delay. The guys point at the young author, complaining that he has been keeping secrets from them this entire time. With a challenging look, the protagonist asks if they truly think he will not fire back at their insults. While the alliance leaders tease him, the author becomes visibly annoyed by his companion's sheer audacity. The friend asks when Shukyu's side story will finally get updated, since that plotline has been stalled for ages. Hearing the comment, the girl huffs in irritation while Shuji breaks into a cold sweat, trying to dodge the tricky subject. The group gathers around and suggests rewriting the villain Yan Qianli into a female character to make the story more entertaining. They reach an agreement, laughing at the concept of creating the new female persona, and seal the deal right then and there. Hanging from a pocket, the tiny flame fumes at the absurd idea, vowing sweet revenge against the story's author. Suddenly, the fiery entity senses a strange energy on the floor and goes on alert at the unexpected situation. Chuji steps away, but the tiny flame remains right there as he asks where exactly the villain thinks he is going. With incredible agility, the little demon lord lunges directly toward the protagonist in a desperate maneuver. The author points at the fire and fibs, claiming it is just a wild spirit his beloved manifested a short while ago. Watching the display up close, the green-haired youth smiles as if he has picked up on something highly intriguing. Eager to assist the lovely Qiu, the friends brace themselves to capture the tiny flame by any means necessary. The little mystical being shrieks in terror upon finding himself cornered by four men glaring down him with dark expressions. With a triumphant smile, the young woman states through her spiritual seal that the villain now has absolutely no escape. Trapped inside the soul bead, the demon lord curses the heroic couple while demanding to be let out immediately. The guys inspect the object and figure the so-called spirit is just going through a rebellious phase, shouting full language. Chuji smiles in relief and thanks them for the assist, promising to treat everyone to dinner another time. The friend with glasses accepts the offer, provided the author promises to update his character's lore entry. In his small chibi form, the boy gives a thumbs up and guarantees he will add a special extra chapter very soon. Qiu gives the young man a sharp pinch for making even more writing promises without consulting her wishes first. Noticing that the weather is turning, the group decides to say their goodbyes before the downpour starts up again. Back at home, the two of them watch the storm through the window and celebrate the successful, incident-free capture. The protagonist flops onto the couch completely drained, while the captive flame keeps complaining about the reinforced seal. With a sheepish expression, the young author sits in silence, reflecting on the bitter complaints of his villain. Annoyed by the noise, the boy thumps the desk, only to instantly wince from a sharp pain in his hand right after. He inspects the small pinkish bead and concludes it was a brilliant call to reinforce the object's boundary barrier. With a serious look, the young man realizes that returning the villain to the book could have triggered unimaginable mishaps. Sitting on the couch, the demon lord demands to know why the heavenly Tao does not treat this girl like everyone else. With a chuckle, the young man says she is special, making the little fiery entity flare up with rage inside the pink bead. Outraged, the villain claims he has finally seen the true nature of the renowned, righteous sect master. While Chu Wuji holds her boyfriend's arm, he decides to pick up the object to get a closer look at the tiny flame. The author explains that the entire world and the exploits of Yan Qianli were all written by his own hand in his literary work. With a thoughtful gaze, the girl stays close to the protagonist while listening to his technical explanation. The tiny spark of fire insists he could have won if his white flame had not been extinguished at that exact moment. Crossing his arms, the youth guarantees the villain would have lost anyway due to the hidden trump cards the heroine held. The tiny flame asks if the author is truly so certain that the book's destiny can never be altered by an outsider. With complete calmness, the young man confirms he has total confidence in the control he wields over his creation. The image shows the imposing villain as he questions whether the plot would really stay the same after his escape into reality. Leaning back, the protagonist states he knew all about the escape and that the demon's footsteps could never elude his tracking. Holding the soul bead, the young man smiles and asks if getting caught again does not prove he is bound to his written fate. The tiny mystical being questions what would have happened if he had harmed someone the moment he broke free. The youth explains that the character would never act completely rashly and that the story's final outcome would hardly change. In silence, the young woman stares into her glass, reflecting on the harsh destiny of the characters created by her boyfriend. The flame asks about the people who mocked him earlier and why the author extracted him from there so quickly. The young author asks if the demon lord believes him, and the villain replies that he accepts the reality of the heavenly Tao. The author reflects that he wrote the villain as a proud, grand figure who does not deserve to be ridiculed by anyone. Closing his eyes, the young man rests while the fiery entity begins to comprehend the reason behind Chu Wuji's choice. With a serene look, the author confesses to his beloved that he understands the deep desire of all his characters to be free. The tiny flame gets excited and asks if the creator god is also willing to help him achieve his own freedom. In his small chibi form, the youth flatly denies the request, making the villain complain that his speech was nothing but nonsense. With a dark expression, the young man explains he cannot allow Velena's character to cause havoc in the real world. The author asserts he would rather delete the character and rewrite the plot than leave him free to commit wrongful acts. The demon lord asks if he would free a righteous man like Si Jiuxiu if he had been the one to escape instead. The couple falls into absolute silence, facing the difficult dilemma posed by the spirit trapped inside the soul bead. With his eyes shrouded in shadow, the protagonist confesses he does not have an answer and would not free anyone. The villain laughs maniacally, asserting that the heavenly Tao is truly detached and treats all living things exactly the same. With the book open, the young man extends his hand and concludes that the heavenly Tao views all living beings without any bias. Holding his notebook, the boy reflects on his role as the ultimate creator who can never permit anomalies in the real world. He mentally decrees that any unchecked hazard will be strictly barred, regardless of who the character might be. Given that fact, the author wonders about the true reason why the beautiful Chu Wuji is the single grand exception to his entire rule. Sitting on the couch beside the girl, he explains to the little demon lord that he made his decision long before they got involved. The tiny floating flame grumbles angrily, accusing the protagonist of making the choice solely based on her physical looks. Letting out a heavy sigh, the young man refutes the accusation, saying it would not have taken them so long to start dating if that were true. He recalls the tense initial days between them and confesses he was threatened with his life by the heroine during their very first meeting. With a serene look, the young man reveals that his beloved's original goal was also to try and break free from the chains of fate. He explains that the girl understands his difficulties, takes great care to avoid causing major disruptions in the real world. Staring down the little spark of fire, the author points out that an arrogant villain would never act with that same empathy and consideration. With narrowed eyes, the flame confesses he would do absolutely anything to alter his fate without trying to see the situation from any other side. The proud demon lord reflects on his own dark reputation, noting that absolutely nobody would ever take his word at face value. The protagonist admits he is just a selfish mortal and decrees that his girlfriend will remain the only authorized person in his world. Hearing her lover's sincere words, the powerful sect master blushes slightly while gazing at him with deep affection. The fiery entity flashes an understanding smile, agreeing that the young man's protective stance makes perfect sense for a human being. Born on the dangerous demonic path, the little spirit recognizes that every single living being harbors their own selfish side. The girl looks at the tiny floating flame with a melancholy gaze, noting the somber acceptance of that proud demon lord. Holding his beloved affectionately, the author notes that the demon's awakening occurred far too early and promises to separate the worlds at the end. Furious at the thought of waiting around passively, the flame asks if he should just cross his arms and accept his tragic demise. The girl comforts her old enemy, revealing she read the literary drafts and confirms he will not be discarded from the story. The young man agrees with his girlfriend, guaranteeing that supporting characters are also absolutely vital to the narrative's success. The Demon Lord smiles in relief, concluding he will be entirely free from the script's constraints once the work is finalized. With a slight smile, the girl observes the excited spirit and questions what his true urgency was to try and escape in the first place. She explains she only sought reality to bind herself to the author, asking ironically if the demon wishes to do the exact same thing. Panicking at the jest, the fiery being adopts a flattering tone, begging forgiveness for all his recent missteps. The young woman notes the sudden and comical shift in the Demon Lord's behavior, questioning if this is truly the feared villain. The spark of fire brushes off the remark and proudly claims that a proper member of the demonic faction never passes up a chance to switch sides. He argues enthusiastically that living in the literary world is far better than staying in this new reality devoid of any spiritual energy. Maintaining his submissive act, the fiery spirit points out his value to the plot, trying to convince the young author not to erase his existence. With a smile, the young man turns his gaze toward his girlfriend, asking the powerful master's opinion on the Demon Lord's future. The little demon tries to butter up the sect master, appealing to the kind heart of the leader of the righteous path. With a cold, piercing glare, the girl reminds the fiery being that he literally just called her a full woman moments ago. Desperate, the tiny flame apologizes profusely and suggests the young woman simply wipe his memories and return him to the book. Taking a sip from her mug, the woman explains she does not possess a high enough cultivation level to execute a spell of that caliber. Furious at the refusal, the villain snaps back into insults, accusing the path of righteousness of being utterly untrustworthy. Without losing her composure, his beloved points a glowing index finger right at the tiny flame floating near the floor. She warns him she will need his demonic fire to refine her pills, putting a pin in any further discussion on the matter. Shortly after, the scene changes to the couple watching the rain, with the young woman noting that her boyfriend looks a bit downcast. The author vents about how incredibly difficult it is to objectively shape the destiny of every single character in his work. Watching the birds outside the window, the young man confesses that feeling the weight of all those lives is an immense responsibility. He explains that writing mechanically used to be easy, but now he feels as though he is breaking real people inside his book. Affectionately, the girl touches her lover's face and advises him to separate the real world from the narrative he is creating. The powerful master urges the creator to take full ownership of his work, warning that hesitation will only breed ruin. Holding her hands, the youth understands that only by staying true to his own visions will the literary world truly become magnificent. Feeling a wave of relief, the protagonist embraces his girlfriend tightly, agreeing with every single word she said. He confesses he felt bad for the Demon Lord, but knew deep down that he could not interfere in any way. Returning the embrace, the young woman comforts him, stating she places her full trust in the choices of the grand creator god. The young man caresses the heroine's face, realizing he must write authentically to make all of them truly real. Suddenly, a glowing heart beats powerfully within the young man's chest, signaling a major shift in his spirit. Surprised by the sensation, the boy widens his eyes as a luminous energy begins to radiate from his very body. In his mind's eye, the author sees himself floating high above the ancient, majestic structures of the vast world he created. With a serene smile, he closes his eyes and senses the presence of the people living peacefully throughout his story. The vision shows the creator himself clad in traditional robes while gliding elegantly atop a spiritual sword. Right after, he meditates amid a rainy landscape while pillars of divine light descend straight from the heavens. Back in reality, the girl embraces him joyfully, congratulating her boyfriend on establishing the core foundation of his path. Tightening his hold, the young man thanks her for her wise words, revealing his Tao heart would have shattered without her. With her face slightly flushed, the girl casts a playful look and asks how the young man intends to make it up to her. Before he can answer, she smiles excitedly and lets him know that the pill refinement process is finally complete. His beloved takes the protagonist's left hand and gently pulls him along so they can inspect the results together. The young man lets himself be guided by his girlfriend as the two walk hand in hand in a moment of pure closeness. The couple shares a passionate kiss among the flowers while the young man whispers that they do not need to rush at all. Shortly after, the scene shows an open laptop as the youth decides to add a brand new line to the villain's lore. Watching the screen intently, the girl comments that this tiny change will make absolutely no difference to the Demon Lord. Smiling, the author explains that the tweak locks in the character's obedience, erasing any chance of future rebellion. Changing the subject, the protagonist stands up from the desk and invites his girlfriend to go check out the newly finished pill. Holding the glowing sphere, the young woman praises the item's quality while the flame brags about pulling off the refinement. The young man commends the spirit's good work, and the fiery entity replies loyally that he would brave anything to serve the master. With a melancholy look, the youth sighs, confessing he actually preferred the arrogant, original personality of his Demon Lord. The flame smiles and asserts that his respect bloomed after seeing the grandeur of the heavens and recognizing the creator's immense power. In his small chibi form, the boy looks at the spirit and asks if the demon lord is finally submitted to his command. Walking toward the couch, the young man hears the fiery entity accepts a mission, provided his life is spared by the author. Sitting on the sofa and pouring a cup of tea, the protagonist asks if the villain would agree to act on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Totally bewildered by that strange proposal, the tiny spark of fire asks what exactly he will need to do inside the book. The youth notes that others are aware of the real world and confesses he needs assistance locating them within his story. With a serious, attentive expression, the demon lord questions if his mission will be to investigate the identity of these people. Sipping his tea, the boy confirms the order and suggests the villain fake a rebellion to gauge the reactions of the others. The flame asks for the next step, and the young man lets him know he will do nothing but maintain a clear understanding of the rebels. The tiny flame complains about turning into a henchman, and the boy smiles smugly as he listens to the spirit accept the assignment. With a wicked grin, the villain agrees to the plan, wishing for the other people to suffer that exact same torment. Holding some herbs calmly, the young woman demands the spirit refine one more batch of pills before making his departure. Outraged by the demand, the fiery entity snaps at the heroine, shouting that he takes no orders from her since he serves only the creator. Displaying zero emotion, the young author crosses his arms and backs his girlfriend up, ordering the spirit to just obey already. Accepting his grim reality, the tiny spark of fire positions himself beneath the large cauldron and begins his grueling task. Sitting incredibly close, the young man comments that he feels increasingly like a wicked consort in a chaotic imperial era. In his small chibi form, the protagonist gets confused by the remark, wondering who the actual empress of the relationship would be. The girl playfully yanks her lover's ear out of jealousy, asking if he wants an empress while the fairy spirit watches silently. Sweating profusely from the exertion, the mighty demon lord laments the fact that he has been reduced to a simple manual laborer. The young man approaches the cauldron and tries using a cute nickname for the demon, who rejects the name, annoyed by the teasing. The boy suggests another friendly nickname, and the spirit threatens to lay a curse upon him, despite him being his grand creator. Holding the plants, the young man turns serious again and asks why the spirit manifested in a location filled with energy fluctuations. The little demon explains he followed Zhang Yi after spotting him conversing in secret with someone possessing very low spiritual energy. Wearing matching pajamas, the heroic couple is surprised by the spirit's revelation and questions what kind of secrets those could be. The fiery entity shares that he was stranded in this world on a building's rooftop when he saw the two men talking beneath the rain. At that moment, the long-haired young man concluded that there are individuals with dual powers and that this would alter everything. Furthermore, the mysterious youth questioned why that peculiar spiritual energy was originating from Nanjing. Back in the present, the flame complains about that whole investigation and suggests his creator simply cultivate inside the story world. With an awkward smile on his face, the author explains that he cannot physically step inside his own book world either. Thoughtful, the youth kneels down and concludes that other people have also noticed the sharp spike in spiritual power within Nanjing. He deduces that this potent energy grew even stronger recently due to the demon lord's escape into reality. Grasping the situation, the young man looks at his girlfriend and notes that the initial surge in strength occurred when she left the book. Pacing around the living room, he wonders if this real-life spiritual energy shares a direct link with the world of his romance novel. However, the young man remembers that the very first powers manifested a long time ago, well before he even started writing his story. Walking slowly, the writer suggests that his romance novel is merely one of multiple factors driving the rise of this mystical force. Changing his perspective, the protagonist praises the demon lord, pointing out that his escape brought them invaluable insights. Holding a glowing sphere, the young man orders the flame back into the book, threatening to erase him if he speaks a word about the real world. The tiny eddy of fire stares at the item and guarantees he will guard the secret regarding the existence of the grand creator god. With a calm expression, the young man simply nods and approves of the powerful demon lord's wise decision. Right after the little spirit of fire is sent back, falling rapidly into a bleak world filled with churning, fiery lava. Observing his scorching domain, the demon recognizes the author's immense power and admits he was arrogant to ever challenge him. Flying across the molten lava, the tiny creature takes pride in being the henchman of the heavens, mocking the other entities of that world. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, the beautiful girl questions whether her lover can truly keep the dangerous flame under control. Smiling with confidence, the protagonist asserts he left a brand on the mystical being to detect any suspicious activity. With a teasing look, the young woman steps closer to the writer and asks if he placed some tracking spell on her as well. The youth blushes furiously and hugs his girlfriend tightly, saying she's the most important thing in the world to him. Despite her rosy cheeks, the heroine averts her gaze, trying to pretend she was completely unfazed by the author's sweet words. Following that romantic moment, the couple begins to notice the clutter in the apartment, remarking that the place seems to be shrinking. Observing the multiple cardboard boxes stacked high near the window, the young man agrees that the space is getting incredibly tight. Watching the heavy rain pouring down onto the dark street, the excited heroine suggests they go out to look for a new, larger home. Walking beneath the nighttime downpour, the girl complains about them sharing a single tiny umbrella. Holding his beloved close, the author asks if the legendary fairy swordswoman has ever enjoyed a beautiful rainy view like this one. The girl closes her eyes and comments that her lover is getting better and better at spinning lovely descriptions, as if he always loved the rain. Gazing at the landscape from the building, the young man replies that he did not care for this weather before, but changed his mind simply because he has her by his side. Walking along beside the author, the young woman observes him and reflects on how he is becoming increasingly skillful with his words. With a tender gaze, the heroine looks at the young man in silence, simply concluding in her thoughts that the rain is actually quite annoying.